Harry Potter and the Muggle Lord. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. 2 bombings in Knightsbridge. Alexander James Mercer ended the structural review at 6 minutes past 5, which irritated him because he'd promised himself they would finish by 5. Beyond the conference room windows, Knightsbridge glowed with Christmas lights, decorated shopfronts, and slow-moving traffic. Behind him, 12 people began collecting laptops, coffee cups, and marked-up drawings while the client's development director remained seated, staring at the final page of Mercer's report as though the numbers might improve if given another minute. "We can still open the east entrance in March," the director said. "The press release has already gone out." Mercer slid the report across the table. "Then the press office has 3 months to practice apologizing. The transfer beam isn't carrying another temporary load until the survey proves the connection plates are sound. That delay will cost us. A partial collapse will cost more." Mercer buttoned his coat and softened his tone, though not the decision. "Get me the intrusive survey by Monday. I'll have the remedial sequence ready by Wednesday, assuming the steel is where the old drawings claim it is." The project architect gave him a tired smile. "You don't believe old drawings?" "I believe in opening walls." The answer earned a few quiet laughs and broke the remaining tension. Mercer collected his tablet, notebook, and the fountain pen he'd used for 20 years. At 42, he had learned that meetings ended faster when every action had a name and a date beside it. He checked the list once before leaving. Survey team, Monday. Temporary works revision, Wednesday. Client decision, Friday. Nothing elegant or heroic, only work made manageable. His phone buzzed as the lift descended. A message from his sister reminded him that Christmas lunch would begin at 1, not whenever he arrived, and that their mother had already bought too much food. Mercer smiled and typed that he'd bring wine, then added a second bottle because experience suggested one would become cooking wine before noon. Outside, the cold caught at his face. He turned towards the station, weighing takeaway and an evening with the half-read novel beside his armchair against the risk register waiting on his kitchen table. A child slipped free of his father near a row of parked cars and chased a dropped red glove into the crowd. Mercer noticed the unattended van only because the child ran towards it. He took 2 quick steps, reaching for the boy's shoulder. There was no warning, he understood, only a hard white flash inside the van and pressure that struck before sound. The pavement rose against him. Glass, metal, and Christmas lights broke apart together, and Alexander James Mercer's last unfinished thought was that he hadn't reached the child. Pain returned before thought. Mercer dragged in a breath and received smoke, dust, and something hot that scraped down his throat. Sirens rose and fell nearby, but the sound seemed too large for the cramped space around him. He tried to move and struck rubble with one hand. The fingers were tiny, the wrist thin beneath a torn woolen sleeve. A man leaned into view, his face streaked with dirt beneath an old-fashioned ambulance cap. "Don't move, young sir. We've got you." He reached through the broken metal and pressed 2 fingers against Mercer's neck, then called over his shoulder, "The boy's alive. I need the pediatric board and oxygen." Mercer tried to ask where he was, but his jaw shook and the words caught behind a sharp pain in his chest. His body drew breath too quickly, each one ending in a helpless whimper. He forced himself to look past the rescuer. Smoke moved through shattered shopfronts and torn Christmas decorations. Across the street stood a boxy ambulance with its rear doors open, its paintwork and blue lamps belonging to another decade. A second rescuer crouched beside the first, careful with his left side. "That's Lord York." She unfolded a small mask and eased it over Mercer's nose and mouth. "Alexander, can you hear me? Squeeze my fingers." He obeyed because instructions were better than panic. His hand barely closed around 2 of hers. "That's it," she said. "Stay with me, sweetheart. Your parents are being looked after." Parents. Mercer turned his head despite the first man's restraining hand. Beyond a bent door panel, rescuers worked around 2 motionless adults. A woman's pale glove rested against the pavement. Someone covered her exposed shoulder with a blanket while another man cut through the side of the wrecked car. "Don't lift him yet," the first rescuer said. "Collar on. Keep his head steady." Mercer tried to say that those people weren't his parents. He was Alexander Mercer, 42 years old, and he had been walking towards a station when a van exploded. What came through the mask was a child's broken cry. "Mummy?" The word frightened him more than the wreckage. The woman tightened her grip around his hand. "She's right there, my lord. Let us do our work." They fitted a stiff collar around his neck, slid a board beneath him, and lifted on a count of 3. Agony tore through his side. He screamed, unable to stop himself, while the street tipped above him and tears ran into his ears. As they carried him towards the ambulance, Mercer saw the 2 adults being taken in opposite directions. He reached after them with one small hand, but a rescuer caught it gently and tucked it beneath the blanket. The ambulance doors closed, shutting out the ruined street, and Mercer lost time between one siren note and the next. He surfaced beneath white lights while gloved hands cut away his clothes, pressed against his ribs, and fitted wires to a chest far too small to be his. Someone asked him to open his eyes. He tried, but the room slid sideways and vanished again. When he woke properly, he lay beneath a stiff hospital sheet with his left arm strapped against a padded board. An oxygen tube rubbed beneath his nose. Every breath hurt, though the pain had retreated far enough for thought to return. Beyond the half-drawn curtain, a radio murmured beneath the squeak of rubber soles and the clatter of a metal trolley. A newsreader's calm voice carried across the ward. "It is 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 17th of December, 1983. Emergency services remain at the scene of this evening's bombing in Knightsbridge." Mercer stared at the ceiling. 1983 wasn't possible. He remembered his tablet, his mobile telephone, modern cars, and Christmas messages waiting in a world nearly 4 decades ahead. Yet the ambulance uniforms, the hospital equipment, and the brown plastic casing around the ward radio all agreed with the date. 2 doctors stopped outside his curtain. One lowered his voice, but not enough. "The child remains critical, though the scans show no major head bleed. Has the family been informed?" A woman answered after a brief pause. "Lady Eleanor Ashcombe is on her way. The Earl and Countess of York both died in theater." The words struck harder than the pain. Mercer saw the pale glove on the road and the 2 stretchers moving apart. Those strangers had been parents to the child whose hand he now watched tremble against the sheet. He didn't know their faces, their voices, or whether the boy had called for them before Mercer arrived. The absence felt stolen rather than inherited. A nurse entered, checked the drip, and found him awake. "Easy, Alexander. You're safe in hospital." She adjusted the blanket around his shoulders. "You've been very brave." Mercer couldn't answer. A faint block of text had appeared in the center of his vision, perfectly sharp despite the tears blurring the nurse's face. He closed his eyes. The words remained. "Magic gene integration system activated. Host: Alexander James Fairfax. Integration points: 0. Fusion cost: 100 integration points. Eligibility: direct contact with a living magical creature." His breath caught against bruised ribs. Magic. Alexander Fairfax. December 1983. Memories of a fictional Britain crowded forward. Hidden streets, owls, wands, Hogwarts, and a boy who had survived a killing curse 2 years earlier. It was an absurd hypothesis, but every available fact supported it. The display offered no explanation. It simply waited while the nurse called for a doctor, and Mercer understood that dying had been the least complicated part of his evening. The doctor returned with a pen torch and a police sergeant carrying an identification wallet. Mercer followed the light as instructed, answered a question about pain by lifting 3 small fingers, and tried not to watch the text still hanging across his vision. The doctor seemed satisfied enough to step aside, though he kept one hand on the bedrail. The sergeant pulled a chair closer rather than standing over him. "I only need enough information to make certain we've identified you correctly. Can you tell me your name?" Mercer opened his mouth, then stopped. The system changed without sound. Only one active task may exist. Completion issues the next task. Current task: state your full name and title without prompting. Reward: 5 integration points. The wording was precise. Answering now wouldn't count, and announcing a title he barely understood would invite questions he couldn't safely answer. He knew the name from the display. Alexander James Fairfax. He'd heard Lord York from the rescuers. Everything else belonged to a dead child whose memories hadn't come with the body. The nurse returned carrying a clear property bag. She set it on the bedside cabinet and worked through the contents with careful fingers. A torn navy coat, one small shoe, and a blood-marked luggage label lay beneath the plastic. "This was found beside him," she said. "The label reads Alexander J. Fairfax, Fairfax House, Belgravia." The sergeant looked from the bag to Mercer. Alexander, then. Is that what people call you? Mercer let his head move once against the pillow. Even that small nod pulled at his bruised neck. The sergeant's expression softened. That's enough tonight. We believe you were traveling with the Earl and Countess of York. No one expects you to explain anything. The words supplied another piece without completing the picture. If the dead man had been the Earl of York and this body was his son, the title had passed with his death. Mercer still didn't know the proper form, the number attached did, or what a 3-year-old Earl was expected to understand. He turned his face towards the property bag. Somewhere beyond the curtain, officials were already rebuilding Alexander Fairfax's identity from labels, records, and damaged possessions. Alexander Mercer lay inside that life without a single safe explanation for how little he knew. The task remained before his eyes, waiting for him to speak first. 2. The name on the bracelet. The task was still waiting when the police sergeant left. Alex watched the curtain settle behind him, then lowered his gaze to the strip of card and plastic around his right wrist. The printing had blurred where someone's thumb had smeared the ink, but the name remained clear. Fairfax, Alexander James. Beneath it sat a date of birth, the 18th of March 1980, followed by a hospital number that meant nothing to him. 3 years old. He felt the truth of it in the weight of his head against the pillow, the weakness of his limbs, and the way pain reduced every sensible thought to the need for one more careful breath. His left arm remained strapped to the padded board, and the oxygen tube rubbed against tender skin beneath his nose. Even studying the bracelet tired him. The nurse returned with a fresh chart and noticed where he was looking. She touched the bracelet lightly rather than turning his wrist. That's yours, Alexander. We put it on when you arrived, but the police have checked it against the family records now. Alex kept his face still. Family records made the name safe to repeat. They didn't tell him how to describe the title that had apparently landed on this body when the man in the operating theater died. A gray-haired administrator stopped at the foot of the bed with the police sergeant beside her. She spoke quietly, though a hospital curtain offered privacy only to people willing to pretend. The late Earl was Richard Edmund Fairfax, the 11th Earl of York. His son succeeded at the moment of death, so the child is now the 12th. The palace secretary's office has asked to be informed of any change in his condition. The sergeant glanced towards the pillow. He can hear you. I'm aware of that. The administrator came around the bed and lowered herself until she and Alex were nearly level. I'm sorry, Lord York. Adults sometimes forget that speaking softly isn't the same as speaking elsewhere. There it was. Alexander James Fairfax, 12th Earl of York. A complete identity assembled from a bracelet, a dead man's name, and inheritance law. It was accurate enough for officials and wrong enough to tighten his chest. Alexander James Mercer had a sister expecting him at Christmas. He had a mother who bought too much food, a half-read novel beside an armchair, and a risk register waiting on his kitchen table. He had died reaching for a stranger's child. That name still felt like his because it carried every choice he remembered making. The nurse adjusted the oxygen beneath his nose. You don't need to answer questions tonight. You need to rest. Alex looked again at the task hanging across his vision. Current task. State your full name and title without prompting. Reward. 5 integration points. The system didn't care which name felt true. It wanted the one this world would accept, spoken before anyone asked for it. Alex closed his eyes and rehearsed the words silently, careful not to let his lips move. The identity remained in his mind without becoming comfortable. Alexander James Fairfax, born the 18th of March 1980, 12th Earl of York. Each fact had come from someone else, yet the people around the bed treated them as more certain than anything he remembered about himself. The nurse returned a few minutes later with a doctor and a woman carrying carbon copy forms. The woman stopped beyond the bedrail and spoke to the nurse while smoothing the top sheet of paper against her clipboard. Admissions need the final identification before the night file goes upstairs. I've got the family confirmation, but the child's details still require recording. The doctor glanced at Alex's chart. Keep it brief. His throat's irritated, and I don't want him answering a string of questions. They were about to ask. Alex could hear it in their careful voices and see it in the clerk's hand settling over the blank line. If he waited for the question, the system might refuse him. If he spoke too quickly, he risked sounding impossible for a 3-year-old who had survived an explosion only hours earlier. He drew a shallow breath. Pain pulled beneath his ribs, forcing him to wait until it eased enough for him to control his voice. Then he raised his head a fraction from the pillow. "My name is Alexander James Fairfax," Alex said. His voice came out hoarse and painfully small, but every word was clear. "I'm the 12th Earl of York." The clerk's pencil stopped above the form. She looked at the nurse, then back at him with surprise hidden behind a professional smile. "Yes, my lord, that's quite correct." She wrote the name in careful block letters and added the title beneath it, giving his claim the weight of ink and hospital procedure. The nurse touched his shoulder before he could sink sideways. "That was very well said, Alexander, but you needn't prove anything else tonight." She eased him back against the pillow and checked the oxygen tube. "The adults can manage their paperwork without making you work for it." Text appeared across his vision with the same plain indifference as before. Task complete. Reward: 5 integration points. Integration points: 5. There was no acknowledgement of the dead child whose name he had taken. No recognition that speaking it had felt less like identification than accepting a life left unattended. 5 points towards a cost of 100. The system valued the moment with the same cold precision Mercer had once used for a completed item on a program. Alex closed his eyes before anyone mistook his reaction for pain. Behind his eyelids, the completed task disappeared. A new block of text replaced it before he had time to decide whether 5 points were better than none. Current task: identify every member of the immediate household by name. Reward: 5 integration points. The wording stayed fixed when he opened his eyes, offering no definition of household and no hint about how many people counted. He began with what little he knew. Richard Edmund Fairfax and Helena Fairfax were dead. Lady Eleanor Ashcombe was on her way, but he didn't know whether she lived with the family or had merely been summoned as the nearest relative. Beyond them lay an empty space where a 3-year-old should have known familiar voices, bedtime routines, and the people who entered his room without knocking. Alex searched for a face, a nickname, even the memory of being carried through a doorway. Nothing answered. Mercer's childhood remained clear enough for him to recall the pattern on his mother's kitchen curtains, while Alexander Fairfax's life had left him only a body, a bracelet, and consequences. The nurse noticed his breathing quicken and set the chart aside. "Is the pain getting worse, Alexander?" She placed 2 fingers against his wrist, watching him with the calm attention of someone who expected a child's answer rather than an adult explanation. Alex shook his head carefully. Asking for a household list would be efficient, but a child who had just stated his full title and then admitted he knew nobody at home would invite questions. He tried a smaller risk. "Who's coming for me?" Alex asked, keeping his voice low. "Your aunt is coming to sit with you," the nurse said, smoothing the sheet away from his injured arm. "No one is taking you anywhere tonight. You're staying here where the doctors can look after you." The answer eased one fear and sharpened another. He knew the woman's formal name, but not what Alexander had called her, whether he liked her, or whether she would recognize every wrong pause. His silence must have troubled the nurse because she leaned closer. "You don't have to remember everything now," she said. "You've had a terrible shock. We'll tell you anything you need to know, and nobody will be cross if you ask twice." Alex looked towards the gap in the curtain. Adult intelligence could help him organize facts, test explanations, and control what he said. It couldn't manufacture affection or replace the years the dead child had spent among people who expected to be known. Somewhere outside the ward, footsteps approached with hurried purpose. The nurse turned towards them before Alex could decide whether learning one name at a time would make the deception kinder or merely more convincing. The footsteps stopped outside his curtain. Another nurse drew it back to admit a woman in a dark traveling coat and a man carrying a leather case. The woman's hair had been pinned neatly once, but several strands had escaped around a face drained by shock. She took one step towards the bed, saw the oxygen tube and strapped arm, and stopped. The man lowered his voice, though Alex could still hear him. "Lady Eleanor, Her Majesty has asked that her concern be conveyed at once. The private secretary's office will remain in contact with the hospital, the police, and the family trustees. Given Lord York's age and the circumstances, guardianship and security correspondence is being opened tonight." The woman kept her eyes on Alex. "Please tell the palace that he's alive, that he's receiving proper care, and that I'll speak with the trustees when the doctors permit it." Her voice tightened, but she didn't let it break. "Nothing further is to be put before him tonight." The representative inclined his head. "Of course. There is no reply required from his lordship. He withdrew with the nurse, leaving the curtain partly open behind him. Lady Eleanor moved closer without touching the bed. "Alex?" she said, and the relief in his name made her connection to the child plain. "It's Nell. Aunt Nell." Alex searched her face for recognition. He found reddened eyes, a small scar near one eyebrow, and the strain of someone who had traveled too quickly while expecting worse news at every telephone. None of it belonged to him. Alexander Fairfax should have known the scent of her coat, the shape of her smile, and whether she gave goodnight kisses. Alex knew only the formal name overheard beside a hospital curtain. She reached towards him, then checked the movement. "May I hold your hand, darling? I won't touch the sore one." Alex turned his right hand palm up on the sheet. Her fingers closed around it with painful care, and her breath left in a quiet shudder. "You can call me Aunt Nell," she said. "You always have. You don't need to remember anything else tonight, and you don't need to be brave for me." "Aunt Nell," Alex repeated, testing the name rather than claiming the relationship. Her face crumpled before she bent and pressed her lips to his knuckles. "Yes, sweetheart, I'm here." She drew the chair against the bed and kept hold of him. Alex watched a stranger settle in for the night with the certainty of family, while the active task remained unanswered beyond the single name she had given him. 3. The people who stayed. Aunt Nell kept hold of Alex's hand until the nurse dimmed the lamp beside his bed. She folded her traveling coat over the chair and settled again with the firm care of someone who had no intention of being sent away. Beyond the curtain, the ward quietened, though trolley wheels and low voices still passed along the corridor. "You should sleep," she said. "I'll be here when you wake." Alex watched her straighten the blanket near his right shoulder without disturbing the strapped arm. Sleep would have been sensible, but the task remained at the edge of his vision, and the woman beside him carried a childhood he couldn't remember. He could ask who lived with him and let her supply a list. The thought made her grief feel like something he was preparing to use. "Where's home?" he asked instead. The words left his throat rough and weak. Aunt Nell's fingers tightened gently around his. "York House, outside Helmsley. That's where your rooms are, and where everyone will be waiting for you." She studied his face before continuing. "Fairfax House is in London, but York House is home. Your father always said the London place was where the post found him." Alex knew Richard Edmund Fairfax only as a dead man named by officials. Hearing him reduced to an ordinary complaint about post made the loss harder to keep at a distance. "Who's waiting?" Alex asked. He kept the question small, as though he meant only the people most likely to worry. "Arthur Wainwright will be worrying himself into a state while pretending he isn't," Aunt Nell said. A tired smile touched her mouth. "He's the butler. Mrs. Beatrice Henshaw is the housekeeper, and she'll be making certain everyone has something useful to do." The names Arthur Wainwright and Beatrice Henshaw settled into place. Alex fixed them in his memory, but he didn't repeat them, and the system gave no sign that hearing them was enough. Aunt Nell rubbed her thumb across his knuckles. "Your mummy trusted them both. Helena trusted people carefully, so that mattered. She trusted them with you." The word mummy pulled at something below thought. Alex's throat tightened, and the monitor beside the bed quickened before he could control his breathing. Aunt Nell started to rise, but he curled his fingers weakly around hers. "Don't go," he whispered. His grip tightened as far as his small hand allowed. "I'm not going anywhere." She sat at once and drew the chair closer until her knee touched the bed frame. "You don't have to remember the house tonight, Alex. Nobody's testing you." The task stayed silent across his vision. Alex closed his eyes, holding on while Aunt Nell spoke softly about York House and the people waiting for him there. Morning reached the ward as pale light above the curtains. Aunt Nell had fallen asleep in the chair with her head against the wall, though her hand still rested beside Alex's on the mattress. A nurse woke her gently and explained that the hospital would allow one family visitor before the consultant's round. Nell straightened at once, smoothing her skirt while someone waited beyond the curtain. The man who entered wore a dark suit and carried himself with the controlled stillness of someone accustomed to managing rooms without becoming their center. He looked first at Aunt Nell, then at Alex's strapped arm and oxygen tube. His composure held, but his fingers tightened around the brim of his hat. Alex studied him before taking the risk. "Mr. Wainwright?" Arthur Wainwright stopped beside the bed. "Yes, my lord." His voice roughened on the last word, and he cleared it before continuing. "Arthur Wainwright, I'm very glad to see you awake." A butler could have delivered those words perfectly. This man hadn't. Alex saw the sleeplessness around his eyes and the care with which he kept himself beyond the bedrail, as though touching anything without permission might cause harm. "Is everyone all right?" Alex asked. He watched Wainwright's face while he waited for the answer. Wainwright glanced at Nell before answering. "Everyone at York House is safe. They're worried about you, naturally. Mrs. Henshaw has prevented 6 people from traveling to London at once, which may be her greatest service to the household this year." Nell's tired smile carried real affection. Beatrice was right. The ward can't accommodate an invasion. After the doctors finished their examination, Wainwright left so another visitor could come up. Beatrice Henshaw entered with less ceremony and stopped close enough to inspect Alex properly. She had a broad, capable face, silver beginning in her dark hair, and an expression that suggested hospital rules would be respected only while they remained sensible. Alex watched her examine the position of his pillows. "Mrs. Henshaw?" "That's right, pet." Beatrice looked at the pillow supporting his injured side, then summoned the nurse with a quiet word and helped adjust it without touching his arm. "You always wriggle down when you're tired. There's no sense lying crooked merely because you're in London." The correction was too ordinary to be performed for an earl. Alex settled against the raised pillow and found breathing easier. Beatrice watched him for a moment. "You needn't remember what anyone expects of you. Mr. Wainwright and I remember our jobs perfectly well." Alex held her gaze. Arthur Wainwright and Beatrice Henshaw were no longer names supplied by Aunt Nell. They were frightened people who had come to reassure him while trying not to ask for reassurance themselves. Mrs. Henshaw had barely stepped behind the curtain when the nurse returned with the consultant and a younger doctor. Through the narrow gap, Alex could see Beatrice join Arthur Wainwright beside the ward window. Neither of them left. Aunt Nell rose from her chair, but the consultant motioned for her to remain close and pulled another chair towards the bed. "I need to speak plainly, Alexander," he said. He rested his hands on his knees and waited until Alex looked at him. "Your mummy and daddy were very badly hurt in the explosion. The doctors tried to save them, but they died." Alex had heard the fact through a curtain hours earlier. He had fitted Richard Edmund Fairfax and Helena Fairfax into the empty spaces around his new name and treated their deaths as information that had to be managed. Spoken directly to him, the words stopped being useful. They meant no familiar voice would come along the corridor, no parent would correct Aunt Nell's account of home, and no one who had known Alexander Fairfax from birth would ever explain the child to the man inside him. "I know," Alex tried to say. His throat closed around the words, and the breath he dragged in caught painfully beneath his ribs. The monitor quickened. His right hand clenched in the sheet while his left remained trapped against the padded board. Aunt Nell leaned over the rail. "Alex, look at me, darling. You're safe. I've got you." He wanted to tell her that he understood death. Mercer had signed condolence cards, attended funerals, and stood beside colleagues who had lost people they loved. None of that helped when a 3-year-old voice broke out of him. "They're not coming back?" "No, sweetheart." Nell's answer shook, but she didn't soften it into a promise death couldn't keep. "They can't come back. I'm so sorry." The nurse lowered the bedrail and helped Nell place one arm behind his shoulders without disturbing the oxygen tube or injured side. Alex turned towards her as far as the straps allowed. The movement hurt, but staying still hurt more. His composure gave way in harsh, breathless sobs that frightened him with their force. He cried for Richard and Helena, for the child who had expected them to return, and for the mother and sister Alexander Mercer would never see again. Nell held him without asking which grief belonged to whom. Beyond the curtain, Wainwright and Mrs. Henshaw remained side by side, waiting until the family inside the bed space could bear to let anyone else enter. By the time Alex's crying eased, exhaustion had left him heavy against Aunt Nell's arm. The nurse checked his breathing, settled him back against the pillows, and gave him a little water through a bent straw. Beyond the curtain, voices had lowered to the careful tones adults used when arranging a life they believed a child shouldn't have to hear. A hospital administrator entered with a folder pressed against her chest. "Lady Eleanor, the family solicitor is waiting on the telephone. The police also need someone to confirm where Lord York will live once he's discharged, though there's no urgency tonight." Aunt Nell brushed damp hair away from Alex's forehead. "He'll come home with me when the doctors say he can travel. York House has the staff and space for his recovery, and I'll remain with him." She looked towards Wainwright and Mrs. Henshaw beyond the curtain. Please tell Sir Peter that I'll discuss the formal guardianship with him here. I'm not leaving Alex alone." Wainwright stepped inside when the administrator withdrew. He carried a small notebook, though he didn't open it beside the bed. "The funeral director is awaiting instructions, my lady. Mr. Calder has secured the family rooms at York House, and Mrs. Henshaw has asked the staff to make no changes to the nursery until Lord York returns." The names Sir Peter and Mr. Calder joined the funeral director, trustees, and police in Alex's mind. Each belonged to a structure already moving to protect the title, bury the dead, and decide where he would sleep. He could repeat the names and hope the system accepted them, but that would turn grief and duty into a guessing game. Alex had to clear his throat before speaking. "Arthur." Wainwright's attention came to him at once. "Yes, my lord? Please don't call me that when it's just us." Alex's voice remained rough from crying. "Call me Alex." Wainwright's expression shifted before he gave a small bow. "As you wish, Alex." Aunt Nell resumed her place beside the bed after the telephone call. Alex waited until she had taken his hand again, then made himself ask the question he actually meant. "Will you tell me about everyone at home?" he asked. "Not only their names." Nell's fingers closed warmly around his. "Yes, darling. We'll take them one at a time, and you can ask as often as you need." The task remained unchanged across his vision. Alex let it wait. Learning the household properly would take longer, but the people who had stayed deserved better than guesses. 4. Names at the bedside. By January, Alex could tell the ward's morning routine without opening his eyes. The tea trolley rattled first, followed by the medicine round and the soft argument of curtains being pulled along metal rails. Aunt Nell was already awake beside him, reading a letter with one hand while the other rested near his on the blanket. The task still waited whenever he looked for it. Identify every member of the immediate household by name. He had resisted turning the people around him into a list, but refusing the task forever wouldn't honor them either. What mattered was how he learned. Alex watched Nell fold the letter and place it beneath her handbag. "Could we make a little book?" Nell leaned forward at once. "A book about what, darling?" "York House." Alex shifted against the pillows, then stopped when the movement pulled at his ribs. "People's names. What they do. Who they're related to. Things I should know about them." Relief passed over Nell's face so plainly that he felt guilty for causing it. She seemed to hear a doctor's recovery exercise in the request, something sensible a confused child might use to rebuild memory. "Of course we can. You needn't remember everything at once, and nobody will be upset if you ask twice." A nurse found them a small blue exercise book from the children's cupboard and sharpened a pencil with a hand-cranked sharpener at the desk. Nell settled the book on her knee because Alex's right hand tired quickly and his left arm remained secured. On the first page, she wrote York House in careful capitals, then waited. "Who goes first?" she asked. Alex looked at her. The proper answer might have been Arthur Wainwright, since a household list could begin with the butler, or Beatrice Henshaw, who seemed to hold the domestic world together by correcting pillows. Instead he said, "You." Nell's pencil paused. "I don't work at York House." "You live with me now." Alex swallowed against the tightness in his throat. "And you stayed." Her eyes brightened, but she didn't look away or pretend something had caught in them. She wrote Lady Eleanor Ashcombe, Aunt Nell, then added Helena's younger sister and Alex's guardian beneath it. "What should we put for something true about me?" she asked softly. Alex considered the hand that had held his through the worst night of either life. "You don't leave when things are difficult." Nell wrote that too. When she turned the page for Arthur Wainwright, the task remained silent, but the book had begun in the right way. The blue exercise book remained open on Aunt Nell's knee when Mrs. Henshaw arrived carrying a flat parcel wrapped in brown paper. Nell had already filled 2 pages with Arthur Wainwright's name, duties, and the fact that he worried quietly, followed by Beatrice Henshaw and the warning that she noticed everything. Mrs. Henshaw read that entry over Nell's shoulder and gave Alex a measured look. "I notice what requires noticing," she said. "That's quite distinct from being nosy." Alex's mouth twitched. Should Aunt Nell change it? "No, pet. Accuracy ought to be encouraged." Mrs. Henshaw untied the parcel and drew out several photographs. Mr. Wainwright thought faces might help. These were taken at the summer fete, so everyone appears tidier than usual. Nell placed the first photograph against the raised bed table. A group of staff stood on the steps of York House, some smiling towards the camera while others looked as though they'd been caught between duties. Alex recognized Wainwright and Mrs. Henshaw, but the remaining faces meant nothing to him. He studied a young man in a dark jacket beside an older man wearing a peaked cap. The younger one is the chauffeur. Mrs. Henshaw corrected him before Nell could speak. That's Edward Sutton, one of the footmen. Mr. George Hale is the chauffeur. Alex looked from the uniformed cap to Sutton's polished jacket and felt irritation rise beneath his embarrassment. He'd made the sort of mistake the real Alexander Fairfax might never have made. I got them backwards. You did, Mrs. Henshaw said, without pity or alarm. Mr. Sutton would find it very exciting to be mistaken for a chauffeur. He's failed his driving test twice. Nell pressed her lips together, but her amusement escaped in a soft laugh. Beatrice, he told everyone the examiner was unreasonable. The examiner objected when Edward mounted the pavement. Mrs. Henshaw tapped the photograph beside George Hale's shoulder. Mr. Hale has driven your family for 14 years and has never once attacked a curb. Alex laughed before he could stop himself, then winced when his ribs protested. Nell steadied the bed table while Mrs. Henshaw waited for his breathing to settle, neither woman turning the mistake into something fragile. He pointed carefully at the photograph. Edward Sutton, footman. George Hale, chauffeur. That's right, Mrs. Henshaw said. And Mr. Hale keeps barley sugars in the glove box, although he'll deny it under questioning. Nell wrote both names into the book. Alex watched the pencil move and understood that being corrected didn't expose him. It gave the people in the photograph room to become more than faces he was expected to recognize. Later that afternoon, Aunt Nell closed the blue exercise book and rested both hands over its cover. Mrs. Henshaw had returned to York House, while Arthur Wainwright occupied the chair beside the window with a letter he was pretending to read. Alex knew the pages now. What he didn't know was whether the names had settled into people rather than photographs. Nell lifted the book. Shall we see what you remember, or have we done enough for today? I want to try. Alex adjusted his right hand on the blanket, careful not to pull against the straps holding his left arm. Without looking. Nell set the book face down. Very well. Who am I? Lady Eleanor Ashcombe. Aunt Nell. Alex met her eyes before adding the part that mattered. You're Mummy's younger sister, you're my guardian, and you stay when things are difficult. Nell's expression softened, but she kept the exercise moving. And the gentleman by the window? Arthur Wainwright, the butler. Alex glanced towards him. He worries quietly, and he calls me Alex when it's only us. Wainwright lowered his letter. I shall have to improve my quiet worrying. Alex smiled, then continued before tiredness blurred the order. Beatrice Henshaw is the housekeeper. She notices what needs noticing, and she won't let me lie crooked merely because I'm in London. That is accurate, Wainwright said. Mrs. Henshaw would approve. Edward Sutton is a footman, Alex said. He's failed his driving test twice, so nobody should let him near a pavement. Nell laughed and pressed one finger to her lips when a nurse looked through the curtain. Poor Edward. And George Hale? The chauffeur. He's driven the family for 14 years, hasn't attacked a curb, and keeps barley sugars in the glove box. The task changed before Nell could open the book again. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 10. Alex held his face still. The system had accepted the household recorded across the pages, but he hadn't merely memorized a roster. He knew why Nell's hand remained near his, why Wainwright watched doors while reading letters, and why Mrs. Henshaw had corrected his pillow before discussing anything else. New text replaced the completion notice. Current task. Complete 30 days of prescribed recovery exercises. Reward. 10 integration points. Alex read it twice. 30 days meant the system had found something money and title couldn't finish before supper. Nell noticed his silence and reached for the book. Too tired? No. Alex looked towards the corridor as purposeful footsteps approached. I think I'm about to be given more homework. The footsteps stopped outside the curtain, and a woman entered carrying a clipboard and a canvas bag of rubber balls. She introduced herself as the ward physiotherapist, greeted Aunt Nell and Wainwright, then lowered the bedrail and studied Alex with the direct attention of someone assessing work rather than rank. I've spoken with your doctors, she said. Your ribs need time, your shoulder must remain protected, and your left arm stays supported. We're going to keep the rest of you moving without disturbing what's healing. She placed the clipboard on the bed table and showed him a page divided into morning and afternoon sessions. It listed controlled breaths, ankle movements, hand exercises, supported sitting, and short periods out of bed when the medical team approved them. 30 numbered boxes ran down the margin. Alex read the sheet before looking up. Could I do 2 days each day? Aunt Nell closed her eyes briefly. Wainwright's mouth tightened, although Alex couldn't tell whether he was hiding concern or amusement. No, the physiotherapist said. She took a rubber ball from her bag and placed it in his right palm. Recovery isn't a school exercise you can finish early. Muscles strengthen while you work, and injured tissue repairs while you rest. Too much can set you back. We can have a physiotherapist at York House, Alex said. More than one, if necessary. You may have a regiment waiting in Yorkshire, but they'll still use the same body. She curled his fingers gently around the ball. Squeeze until I say stop. Alex pressed. The ball resisted more than expected, and his forearm began trembling before she counted to 5. When she told him to release it, his fingers opened slowly. The effort left him breathing harder, which was embarrassing after such a small movement. The physiotherapist checked his pulse and marked the first box. That's enough for this hand today. Now show me 3 slow breaths without lifting your shoulders. Alex followed her count. Pain tightened around his ribs on the second breath, and he shortened the third despite himself. That's why the schedule stays as written, she said. You'll go home when the doctors are satisfied that you can travel safely and the exercises can continue there. If you rush, you stay here longer. Aunt Nell rested her hand beside his wrist. York House will wait for you, darling. We aren't bargaining with your recovery. Alex looked from the 30 boxes to the weak hand resting around the rubber ball. 10 points waited beyond them, but home waited too. He nodded and let the physiotherapist guide his feet through the first careful movements. 5. 30 small exercises. The rubber ball looked harmless in Alex's right hand. By the following morning, he regarded it with the suspicion normally reserved for defective machinery. The physiotherapist drew the curtain halfway around the bed and checked the schedule clipped to her board. 5 squeezes today, slowly, and only when I tell you. Alex settled his forearm against the blanket. He understood rehabilitation. Controlled loading preserved movement, reduced weakness, and rebuilt capacity without damaging healing tissue. In another life, he'd reviewed return to work plans built on the same principles. None of that knowledge helped when his fingers began trembling during the second squeeze. Hold, she said. The soft red ball resisted his palm. Alex watched his knuckles whiten and tried to keep his wrist straight. Before she reached 5, his grip failed and the ball rolled into the fold beside his hip. That wasn't 5 seconds. It was nearly 5. She retrieved the ball and placed it on the bed table. Nearly is enough when your hand has had enough. Aunt Nell sat beside him with the blue household notebook closed on her lap. You're frowning at it as though it cheated. It stopped cooperating. Your hand stopped cooperating, the physiotherapist corrected. The ball performed beautifully. Alex gave her a narrow look, which only made Nell smile. They moved on to ankle circles beneath the blanket. His right foot managed them badly, his left worse. The motion was so small that it should have been beneath notice, yet the muscles along his calf tightened after 3 repetitions. By the time the physiotherapist raised the head of the bed and guided him into supported sitting, sweat had gathered beneath his hair. Feet down, she said. I'll hold your shoulder. Lady Eleanor, please support him at the waist. I can sit. You can. Nell agreed as she placed both hands around him. And we can help. The change in position pulled at his ribs. Alex breathed through the first sharp ache, but the ward tilted before his feet touched the floor. His stomach lurched, and he caught at Nell's sleeve with his right hand. The physiotherapist lowered him back at once. That's today's limit. I was only sitting up. You were injured in an explosion. She checked his pulse while Nell wiped his forehead with a cool cloth. Small work isn't easy work when the body doing it is healing. Alex looked towards the schedule. The first morning box now held a neat tick, while 29 blank rows waited beneath it. He knew every reason the program had been designed this way. Knowing them didn't make his legs stronger, steady the room, or stop him needing Nell's hands around his waist. Tomorrow, he said once his breathing settled, I'll do all 5 squeezes. The physiotherapist returned the ball to her canvas bag. Tomorrow, you'll do what your hand can manage. That's the exercise you actually need to learn. After lunch, the ward settled into its quietest hour. Aunt Nell had gone to speak with the doctors, and the nurse at the desk was helping a child behind the next curtain. Alex lay beneath the blanket listening to the corridor until he was certain nobody was coming. The physiotherapist had said tomorrow's work depended on what his body could manage. Alex agreed with the principal. He merely disagreed with the amount of evidence gathered so far. He began with his ankles. The blanket concealed the movement as he pointed his right foot, held it, and drew it back. The second repetition tightened his calf, but not enough to stop. He completed 5 instead of 3, rested while counting 60, then started on the left. That leg tired faster. By the 4th movement, his heel dragged against the sheet, and he had to pause before straightening it again. Sweat gathered beneath his hair, though the ward remained cool. The breathing exercises came next. Alex pressed his right hand lightly against his ribs and drew air in without lifting his shoulders. The first breath hurt. The second hurt more, but he completed the count. On the third, pain caught sharply beneath the bandaging and forced the air out in a cough. He waited until the ache eased, then reached for the bedrail. Supported sitting had required 2 adults that morning, but the bed could provide leverage. Alex hooked his fingers around the rail, braced his feet beneath the blanket, and pulled. His shoulders rose from the pillows. The room remained steady long enough for satisfaction to replace caution. Then his right arm began to shake. The door opened as Alex tried to lower himself without dropping. Aunt Nell entered beside the physiotherapist and stopped so abruptly that the clipboard struck her skirt. "Alex," Nell said, crossing the space at once. She slid one arm behind his shoulders while the physiotherapist supported his ribs and guided him flat. "What are you doing?" "Testing whether I could sit with the rail." "You were told not to sit without support," the physiotherapist said. Her voice stayed calm, which made the rebuke worse. She checked his breathing and pressed careful fingers along his forearm. "How many exercises did you repeat?" Alex looked towards the window. "Most of them." Nell remained bent over him, one hand cupping the back of his head. Fear had drained the color from her face. "You waited until I left. I didn't want to worry you. You hid it because you knew I'd stop you." The truth left him nowhere respectable to stand. Alex swallowed and nodded. The physiotherapist removed the schedule from the bed table. "Tomorrow's sitting exercise is cancelled. We'll reassess your ribs first." Alex stared at the lost session. Nell sat beside him, still holding his hand. "Going home a day later would frighten me less than finding you hurt because you decided we couldn't be trusted to help." This time, Alex didn't argue. Arthur Wainwright arrived before visiting hours with 3 newspapers folded beneath one arm and a square tin balanced in his other hand. A photographer's flash went off beyond the ward windows as a porter admitted him, followed by another from the hospital entrance below. Alex watched him cross the ward. "They're still outside." "I'm afraid so." Wainwright placed the newspapers face down on the cabinet before Alex could read the headlines. "One gentleman has spent most of the morning attempting to photograph the wrong window. His persistence would be admirable if his purpose were less objectionable." Aunt Nell looked towards the glass, where the January light showed only rooftops and a strip of gray sky. The hospital asked them to leave the entrance clear. They've complied in the narrowest possible sense. Wainwright drew the visitor's chair closer. "They're now blocking the opposite pavement." Alex reached towards the papers, but Nell covered the top one with her hand. A photograph showed through the gap beneath her fingers. It was his own face from before the bombing, round-cheeked and smiling beside Richard and Helena beneath a headline large enough to be read from the bed. "What are they calling me today?" he asked. Wainwright's expression remained composed. "The nation's brave little Earl, the miracle child of Knightsbridge, and, in one particularly regrettable column, Britain's smallest symbol of courage." Alex withdrew his hand. He remembered screaming beneath the ambulance mask and clinging to Nell while a doctor explained that his parents were dead. None of it felt courageous. It felt private. Wainwright opened the tin instead. Inside lay shortbread cut into uneven stars. "Mrs. Henshaw sent these, although she wishes it recorded that Edward Sutton assisted and is responsible for their shape." One biscuit had lost 2 points and looked more like a damaged wheel. Alex accepted it carefully. "Has Edward been dismissed from the kitchen?" "Not yet. Mrs. Henshaw believes public humiliation may be more effective." Nell laughed, and some of the tightness left the space around the bed. Wainwright continued while Alex nibbled the biscuit. George Hale had discovered a mouse nesting in an unused driving glove. A kitchen maid named Lucy had become engaged to the gardener's eldest son. One of the estate spaniels had stolen a joint of beef and hidden beneath Wainwright's desk, apparently believing the butler's office protected diplomatic fugitives. "What happened to the beef?" Alex asked. "The dog retained possession. Mrs. Henshaw is still considering sanctions." Outside, another camera flashed. Inside, Alex pictured George Hale retrieving his glove, Lucy showing someone her ring, and Wainwright negotiating with a guilty spaniel beneath a polished desk. The newspapers could turn him into whatever symbol sold best. York House remained full of people carrying on with lives that hadn't become headlines. "Tell Mrs. Henshaw Edward's biscuits are good," Alex said. "Even the injured ones." The physiotherapist returned after Wainwright left, bringing the exercise sheet and none of the red balls. Alex noticed the omission at once. His right hand rested on the blanket while she checked his forearm and asked him to move each finger. "Still sore?" she asked. "A little." "That means no gripping today." She placed the sheet where he could see it. 3 ankle movements on each side, 2 controlled breaths, and no sitting. "Exactly what I say, exactly once." Aunt Nell took the chair beside the bed and folded her hands in her lap. She didn't offer to help before she was asked, but Alex could feel her attention on him. The memory of her frightened face when she'd caught him using the bedrail made the empty boxes seem less important. He pointed his right foot and brought it back. The movement tightened his calf, though less sharply than before. On the 3rd repetition, he stopped without adding a 4th. The physiotherapist glanced at him. "Finished?" "3, Alex said. So it was. His left ankle moved more slowly. He completed the 2nd repetition, paused, and looked towards the physiotherapist rather than deciding for himself. "Can I do the 3rd? She checked the position of his leg. "Yes, but smaller." Alex shortened the movement and let his foot settle. Nothing appeared across his vision. The task didn't praise restraint, record partial compliance, or count the honest afternoon for him. It simply remained active, as indifferent to intention as it had been to effort. The breathing exercises hurt, but he followed the count and stopped when told. When the physiotherapist marked the day's sheet, Alex watched her pencil form a small tick beside the date. "Does that count as a completed day?" he asked. "It counts as today's prescribed work," she said. "Tomorrow will have its own work." Aunt Nell reached for the discharge papers lying beneath the blue household notebook. "The doctors believe you may be ready to travel early next month, provided your ribs continue healing and the exercises can be managed safely at home." "York House?" Alex asked. "York House," Nell confirmed. She opened the papers and showed him a typed list of equipment, follow-up appointments, and instructions for the physiotherapist who would attend there. "Mr. Wainwright is arranging a downstairs room for your sessions. Mrs. Henshaw has already rejected 2 chairs as unsuitable." Alex pictured the house through other people's descriptions. George Hale at the wheel, damaged Star biscuits in the kitchen, and a spaniel hiding stolen beef beneath Wainwright's desk. Home remained a place he couldn't remember, but it was no longer empty. He looked at the single tick on the exercise sheet. 29 days couldn't be argued into one, and tomorrow's work wouldn't become easier because he planned it tonight. "Will you leave the schedule where I can see it?" he asked. Nell studied him before nodding. "Yes, provided looking is all you do without us." Alex settled back against the pillows. "That's fair." 6. Home to York House. The final discharge meeting involved 3 doctors, the physiotherapist, a hospital administrator, Aunt Nell, and enough paper to suggest Alex was being transferred between governments rather than sent home. The consultant examined his ribs, tested the movement in his left hand, and listened to his breathing before closing the file. "You're well enough to travel, provided the journey is broken sensibly and the exercises continue exactly as prescribed." Alex glanced at the schedule resting beside Aunt Nell's blue notebook. 23 completed days were marked in pencil. 7 remained blank. "So leaving hospital doesn't interrupt the count?" "It doesn't," the physiotherapist said. "Nor does it make you your own physiotherapist." Aunt Nell signed the final page. "I'll keep the schedule." "That seems unnecessary." It seemed necessary after the bedrail incident. Alex accepted the point without enthusiasm. They didn't leave through the main entrance. A nurse helped him into a small wheelchair, covering his knees with a tartan blanket, while security officers cleared a service corridor below the ward. Even there, distant voices carried from outside. Someone shouted his title. A camera flashed through the wired glass of a rear door before an officer stepped between it and the corridor. George Hale waited beside a dark Daimler under the covered loading bay. He removed his cap when Alex appeared, and relief softened his weathered face. "Welcome back, my lord." "Hello, George." Alex remembered the driving glove, the mouse, and the personal detail carefully written in the household notebook. "Is the other glove safe?" George blinked, then smiled. "Mrs. Henshaw has declared both gloves uninhabitable." The familiar absurdity eased something in Alex's chest. Nell settled beside him in the rear seat, arranging cushions around his ribs while an escort car moved ahead and another followed behind. The hospital disappeared through the rear window, along with the pavement crowded by reporters and the building where he'd learned his name, his losses, and the limits of a 3-year-old body. London gave way slowly to motorways, service stations, and long winter fields. They stopped twice for his breathing exercises and once because he fell asleep against Nell's coat despite insisting he wasn't tired. When he woke again, stone walls ran beside the road. Fields spread beyond them in pale folds, broken by woods, farm buildings, and cottages whose roofs caught the weak February light. "Fairfax land?" Alex asked. "Some of it," Nell said. "York House begins several miles farther on." Several miles. Alex watched another gate, another field, and a row of estate cottages pass the window. The scale was too large to understand from accounts or titles. At the next village, people stood quietly along the pavement. Some waved, others simply watched the car pass. Alex lowered his hand from the glass. Home was waiting ahead, but so were hundreds of strangers who believed he already belonged there. The Daimler turned between stone gateposts and followed a long drive through bare trees. York House appeared gradually, first as pale chimneys above the branches, then as a broad front of honey-colored stone and tall windows. Alex had expected grandeur. He hadn't expected the sight of it to make Aunt Nell grip his hand. George stopped beneath the covered entrance, where 2 security officers waited beside Arthur Wainwright. There was no line of servants across the steps and no formal welcome arranged for newspaper photographs. Even so, Alex saw faces in the windows and movement held carefully beyond the open doors. Wainwright stepped forward as George opened the car. "Welcome home, Alex." The use of his name in public was quiet enough to be deliberate. Alex looked past him into the entrance hall, where Beatrice Henshaw stood beside a wheeled chair with a folded blanket across its seat. Edward Sutton waited several paces behind her, trying not to stare. "I can walk inside," Alex said. Mrs. Henshaw's mouth tightened. "You can walk from the chair when the physiotherapist says you can." Aunt Nell climbed out beside him. "That sounds settled." George lifted Alex carefully from the car. The movement pulled beneath his ribs, and his legs felt unreliable when his shoes touched the ground. He accepted the chair before anyone had to insist again. Mrs. Henshaw tucked the blanket over his knees, then hesitated with both hands resting on its edge. Her usual firmness slipped. "It's good to have you back, my lord." Behind her, Edward lowered his eyes. A maid near the inner doorway pressed her fingers to her mouth before turning away. Nobody rushed forward, yet the restraint made their relief harder to ignore. These people had known a child who ran through this hall, demanded particular biscuits, and recognized them without a notebook. Alex folded his right hand over the blanket. "Thank you for getting everything ready." Wainwright took the chair handles. "Your downstairs sitting room has been arranged for exercises, meals, and visits." Mrs. Henshaw rejected the first 2 chairs. "They were unsuitable," she said. "They possessed seats and backs." They were still unsuitable. The exchange drew a small laugh from Edward, quickly smothered. Alex smiled despite the ache in his side, and the held breath around the entrance eased. Wainwright wheeled him across the threshold. Staff appeared briefly along the passage, each offering a greeting before returning to work. Alex answered every name he knew and noticed every hopeful look he couldn't satisfy. The house received him as though he belonged to it. Alex could only hope he learned how. Wainwright took Alex upstairs in a small lift hidden beyond the main staircase, explaining that it had been installed years earlier for an elderly relative and inspected again before his return. Alex approved of the practical decision, though the lift's brass gate and polished timber made it feel less like hospital equipment than part of the house's private machinery. His bedroom occupied a corner overlooking the winter gardens. Mrs. Henshaw had lit the fire, aired the bed, and placed the exercise schedule on a low table beside the chair she'd finally approved. Alex noticed all of that before he saw the room itself. A painted railway ran around the upper walls. Shelves held wooden animals, picture books, building blocks, and small cars arranged with enough care to show they hadn't been staged that morning. A child-sized coat hung from a brass hook beside the wardrobe. Shoes waited beneath it, scuffed at the toes in patterns made by feet that had once belonged naturally inside them. Aunt Nell watched his face. "We left everything where it was, except for the medical equipment. I thought familiar things might help." "They might," Alex said, because she needed an answer and he had no kinder one. Wainwright wheeled him towards the mantel. Framed photographs covered it. Richard held a laughing toddler on his shoulders beside a lake. Helena knelt on a lawn with one arm around the same child, both of them looking towards someone beyond the camera. Another showed Alex asleep against her chest beneath a tartan blanket. He recognized his own face and nothing behind it. On the rug near the window stood a worn wooden horse on curved rockers. Its red paint had faded along the saddle, and one handle had been polished smooth by small hands. A nick marked one ear. Unlike the silver photograph frames and heavy furniture, it looked used, repaired, and loved without ceremony. Alex stared until Nell crossed the room and rested her hand on its mane. "Your mother found this in the nursery attic before you were born. She had it repaired herself because she said every child deserved at least one toy that had already survived somebody else." He reached towards the horse, then stopped when his ribs pulled. Nell lifted it carefully and brought it near enough for him to touch. The wood felt smooth beneath his fingertips. He expected nothing, yet grief rose with such force that his breath caught. Helena had chosen this before Alexander Fairfax could speak. She had watched the child ride it, steadied him when he leaned too far, and perhaps laughed at that damaged ear. Nell crouched beside the chair. "Too much?" Alex kept his hand against the faded saddle. "No, I just don't remember it." Her expression tightened, but she didn't pretend otherwise. "Then we'll begin from here." Aunt Nell kept one hand on the wooden horse as she looked around the room. "You don't have to sleep here tonight. Mrs. Henshaw prepared the blue guest room as well. It doesn't contain anything you're expected to remember." Alex understood the kindness beneath the offer. The guest room would be neutral ground, without photographs proving that another life had filled this one before he arrived. He could wake without seeing clothes chosen by Helena, toys worn smooth by small hands, or Richard smiling from the mantel as though his son had merely been away. "Would you stay nearby?" he asked. "I'm in the room across the passage," Nell said. "Whichever one you choose." That removed the only practical reason to leave. Alex looked again at the wooden horse, then at the exercise schedule on the low table. His first session at York House was due before supper. Changing rooms wouldn't alter the task, his injuries, or the people waiting for him to become someone they recognized. "I'll stay here," he said. "It's my room. I'd rather learn it than avoid it." Nell's fingers tightened slightly against the horse's mane. "You don't have to earn your place in it by being uncomfortable." "I know." Alex touched the faded saddle once more. "But leaving won't make any of this easier." Mrs. Henshaw entered after knocking, carrying a tray with warm milk and a covered bowl. She glanced from Alex to the wooden horse and appeared to understand more than either of them had said. The physiotherapist left instructions for the afternoon session. "I've also informed the kitchen that returning home doesn't permit you to negotiate your meals." "That sounds excessive." "It's soup," Mrs. Henshaw said. "You'll survive the oppression." Nell smiled and moved the exercise sheet beside Alex's chair. 3 ankle movements on each side and 2 controlled breaths. Nothing added. Alex waited while she positioned a cushion behind his back and Mrs. Henshaw removed the footrest. His legs felt heavy after the journey, but he lifted his right foot, pointed it carefully, and brought it back. 1, Nell counted. He completed the second movement, then the third, stopping when the muscles tightened. On the left side, he shortened the final motion without being told. The breathing exercises pulled at his ribs, though the familiar pain felt less frightening with the fire burning and Nell's hand steady against his shoulder. When he finished, she marked the schedule and left the pencil beside it. Alex looked from the new tick to the wooden horse. The room still belonged to a childhood he couldn't remember, but tonight he had chosen not to run from it. 7. The last step of recovery. 6 mornings after arriving at York House, Alex stood at the foot of the nursery staircase with one hand wrapped around the polished rail. The final week of his schedule had begun, and the physiotherapist's instructions required him to climb 3 steps, pause, and come down again under supervision. Wainwright waited behind him, close enough to intervene without crowding him. 1 step at a time, Alex. Mrs. Henshaw has made her opinion of unnecessary heroics quite clear. She usually does. Alex lifted his right foot onto the first step. His legs were stronger than they'd been in hospital, but strength remained an irritatingly relative term. The muscles along his thigh tightened as he pulled himself upward, while the healing ribs beneath his jumper objected to every change in balance. He reached the 2nd step and paused. According to the schedule, that was where he should rest before attempting the 3rd. According to Alex's private arithmetic, 7 blank days remained, and every delay kept 10 integration points beyond reach. The task required 30 days of prescribed exercises. It didn't say 31. It didn't say he had to enjoy them. He tightened his grip on the rail and lifted his foot again before Wainwright could count the pause complete. Alex, Wainwright warned. I'm fine. He reached the 3rd step, breathed once, and looked towards the landing. 5 more stairs rose above him. The physiotherapist had forbidden them, but they were shallow, carpeted, and already within reach. If he could manage 3, he could manage 4. If he could manage 4, there was no reason to stop before the landing. Alex shifted his hand higher and climbed. His left knee trembled on the 5th step. He tried to correct by pulling against the rail, but his healing arm failed to take the weight. His foot slipped backwards on the carpet, and the staircase tilted beneath him. Wainwright caught him around the waist before he struck the steps. The movement jarred Alex's ribs hard enough to empty his lungs. For several seconds, he could only cling to the butler's sleeve while pain spread across his side. Wainwright carried him down without asking permission and set him carefully in the chair beside the window. His face remained composed, but the hand fastening the blanket across Alex's knees wasn't entirely steady. That, Wainwright said, was not an exercise. Alex drew a controlled breath. I nearly reached the landing. You nearly reached the floor considerably faster. Wainwright crouched until they were level. Whatever you believe is waiting at the end of this schedule, it isn't worth another ambulance, another ward, or your aunt watching a doctor examine you again. Alex looked away from the staircase. Wainwright didn't know about the points, yet he had measured their value perfectly. No, Alex said quietly. It isn't. Wainwright kept Alex in the chair while Mrs. Henshaw fetched Aunt Nell from the morning room. By the time she entered, Alex's breathing had settled, but the ache beneath his ribs remained sharper than it had been before the stairs. Nell crossed directly to him and crouched beside the chair. Arthur told me you slipped. Where does it hurt? My ribs were pulled when he caught me. They're easing now. That wasn't what I asked. Nell placed one hand against his forehead, then examined his face with the same careful attention she'd used beside his hospital bed. Did you strike anything? No. Mr. Wainwright caught me. Wainwright stood near the staircase, his composure restored. He attempted the landing after being instructed to stop at the 3rd step. Nell looked at the 5 stairs above the permitted point, then back at Alex. Why? The sensible answer was that he'd misjudged his strength. It was also incomplete, and Wainwright's warning had removed any comfort from a technical truth. Alex folded his hands over the blanket. I was trying to finish faster, he admitted. I thought doing more would prove I was ready. The schedule doesn't ask you to prove that. Nell took the folded sheet from the side table and studied the penciled marks. It asks you to do exactly what was prescribed. I've completed every day. You've completed every day until this morning. Her voice stayed calm, which made arguing harder. Today you ignored the instructions and frightened Arthur. Alex glanced towards Wainwright. The butler didn't contradict her. I'm sorry, Alex said. I shouldn't have climbed past the 3rd step. Nell drew the telephone table nearer and lifted the receiver. She spoke first to the house operator, then to the physiotherapist at the hospital, describing the slip, the pain, and the steps Alex had attempted. Alex listened while the decision moved beyond his control. There would be no stair work for the rest of the day, only breathing exercises after lunch if the discomfort settled. Any increase in pain would bring the local doctor. When Nell replaced the receiver, she laid the schedule across her knees. The physiotherapist says the final week should begin again tomorrow. Alex stared at the 6 completed marks. The whole week? The whole week, with Arthur or me present for every session. I've already done most of it correctly. And you spoiled the assessment by showing that you won't follow the limit when you think nobody can stop you. Nell met his eyes. I won't call unsafe work complete merely because most of the boxes are ticked. The system might have accepted 30 marked days. Alex no longer wanted to discover whether it would reward a lie made in pencil. All right, he said. I'll repeat the week. Nell's expression softened, though she didn't change the decision. Good. This time, we finish it properly. 7 days later, Alex stood at the foot of the same staircase with Aunt Nell on his left, Wainwright behind him, and the physiotherapist watching from the landing with her clipboard tucked against one hip. The repeated week had contained no shortcuts, added repetitions, or private experiments. Every exercise had been completed at the prescribed pace, even when Alex knew he could manage more. The physiotherapist pointed to the 3rd step. Up to that one. Pause for 2 breaths, then come back down. Nothing beyond it. I remember. I'm pleased to hear it. Demonstrate that you remember it. Alex placed his right foot on the 1st step and shifted his weight carefully. His legs still felt small and insufficient, but they no longer trembled beneath every movement. He climbed to the 2nd step, waited until his balance settled, then reached the 3rd. The landing remained 5 stairs above him. A week earlier, that distance had looked like an invitation. Now he kept both hands where he'd been taught, drew one controlled breath, then another, and turned without lifting his foot towards the 4th step. Wainwright's hand remained near Alex's shoulder as he descended, though it never touched him. Alex reached the floor and stood there until the physiotherapist gave a satisfied nod. That was correctly done, she said. Sit down before you decide. Correctness is less interesting than ambition. Alex accepted the nearby chair. I wasn't going farther. Aunt Nell smoothed his jumper where it had ridden up at the waist. That's why nobody had to catch you. The physiotherapist tested his breathing, examined the movement of his left arm, and asked him to point and flex each foot. Alex followed every instruction without anticipating the next one. When she finished, she took the exercise schedule from Nell and checked the final row against her own notes. 30 prescribed days completed, she said. Including the repeated week, which I'm recording separately because honesty should remain visible. Her pencil marked the last box. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 10 integration points. Integration points. 20. The gain was twice the value of either earlier task. Alex looked at the completed schedule and understood the system's judgment more clearly than he liked. It hadn't rewarded knowing how recovery worked. It had rewarded submitting to the work, accepting supervision, and beginning again after he'd tried to cheat himself. The display changed. Current task. Read a complete children's book aloud. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex stared at the words. He had survived 2 bombings, inherited an earldom, and repeated a week of physiotherapy because technical compliance wasn't enough. His next obstacle was apparently story time. Wainwright noticed his expression. Is something wrong? Alex looked towards the nursery shelves. I may have underestimated the dangers of coming home. Aunt Nell followed his glance towards the shelves. That expression usually means you found a new problem. Only a reading exercise. The physiotherapist closed her clipboard. Reading won't damage your ribs unless you choose a particularly heavy book. Alex looked at the rows of bright spines and considered the wording of the task. A complete children's book aloud. It sounded simple enough to finish before tea, provided he selected something short, avoided interruptions, and treated pronunciation as a minor technical issue. Nell rose before he could ask Wainwright for the thinnest volume. I know which one. She crossed to a low cabinet beneath the window and knelt to open it. The doors stuck slightly before giving way, revealing several larger picture books laid flat beneath a folded cloth. Nell lifted the top one with both hands. Its green cover had softened at the corners, and the painted rabbit in a blue coat had faded where fingers had repeatedly held it. Alex recognized the sort of book, though not the particular copy. That looks longer than necessary. It is longer than the alphabet book, Nell agreed as she carried it to the chair. It's also the one Helena read to you most often. The practical objections stopped forming. Nell settled beside him and placed the book across his knees. A name had been written inside the cover in blue ink, Helena Ashcombe, followed years later by Alexander in a different hand. The second inscription slanted unevenly, as though written while holding a restless child. Alex touched the page near his mother's name. Did she always read this one? Not always. Sometimes you demanded the train book, and once you made Richard read the same page about a duck 6 times. Nell smiled at the memory, but her thumb remained pressed against the worn edge of the cover. This was the one she chose when you were tired or ill. Wainwright stood near the door, giving them space without leaving. Alex could feel his attention settle on the book. The task hadn't required an audience, yet there was already one person waiting beside him and another pretending not to. I can read it now, Alex said. Nell shook her head gently. Not today. You've finished your assessment, and you're tired. It's only a book. It was your mother's book, Nell said. That deserves more than being rushed through because you want another box ticked. Alex looked down at the rabbit on the cover. His adult mind could process every sentence inside it. His young mouth might not cooperate, and the people listening would hear Helena's voice in places where he heard nothing at all. He closed the cover carefully. Tomorrow evening, then. Nell rested her hand over his. Tomorrow evening. We'll read it together. 8. A book for Auntie. The following evening, Alex sat beside Aunt Nell in the nursery sitting room with the green-covered book open across both their knees. A small fire burned behind the guard, and the curtains had been drawn against the March darkness. Nell had placed a glass of water on the table and chosen a chair wide enough for him to lean against her when he tired, precautions that made his plan to finish before supper seem less convincing. Alex studied the first page of the tale of Peter Rabbit. He knew every word upon it. The difficulty began when he tried to make a 3-year-old mouth obey a 42-year-old mind. Once upon a time there were 4 little rabbits, he read, managing the opening sentence clearly before the names slowed him. Their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. Peter, Nell corrected gently. That's what I said. Nell's mouth curved. You gave him an extra vowel. He may not have room for it. Alex tried again and reached the next page before a longer word tangled against his tongue. He stopped, repeated it more carefully, and disliked the heat rising into his face. Reading had once been effortless enough to perform while thinking about something else. Now his lips stumbled, his breath shortened after several sentences, and one stubborn sound refused to come out properly no matter how clearly he heard it in his head. Nell waited without supplying the answer. When he looked towards her, she touched the word with one finger. Mischief. Mischief. Nearly, slowly. Mischief, Alex said at last. There you are. She didn't praise him as though he'd performed a miracle, nor did she pretend the mistake hadn't happened. That helped more than either kindness would have. Alex continued, keeping one finger beneath the line as the nurse had taught him in hospital. The pictures made the task feel younger than he wanted, but Nell's attention remained on the story rather than his failures. After 4 pages, his voice roughened. He reached for the water without admitting why and found Nell already holding the glass steady. We can continue tomorrow, she said. I've hardly begun. You've read until you're tired. I can finish it tonight. Nell closed her hand lightly over the lower corner before he could turn the page. Alex, finishing properly includes knowing when to stop. The lesson was becoming unpleasantly familiar. He looked down at the painted rabbit squeezed beneath the garden fence, then allowed Nell to mark their place with a ribbon. Tomorrow, he agreed. Nell kissed his hair and closed the book carefully. Tomorrow. Peter will still be in trouble when we return. Alex suspected the rabbit's poor judgment was going to feel increasingly personal. On the second evening, he returned to the nursery sitting room expecting the same quiet arrangement. Instead, Wainwright stood beside the mantel with a tray, while Mrs. Henshaw adjusted the fireguard as though she had urgent business with its position. Neither appeared prepared to leave. Alex stopped beside Aunt Nell's chair. Have I acquired an audience? Wainwright set down the water glass. I was asked to ensure that you didn't attempt an unscheduled second performance after Lady Eleanor put you to bed. I agreed to stop. Your agreements become remarkably flexible when you're tired. Mrs. Henshaw straightened. I'm here to check the fire. It may take some time. Aunt Nell opened the green book at the ribbon. Then we'd better begin before the fire becomes lonely. Alex settled beside her and found Peter still in Mr. McGregor's garden. His mouth handled the familiar words more easily after a day's rest. The longer sentences forced him to slow down and take a breath halfway through. Nell didn't hurry him. When he stumbled, she waited until he tried again before offering help. By the third evening, Mrs. Henshaw arrived with mending folded over one arm. Wainwright brought correspondence that required no immediate attention and chose the chair nearest the door. A young maid entered to collect an empty cup, paused during a particularly dangerous encounter with a watering can, and remained until Mrs. Henshaw cleared her throat. "You may finish listening," the housekeeper said without looking up from her sewing. "Then take the tray." The maid smiled at Alex. "Thank you, Mrs. Henshaw." Alex lowered the book slightly. This was supposed to be a reading exercise. "It still is," Nell said. "You're simply reading to people." That wasn't specified. Wainwright turned a page of his newspaper. Most pleasant customs begin before anyone writes rules for them. The next evening brought another footman carrying coal that the grate didn't need. Alex noticed but chose not to challenge him. He read until his tongue grew clumsy and the lines began slipping out of place. When Nell reached for the ribbon, he kept one finger against the page. "One more," he said. Mrs. Henshaw's needle paused. Wainwright lowered the newspaper, and even the footman became interested in the coal scuttle. Nell studied Alex's face. "One page, provided you stop when it's finished." Alex nodded and read it carefully, resisting the urge to rush because everyone was waiting. When he reached the bottom, he closed the book himself. "Tomorrow," he said. The household began moving again. Mrs. Henshaw gathered her sewing, the footman remembered his coal, and Wainwright folded his newspaper with quiet satisfaction. Alex watched them leave and understood that none of them had come for the rabbit. On the sixth evening, only 3 pages remained. The sitting room looked exactly as it had every night that week, yet the routine had settled into something larger than the task. Aunt Nell waited with the book already open. Mrs. Henshaw's sewing basket rested beside her chair. Wainwright occupied the place near the door with a folded newspaper that Alex had never once seen him read beyond the first page during story time. Alex climbed onto the chair without being asked and settled the book across his knees. "Ready?" Nell asked. "I'd rather discover whether Mr. McGregor catches him." "That sounds very like curiosity." "It also happens to complete the assignment." Nell smiled. "One purpose at a time." Alex began reading. The words came more steadily now. His tongue still hesitated over the occasional unfamiliar sound, but he corrected himself before anyone else needed to. He remembered to breathe at the ends of sentences instead of forcing everything into one determined rush. When Peter finally escaped the garden, battered, frightened, and missing his little blue jacket, Alex found himself reading less to reach the end than to discover what happened next. He turned the final page. Peter's mother put him to bed with chamomile tea while his sisters enjoyed bread, milk, and blackberries. Alex spoke the last sentence aloud, then lowered his eyes to the picture beneath it. The room remained quiet. Text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 5 integration points. Integration points: 25. He barely glanced at it before the display faded. The 5 points were real, but they felt strangely distant beside the silence filling the room. Nell reached out and rested her fingertips against the worn cover. "Thank you," she said softly. Alex looked up. Tears stood in her eyes, though she made no attempt to hide them. "I didn't read it that well," he said. "No." She gave a small laugh that broke around the edges. "You read it exactly well enough." Mrs. Henshaw quietly folded the last piece of sewing into her basket. "Her ladyship used to sit in that very chair," she said. "Sometimes your mother knew every word by heart and still turned every page as though she'd never seen it before." Wainwright rose and closed the nursery door before anyone passing in the corridor could intrude. "Lady Helena always insisted Peter deserved a proper audience," he said. "I imagine she'd approve of this one." Alex rested his hand on the faded rabbit. The system had rewarded him for finishing a children's book. The people around him had thanked him for giving Helena Fairfax one quiet evening back. Aunt Nell kept the book beneath her hand for several moments before closing it. Mrs. Henshaw gathered the empty water glass, but Wainwright remained near the nursery door, allowing the quiet to settle without pretending it hadn't affected him. The display returned across Alex's vision. Current task. Memorize the principal rooms and emergency exits of York House. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex read the wording twice. It was less embarrassing than storytime and considerably more useful. York House was large enough that he still relied on staff to guide him beyond the family rooms, and the changes made after the bombing included alarms, locked doors, and security procedures he barely understood. His first instinct was to begin immediately. He could obtain estate plans, mark every staircase, and inspect the corridors in sections before breakfast. The north wing alone might contain forgotten rooms, concealed service routes, or something hidden from ordinary records. Wainwright's gaze narrowed slightly. That expression has returned. Alex looked away from the fading text. Which expression? The one that suggests the household is about to discover a project already underway. Aunt Nell wiped beneath one eye and recovered enough to sound amused. What have you decided to reorganize? Nothing. Alex considered the answer and corrected it before Wainwright could. Not yet. Mrs. Henshaw placed the glass on the tray. That isn't as reassuring as you appear to think. Alex rested both hands upon the closed book. The last task had taken longer because he'd accepted help, stopped when tired, and allowed other people to share it. Beginning this one by slipping through York House with a notebook after bedtime would prove he'd learned very little. I'd like a proper tour of the house, he said. The principal rooms, stairs, fire doors, and every emergency exit I'm expected to know. I'd also like someone to explain which passages I'm not allowed to use alone. Wainwright's brows rose. Someone? You, preferably. The butler's expression became almost pleased, though he restrained it before it could become obvious. That can be arranged. We'll begin tomorrow after breakfast, provided Lady Eleanor approves. Nell lifted the worn book from Alex's knees. I approve of the tour. I don't approve of racing through it until you collapse. I won't. Mrs. Henshaw gave him a level look. You'll forgive us if we prefer supervision to confidence. Alex accepted the judgment. Supervision, then. Wainwright crossed to the writing desk and opened the household diary. We'll begin with the family floor, then the principal staircase and ground floor exits. The service passages can wait until you understand why they exist. Alex watched him enter the appointment in neat black ink. Asking had cost him nothing, yet it changed the task from a private search into something the household would help him learn properly. Wainwright blotted the page and closed the diary. 9 o'clock, Alex. Sensible shoes, no unexplained detours, and no testing locked doors. I hadn't planned to test them. Mrs. Henshaw lifted the tray. Then tomorrow should be educational for everyone. 9. The house that watched. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Alex waited outside the nursery in sensible brown shoes, a woolen jacket, and the expression of someone prepared to inspect a major public building. Wainwright arrived carrying neither clipboard nor estate plans. He held only a ring of keys and the household diary tucked beneath one arm. Alex looked at the empty hand he'd expected to contain documents. Are there no floor plans? There are, Wainwright said. You're learning the house, not memorizing a drawing before you've seen what it represents. They began with the family floor. Wainwright named bedrooms, sitting rooms, linen cupboards, and the broad principal staircase Alex already used each day. At every fire door, he made Alex stop, open it properly, and identify the nearest route outside. Some doors were heavy enough that Alex needed both hands and one braced foot. The alarm sounds here, Wainwright said, pointing to a small red bell beside the landing. If you hear it, you don't return for a book, coat, or favorite toy. What about important papers? You're 3. That doesn't make the papers less important. It makes them someone else's responsibility. The staterooms occupied much of the ground floor, though several remained closed unless guests or official business required them. Alex walked through a drawing room large enough to hold his entire modern flat, a dining room with portraits watching from paneled walls, and a ballroom whose polished floor reflected the tall windows. None contained moving staircases, whispering paintings, or doors that opened onto impossible places. The disappointment was unreasonable. He felt it anyway. Wainwright noticed him examining the carved molding around a doorway. Expecting something? Poor workmanship. Of course. The service side of York House interested Alex more. Narrow passages ran behind the grand rooms, linking kitchens, pantries, stairs, storage cupboards, and staff areas without forcing trays or coal buckets through formal spaces. Wainwright showed him the dumbwaiter, the old bellboard, modern electrical cupboards, fire extinguishers, and alarm points added after the bombing. "This house survives because people maintain it," Wainwright said as a kitchen maid passed them carrying folded cloths. "Not because the front rooms are impressive." Alex ran his fingers along a thick fire door where new steel hinges had been fitted into old timber. The building was less mysterious than he'd hoped, but far more complicated than it appeared. Beneath the portraits and polished furniture lay roots, systems, responsibilities, and hundreds of small decisions made by people guests rarely noticed. He looked up at Wainwright. "Can we see the service stairs next?" The butler's mouth shifted towards approval. That was always the next stop. By the time Wainwright returned Alex to the family floor, the tour had consumed most of the morning. Alex had learned which service stair reached the kitchens, which passage allowed trays to bypass the entrance hall, and why one narrow door near the dining room must never be blocked. He'd also learned that 3-year-old legs considered a large country house an unreasonable undertaking. He expected luncheon and rest. Instead, Aunt Nell met them outside a bright room overlooking the south lawn, where a woman in a dark blue suit was arranging books, wooden counters, pencils, and several sheets of paper upon a low table. Nell rested a hand against Alex's shoulder. "This is Dr. Miriam Cole. She's going to help us decide what your lessons should include." Alex looked at the counters. "I can count already." Dr. Cole took the chair opposite his without offering a childish smile. "Then that part should be quick." Her tone improved matters. Alex sat and began with a picture book, expecting a few simple questions before she accepted that ordinary nursery work would be pointless. Dr. Cole listened while he read 2 pages aloud, then quietly replaced the book with a children's history text. When that failed to slow him, she gave him a newspaper paragraph and asked what it meant rather than whether he could pronounce the words. Alex explained it, though his tongue still caught on 2 longer terms. Dr. Cole made a note without praise or surprise. Arithmetic followed. She arranged 12 counters in 3 rows and asked how many there were. Alex answered before she finished withdrawing her hand. "How did you know?" she asked. 3 rows of 4. Dr. Cole added counters, removed others, and shifted from objects to written sums. Alex worked through addition and subtraction, then caught himself before explaining multiplication in language no child his age should possess. "You're holding something back," Dr. Cole said. "I'm trying not to be alarming." Aunt Nell covered a smile with her fingers. Dr. Cole didn't. Education works better when the pupil gives honest answers. The handwriting exercise restored balance. Alex gripped the thick pencil, formed an uneven capital A, and dragged the second letter below the ruled line. By the 5th word, his fingers ached and his attention had begun wandering towards the bookcase, the window latch, and the possibility that the south lawn concealed older foundations. Dr. Cole tapped the paper. "You can read this sentence. Can you finish copying it?" "I know what it says." That wasn't the question. Alex forced his hand through the remaining words. The result looked as though several letters had attempted escape. Dr. Cole gathered the pages. "Your reading and arithmetic are far ahead. Your handwriting is 3, your concentration is occasionally 3, and your patience may be younger." Alex glanced at Nell. "Is she staying?" Nell smiled openly. "I rather hope so." Dr. Cole placed a fresh sheet before him. "So do I. We have a great deal to work with, and rather more to work on." Dr. Cole's assessment should have left Alex ready for an early night. Instead, it gave him several fresh questions and one irritating certainty. The adults now knew he was advanced enough to notice when they avoided explaining something. During the afternoon tour, Wainwright had turned away from the north wing after showing him a fire door at the end of the portrait gallery. The corridor beyond had been screened by a heavy baize curtain, and the door itself carried a new brass lock against timber darkened by age. Wainwright had said only that the rooms weren't in use. At 8:30, Alex lay beneath his blankets and listened to the nursery settle. A maid collected the water glass. Aunt Nell kissed his forehead, reminded him that Dr. Cole would return in 2 days, and left the door slightly open. Alex waited until the corridor fell quiet, then counted another 100 breaths before pushing back the covers. He dressed in his robe and slippers, took the small electric torch from his bedside drawer, and stepped into the corridor. The sensible part of him noted that this was precisely the sort of unsupervised detour Wainwright had prohibited. The less sensible part kept returning to the locked door, the unexplained wing, and a fictional world in which ordinary houses sometimes concealed very extraordinary things. The portrait gallery looked different at night. His torch caught varnished faces one at a time, making dead Fairfaxes appear to follow his progress. Alex reached the baize curtain, slipped around its edge, and found the north wing door waiting exactly where it had been. He crouched to inspect the lock. It was modern, properly fitted, and far beyond anything he could open with a nursery hairpin. Along the lower panel, a faint line of pale dust marked where the door had recently moved. Alex touched the dust with one finger. A lamp clicked on behind him. Mrs. Henshaw stood at the end of the gallery in a dark dressing gown, her hair braided over one shoulder. She didn't raise her voice. "Would you care to explain why you're examining a locked door after bedtime?" Alex rose slowly. "I was checking whether it was genuinely unused." "And the household tour didn't satisfy you?" Mr. Wainwright avoided this corridor. He avoided it because the plaster ceiling in 2 rooms is being replaced. Mrs. Henshaw crossed to him and drew back the curtain far enough to reveal a notice fixed at adult eye level. "Dangerous work area. No unauthorized entry. The roof leaked during winter. There are stripped walls, loose boards, dust sheets, and workmen's tools beyond that door. No curses." "I didn't say I expected curses." Mrs. Henshaw looked at his torch, slippers, and dusty fingertip. "Of course not." Embarrassment warmed his face. Alex glanced once more at the locked door. The mundane explanation fitted the evidence better than magic did, and he'd ignored that because the alternative was more interesting. Mrs. Henshaw held out her hand. "Back to bed, my lord." Alex surrendered the torch but took her hand as well. "Will this be reported?" "Extensively," she said, leading him towards the nursery. "Mr. Wainwright dislikes unexplained detours, and I dislike finding 3-year-olds beside unsafe building work. Between us, tomorrow should be very instructive." The next morning, Alex found a large sheet of paper spread across the schoolroom table. Wainwright had drawn the outer shape of York House in pencil, leaving the interior blank. Beside it lay a ruler, several colored pencils, and the small household notebook Alex had used during the tour. Mrs. Henshaw stood by the window with her arms folded. "Since you're determined to inspect the house, you may begin by proving that you listened when shown around it." Alex climbed into his chair and examined the outline. "Is this punishment?" Wainwright placed a sharp pencil beside his hand. "It's an opportunity to make last night unnecessary." That was a more effective rebuke than anger. Alex began with the nursery corridor, marking his bedroom, Aunt Nell's room, the principal staircase, and the nearest fire door. His lines wandered despite the ruler, and fitting the long gallery onto the page required 3 attempts. Wainwright corrected the proportions without taking over, while Mrs. Henshaw made him erase a service passage he'd connected to the wrong landing. "The house is easier to understand while walking through it," Alex said. "Which is why we walked through it," Wainwright replied. "A map shows what you retained after your feet stopped moving." Alex added the ground floor rooms, then used red pencil for emergency exits and blue for staircases. He marked doors a child wasn't permitted to use alone with small crosses. When he reached the north wing, he drew the locked fire door and wrote structural work beside it in careful block letters. Mrs. Henshaw leaned over the table. "No question mark?" "No question mark," Alex conceded. The map grew through the morning. It included the kitchens, servants' hall, linen rooms, alarm points, and the narrow passage behind the dining room. Alex began to see York House as a working system rather than a collection of grand rooms. Every route existed because somebody carried meals, cleaned fireplaces, changed bedding, maintained pipes, or moved guests safely during an emergency. Near the top floor, Wainwright indicated a staircase Alex hadn't yet climbed. "That leads to the attic rooms and family archive. You'll see them when the archivist is present." Alex looked towards him. "There's an archive?" "There are several centuries of papers, inventories, letters, and estate records." The possibility of magical references arrived at once, but so did the memory of Mrs. Henshaw's lamp clicking on behind him. Alex drew the staircase and wrote access by permission. Wainwright nodded once. "Much better." Alex added several tiny circles beside alcoves, blocked fireplaces, and unusually thick sections of wall. Mrs. Henshaw noticed the marks. What do those mean? Architectural features requiring later clarification. They mean he still suspects secret passages, Wainwright said. Alex set down the pencil. Under supervision. Neither adult objected, which Alex considered progress. 10. Every door and exit. By early summer, Alex's hand-drawn map of York House had acquired neat labels, corrected proportions, and enough colored marks to satisfy Wainwright. Red showed emergency exits, blue marked staircases, and small black crosses identified doors Alex wasn't permitted to use alone. He kept a folded copy in the schoolroom and another in the household notebook, though Mrs. Henshaw had refused his suggestion that every guest receive one on arrival. The combined fire and security drill began shortly after breakfast. A bell rang through the house, followed by the sharper pulse of the new alarm system. Staff left kitchens, bedrooms, offices, and service rooms by assigned routes while the security officers closed selected corridors to represent blocked access. Alex stood beside Wainwright near the principal staircase, listening as doors opened and footsteps moved through passages hidden behind the formal rooms. He had been told to follow instructions, remain with an adult, and observe without interfering. Then a young maid appeared at the far end of the portrait gallery carrying a basket of folded linen. She stopped when she saw a security officer barring the usual stairway. "You can't use this route," the officer told her. "The landing is closed for the exercise." The maid turned towards the service door, hesitated, and looked back at the smoke notice fixed beside the blocked passage. Alex recognized her as Miss Parker, newly arrived from one of the tenant villages. She'd worked at York House for less than a week and hadn't joined the earlier household tours. "The west service stair reaches the lower passage," Alex said. Wainwright placed a steadying hand against his shoulder. "Show her without running." Alex took the service door and held it open. "This way, Miss Parker." The passage turns beside the old bellboard, then the second door leads to the stair. She followed, still clutching the basket. "I thought that stair ended at the kitchens, my lord." "It does if you go down twice. We only go down once, then through the fire door beside the pantry." The alarm made conversation difficult, but the route remained clear in Alex's mind. At the first junction, Miss Parker moved towards the wrong door. He pointed to the blue stripe painted discreetly along the skirting board. "That one leads behind the dining room. We need the marked stair." They reached the assembly lawn less than a minute later. Mrs. Henshaw accepted the linen basket from Miss Parker and checked her name against the staff list. Wainwright joined them and looked from Alex to the open service door. "A map is useful," he said. "Knowing when another person needs it is better." Alex glanced back at the house, where the alarms still rang through rooms he had once treated as a puzzle. Today, every passage had carried someone towards safety. Once the final staff member had reached the assembly lawn, the alarm stopped. The sudden quiet left Alex aware of birds in the trees, Miss Parker's uneven breathing, and the security officer reading names from a clipboard. Nobody had been hurt, but 2 staff members had taken longer routes than expected, and one fire door had failed to close because a delivery wedge had been left beneath it. Mrs. Henshaw removed the wedge herself and handed it to the kitchen porter who'd used it. "A convenient open door becomes a useless fire door," she said. "Please remember that before luncheon." Wainwright waited until the staff debrief had finished, then took Alex back inside through the west service entrance. "You've used your map during an exercise," he said. "Now we'll discover whether you know the house without it." Alex looked at the folded paper in his pocket. "May I keep it there?" "You may. You may not consult it." They began beside the servants' hall. Wainwright pointed towards the passage ahead. "The kitchen fire blocks this route. Where do you go?" "Back through the yard door, across the flagged court, and to the south assembly point. The yard is being used by emergency vehicles." Alex paused, pictured the passage, and turned towards a narrow door beside the linen cupboard. Up the service stair to the first landing, through the fire door, then down the principal staircase. Wainwright nodded and continued. He tested Alex at the dining room, the portrait gallery, the family floor, and the old morning room. Some questions concerned the nearest exit. Others concerned doors he must never open alone, staircases too steep for him, and rooms where hiding during an alarm would place rescuers in danger. At the north wing door, Wainwright rested one hand on the new brass lock. "Why can't you use this route?" "Structural work, loose boards, tools, and damaged plaster," Alex answered. Also because Mrs. Henshaw will report me extensively. That last point isn't part of the official procedure. It remains relevant. They finished beside the nursery fire door. Wainwright asked Alex to name every principal room, the safest route from each family bedroom, and the 2 alternative exits if the main staircase became unusable. Alex answered slowly enough to check each route rather than guessing. The final answer left his mouth, and plain text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 5 integration points. Integration points: 30. Alex kept his expression steady while Wainwright opened the fire door and inspected the hinges. You remembered, the butler said. Alex looked back along the corridor. The system had awarded 5 points, but Miss Parker had reached the lawn because he'd known where to send her. It was worth remembering. Wainwright's approval showed only in the slight easing of his face. Yes, my lord, that was the purpose. His inspection of the hinges gave Alex enough time to consider the completed task. 30 points remained a long way from 100, but the map had proved useful beyond satisfying the system. Miss Parker hadn't frozen in the wrong corridor, and nobody had needed to search for her while the alarm continued. That mattered more than the silent addition to his balance. The completed notice faded. New text replaced it with the same plain certainty. Current task: ask for help before attempting something dangerous. Reward: 5 integration points. Alex read it twice. The wording was simple enough, yet it carried an accusation he didn't appreciate. He hadn't made a habit of attempting dangerous things. He had merely investigated a locked building area, pushed his recovery too hard, and considered several routes to information that adults might have delayed for unnecessary reasons. Wainwright closed the fire door and turned towards him. Is something troubling you? The system has opinions about my judgment, Alex said before remembering that Wainwright knew nothing about the system. He corrected himself quickly. I was considering whether people mistake independence for poor judgment. They do when poor judgment is involved. Alex looked up at him. That answer was prepared suspiciously quickly. I've had several months of relevant experience. They returned to the schoolroom, where Aunt Nell and Mrs. Henshaw were reviewing the drill report beside Alex's map. Miss Parker's delayed route had already been marked in pencil, along with the wedged fire door and a note recommending another staff walk through the west service passages. Nell drew Alex beside her chair. Arthur tells me you helped Miss Parker without leaving your assigned route alone. He came with us. Good. She tapped the map near the service stair. Knowing the house doesn't make you responsible for solving every problem by yourself. Alex glanced at the new task, still visible across his vision. Suppose I know exactly what needs doing. Mrs. Henshaw folded her arms. Then you should be able to explain it clearly enough for someone else to help. That may take longer than doing it. So does recovering from a broken arm, Nell said. The answer landed too close to experience for dismissal. Alex studied the penciled corrections on the map and understood why the task annoyed him. Asking for help meant surrendering control before failure forced the matter. It required him to trust that another person wouldn't merely stop him. Wainwright placed the household notebook beside his hand. You've demonstrated that you know where you may go alone. The next lesson is recognizing when alone is the wrong method. Alex closed the notebook over the map. I reserve the right to disagree with the helper. Mrs. Henshaw's expression softened by a fraction. You generally exercise that right before breakfast. The drill report remained in the schoolroom after luncheon, joined by the household inventory Wainwright had brought to check room names against Alex's map. Most entries were practical enough to discourage curiosity. Linen presses, spare bedsteads, boxed curtains, silver awaiting valuation, and several rooms of estate records occupied page after page in a clerk's narrow handwriting. Alex turned another sheet and stopped. Attic Archive, North Range. Fairfax family correspondence, 18th and 19th centuries. One traveling trunk, contents partly catalogued. Folklore, spiritualism, occult societies, unusual household visitors. He read the final words again. Unusual household visitors could mean fashionable frauds, eccentric cousins, or people who knew that magic was real. It could also mean nothing, but nothing required inspection before it could be dismissed properly. Wainwright looked up from the corrected evacuation list. You've found something. There's an attic trunk of occult correspondence. So there is. Alex waited for the rest. None came. Were you planning to mention it? You've only just learned where the attic staircase is. That isn't an answer. It's the relevant answer. Wainwright closed the drill report and drew the inventory towards himself. The archive is being reorganized. Some boxes haven't been opened in years, and the attic rooms aren't suitable for a child wandering through alone. Alex glanced towards Aunt Nell, who was writing beside the window. She didn't look up. Don't recruit me against him. Arthur is correct. I wasn't recruiting. You were arranging your face for it. The matter appeared settled, but the inventory gave a shelf reference beneath the trunk's description. After lessons, Alex carried his household notebook to the old library and found the archive index cabinet behind the librarian's desk. The room was empty except for dust moving in the sunlight and the quiet ticking of the mantel clock. The reference directed him to a handwritten catalog on the highest shelf of a narrow bookcase. A rolling library ladder stood nearby, its brass rail fixed above the shelves. Alex pulled it towards the catalog section and heard one wheel scrape rather than turn. He crouched and examined the base. The timber beside the wheel had split, leaving the fitting at a slight angle. The ladder might hold an adult who knew where to place his weight. It might also shift the moment a 4-year-old climbed beyond the third rung. Alex placed one hand on the side rail and looked up at the catalog, close enough to see its faded label but nowhere near enough to reach it. The new task remained silent before his eyes. Ask for help before attempting something dangerous. He released the ladder. The catalog could wait several minutes. The more difficult question was whether he could ask without sounding as though the system had forced him. 11. The attic ladder. Alex stood beside the damaged library ladder with one hand resting against the brass rail. The catalog remained on the highest shelf, its faded label visible above rows of estate ledgers and family histories. He could have tested the lower rungs, kept his weight near the fixed side, and stopped if the wheel shifted. That would technically be cautious. It would also be climbing a broken ladder after recognizing that it might fail. The task remained across his vision with infuriating patience. Current task. Ask for help before attempting something dangerous. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex stepped away from the ladder and went in search of Wainwright. He found the butler in the west passage, speaking with a security officer beside the newly inspected fire door. Alex waited until their discussion ended rather than interrupting, though the delay gave him too much time to reconsider whether retrieving one book truly qualified as dangerous. Wainwright dismissed the officer with a nod, then looked down at him. You appear to have reached a decision you dislike. I require assistance in the old library. With what? There's a catalog on the highest shelf. The rolling ladder has a split beside one wheel, and climbing it would be unsafe. Wainwright's expression didn't change, but Alex saw the brief pause before he answered. You examined the damage before climbing? Yes. And then came to find me? That is what I said. It's what you said, Wainwright agreed. I'm allowing myself a moment to appreciate it. Plain text appeared before Alex could produce a suitable reply. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 35. The notice settled over his vision with no concern for timing. Alex had expected the task to require the dangerous action as well as the request, yet apparently recognizing the risk and involving another person had satisfied it. Wainwright started towards the library. What catalog are you seeking? The archive index relating to the attic trunk. The occult correspondence. Alex glanced up at him. You remember. I remember most subjects that cause you to study furniture for structural weaknesses. They returned to the empty library. Wainwright crouched beside the ladder, pressed one thumb against the split timber, and moved the damaged wheel by hand. The fitting shifted within the wood. You judged correctly, he said. This isn't to be used until it's repaired. I could have climbed from the fixed side. You could also have fallen from it. Alex looked towards the unreachable catalog. Then how do we retrieve the book? Wainwright straightened and rang the service bell beside the fireplace. By using equipment intended to remain beneath the person standing on it. Alex folded his hands behind his back. Asking for help had surrendered less control than expected. More troublingly, it appeared to have improved the plan. The platform arrived from the estate workshops less than 20 minutes later, carried by 2 groundsmen under Arthur Wainwright's quiet direction. It was broad, solid, and fitted with locking wheels that settled firmly against the library floor. Beside it came a thin man in his 60s carrying white cotton gloves, a ledger, and an expression that suggested untidy records caused him physical discomfort. "Master Edwin Forsyth," Wainwright said, "our estate archivist." Forsyth inclined his head to Alex before looking up at the attic opening. "His lordship has chosen a considerably safer afternoon than he first intended." Alex felt warmth creep into his face. "I nearly chose a foolish one." "You chose correctly in the end," Forsyth replied. "That's generally the more useful part." Wainwright rested a hand lightly against the platform rail. "Would you still like to see the trunk, Alex?" "Yes, please." The archivist climbed first with practiced confidence, disappearing into the dim attic before a soft scrape announced the trunk being shifted nearer the opening. Dust drifted through the shaft of summer light. "It's heavier than it appears," Forsyth called down. "A family talent, I find. Fairfaxes never throw paper away." "That sounds expensive," Alex said. "It is," Wainwright answered gravely. "Shelving alone has defeated several annual budgets." Alex smiled as the trunk descended carefully on a rope between the two men. The oak chest settled onto the platform with a solid thump. Brass corners had dulled with age, while the leather-carrying handles had long since cracked. Forsyth unlocked it with a small iron key from his ring. The scent of old paper, cedar, and dry leather drifted upward. Inside lay neatly bundled letters, leather-bound notebooks, newspaper cuttings, county histories, village folklore, pressed flowers tucked between pages, and journals written in several different hands. Alex's pulse quickened despite himself. No glowing wands, no enchanted maps, no hidden compartment humming with magic. Only generations of people recording the world as they had understood it. Forsyth lifted the first notebook with gloved hands. Lady Margaret Fairfax, 1891. Local customs, harvest traditions, and village superstitions. Another volume followed. Your great-great-grandfather's collection of Yorkshire ghost stories. Wainwright raised an eyebrow. He never believed a word of them. No, Forsyth agreed, but he believed people worth understanding often did. Alex accepted the distinction immediately. That was exactly how an engineer collected rumors before inspecting a structure. Belief wasn't the point. Patterns sometimes hid inside stories. He opened one notebook to find careful sketches of standing stones, tales of phantom coaches, lucky wells, and warnings never to whistle beneath certain ancient yew trees after sunset. Interesting, curious, entirely explainable. Still, he read every line with growing concentration, knowing that somewhere between folklore, family eccentricity, and careful observation, there might eventually be something real. Alex had nearly reached the bottom of the notebook when a folded sheet slipped from between two pages and settled across his hands. The paper was thinner than the family letters around it, covered in a narrow, hurried script that had faded to brown. Forsyth leaned closer without taking it from him. "That belongs with Lady Margaret's correspondence. Read the heading first." Alex found a date from October 1893 and the name of a Fairfax cousin who'd stayed at York House during the autumn. Most of the letter concerned shooting weather, a troublesome carriage horse, and an engagement nobody seemed pleased about. He followed the cramped lines until one sentence stopped him. Our odd visitors returned after midnight, though once again their names were omitted from the housebook, and the servants were told that no callers had arrived. Alex read the passage again. Why would visitors be kept out of the housebook? Forsyth drew a chair towards the platform and sat opposite him. There are several possibilities. A discreet political meeting, a private family embarrassment, creditors, a doctor, or guests whose presence would have created gossip. They returned, Alex said. That suggests more than one visit. It suggests the writer believed they'd visited before. Forsyth pointed to the closing lines. It doesn't tell us who they were, why they came, or whether the cousin had direct knowledge. Alex turned the page over, searching for a seal, annotation, or later hand. The reverse was blank. Could the servant's instructions have been recorded elsewhere? Possibly. Staff diaries, household accounts, gate books, correspondence from the estate office. Forsyth removed his gloves one finger at a time. But before you decide the visitors were sorcerers, you should remember that respectable families concealed perfectly ordinary things with great enthusiasm. Wainwright remained beside the open trunk, sorting a loose bundle into date order. Great-uncle Lionel once hid a bookmaker in the potting shed for 2 days. Alex looked up. Why? He owed the man money and feared his mother more than the debt. Forsyth's mouth twitched, a useful example of mystery becoming less impressive when the accounts survive. Alex wanted to object that mundane explanations didn't exclude a magical one. Instead, he placed the letter flat on the reading cloth and copied the exact wording into his notebook, followed by the date, author, and archive reference. "May I request the house book for that month?" he asked. "You may," Forsyth replied, "provided you also examine the estate accounts and the surrounding letters. Evidence becomes misleading when you remove everything inconvenient around it." Alex glanced at the sentence once more. Odd visitors remained a lead, but not proof. For the moment, context was the price of following it properly. By the time the trunk had been closed and returned to its attic shelf, the afternoon sun had shifted across the library windows. Forsyth entered the borrowed volumes into his ledger before locking the archive cabinet once more. "Thank you for trusting me with them," Alex said. The archivist looked mildly surprised. "Most children thank me after I produce biscuits, not catalogs." "I was interested in the catalogs. So I noticed." Forsyth closed the ledger. Curiosity is an admirable quality. It simply survives longer when accompanied by patience. After he and the groundsman departed with the platform, Wainwright remained behind to straighten the reading table. "You're disappointed," the butler observed. "A little. Because you found no magic?" Alex considered denying it, then decided honesty had earned better results lately. "Yes." Wainwright folded the reading cloth and laid it neatly inside the trunk cupboard. "Would finding it today have improved your education?" "It would have answered several important questions. It would have replaced them with rather more difficult ones." Alex couldn't argue with that. They left the library together and found Aunt Nell in the morning room reviewing the following week's lesson timetable with Dr. Cole. Maps, arithmetic exercises, copybooks, and reading lists covered the table. Nell looked up as they entered. "Arthur tells me the archive survived intact." "So did I," Alex replied. "That was never in serious doubt." Dr. Cole smiled as he gathered one stack of exercise books. "Mr. Wainwright has also informed me that you asked for assistance before climbing damaged furniture." "I've heard about it several times already." "You're going to hear about it once more," Nell said. "Because I'm proud of you." Alex accepted the praise with slightly less discomfort than he would have managed a month earlier. As Dr. Cole slid a fresh folder across the table, plain text appeared before Alex's eyes. Current task. Complete the nursery etiquette course. Reward. 5 integration points. He stared at the words. Nursery etiquette. After bombings, hospitals, household maps, family archives, and a century-old mystery, the system wanted table manners. Nell noticed his expression immediately. "Something on your mind?" "I have the uncomfortable feeling that my education has just become more formal." She laughed softly. "Then your instincts are excellent." She opened the folder to reveal illustrated place settings, introductions, thank you letters, conversation practice, and visiting etiquette. Mrs. Henshaw and Dr. Cole have been planning these lessons for weeks. Alex looked from the folder to Wainwright. "You knew." "I did." "You all knew." "We did," Nell said, unable to hide her amusement. "The only one who imagined this was a surprise appears to have been you." Alex sighed with the quiet resignation of a man several decades older than his face. "I believe the system and my family are beginning to cooperate." 12. Lessons in being Lord York. By the first Monday of September, the nursery etiquette folder had multiplied into a full schoolroom timetable. Alex stood before the framed schedule while Dr. Miriam Cole pinned it beside the blackboard, each colored line assigning another portion of his week. Reading and mathematics occupied the mornings, followed by handwriting, history, elementary science, music, and French. Etiquette appeared every afternoon in one form or another, as though ordinary meals had become examinations waiting to happen. Dr. Cole stepped back and adjusted the bottom corner. "You may stop looking for an escape route. Mr. Wainwright confirmed that you've memorized all of them." "I was assessing the workload," Alex said. "You were calculating which subjects could be compressed." Dr. Cole turned towards him with the calm expression of someone who had anticipated his first 3 arguments. "They can't." Alex climbed onto the schoolroom chair and opened the arithmetic book waiting at his place. The first page offered single-digit addition beneath drawings of apples. He completed it in less than a minute, turned the page, and continued until Dr. Cole placed 2 fingers on the book. "I see no reason to spend a term proving I can count fruit," Alex said. "Neither do I." She replaced the exercise book with a slim assessment paper. "Complete this carefully, and we'll establish where your lessons should begin." Mathematics yielded quickly. Reading followed with similar ease, though Dr. Cole asked questions after every passage until she was satisfied he understood rather than merely remembered. Handwriting was less obliging. Alex knew exactly how each letter should look, but his small fingers pressed too hard, cramped around the pencil, and produced a row of uneven words that leaned across the page. Dr. Cole examined the result without comment, then set a fresh sheet before him. "Again, please. Slower this time." "I understood the sentence." The exercise wasn't testing your understanding. By luncheon, Alex had advanced several years in arithmetic, remained sensibly placed in history, and discovered that his written work belonged firmly to a 4-year-old. Music proved worse. The piano keys resisted his reach, his timing wandered, and his attempt at a simple scale ended when he struck 2 notes together. Aunt Nell entered as the tutor corrected his hand position. "How was the first morning?" Alex looked at the timetable, the blurred copybook, and the piano waiting for another attempt. "Uneven." Dr. Cole gathered his completed assessments. "An excellent beginning, then. He has subjects to enjoy, subjects to learn, and several subjects incapable of being intimidated." Nell kissed the top of Alex's head. "That sounds almost like an education." Alex glanced towards the etiquette folder beside his plate. The task remained unchanged, but the day had already made one point clear. Adult memories could place him far ahead in some lessons. They couldn't spare him from learning the rest. He discovered the additional lesson when Dr. Cole placed 3 smaller chairs around the schoolroom table on Wednesday morning. Until then, the room had been arranged entirely for him, with 1 desk, 1 set of books, and every adult's attention directed towards his progress. The new chairs altered the balance before anyone explained them. Aunt Nell entered carrying a tray of juice and biscuits. "We're expecting visitors." "During lessons?" Alex asked. "For a lesson," Nell replied. "Once a week, 3 local children will join you for reading, nature study, art, or whatever Dr. Cole considers suitable." Alex looked at the chairs again. "Why?" Dr. Cole set 4 identical exercise books beside the pencils. "Because education involves learning beside other people, not merely advancing through material as quickly as possible. I learn beside tutors every day." "Your tutors are adults," Nell said. She placed the tray on the sideboard and faced him directly. "You speak to Arthur, Beatrice, Miriam, and me quite comfortably. When children approached you at the estate fete, you answered as though they were junior members of a committee. They asked whether the ducks belonged to me. And you explained the estate's waterfowl policy. It answered the question." Dr. Cole concealed a smile by straightening the books. "Today you'll try answering without sounding as though the ducks require written permission." A car drew up on the gravel outside. Alex heard doors close, followed by several voices in the entrance hall. His first instinct was to ask for names, ages, family backgrounds, and a plan for the session. That would make the meeting manageable. It would also turn 3 children into another briefing document. Nell noticed him adjusting the cuffs of his small shirt. "You don't have to impress them." "I wasn't planning to." "You're preparing to receive them." "This is my house." "It's also a schoolroom," she said gently. "Today you're another pupil." Wainwright opened the door and admitted 2 girls and a boy, all close to Alex's age, accompanied by a woman from a nearby village school. The children stopped together when they saw him. One girl attempted a curtsy, changed her mind halfway through, and nearly collided with the boy beside her. Alex rose because remaining seated would make the moment worse. "Hello, I'm Alex." The boy stared at him. "Are we supposed to call you Lord York?" Alex felt every adult in the room wait for his answer. Formal correctness offered one response, but it would place the title between them before the lesson had begun. "No," he said, "Alex is easier." The children relaxed by small degrees. Dr. Cole directed everyone towards the table, and Alex took the ordinary chair among the others rather than the place at its head. It felt less efficient than studying alone, but efficiency was plainly not the point of the morning. The shared lesson ended with 4 damp paintings of autumn leaves, biscuit crumbs across the table, and Alex discovering that children could argue for 10 minutes about whether a brown patch represented mud or a dog. Once the visitors had gone, he carried his nature book towards the library, still considering the boy's firm claim that accuracy ruined pictures. Dr. Cole followed with the exercise books tucked beneath one arm. You managed very well. I painted a tree. You also allowed someone else to use the green pencil without arranging a timetable. He'd already taken it. That counts as restraint. Alex entered the library and found the volume he wanted on the upper shelf beside the window. Edward Sutton was crossing the room with a tray of collected glasses. Alex pointed towards the book without thinking about the words first. Sutton, fetch that natural history volume for me. Edward stopped. The interruption lasted barely a second, but it changed the room. He set the tray carefully on a side table and moved towards the shelves. Certainly, my lord. Wainwright appeared in the doorway before Edward reached the book. He looked from Alex's extended hand to the footman's back, then entered with measured steps. Edward, the glasses may go to the pantry. Edward glanced between them, understood more quickly than Alex did, and recovered the tray. Very good, Mr. Wainwright. Alex lowered his hand. I required the book. So I gathered. Wainwright waited until Edward had left before continuing. Did Mr. Sutton fail to hear you? No. Was the matter urgent? No. Then perhaps you could explain why you addressed him as though he were a bell pull. Heat rose into Alex's face. He had used a direct instruction because it was efficient, formally correct, and likely to produce the required result. None of those facts improved it when spoken aloud. I said, fetch, Alex admitted. You did. Wainwright's voice remained calm. A title gives you authority within this household. It doesn't excuse discourtesy, and it certainly doesn't turn another person's work into your convenience whenever you notice something beyond your reach. Dr. Cole placed the exercise books on the reading table. What should you have said? Alex looked towards the door through which Edward had disappeared. The answer was obvious now that two adults were waiting for him to supply it. I should have asked whether he had a moment, then said please. Wainwright nodded once. You should also apologize to him, not to me. They found Edward in the service corridor arranging glasses beside the pantry hatch. Alex stopped a few feet away rather than calling him back across the room. Edward, I was rude in the library, Alex said. I should have asked instead of ordering you. I'm sorry. Edward looked briefly startled, then set down the glass in his hand. Thank you, my lord. Alex is fine when we're not being formal. A small smile appeared. Then you may call me Edward instead of Sutton when you want a book, provided you remember the word please. The following morning, Alex found a cream card propped against his breakfast plate. Aunt Nell waited until he had finished reading it before setting down her coffee. Sir Peter Harrowby and two officials from the royal household are coming to luncheon next Thursday, she said. They'll review the guardianship arrangements, your schooling, and the estate reports. Alex read the names again. Am I expected to attend the entire meeting? You're expected to attend luncheon. The adults will discuss trusts and paperwork afterwards. Nell folded her napkin across her lap. Dr. Cole considers it a suitable practical assessment for your etiquette course. The active task appeared when Alex looked for it. Complete the nursery etiquette course. Reward. 5 integration points. The wording gave no indication of whether one misplaced fork could delay completion for another month. Wainwright entered carrying the Morning Post and placed a small folder beside Nell. Mrs. Henshaw has asked whether the blue dining room should be prepared. The family dining room, Nell decided. This is an assessment, not a state banquet. Alex looked towards Wainwright. What questions are they likely to ask me? Your health, your lessons, whether you're comfortable at York House, and what you understand about your title. Wainwright moved the cream invitation beside Alex's plate so it wouldn't touch the marmalade. They may also ask what you enjoy. That seems less relevant. It will be extremely relevant if you answer every personal question with an estate report. After breakfast, Dr. Cole replaced the ordinary schoolroom place setting with an array of plates, glasses, and cutlery. Alex counted 3 forks, 2 knives, a soup spoon, and several opportunities for unnecessary failure. She sat opposite him with a notebook. Begin by taking your seat. Alex pulled out the chair, sat, unfolded the napkin, and placed it across his knees. Do court officials genuinely care which fork I use? They care whether you can remain at ease while being observed, Dr. Cole said. Etiquette prevents uncertainty from controlling the meal. It isn't a collection of traps. Aunt Nell took the chair beside him and poured water into the nearest glass. They'll also be deciding whether the household is caring for you properly. You don't need to perform perfection on our behalf. Alex lifted the outer fork, then set it down again. What am I allowed to say about the title? The truth, Nell replied. You inherited it from your father. Other adults manage the estate while you're a child. You're learning what the responsibility means. That answer covered the official purpose without pretending he possessed memories he didn't have. Alex opened his notebook after the lesson and wrote 3 headings: guardianship, education, and title. Beneath them, he prepared honest answers rather than polished speeches. At the bottom of the page, he added one private question. If the visitors discussed old court connections or historic guests at York House, he would listen for any name that didn't fit the Muggle record. Etiquette might teach him when to speak, but it could also teach him how to hear what adults hadn't intended to reveal. 13. Luncheon under observation. On Thursday morning, the family dining room looked almost ordinary. Mrs. Henshaw had refused flowers tall enough to block conversation, Wainwright had limited the silver to what the meal required, and Dr. Cole had removed the extra forks Alex suspected she'd placed there purely to test him. Even so, the polished table, cream place cards, and footmen waiting beyond the door made it clear that nobody considered this an ordinary luncheon. Alex stood beside Aunt Nell in the drawing room as tires sounded on the gravel outside. She smoothed the front of his navy jacket, then caught herself before adjusting it a second time. You've already checked my collar, Alex said. I'm aware of that. Nell lowered her hands. I'm resisting the urge to check everything else. Wainwright entered and announced Sir Peter Harrowby, followed by Sir Charles Merivale from the royal household and Mrs. Margaret Ellison from the private secretary's office. Sir Peter greeted Nell with the familiarity of a man who had spent months handling family emergencies, but the other 2 officials paused long enough over Alex to make their purpose plain. Alex bowed his head as Dr. Cole had taught him. Good afternoon. Welcome to York House. Sir Charles offered his hand. Good afternoon, Lord York. Thank you for receiving us. Alex shook it without squeezing too hard. Aunt Nell is receiving you. I'm attending luncheon. Mrs. Ellison's mouth softened, though her attention remained sharp. An important distinction. It prevents me taking credit for Mrs. Henshaw's work. Sir Peter gave a brief cough that might have concealed amusement. Nell rested her hand lightly against Alex's shoulder, and some of the tightness left her fingers. They moved towards the dining room together. Alex walked beside Sir Peter while the 2 palace officials followed with Nell. Their questions began before anyone reached the table. How are your lessons progressing? Sir Peter asked. My mathematics has moved ahead, Alex said. My handwriting hasn't agreed to follow it. And music? Mrs. Ellison asked from behind him. Alex considered claiming improvement, then remembered Dr. Cole's rule about honest answers. The piano and I remain on formal terms. This time, Sir Peter laughed openly. The sound eased the room, but Alex noticed Sir Charles glance towards Dr. Cole, then towards Nell, measuring how the adults responded to him. Their politeness wasn't false, neither was the assessment beneath it. At the dining room door, Wainwright waited beside Alex's chair. Alex thanked him before sitting, unfolded his napkin across his knees, and looked around the table. He had prepared answers about guardianship, schooling, and duty. Now he had to give them without sounding prepared at all. The first course was a clear vegetable soup, which spared him the problem of deciding whether anything required cutting. He lifted the outer spoon, waited until Nell and the guests had begun, and kept his attention on Sir Charles rather than the footman serving bread at his shoulder. How are you finding York House now that you've had time to settle? Sir Charles asked. It feels like home, Alex said. He stopped there, resisting the prepared explanation about staff routines, security work, and the estate's management structure. I like breakfast in the small dining room, and Mrs. Henshaw lets me help choose biscuits for the schoolroom. Mrs. Ellison glanced towards Nell. And you're comfortable with the guardianship arrangements? Yes. Alex set down his spoon before answering further. Aunt Nell lives with me, and Mr. Wainwright and Mrs. Henshaw were already part of my household. Sir Peter deals with the legal work. Sir Peter gave him an approving nod. With a great deal of assistance from Lady Eleanor. Nell smiled. but Alex saw the tension return to her hand where it rested beside her plate. The questions were addressed to him, yet every answer weighed her fitness as guardian. He waited while the soup bowls were removed rather than rushing to fill the silence. Mrs. Ellison turned to Nell. The reports suggest you've assumed a demanding schedule. Guardianship, medical appointments, estate oversight, and the child's education would each be substantial alone. They are, Nell said. Her voice remained composed, though the fingers holding her water glass tightened. I'm not managing them alone. Dr. Cole directs Alex's education, the trustees manage the estate, and the household has been remarkably steady. Alex looked towards Mrs. Ellison. May I ask a question? Of course, she said. When you write your report, are you deciding whether Aunt Nell has enough help, or whether she should still be my guardian? The table quietened. Sir Charles exchanged a brief look with Sir Peter before Mrs. Ellison answered. We're confirming that the arrangements remain safe and suitable, she said. That includes whether Lady Eleanor has proper support. It doesn't mean we've arrived intending to remove you from her care. Alex nodded. Then the report should say she asks for help before she needs rescuing. Nell's eyes moved to him. Surprise softened the strain in her face, but she didn't interrupt. Sir Charles folded his hands beside his plate. That is a sensible observation. It's also what she makes me do, Alex said. Sir Peter's quiet laugh eased the room again. When the main course arrived, Alex waited for Nell to begin before reaching for his knife and fork. The assessment continued, but it no longer felt as though she stood before it alone. By the time pudding arrived, Alex had answered questions about lessons, estate visits, his recovery, and what he understood of the title. He'd used the correct spoon, thanked Edward when his water was refilled, and allowed Sir Charles to finish a long explanation about future public duties without correcting a date that Sir Peter quietly amended afterwards. Mrs. Ellison set down her coffee cup. You've been very patient with us, Lord York. Is there anything you believe we should understand that our reports may have missed? Alex looked towards Nell before answering. She gave no signal beyond a small, encouraging smile. People keep asking whether York House is suitable for me, he said. I think it matters that I'm suitable for the people who live here as well. Sir Charles raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by that? I'm learning not to order people merely because I can. Alex glanced towards Wainwright, who stood near the sideboard with professional stillness. Mr. Wainwright explained it more politely. Wainwright inclined his head. His lordship has represented the substance accurately. The laughter around the table was gentle rather than mocking. Alex felt the last of his prepared answers loosen in his mind. The luncheon hadn't required perfection. It had required him to notice the people sharing it. When the guests moved into the drawing room, Dr. Cole met them beside the fireplace with Alex's etiquette folder under one arm. She spoke first to Nell, but she made certain Alex could hear her. He selected the proper forms of address, managed the meal without prompting, and responded appropriately when the conversation became uncomfortable, Dr. Cole said. More importantly, he remained courteous without becoming artificial. I'm satisfied that he has completed the nursery etiquette course. Alex looked for the active task. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 40. The notice carried the same plain finality as every other award. 5 points for months of lessons, awkward practice meals, an apology to Edward, and 1 luncheon under official scrutiny. The arithmetic was simple. What it measured remained less so. Mrs. Ellison opened the slim notebook she had kept beside her plate. My report will note stable guardianship, appropriate educational provision, and a household willing to correct as well as protect him. She glanced at Alex before writing another line. I'll also record that Lord York showed composure without appearing coached. Sir Charles nodded. That will be of interest at the palace. Alex watched the pencil move across the page. Somewhere far beyond York House, the Queen's officials would receive another account of the orphaned child who had survived Knightsbridge. This one would say he was learning how to live with the title, not merely how to wear it. The guests departed shortly after 3, leaving behind empty coffee cups, a signed page in Sir Peter's folder, and the faint quiet that followed any formal visit. Alex stood at the drawing room window while the cars moved down the drive, then looked for the next task. Current task. Learn the family tree back 5 generations. Reward. 5 integration points. He read the wording twice. 5 generations sounded simple until he considered how many marriages, second sons, inherited estates, altered titles, and repeated Christian names could fit inside them. Aunt Nell came to stand beside him. "You look as though the luncheon has assigned homework." "It has." Alex turned from the window. "How many people are in 5 generations of the Fairfax family?" "That depends on whether you mean direct ancestors or everyone who believed they deserved a place in the record." Dr. Cole closed the etiquette folder and tucked it beneath her arm. "Given your expression, I assume this isn't idle curiosity." "I should know the family history properly," Alex said. The answer was true, even if it wasn't complete. Names, relationships, and what they did. Nell studied him for a moment, then nodded. "We'll ask Mr. Pembroke to begin with the direct line. He'll add the complications whether anyone asks him to or not." The family archivist arrived before tea carrying a ring of keys in a long cardboard tube. Mr. Pembroke was a narrow, silver-haired man whose jackets always seemed lightly dusted by old paper. He greeted Nell, bowed to Alex, and led them through the west corridor towards the portrait gallery. "You've chosen an ambitious place to begin, my lord," he said as he fitted a brass key into the lock. "Family trees are often presented as orderly things. Families rarely cooperate." The double doors opened onto a long room lined with portraits. Afternoon light fell across gilt frames, dark uniforms, silk gowns, hunting coats, and faces arranged to suggest that none of their owners had ever misplaced a document or lost an argument. Mr. Pembroke unrolled a chart across the central table and weighted the corners with leather-covered blocks. Lines spread across the paper from Alex's name towards Richard and Helena, then back through rows of Fairfaxes, marriages, births, and deaths. Alex placed one hand near his father's name without touching the ink. "Do I memorize the chart?" "You'll learn it," Mr. Pembroke said, "but not by reducing everyone to dates." He pointed towards a portrait of a stern man beside a much younger woman. "That is Edmund Fairfax, 7th Earl of York. He preserved the estate through a financial crisis and made 3 of his children miserable doing it." Alex looked from the painted faces to the branching lines beneath his hand. These people hadn't merely passed down a title. Their choices had shaped the house, the fortune, and the life into which he had arrived. 14. The dead in the family tree. Mr. Pembroke began the next genealogy lesson with a clean sheet of cartridge paper, 3 sharpened pencils, and the confidence of a man who expected the dead to remain properly organized. Alex sat opposite him at the archive table while sleet tapped against the tall windows. The family chart from the portrait gallery lay open between them, its branching lines carrying the Fairfax name backwards through 5 generations. Alex copied the direct line first. Richard Edmund Fairfax, 11th Earl of York. His father, Charles Henry Fairfax, 10th Earl. Then another Edmund, another Richard, and 2 marriages into families whose titles seemed designed to test spelling rather than memory. Mr. Pembroke watched him add a birth date beneath the 7th Earl. "What have you learned about Edmund Fairfax?" "He inherited in 1911, refinanced the estate after the war, and died in 1936. Alex checked the chart. "He married Louisa Bellamy in 1908. They had 4 children." "All correct." Mr. Pembroke placed a small leather account book over the date Alex had just written. "And almost useless." Alex lowered his pencil. "The task is to learn the family tree. The tree records where people stood. It doesn't tell you what they did while standing there." Mr. Pembroke opened the account book to a marked page. Edmund sold 2 London properties to cover estate debts, dismissed 12 indoor servants, and refused to reduce farm wages during the winter of 1921. Alex read the narrow handwriting. Beside a column of household cuts sat payments for coal delivered to tenant cottages. "He protected the estate," Alex said. "He protected parts of it." Mr. Pembroke slid a bundle of letters across the table. "He also prevented his eldest daughter from studying medicine because he thought it unsuitable. She didn't speak to him for 7 years." The clean sequence on Alex's page became less comfortable. He had been treating each name as a unit to place, verify, and memorize. Dates went in one column, marriages in another, children beneath. It was efficient, and efficiency had kept him steady through far worse things than an archive lesson. Aunt Nell entered carrying a tea tray and glanced at the papers covering the table. "Have you reached Great-Uncle Sebastian yet?" "Not in the direct line," Alex said. That never stopped Sebastian appearing anywhere he wasn't invited. Nell set down the tray. He ran away with an actress, returned without her, and spent 20 years claiming the newspapers had misunderstood. Mr. Pembroke's mouth tightened with restrained amusement. They had not. Alex turned his neat page over and wrote Edmund Fairfax again at the top of the blank side. Beneath the name, he added, saved wages, lost daughter. The family tree no longer looked like a chart he could conquer. It looked like a record of people who had helped, failed, loved badly, spent foolishly, and left consequences behind them. Mr. Pembroke removed the account book and replaced it with a shallow archive box tied in faded blue ribbon. Alex set aside his chart, where names now carried brief notes about choices and consequences. The work had become slower, but he no longer trusted anything he could reduce to a single date. These belong to your mother, Mr. Pembroke said. He loosened the ribbon without lifting the lid. Lady Helena gave several childhood letters to the archive when she married your father. The personal correspondence from later years remains sealed unless Lady Eleanor chooses otherwise. Aunt Nell rested one hand on the box. These were written to me. You may read them, Alex, but you don't have to. He almost said that they were relevant to the family tree. The words felt wrong before they reached his mouth. Were you 17 too? 14. Nell lifted the lid and smiled faintly at the untidy bundle inside. Helena believed 3 years made her ancient and wise. Alex selected the top envelope. The paper had softened at the folds, and Helena's handwriting crossed the page in quick, sloping lines. She complained about a winter house party, a cousin who had practiced the same piano piece until everyone considered hiding the instrument, and a dinner guest who had spoken for 12 minutes about pheasant management. He read the final paragraph aloud. If Papa invites Colonel Bristow again, I shall release one of the pheasants in the dining room and let them settle the matter privately. Nell laughed before covering her mouth. She'd forgotten that. Alex looked again at the sentence. The photographs showed Helena composed beside Richard, dressed for ceremonies or standing with one hand on the shoulder of a child Alex couldn't remember being. Newspaper accounts had called her gracious, charitable, and devoted to her family. None had suggested she once planned armed rebellion by pheasant. Did she do it? He asked. No, but only because the gamekeeper refused to assist. Nell drew out another letter and traced the address with her thumb. She tried to bribe him with my Christmas chocolates. Alex smiled, then found himself unable to continue reading. Helena's humor made her more present than any portrait had. It also sharpened the knowledge that he would never hear her tell the story herself. Nell noticed his grip tighten on the paper. We can stop. I don't want to. Alex laid the letter flat so he wouldn't crease it. His voice came out quieter than intended. I only wish I'd known that part of her. Nell moved her chair beside his and opened the next envelope between them. Then we'll learn it together. Christmas morning arrived quietly at York House. No one had removed the garlands. The tree still filled the drawing room with the scent of pine, and parcels waited beneath its lower branches. Yet 2 places at breakfast remained unused, not formally set and not entirely absent. Alex noticed the empty stretch of table where Richard and Helena might have sat and understood why conversation kept circling towards safer subjects. After breakfast, Wainwright opened the drawing room doors and admitted the household in small groups. Alex had spent weeks asking Nell about appropriate gifts and studying lists with the seriousness of an estate budget. George Hale received driving gloves lined for winter. Edward Sutton unwrapped a leather wallet after Nell firmly rejected Alex's first suggestion of advanced driving lessons. Edward turned the wallet over in both hands. Thank you, my lord. I'll try not to take this onto any pavements. That would protect the stitching, Alex said. Mrs. Henshaw waited until the others had opened their parcels before accepting a square box from him. Inside lay a silver sewing case with fitted scissors, needles, and engraved compartments. Alex had chosen it after noticing the worn case she carried between the linen room and her sitting room. It's for your work, he explained. The hinges on your old one don't close properly. Mrs. Henshaw tested the tiny scissors, admired the fitted tray, and thanked him with proper warmth. Then Alex gave her the second gift, a folded card made during Dr. Cole's shared lesson. The front showed York House beneath an uneven green tree. One window was larger than the others, and a patch of silver glitter had escaped across the roof. Mrs. Henshaw opened it. Inside, Alex had written slowly in his best hand, "Thank you for looking after everyone, including me." She read the sentence twice. Her fingers closed around the card more carefully than they had around the silver case. Alex glanced between the gifts. The drawing isn't accurate. I ran out of room on the west side. It's perfect, Mrs. Henshaw said. Her voice had softened enough to draw Nell's attention from across the room. This goes in my sitting room. The sewing case is more useful. The sewing case is lovely. Mrs. Henshaw tucked the card safely against her apron. But I can purchase scissors. I couldn't have purchased this. Alex looked around at the handmade decorations, Edward's misshapen biscuits, Wainwright's carefully preserved traditions, and Nell standing beside a tree her sister had once decorated. He had thought gifts should solve needs. York House seemed determined to teach him that being noticed was sometimes the gift people kept. 2 days after Christmas, Alex returned to the archive room carrying Mrs. Henshaw's lesson with him. The silver sewing case had been practical. The card had proved personal. His family chart, spread across the table beneath brass weights, still contained too much silver and too few cards. Mr. Pembroke looked up from a box of estate papers. I understood Dr. Cole had excused lessons until Monday. She excused lessons, Alex said as he climbed into his chair. I came to ask questions. That is how many lessons begin. Mr. Pembroke closed the box and drew the chart towards them. Which ancestor has offended you now? Alex found Edmund Fairfax's name and the note he had added beneath it. Saved wages, lost daughter. Other entries remained thinner. One had rebuilt the East Wing. Another had married an heiress. A third had died without children and passed the title to a cousin. The facts were accurate, but they left no sense of who had paid for the rebuilding or whether the heiress had been happy to become a Fairfax. I know what they inherited and when they died, Alex said. I don't know what their decisions did to anyone else. Mr. Pembroke studied him for a moment, then opened the estate box again. He removed a rent ledger, a school subscription book, and several folded survey plans. Family papers become less flattering when placed beside household and estate records. Aunt Nell entered as he laid them out. She carried Alex's forgotten wool cardigan over one arm and stopped beside his chair. You vanished before anyone could persuade you to rest. I'm sitting down, Alex said. You've always had a generous definition of rest. Nell settled the cardigan around his shoulders before examining the papers. What are you looking for? Alex touched the rent ledger without opening it. What changed because they were here? Not only what they owned. Nell glanced towards Mr. Pembroke. That may require more than the portrait gallery. It will, he agreed. He unfolded a plan showing tenant cottages, farm boundaries, and an old village school. Pencil marks in several colors crossed the paper. Some decisions survive in buildings, leases, roads, and repairs. Others survive in the people who remember them. Alex followed a line from York House towards a cluster of cottages near the eastern boundary. Can we visit them? Nell rested both hands on the back of his chair. After the holiday, and with Mr. Calder arranging it properly. You aren't arriving on anyone's doorstep to inspect their family history. I could ask before visiting. You could, she said, and you will. Alex turned back to the chart. Task 008 remained unchanged, but he no longer resented that it hadn't completed. 5 generations couldn't be learned from names alone, and he didn't want the system's approval before he understood what the Fairfax name had left behind. 15. 5 generations. By March, the faded survey plan had become a route through the eastern side of the estate. Alex sat beside Aunt Nell in the rear of the Daimler while Thomas Calder occupied the folding seat opposite them, a leather folder balanced across his knees. Beyond the windows, winter fields gave way to stone walls, grazing sheep, and cottages whose roofs carried repairs from several different decades. Calder tapped the first marked location. Your great-great-grandfather rebuilt these after the fire of 1924. He used estate timber and recovered the cost through increased rents. Alex looked towards the nearest row of cottages. Their stone fronts were neat, but one chimney leaned slightly away from the roofline. Did the rents come down after the rebuilding was paid for? No, Calder said. Aunt Nell turned from the window. That answer sounded rather prepared. It's a question estate directors are taught to expect from trustees, Calder replied. Not usually from 4-year-olds. The car stopped beside the village school, where a newer classroom joined the original building through a flat-roofed passage. Calder led them across the yard while the headmistress came out to meet them. She showed Alex a brass plaque naming Charles Fairfax as the benefactor who had funded the first schoolroom, then pointed through the passage window towards buckets standing beneath a stained ceiling. The extension was built by the 9th Earl, she said. Generously opened, poorly drained, and repaired every third winter since. Alex crouched beside one of the buckets and looked up at the cracked plaster. Has anyone priced replacing the roof properly? Calder opened his folder. Last autumn. The trustees postponed it because the western farm needed urgent drainage work. The headmistress folded her arms. The children have become very familiar with buckets. Alex straightened. He had written Charles Fairfax beside founded village school and the 9th Earl beside expanded it. Neither note had included the leaking roof, the postponed repair, or the woman who had to move desks whenever it rained. At the western farm, the reason for the postponement lay in a field cut by deep brown channels. New drains had saved the lower pasture, but the farmhouse wall still carried a long crack left by years of wet ground. Calder placed Alex's hand against the uneven stone. Your grandfather authorized the survey, he said. Your father approved the first works. The trustees completed them after his death. Alex traced the repaired mortar with one gloved finger. Richard's decision remained here, beneath the soil and inside a wall he would never see finished. He looked across the field towards the cottages and school behind them. I thought learning the family meant remembering what they did. Nell adjusted his scarf against the cold. And now? Alex watched two farm workers clear mud from a drain his father had paid to begin. Now I think it means finding out who still has to live with it. That evening, Alex spread the family chart across the small library table and placed his revised notes beside it. The neat lines of descent remained, but each name now carried a second record in his careful handwriting. Schools founded, wages protected, rents increased, repairs delayed, children controlled, debts passed forward. Aunt Nell sat opposite him with her tea untouched, while Calder remained near the fireplace with the estate folder beneath one arm. Alex began with the 5th generation and worked towards Richard. He gave dates, marriages, children, and changes of title, then added what the archive and estate records had shown. Charles Fairfax had funded the village school, but the extension authorized by his successor still leaked. Edmund Fairfax had preserved tenant wages during a hard winter, yet denied his daughter the education she wanted. Another earl had sold London property to protect York House while leaving cottage rents higher long after the immediate need had passed. Nell listened without interrupting until Alex reached his grandfather. You haven't included the new dairy buildings, she said. Those were considered one of his better decisions. They were. Alex turned one page so she could see the figures copied from Calder's report. But he borrowed against maintenance funds to build them. The dairy earned money, and 3 cottage roofs waited another 6 years. Calder shifted slightly beside the fire. Both statements are accurate. Nell studied Alex rather than the figures. You could have presented the dairy and left out the roofs. I could have left out quite a lot. Alex looked down at Richard's name. His father had approved the western drainage work, but the trustees had finished it after his death. The portraits already show the parts people wanted remembered. Aunt Nell rested her fingertips on the edge of the chart. And what do you think the title means after seeing the rest? Alex had prepared several answers during the drive home. Stewardship, continuity, responsible management, each sounded like something written for a trust report. He thought instead of buckets beneath the school ceiling and the crack running through the farmhouse wall. It means I don't get to inherit only the impressive parts, he said. I inherit the delayed repairs too. Not because I caused them, but because people still live with them. Nell's shoulders eased, though her expression remained serious. I was afraid you might learn 5 generations as another performance. Names for formal dinners, stories for visitors, proof that you belonged. I wanted proof, Alex admitted. At first. And now? Alex placed one hand over the chart, covering none of the names completely. Now I think belonging means being answerable for what comes next. Calder closed the estate folder without opening it. Aunt Nell reached across the table and laid her hand over Alex's. That, she said quietly, is more than most people learn from a family tree. She kept her hand over his while the last firewood settled in the grate. Calder moved towards the door, giving the moment the privacy of family without quite leaving his responsibilities behind. Alex looked down at the chart and found the active task waiting beyond the ink. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 45. The notice remained plain and exact. 5 points for names, dates, letters, rent books, school subscriptions, and a day spent seeing how decisions outlived the people who made them. The system counted the requirement as finished. Alex didn't feel finished at all. Nell followed his gaze towards the papers. Have you remembered something else? I was thinking about the school roof. Alex drew his hand from beneath hers and found Calder's survey figures among the loose pages. And the cottages where the rents never came down. Calder returned to the table but didn't open his folder. Those are separate questions. The school requires capital work. The rents require a review of leases, services, and current estate costs. I know. Alex aligned the survey sheet with the rent ledger, resisting the urge to turn both into immediate orders. I don't want to promise repairs before the trustees know what they'll cost. I also don't want everyone waiting because I'm 4. Nell sat back and studied him. Being 4 isn't an administrative inconvenience we can remove from the accounts. No, but leaking roofs don't pause for birthdays. Calder's expression remained serious, though approval softened it. What are you asking me to do? Alex considered the question before answering. Mercer would once have demanded estimates, options, risks, and dates before anyone left the room. That habit had value, but York House already employed people whose work didn't begin when he noticed it. Please show me what's already been done, Alex said. The roof surveys, the postponed repair plan, and the current maintenance budget. Then tell me what decision the trustees actually need to make. Calder inclined his head. That is a reasonable request. I'll prepare a short briefing, but you'll read the full survey as well. I expected you to say that. You should. Summaries are useful until someone hides an unpleasant detail inside them. Aunt Nell gathered the family chart carefully, leaving Alex's notes separate. And the rents? Alex closed the ledger rather than claiming an answer he didn't have. We find out what changing them would do now. To the tenants, the estate, and the repairs. Then we decide. The completion notice faded, but the weight of the papers remained beneath his hands. Knowing 5 generations hadn't made him their judge, it had made their unfinished work harder to ignore. The next task appeared before breakfast the following morning, while Alex sat at the nursery table waiting for Mrs. Henshaw to finish fastening the cuff of his shirt. Current task. Ride a pony without a leading rein. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex read it twice, then looked towards the wooden horse on the windowsill. The toy had belonged to the original child, but neither Mercer's memories nor the body's missing childhood supplied the slightest practical knowledge of riding. Mrs. Henshaw followed his gaze. You've been invited to the stables this morning. Invited by whom? Lady Eleanor, Mr. Calder, and every member of the stable staff who heard that you'd finished your family lessons. She straightened his collar and stepped back. They appear to believe an earl who understands his estate should also know which end of a pony bites. Alex lowered his chin. That isn't the part I'm worried about. The stable yard smelled of hay, damp leather, and animals large enough to ignore inherited authority. Aunt Nell waited beside a broad gray pony whose expression suggested it had already assessed the household and found most of it unnecessary. A young stable girl held the reins while the riding instructor checked a small saddle. This is Bramble, Nell said. He's steady, patient, and very experienced with children. Bramble turned his head and attempted to remove a handkerchief from Calder's coat pocket. Calder recovered it just before the pony succeeded. His patience appears selective. The instructor adjusted the stirrup leather and looked directly at Alex. We begin with grooming, mounting, and walking on a leading rein. Nobody rides alone until I say they're ready. Alex studied the height of the saddle. From the ground, 4 feet had sounded modest. Beside a living pony, it looked like poor structural planning. How do I get up there? Using the mounting block, my hand, and no sudden ideas. The instructor placed a wooden block beside Bramble's shoulder. Left foot first. Hold the front of the saddle, not the reins. Alex climbed the first step, then the second. Bramble shifted one hoof, and Alex stopped so quickly that Nell's hand came to his back. He moved, Alex said. He's a pony, the stable girl replied. They do that quite often. With the instructor supporting his leg, Alex placed his boot in the stirrup and pushed upward. His balance vanished halfway over. He landed in the saddle with more force than dignity, clutched the leather, and felt Bramble breathe beneath him. The instructor shortened the reins into his hands. Sit tall, heels down, and don't squeeze unless you mean something. Alex looked towards the leading rein clipped securely beneath Bramble's bridle. The system wanted it removed. His body wanted several additional ropes. Bramble took one leisurely step without being asked. Alex tightened every muscle at once. I believe he's begun. The stable girl grinned and led the pony forward. He usually does. 16. The pony's decision. Bramble continued across the yard at the stable girl's walking pace, apparently satisfied that Alex's involvement was optional. The saddle shifted beneath him with each step. Alex tried to follow the movement through his hips as the instructor had explained, but his knees tightened whenever the pony's weight rolled from side to side. Relax your legs, the instructor said, walking beside him. You're gripping as though someone intends to steal you. I'm attempting to remain attached. You'll sit more securely if you stop fighting every step. Alex loosened his knees by deliberate degrees. Bramble immediately stumbled over nothing Alex could see, and both hands closed around the front of the saddle. The stable girl glanced back. He does that when he isn't paying attention. What is he paying attention to? My pocket. Bramble confirmed this by stretching his head towards her coat. The leading rein pulled taut, but the girl moved out of reach and continued around the yard. The instructor showed Alex how to hold the reins evenly. Ask him to walk on. A light squeeze with both legs, then your voice. Alex applied what he judged to be clear but moderate pressure. Walk on, Bramble. The pony stopped. He was already walking, the stable girl pointed out. I'm aware of that. Bramble turned his head and inspected Alex's boot. Alex tried again, adding the small movement of the reins the instructor had demonstrated. The pony remained still until the stable girl clicked her tongue. He followed her at once. Alex frowned down between Bramble's ears. He ignored me. He didn't understand you, the instructor said. Your hands asked him to stop while your legs asked him to move. I kept the reins steady. You pulled them towards your stomach. Alex looked at his hands and discovered them several inches behind the position he remembered choosing. His theoretical model of balanced forces had failed to include small fingers, moving leather, and the instinct to hold on whenever the ground changed height beneath him. They completed another circuit. Bramble halted beside the mounting block and pushed his nose into Alex's coat pocket. There's nothing in there, Alex told him. The stable girl produced a piece of carrot from her own pocket. Bramble abandoned Alex without hesitation and reached for her hand. I see how authority works here, Alex said. Carrots, she replied, letting Bramble take the treat. Mostly carrots. The instructor placed a hand against Alex's boot and corrected the angle of his heel. He'll listen when your body gives him one clear instruction and you've given him a reason to trust it. Until then, he'll follow the person who knows what she's doing. Alex settled his hands forward and tried to let Bramble's next step move through him instead of beneath him. The result wasn't graceful, but he stayed upright without gripping. Bramble still followed the stable girl. This time, Alex understood why. When Bramble stopped beside the mounting block, the instructor held the pony's bridle while the stable girl helped Alex free his boots from the stirrups. He swung one leg across with more confidence than grace and slid into the instructor's waiting hands. The ground felt unexpectedly still beneath him, though his thighs trembled after less than half an hour in the saddle. Alex followed them into the tack room, where saddles rested on wooden stands and bridles hung in orderly rows. His borrowed riding hat sat slightly low above his eyebrows. He pushed it back and studied the smaller saddles along the wall with the concentration he usually gave repair surveys. I think the saddle's too broad, he said. My legs can't lie properly against Bramble's sides, and the stirrup leathers don't hold their adjustment. The instructor ran one hand beneath the saddle flap before lifting it from Bramble's back. The saddle fits him, and the stirrups fit you. A narrower one could be made. Perhaps with deeper knee rolls. Alex pointed towards the bridle. And a different bit might make his response clearer. The stable girl stopped unfastening the girth and looked at him. Bramble turned his head towards her coat, still hopeful that another carrot might appear. The instructor set the saddle firmly on its stand. No. Alex lowered his hand. You haven't heard the full proposal. I've heard enough to know you're trying to purchase a solution to your hands. My hands would improve with equipment suited to them. Your hands will improve by learning where to keep them. The instructor removed Bramble's bridle and passed it to the stable girl. A stronger bit would punish him whenever you lost your balance. Deeper rolls might hold your knees in place, but they wouldn't teach you to sit with him. Alex looked at the neatly maintained tack. Nothing appeared worn, improvised, or unsafe. He'd approached the problem as though a specification had failed because that was easier than accepting that the failing component was himself. Could a better trained pony help? He asked. The instructor folded her arms. Bramble is well trained. He followed the person giving clear instructions. The stable girl rubbed the white mark on Bramble's forehead. He also followed the carrots. Those helped, the instructor allowed. But she knows him. She grooms him, leads him, and pays attention when he tells her something. You've spent one lesson expecting him to recognize your authority. Alex glanced at Bramble. The pony had already dismissed the discussion and begun nosing through a pile of hay near the wall. So what do I need? Time, the instructor said. Regular work, quieter hands, and enough patience for Bramble to learn that you're worth listening to. Alex had bought expert reports, specialist equipment, and access to almost anything sensible adults could justify. None of them could order a pony to trust him. When is the next lesson? The instructor's expression softened. Thursday. You'll begin by grooming him yourself. On Thursday, Alex reached the stable before breakfast had entirely settled and found Bramble tied outside his loose box. The stable girl handed him a body brush without ceremony. Start behind his shoulder. Long strokes, with the hair. Alex pressed the brush against Bramble's coat and dragged it backwards. The pony's skin twitched beneath his hand, and one hind hoof shifted across the straw. With the hair, the girl repeated. She covered Alex's hand with hers and turned the brush. You wouldn't like someone combing your head from the neck upwards. That depends on whether they'd brought carrots. She laughed and released him. Alex worked more slowly, learning the shape of Bramble's shoulder and the places where dried mud clung beneath his belly. By the time the instructor lifted him into the saddle, his arms already ached. Bramble still followed the letting rein, but he turned one ear towards Alex when Alex asked him to walk on. The task remained active when the lesson ended. It remained active the following morning while Dr. Cole corrected his handwriting and made him copy an entire line because his letters had climbed uphill. It remained active at the swimming pool when he swallowed water after kicking too hard, and during music when his fingers found the wrong piano key 3 times in succession. You're watching the clock, Dr. Cole said during a history lesson. I've got riding at 2. You have riding at 2, she corrected. And the Norman conquest until 11:30. Alex looked down at the date he'd written incorrectly and returned his pencil to the page. Bramble could wait. Apparently, so could the system. March brought Alex's 5th birthday, a family luncheon, and a cake decorated with 5 small horses after Mrs. Henshaw rejected a suggestion involving an edible riding crop. Aunt Nell gave him new boots only because he'd outgrown the old ones, while Wainwright presented a framed photograph of Bramble attempting to eat Alex's scarf. He was testing the fabric, Alex said. Wainwright inclined his head. The investigation appeared thorough. The weeks continued. Alex learned to curry mud from Bramble's coat, check the girth with the instructor, and mount without turning the stirrup leather beneath his boot. He visited cousins with Aunt Nell, completed schoolwork in unfamiliar guest rooms, and returned to York House to discover that Bramble had neither missed him dramatically nor forgotten him. By early summer, the stable girl no longer had to place Alex's hands. She watched him straighten the saddlecloth and asked, "What comes next?" "Girth on the near side, then check it again before mounting." Alex reached beneath Bramble's belly without rushing. The pony stood quietly and lowered his head towards Alex's shoulder. Alex rubbed the white mark on his forehead. Bramble didn't move away. He kept his hand against Bramble's forehead until the pony lifted his head and breathed warmly across his sleeve. Then the instructor brought out the saddle, and Alex helped carry the lighter pieces of tack into the yard. He checked the saddlecloth, watched the girth being fastened, and ran one finger beneath the leather as he'd been taught. "Not too tight," the instructor said. "We'll check it again after he's walked." Alex nodded and took Bramble's reins while the stable girl clipped on the leading line. The pony didn't search her pockets. He stood beside Alex, one ear turned back, waiting. Once Alex was mounted, they entered the schooling ring. The stable girl walked near Bramble's shoulder, but she left the line loose instead of drawing him forward. Alex settled his heels, brought his hands above the pony's neck, and tried to feel the rhythm before asking for anything. "Walk on, Bramble," he said, closing both legs lightly. Bramble stepped forward at once. Alex nearly tightened the reins from surprise. He caught the movement before it reached his hands and allowed the pony to continue. Around the first corner, Bramble drifted towards the stable girl. Alex looked where he wanted to go, pressed with his inside leg, and opened the outside rein by a fraction. The pony returned to the track. The stable girl grinned. "He heard you." "He's heard me before." He listened this time. The instructor placed 2 cones several yards apart. "Bring him through those, then halt beside me. Don't pull. Sit deeper, close your fingers, and ask with your voice." Alex guided Bramble between the cones. The pony's shoulder remained level beneath him, and the leading line hung in a shallow curve. When they reached the instructor, Alex let his weight settle into the saddle. "Stand, Bramble." He closed his fingers without dragging the reins backwards. Bramble took one more step, then stopped squarely beside the instructor. Alex looked down at the pony's ears. "Was that me?" "That was both of you," the instructor said. She took the leading line from the stable girl and unclipped it from the bridle. Alex's pulse jumped. "Now?" "No." She clipped it on again before handing it back. "You don't earn independence by being successful once. You earn it by making good decisions often enough that I'm willing to trust you with the bad moments." Bramble turned his head towards Alex's boot, then faced forward when Alex rubbed his neck. The instructor watched them together. "The leading rein will come off when you're ready and Bramble's ready. Not when the task in your head becomes impatient." Alex gave her a sharp glance, but she had already stepped towards the cones. "Again," she said. "This time, make the turn without looking at his ears." Alex gathered the reins, asked Bramble to walk on, and felt the pony answer before the stable girl took her first step. 17. Without a leading rein. The instructor didn't remove the leading rein at the next lesson, or the one after that. Alex rode circles, serpentines, and careful changes of direction while the stable girl walked nearby with the line hanging loose. Bramble obeyed often enough to encourage him and ignored him just often enough to prevent confidence becoming assumption. On the final Thursday of June, Alex found the instructor waiting beside the schooling ring with Aunt Nell and Wainwright. The stable girl held Bramble's reins, but there was no leading line clipped to his bridle. Alex stopped beside the mounting block. "Is this the assessment?" "It's a riding lesson," the instructor said. "What happens during it will tell me whether it becomes an assessment." Aunt Nell smiled from outside the rail. "That means you're not to perform for us." "I wasn't planning to." Wainwright glanced at the polished boots, carefully fastened hat, and unusually clean gloves. "Of course not." Alex mounted with the instructor's hand beneath his boot. Once he was settled, the stable girl stepped away and joined Nell by the fence. Bramble remained beside the block, one ear turned towards Alex. "Walk on," Alex said, closing his legs. Bramble moved into the ring without hesitation. Alex guided him towards the first pair of cones, keeping his hands quiet while the instructor walked several yards inside the track. The absence of anyone beside Bramble's shoulder made the ring feel wider than it had the week before. They had completed half a circuit when a hard mechanical thudding rose beyond the trees. A helicopter appeared over the southern boundary, low enough for the sound to shake through the stable roofs. Bramble threw up his head and jumped sideways. Alex's knees clamped around the saddle, and both hands shortened the reins before training caught up with fear. "Don't trap him," the instructor called. "Sit deep. Give him somewhere to go." Bramble backed 2 hurried steps, neck rigid beneath the bridle. Alex forced his fingers to soften. Every instinct wanted to hold tighter, but pulling would only add pressure to noise the pony couldn't understand. "It's all right, Bramble," he said, though his own voice came thinner than intended. He turned the pony onto a small circle, using his inside leg and allowing forward movement instead of demanding stillness. "Walk on. That's it." The helicopter crossed above the distant fields, its camera housing visible beneath the nose. Bramble shuddered but followed the circle. Alex kept breathing, widened it by degrees, and felt the pony's stride begin to lengthen again. The instructor watched until Bramble's ears moved away from the sky. "Bring him back to the track." Alex guided him towards the rail. His hands still trembled, but Bramble accepted the direction and walked on. Outside the fence, Aunt Nell had stopped smiling. Alex brought Bramble onto the track and loosened his knees until the pony's movement passed through his seat again. The helicopter had moved north, but its fading thud remained loud enough to keep Bramble's ears angled backwards. Alex wanted to look towards Aunt Nell. Doing so would turn the next few minutes into reassurance for her rather than riding, and Bramble deserved his attention. The instructor walked towards the first cones. You may stop if you need to. Stopping because you've made a decision isn't the same as losing control. Alex shortened the reins by a fraction, careful not to repeat his frightened pull. I'd like to continue. Then ride the course you know. Don't rush him to prove he's settled. Alex guided Bramble between the cones at a steady walk. The pony drifted towards the gate, where the stable girl stood beyond the rail, but Alex closed his outside leg and turned his shoulders along the intended line. Bramble resisted for 2 steps, then followed the quieter instruction and returned to the center. That was yours, the stable girl called. I didn't help. Bramble's ears flicked towards her voice, and Alex felt the temptation to tighten his grip before the pony could change direction. He kept his hands forward instead. Walk on, Bramble. They crossed the ring diagonally, circled the mounting block, and halted between 2 white poles. Bramble stopped crooked, with one hind leg outside the line. Alex asked him forward again, corrected the approach, and tried a second time. This halt landed square enough that the instructor nodded. Now the whole track once more, she said. No one's beside his head. Make each instruction clear and give him time to answer. Alex rode past Aunt Nell and Wainwright without turning towards them. At the far end, Bramble slowed beside a patch of clover growing beyond the fence. Alex closed both legs, added his voice, and waited instead of kicking harder. Walk on. Bramble stretched his neck towards the clover, reconsidered, and continued around the bend. The choice was small, almost insulting after months of lessons, but Alex felt it in the reins. Bramble hadn't followed a leading line, a carrot, or the stable girl. He had listened to him. When they returned to the mounting block, Alex halted and waited for the instructor's judgment. She rested one hand against Bramble's shoulder. That was a complete course without a leading rein. Well written. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 50. The notice changed before the stable girl reached Bramble's bridle. Current task. Become conversationally fluent in French. Reward. 10 integration points. The stable girl reached Bramble before Alex had finished reading the new task. She caught the bridle, looked towards the instructor for permission, then threw one arm around the pony's neck. You did it, she told Alex, as though Bramble had merely provided transport. He listened to you all the way round. Bramble accepted the embrace with patient resignation and searched her pockets. The instructor helped Alex dismount, but his boots had barely touched the ground before one of the grooms applauded from the stable doorway. Another joined him, and the sound spread across the yard until even Wainwright contributed several measured claps. Alex pulled off his riding hat. It was one circuit. It was one circuit after he jumped sideways beneath you, Aunt Nell said as she came through the gate. She knelt to inspect him, running her hands over his shoulders and arms before she seemed to realize what she was doing. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I stayed on. I noticed. Nell glanced towards the sky, where the helicopter had vanished beyond the trees. Her mouth tightened. So did whoever was hanging out of that machine with a camera. A security officer entered the ring carrying a portable radio. The aircraft's registered to a photographic charter company, my lady. It remained outside the estate boundary and above the legal minimum height, but the pilot ignored our request to move away until air traffic control contacted him. Alex looked towards Bramble. The pony had recovered enough to work his way into the stable girl's pocket and steal a second piece of carrot. Can they prevent me riding out here? No, Nell said at once. She rose and brushed straw from her skirt. They can make us improve how we protect the ring. The officer opened a small notebook. We can move lessons to the north paddock. The trees provide better cover, and there's room for a temporary shelter. I don't want walls built around every place Alex enjoys, Nell said. Use the north paddock when there's a known press presence, plant the boundary properly, and speak to the aviation solicitor. The stables stay stables. Wainwright looked towards Alex. Your ordinary life remains regrettably visible, but we needn't surrender it. Alex considered the helicopter, Aunt Nell's frightened inspection, and the line she'd drawn without consulting him. More security would follow, but she hadn't cancelled the lessons or ordered him indoors. The stable girl handed him the final carrot. He earned this. Alex held it flat on his palm. Bramble took it neatly, then nudged his hand for another. I believe he thinks he completed the task, Alex said. He did most of the walking, she replied. By the time Alex returned to the small sitting room, his boots had been cleaned, his riding clothes changed, and the helicopter had become a matter for solicitors. Aunt Nell was still speaking with the security officer in the corridor when Dr. Cole entered carrying a blue folder marked France. Alex looked from the folder to the task waiting at the edge of his vision. Current task. Become conversationally fluent in French. Reward. 10 integration points. Dr. Cole placed the folder on the table. Your aunt mentioned that you may spend part of next summer in France. Museums, several family visits, and a few weeks near the coast. How long is part of the summer? Alex asked. Long enough to justify preparation. Not long enough to justify treating every meal as an examination. Dr. Cole opened the folder to a proposed timetable. You'll begin with 3 lessons each week. Listening and speaking will matter more than written translation. Alex climbed into the chair and studied the page. Could we arrange daily lessons? Aunt Nell entered in time to hear him. You've only just finished 1 course of training. This is different. It usually is when you want something. Nell sat opposite him and rested one hand on the folder. You may learn French. You may not replace writing, swimming, music, shared lessons, and every free afternoon with French. Alex glanced again at the reward. 10 points suggested months of work, correction, and failure in front of other people. He had hoped the planned holiday might provide a convenient route to completion. Instead, it had become the reason everyone considered the task educationally respectable. Dr. Cole turned to the first page. Your grammar may advance quickly because you already understand how languages are structured. Conversation requires listening, pronunciation, and answering before you've prepared the sentence. I can practice those. You can, she said. You'll also practice being wrong aloud. Nell's smile returned. That may be the most valuable part. Dr. Cole pointed to the first printed line. Begin with something useful. Tell Lady Eleanor that you'd like to visit France. Alex read the sentence silently, then tried it. Je voudrais visiter la France. Dr. Cole corrected the shape of the final word and asked him to repeat it. His second attempt sounded worse because he concentrated too hard on one syllable and lost the rest. Aunt Nell didn't laugh. She answered in careful French that she would like to visit as well. Alex understood perhaps half of it. What did you say? Dr. Cole closed the folder. Ask her. Alex looked at Nell. The pony had taught him that pulling harder didn't produce cooperation. French, apparently, intended to teach the same lesson with vowels. 18. French at breakfast. By September, the Blue France folder had acquired loose vocabulary sheets, pronunciation notes, and corrections written firmly enough to leave marks on the pages beneath. It also appeared at breakfast every Tuesday and Thursday, when Dr. Cole required the first 15 minutes of the meal to be conducted entirely in French. Alex entered the breakfast room to find Aunt Nell reading a letter beside the coffee service. Wainwright stood near the sideboard, where porridge, toast, eggs, and grilled tomatoes waited beneath silver covers. Dr. Cole had already placed a small card beside Alex's plate. Parlez français, s'il vous plaît. Alex sat down and unfolded his napkin. Bonjour, Tante Nell. Nell lowered the letter. Bonjour, Alex. Avez-vous bien dormi? The grammar presented no difficulty. She had asked whether he'd slept well. Alex knew the correct form of the answer, the proper tense, and 3 ways to add useful detail. Unfortunately, knowing them didn't persuade his mouth to produce them gracefully. J'ai bien dormi, he said, giving dormi a sound that made Dr. Cole look up from her tea. Again, she said, don't force the final syllable. Alex repeated it. The word emerged flatter, but apparently less offensive. Nell smiled across the table. Très bien. Wainwright approached with the porridge dish. Would you care for porridge, Alex? Dr. Cole glanced towards him. Wainwright paused, then corrected himself with admirable calm. Voulez-vous du porridge? Alex knew he should answer in French. He also knew that Wainwright had pronounced Voulay as though it belonged to a village in Yorkshire. "Oui, s'il vous plaît," Alex said. "But I think Dr. Cole should correct you too." "She already has," Wainwright replied while serving him. "I've chosen not to improve too quickly. It would discourage the pupil." Dr. Cole set down her cup. "French only." Wainwright inclined his head. "Naturellement." His accent made Nell cover a smile with her coffee cup. Alex reached for the sugar bowl. Dr. Cole moved it just beyond his fingers. "Ask. Puis-je avoir le sucre?" The pronunciation. He tried again, shaping the troublesome vowel more carefully. Dr. Cole waited until his third attempt before passing the bowl. Alex added 1 spoonful to his porridge and stirred it with unnecessary precision. He could analyze sentence structure, identify verb groups, and remember vocabulary after seeing it once. None of that protected him from being corrected over breakfast by 3 people who weren't attempting to earn 10 integration points. Nell folded her letter and addressed him in French. "Qu'allez-vous étudier ce matin?" Alex understood the question, but his prepared answers vanished when she expected one immediately. He hesitated over the choice of tense. Dr. Cole didn't rescue him. "L'histoire," he managed, "et les mathématiques." Après, he searched for music and found 3 unrelated words instead. "Après?" Nell prompted gently. Alex looked towards the piano room through the open door. "Après, je vais faire du bruit avec le piano." Wainwright's composure failed first. Nell laughed into her napkin, and even Dr. Cole smiled before correcting him. Alex took another spoonful of porridge. His sentence had been dreadful, but everyone had understood it. For that morning, understanding would have to be enough. By November, written exercises had become the least difficult part of French. Alex could complete pages of translations with only an occasional correction, which made it particularly irritating when his tutor continued to describe his spoken ability as hesitant. One morning, she left his exercise sheets untouched and arranged 4 picture cards across the schoolroom table. 2 local children sat opposite him, both younger than their confidence suggested. They greeted the tutor in quick, easy French before examining Alex with open curiosity. His tutor tapped the first card, which showed a boy carrying an umbrella beneath a dark cloud. "Tell us what's happening. Don't translate the sentence in your head first." Alex knew the words. He also knew the correct agreement, the present tense, and the distinction between carrying an umbrella and holding one open. He assembled the sentence carefully before speaking. The older girl shook her head. "You took too long. I was making certain it was correct." "That isn't talking," the younger boy said. "That's waiting with your mouth open." Alex glanced towards his tutor, expecting a correction of the boy's manners. She merely turned over the next card. It showed a family arriving at a railway station. "What did they do before they arrived?" she asked. Alex formed the answer in English, converted it into French, checked the auxiliary verb, and began. His tutor raised one hand before he finished. "You're translating," she said. "I'm producing an accurate answer." "You're producing written French aloud. Conversation doesn't pause while you prepare a final draft." She gathered his completed exercise sheets and placed them face down. Alex watched several hours of careful work disappear beneath her hand. "Those prove that you understand the grammar," she continued. "They don't prove that you can listen and respond." The older girl pointed to the station card. "Ask me where they're going." Alex did, though his pronunciation drew an immediate correction from the younger boy. He repeated the question, received a rapid answer about Paris, luggage, and a missing ticket, and caught only half of it. "Slower, please," Alex said in French. The girl slowed slightly, then asked what he would do if he lost his own ticket. Alex reached for the perfect conditional form and found everyone waiting. "I would ask the station man," he said at last, using simpler words than he wanted. "Then I would blame Wainwright." The children laughed, and his tutor nodded. That was spontaneous. It was grammatically basic. It was a conversation. The younger boy corrected Alex's word for railway employee, then asked whether Wainwright often lost things. Alex answered without translating first. The sentence contained the wrong article and an uncertain verb, but the next question arrived before he could inspect either mistake. By the end of the lesson, his notes remained untouched. Alex had spoken more French than he had during 3 mornings of prepared exercises, and almost none of it had sounded as polished as the sentences in his folder. His tutor returned the papers only after he admitted, in French, that understanding a language on the page wasn't the same as keeping up with people who refused to wait. The weekly group lessons continued through winter. In January, the picture cards disappeared, and the tutor brought a wooden construction set from the cupboard instead. Blocks, grooved beams, wheels, and short lengths of string spilled across the carpet while the 3 children knelt around them. Alex expected another vocabulary exercise. Instead, she told them in French to build something together and withdrew to a chair beside the window. The younger boy picked up 2 long beams. "Un pont," he said. "A bridge." Alex examined the pieces and began arranging supports. "If we make 2 triangular frames, the load will pass through the sides instead of bending the middle." The older girl held out her hand for one of the beams. Alex placed it across 2 blocks instead, then adjusted the spacing between them. "No, here," he said in French. "The distance must be equal." She reached again. "Can I have it?" In a moment, Alex selected 2 shorter pieces and showed them how a triangle resisted movement better than a square. The French slowed him, but the engineering didn't. Within minutes he had established the deck height, rejected the wheels as unsuitable, and explained why the string should brace the sides. The younger boy sat back on his heels. "Are we building it, or are you?" "We're building it," Alex said. He fitted another block beneath the center. "I'm explaining how." The older girl folded her arms. "You haven't let me do anything." Alex looked at the bridge. She had chosen the first beam, and the boy had suggested the bridge itself. Those contributions had seemed sufficient because neither child had offered a workable design. He opened his mouth to explain that assigning tasks according to competence was efficient, then noticed the tutor watching him without intervening. He removed his hand from the half-finished structure. "What do you want to build?" "A bridge with towers," the girl said. She took the beam at last and set it upright. "And a gate." "That won't carry as much weight." "It isn't carrying a train. It's carrying this." She placed a wooden horse beside the unfinished span. The younger boy added 2 wheels beneath another block and announced that the horse needed a carriage. Alex nearly corrected the axle arrangement, but stopped when both children bent over their work without looking towards him. "May I make the other tower?" he asked in French. The girl considered him before passing over 3 blocks. "Yes, but mine can be taller." They built an uneven bridge with mismatched towers, a gate that opened sideways, and a carriage whose wheels refused to stay attached. It carried the wooden horse safely across twice before collapsing on the 3rd attempt. Alex reached automatically for the beams. The younger boy caught one first. "My turn to fix it." Alex sat back and let him try. The solution was structurally poor, but the boy's pleased grin made clear that the lesson had never been about the bridge. By early spring, Alex could answer ordinary questions in French without constructing every sentence twice. His pronunciation still wandered, and unexpected conversation could leave him reaching for simple words, but the language had settled into breakfasts and lessons rather than remaining confined to the blue folder. The bridge lay scattered across the schoolroom carpet after one such lesson when Aunt Nell entered. Alex had begun sorting the pieces into their proper compartments while the other children argued cheerfully over whether the wooden horse had survived the collapse. His tutor stood beside the desk, writing notes into the lesson book. Nell glanced from the crooked towers to Alex's open French folder. "What happens after luncheon?" Alex fitted 2 wheels into the construction box. "French revision until 3, music at 1:30, then I thought I'd spend an hour in the library before swimming." Dr. Cole entered behind her with the afternoon timetable in hand. The library hour wasn't approved. "It's independent reading," Alex said. "Independent work shouldn't require approval." Nell took the timetable and read it. "You've also written vocabulary practice into the half-hour before dinner. That's unused time." "It's your time," Nell said. She crossed out the revision block with Dr. Cole's pencil, then drew a line through the vocabulary practice. "This afternoon is empty." Alex stared at the altered page. "I'm already behind the proposed French schedule." His tutor closed the lesson book. "You're progressing properly. Fluency won't arrive because you refuse to stop working. The task doesn't care whether I'm progressing properly." The room quietened. The 2 visiting children continued packing blocks, but both had begun listening. Alex regretted the sharpness as soon as he heard it. Nell didn't ask what task he meant. She placed the timetable on the desk and looked at him with the patience that usually proved harder to resist than anger. "You've had lessons every morning this week," she said. "You've ridden twice, practiced the piano, swum, and spent yesterday evening reading after Mrs. Henshaw told you the lamps were being put out. You're 5, Alex. An empty afternoon isn't a defect in the program." The older girl held up the wooden horse. "He could come outside with us." Her brother nodded. "We're making a fort near the yew hedge." Alex looked towards the library door. A county folklore volume waited on the reading stand, open to an account of lights seen above the moors. The report was probably marsh gas, smugglers, or a frightened clergyman. Probably wasn't proof. Nell followed his gaze. "The book will still be there after tea." He considered asking for 30 minutes, then remembered the bridge and the way he'd turned shared play into managed work. "May I read one page before we go?" "One page," Nell agreed. "Then boots and coats." Alex crossed to the reading stand and finished the witness account without taking notes. The strange lights had appeared 3 times, always near an abandoned stone circle, and the author had offered no satisfactory explanation. He marked the page with a ribbon rather than opening his notebook. Outside, the other children were already carrying fallen branches towards the hedge. Alex pulled on his coat, left the French folder closed, and followed them. The task remained active, the folklore remained uncertain, and neither required the whole afternoon. 19. A Summer in France. The journey to France began before sunrise, with York House staff carrying cases through the front hall while Alex tried to confirm that his blue folder had been packed. Mrs. Henshaw intercepted him beside the open car door and removed it from beneath his arm. "You're going on holiday, not sitting an examination," she said, handing the folder to Wainwright. Alex watched it disappear into the luggage compartment. Language immersion works better when supported by structured revision. "Then speak to people," Aunt Nell said as she settled beside him. "Preferably about something they wish to discuss." By lunchtime they had crossed the channel and were traveling south through countryside familiar enough to make every small difference interesting. Road signs demanded attention, cafe menus offered immediate tests, and the porter at their hotel answered Alex's careful greeting with a cheerful stream of French that left him understanding the beginning, the end, and almost nothing between. Alex asked him to repeat it more slowly. The porter did, then complimented his accent with enough kindness that Alex suspected professional diplomacy. Their summer had been planned around several weeks with family friends near the Breton coast, followed by museums, markets, and a short sailing trip. Dr. Cole had approved the educational value. Aunt Nell had approved the lawn lunches and sea air. Alex had approved France because old European towns contained churches, archives, local legends, and more than one place where a hidden magical community might plausibly have survived unnoticed. The Beaumont house overlooked a small harbor crowded with fishing boats and white sails. Monsieur and Madame Beaumont welcomed them on the terrace while their 2 children carried Alex towards a table covered with bread, cheese, apricots, and bowls of strawberries. Madame Beaumont smiled as Alex thanked her in French. "Your aunt says you've been studying very seriously." "I'm becoming conversational," Alex replied. The sentence emerged without rehearsal, which pleased him enough to risk another. "Are there any old stories here about witches?" Monsieur Beaumont looked delighted rather than offended. "Many. Every village has a witch, a ghost, and a fisherman who saw something enormous after drinking too much cider." "Have any of the stories been written down?" Alex asked. Nell reached across the table and placed an apricot on his plate. "You may investigate one legend after you've eaten, unpacked, and spent the afternoon with the Beaumont children." Alex looked towards the harbor, where the children were already arguing over which boat they would show him first. The folklore could wait until evening. He picked up the apricot and asked, in French, whether either of them knew how to sail. Both of them did, though 12-year-old Luke claimed his younger sister's principal skill was shouting whenever the boat leaned. Camille denied this while leading Alex down the harbor steps towards a small blue dinghy tied between 2 fishing boats. Nell allowed them one circuit inside the breakwater with Monsieur Beaumont aboard, and Alex spent the next hour hauling a line, answering instructions in French, and discovering that Breton nautical terms had been omitted from Dr. Cole's curriculum. As they returned, Camille pointed towards a narrow street behind the fish market. "The old woman in the antique shop sells a witch's mirror. She says it shows things that aren't there." Luke snorted. It shows tourists their own faces and charges them 20 francs. Alex looked from the street to Nell, who had heard every word. May we visit the shop? Nell fastened the top button of Camille's coat before answering. You may look. You may ask polite questions. You may not accuse anyone, buy anything, or turn our holiday into a police operation. The shop smelled of furniture, wax, and old paper. Copper pans hung above crowded cabinets, while carved saints, chipped bowls, and brass candlesticks filled every shelf. An elderly woman in a purple scarf listened gravely as Alex asked about the mirror, then produced an oval frame from beneath the counter. It belonged to a woman who healed cattle and spoke with the dead, she said in French. At midnight, it reveals whoever is thinking of you. The glass had been darkened at the edges, and a painted candle stood behind it. Alex shifted left. A pale face appeared beside his reflection, then vanished when he moved back. He crouched and found a second sheet of glass set at an angle inside the deep frame. Luke leaned over his shoulder. A ghost? A reflection, Alex said. He pointed towards the hidden candle. The light passes through the front glass and reflects the painted image. The shopkeeper's solemn expression gave way to amusement. You're a difficult customer. I wasn't permitted to buy it anyway, Alex replied. Outside, Nell waited until the shop door had closed before speaking. You handled that properly. You investigated, found an ordinary explanation, and left the woman her dignity. She was selling a trick as a supernatural object. She was selling a local story to visitors who enjoyed being frightened. Nell placed one hand between his shoulders and guided him away from the window. Tomorrow there will be no legends, archives, antique dealers, or questions about witches. You'll spend the day with the people who came here with you. Alex glanced towards the harbor, where Camille was already demanding another sale. One day wouldn't prevent him from returning to the mirror's design later. May boats still be included? Nell smiled. Boats are strongly encouraged. The next morning began at the harbor market, where Nell handed Alex a wicker basket and reminded him that he wasn't permitted to investigate anything more mysterious than breakfast. Camille and Luke moved between the striped awnings ahead of them, arguing over peaches, while Madame Beaumont stopped at each stall to greet people she knew. Alex followed her to a fishmonger and asked for 4 mackerel in careful French. The woman answered with a question about how they should be prepared. He understood every word, but his attention had already moved to the carved symbol above the neighboring doorway, which looked faintly like a broom crossed with a crescent moon. Cleaned or whole? The fishmonger repeated. Whole, Alex said, then pointed towards the carving. Do you know how old that sign is? Camille nudged his arm. You're doing it again. Alex lowered his hand. Nell had banned investigations for the day, but Camille's complaint reached further than the rule. The fishmonger had asked him a question, and he'd treated her answer as the quickest route back to his own subject. He turned to the counter. How do you cook them? The woman brightened. She explained that her husband grilled them over charcoal with herbs, while her daughter preferred them baked with tomatoes. Alex asked which she preferred, and the answer became a complaint about husbands, smoke, and men who believed burning supper counted as tradition. Madame Beaumont laughed, added her own opinion, and by the time the fish were wrapped, Alex had stopped planning his next sentence. At the fruit stall, Luke challenged him to choose peaches without asking an adult. Alex questioned the seller about color, firmness, and when they would be eaten. The man pressed one peach into Alex's palm and told him to smell it near the stem. That one is ready today, he said. The harder ones will be better tomorrow. Alex selected 6 and asked how long the man had worked at the market. Since I was younger than your friend, the seller replied, nodding towards Luke. My father stood here before me. Luke waited until they'd moved away before grinning. You didn't ask him about witches. I asked about peaches. And listen to the answer, Camille said. That's unusual. Back at the hotel, Alex carried the basket to the kitchen and thanked the porter who opened the door. Instead of using the moment to practice a prepared phrase, he asked whether the man's foot had recovered after a sailing accident mentioned the previous evening. The porter looked surprised, then pleased, and answered at normal speed. Alex missed several words. He didn't interrupt. He listened until the meaning became clear from the rest, then asked the question that belonged to the answer rather than the one he'd been waiting to ask. That evening, Alex found his French tutor waiting on the hotel terrace beside Aunt Nell and Madame Beaumont. A place had been set for her at the long table, though no lesson books, picture cards, or vocabulary sheets appeared among the glasses and folded napkins. Alex stopped beside his chair and looked towards the empty space where her usual folder should have been. His tutor smiled. You've spent several days speaking French when nobody was marking you. Tomorrow, we'll find out whether you can do it when you know they are. Alex sat carefully. What happens tomorrow? A luncheon, Aunt Nell said. The Beaumonts have invited several friends, including 2 families with children. You'll help receive them and take part in the meal. Alex considered the likely subjects, age range, and forms of address. May I have the guest list? No, his tutor replied. You may know that they're ordinary people coming to lunch. That is all. A host normally knows who has been invited. You aren't the host, Nell said. You're the pupil who keeps trying to turn conversation into an examination paper. Madame Beaumont passed Alex a dish of tomatoes. You'll be expected to greet people, answer questions, and speak when you have something worth saying. Nobody will test you on irregular verbs. That would be easier, Alex admitted. After dinner, he returned to his room and opened the hotel writing case. He began a page of possible topics, starting with travel, sailing, museums, and the local market. Beneath those he added polite questions about professions, children, and regional food. He had reached contingency phrases for misunderstood answers when Nell entered without knocking and lifted the page from beneath his hand. She read the first lines, then set the sheet face down. You listened well today because you were interested in the people speaking. Tomorrow won't improve if you memorize 20 routes through every possible conversation. Preparation reduces avoidable mistakes. It also gives you somewhere to hide. Nell closed the writing case and placed it on the wardrobe. Your tutor won't rescue you at lunch. If you misunderstand someone, you'll ask. If you use the wrong word, you'll correct yourself. If the conversation moves somewhere unexpected, you'll follow it. Alex looked towards the closed case. The active task remained unchanged, offering no sign that markets, sailing, or honest questions had brought him any closer to completion. Will tomorrow count as the final assessment? He asked. Nell sat beside him on the bed. Tomorrow will show whether you can manage without turning every sentence into work. The system can decide whatever it likes afterwards. Alex disliked the uncertainty, but he understood the condition. He left the writing case closed and asked Nell, in French, whether she thought the fishmonger's husband truly burned supper or merely preferred it well cooked. 20. Conversation without rescue. By 11:30, the Beaumont terrace held enough chairs to make Alex suspect that several friends had been deliberately unhelpful. His writing case remained closed at the hotel, along with the page of prepared questions Nell had confiscated. He tried to follow her simpler instruction instead. He would greet whoever arrived, listen to the answers, and stop treating every silence as a problem requiring immediate repair. Madame Beaumont placed a tray of fruit drinks in his hands and nodded towards the open front doors. You'll welcome the children and bring them through to the terrace. Luke will take the adults' coats, so you needn't attempt everything yourself. Alex steadied the glasses and glanced towards his tutor, who sat beneath the striped awning beside Aunt Nell. You're close enough to hear if something goes wrong, he said in French. He knew the observation sounded hopeful, but he couldn't improve it without turning it into a request. His tutor raised her glass and settled more comfortably into her chair. I'm close enough to enjoy watching. That isn't the same thing as rescuing you. The first family arrived with a girl near Luke's age and a younger boy who stared openly at Alex's polished shoes. Alex greeted them, offered the children drinks, and asked whether their journey had been pleasant. The exchange went well until the girl's father pointed towards the harbor and asked whether Alex had held the tiller during the previous day's sail. Alex understood every part of the question except the word that carried its meaning. He looked through the open doors, but his tutor had turned towards Nell and appeared deeply interested in a conversation about hydrangeas. Pretending he understood might carry him through the next sentence, but it would leave him answering a question nobody had asked. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you held, Alex told the man. He kept his hands around the tray rather than attempting to disguise the gap with a confident nod. The man smiled and mimed both hands moving a tiller. The part used to steer the boat. Understanding arrived with enough force to make Alex feel foolish. Yes, for a little while. Camille said I steered like an old man crossing a crowded room. Camille had heard him from the terrace and called through the doorway. You did. Everyone had enough time to move out of your way. The next guests brought 2 boys, a basket of cakes, and a question delivered so quickly that Alex answered the wrong half. One of the boys laughed, but his mother silenced him with a look before Alex could retreat behind embarrassment. Heat climbed into his face, and every prepared phrase he'd been denied suddenly seemed desirable. "I misunderstood you," Alex said. He made himself meet the woman's eyes. "Would you ask again, more slowly?" She repeated the question, and this time he understood that she wanted to know whether English children truly drank tea every afternoon. Alex carried the cakes towards the terrace while considering how much detail the answer required. "Only when adults are trying to improve us," he said, and her laughter loosened the tension in his shoulders. When everyone moved towards the table, Alex discovered that his tutor's place had been set 4 chairs away. Camille pulled out the seat between herself and the youngest visitor, removing his last chance of choosing a safer position. "No rescue," she reminded him, though her grin made it sound more like a shared conspiracy than a threat. Alex sat as the younger boy leaned close enough to inspect the buttons on his jacket. "Do you truly live in a castle?" "No," Alex replied. He unfolded his napkin and placed it across his knees. "It's a house with too many roofs." The answer widened the boy's eyes. 3 more questions followed before Alex could prepare for any of them. The boy's mother introduced him as Etienne and told him to let Alex eat before demanding a complete architectural survey. Etienne ignored her and asked whether York House possessed towers, dungeons, secret tunnels, or a moat. Alex answered each question until he heard himself reciting features as though Arthur Wainwright had placed him at the head of another supervised house tour. "It has service corridors," Alex said as he cut a piece of bread. "They're only secret if Mr. Wainwright hasn't shown you the floor plans. There's a lake, but no moat, and the cellars contain wine rather than prisoners." Etienne frowned at this collection of failures. "Then what makes it important? A castle should have something dangerous." Alex had several accurate answers involving inheritance, public duty, estate employment, and several centuries of family history. None belonged in a conversation with a boy who had begun arranging pieces of bread into a defensive wall. "Mrs. Henshaw lives there," he said. "She can find anyone who's muddy within 5 minutes. That's more useful than a dungeon." Camille reached across Alex for a radish and studied him with fresh interest. "She sounds frightening. Does everyone hide when she comes?" "She's very kind," Alex replied. He passed her the dish before she could knock over a glass. "She's also usually right, which can feel similar." Etienne decided York House could be improved by a drawbridge and 2 dragons. Alex nearly asked where the dragons had been found, which would have carried the conversation directly back towards the subject he preferred. He caught the familiar impulse before it escaped. "Who feeds them?" he asked instead. The question drew Luke and the other boys into an argument over sheep, fish, and whether a dragon could be trained to eat unwanted school vegetables. By the time Madame Beaumont served the mackerel baked with tomatoes, Alex had stopped deciding which answer would demonstrate the widest vocabulary. He disagreed with Luke about the structural disadvantages of placing a dragon on a wooden roof, used the wrong tense halfway through his explanation, corrected it, and continued before embarrassment could silence him. The older visiting girl asked whether he attended school in England. Alex explained his lessons at York House and almost began describing the timetable in full. He heard the lecture forming in his own voice, set down his fork, and turned the question back towards her. "What do you like best at your school?" "Drawing, although our teacher says I draw people when I should be listening." She glanced towards the adults before reaching into her pocket. "I can usually do both." She unfolded a scrap of paper beneath the table. A quick sketch showed Monsieur Beaumont leaning hopefully over his plate while Madame Beaumont guarded the serving dish from him with one hand. Alex laughed before checking whether either adult had noticed, and the girl's pleased expression mattered more than whether his response had been grammatically elegant. Dessert arrived as an apricot tart with thick cream. Alex passed Etienne the bowl, answered a question about riding Bramble, and listened while Camille described the day she'd fallen into the harbor wearing her best shoes. Only when his tutor caught his eye from 4 seats away did he remember that the meal was supposed to be an assessment. She saw the change in his posture and raised one warning eyebrow. "Don't start performing now. Finish your tart." Alex obeyed and finished his tart while Etienne explained why York House still required a drawbridge. The boys' argument moved through dragons, invading knights, and the need to keep unwanted relatives outside, often too quickly for Alex to catch every word. Instead of guessing at the missing pieces, he asked about them and let Etienne repeat himself with increasingly elaborate gestures. When the adults rose from the table, Camille carried the sketching girl towards the harbor wall while Luke recruited the other children for a game involving stones, string, and 2 overturned baskets. Alex began gathering plates, but Madame Beaumont took the stack from his hands and pointed towards the others. Guests may help after they've finished being children. Go before Luke gives away all the important positions. Etienne caught Alex's sleeve before he had taken 2 steps. You have to be the king because it's your castle. The king defends the gate, commands the dragon, and decides who goes to prison. Alex looked towards the baskets, where Luke was rearranging the string without consulting anyone. That sounds like 3 jobs. I'll defend the gate, but someone else can command the dragon. Etienne considered the division of authority and nodded. Camille can command it. She shouts louder than you. Camille accepted the appointment from halfway across the terrace. Alex followed the others and listened while Luke explained rules that changed twice before the game began. He misunderstood which basket represented the gate, lost it within a minute, and argued his case in French while 3 children shouted over him. Nobody slowed down because he was learning, and nobody expected him to speak perfectly before answering back. He bent beneath a chair to retrieve the smooth stone serving as their dragon. As his fingers closed around it, clear text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 10 integration points. Integration points: 60. Alex remained crouched for a moment, the sun-warmed stone resting in his palm. 10 points recognized months of lessons, repeated corrections, awkward meals, and the uncomfortable discovery that speaking correctly wasn't enough if he wasn't interested in the answer. New text began forming beneath the total, but Etienne demanded the return of his dragon, and Alex let the system wait. His tutor intercepted him when the game ended and the children went in search of more string. You made several mistakes, she said. Her smile removed any sting from the judgment. You misunderstood questions, chose the wrong tense, and once called a fishing net a tablecloth. I corrected the tablecloth, Alex replied. He brushed dirt from his knees, though the mark on one stocking refused to move. You did, and then you continued speaking. You didn't freeze, retreat into prepared phrases, or ask me to save you. She rested one hand on his shoulder. That was the assessment. Aunt Nell joined them and used her handkerchief on the dirt Alex had failed to remove. You listened when people answered you, even when their answers had nothing to do with your plans. I'm prouder of that than any perfect sentence. Alex looked towards the children rebuilding their gate without him. The system agreed that I'm fluent. Nell bent and kissed the top of his head. The system can admire your verbs. I'm admiring you. Before Alex could answer, the completion notice disappeared and new text settled into place. Current task: read 50 books in one recognized field. Reward: 5 integration points. 50 books was less personally difficult than learning a language, but it promised to occupy far more shelf space. Alex read the wording again, considered the likely restrictions, and reached his decision before Nell had finished folding her handkerchief. Natural history. Nell drew back enough to study him. You've had the task for 3 seconds. Most people require longer to choose an entire field of study. Old expedition accounts contain animals described before modern classification became reliable. Alex looked towards the harbor, where gulls circled above the fishing boats. Magical creatures might have been mistaken for unusual birds, reptiles, or mammals. His tutor folded her arms and gave him the expression she used when a promising answer required supervision. So you intend to search 50 books for dragons. I wondered how long it would take you to return to them. Not only dragons, Alex said. He heard how little the correction improved his case and tried again. Phoenixes, measles, and other species might appear in reports dismissed as exaggeration. Natural history would also teach me enough to separate poor descriptions from genuine anomalies. That part may save you considerable embarrassment. His tutor glanced towards Nell before continuing. But 50 books in one recognized field won't mean choosing 50 collections of monster stories. Dr. Cole will expect anatomy, ecology, classification, and the history of scientific error. Alex nodded because the restrictions improved the project. A search built only from accounts he wanted to believe would produce an impressive catalog of mistakes and very little evidence. Madame Beaumont approached carrying a bottle of sparkling apple juice and enough glasses for the children. We've been informed that a celebration is required. She filled Alex's glass, distributed the others, and raised her own. To Alexander, who can now misunderstand us fluently. Luke touched his glass against Alex's with unnecessary force. And argue about boats. That should count as a separate qualification. Camille lifted hers next. He can also lose castles. We should mention all his accomplishments. Alex returned the toast with as much dignity as the game had left him. The castle was poorly defended. No responsible ruler could have saved it. Etienne stared at him over the rim of his glass. You were the king. Then the failure was clearly administrative, Alex said, and the children's laughter carried across the terrace. He drank with them while Nell rested a hand lightly between his shoulders. The system had already moved on, but the people around him hadn't. They passed the remaining cakes, repeated their favorite mistakes from lunch, and made the months of study worth celebrating without mentioning points. When Alex began outlining possible library sections aloud, Nell removed the empty glass from his hand. You may choose natural history. You may not begin the reading list until we're home. The hotel has a library, Alex reminded her. He could already picture the catalog desk and the questions required to discover whether it held any useful expedition journals. Nell pointed towards the harbor instead. The harbor has a boat. Your books will survive another afternoon without you. Camille was already running towards the steps and calling for Alex to follow. He looked once towards the hotel, then went after her. The 50 books would still be waiting in Yorkshire. 21. 50 books and no dragons. The books had survived the rest of the summer without him. By the first Monday after York House resumed its autumn timetable, Alex had covered the old library table with catalog cards, penciled notes, and a sheet headed possible magical species in letters large enough to concern Dr. Cole. His first list included dragons, phoenixes, kneazles, sea serpents, and several creatures remembered less clearly from the Potter books. Beside each name, he'd added the sort of historical source most likely to contain a mistaken sighting. Dr. Cole read the page while the estate librarian sorted returned volumes at the catalog desk. Sea serpents, winged reptiles, fireproof birds, unusually intelligent cats, and creatures reported by one terrified missionary, she said. You've chosen a collection of things you hope exist. You haven't yet chosen a recognized field. Natural history is the field, Alex replied. He pushed 3 expedition accounts towards her. These were written by naturalists. The librarian opened the top volume and examined its contents page. This gentleman also reported men with their faces in their chests. We may include him under the history of error, but I won't place him beside reliable zoology without warning labels. Alex drew the book back before it could be rejected completely. An inaccurate witness can still have seen one accurate thing. Yes, Dr. Cole said as she placed a blank sheet over his proposed list. Which is why you need enough knowledge to separate the accurate thing from the nonsense around it. 50 books repeating your preferred answer would train belief, not judgment. She wrote 5 headings down the page: anatomy, ecology, classification, history of natural history, and fraud or error. The librarian began building a stack beneath each one, selecting comparative anatomy, animal behavior, habitats, taxonomy, and several accounts of famous scientific mistakes. Alex watched his dragons disappear behind books on bones, breeding ranges, inherited traits, and the proper description of scales. Where do the expeditions go? He asked. He kept one hand on the sea serpent volume in case it vanished entirely. The librarian placed 6 selected accounts in a separate row. After the foundations, some may count if you can identify the author's methods, sources, and likely mistakes. Collections of marvels won't. Dr. Cole handed Alex the pencil. For every extraordinary claim, you'll record at least 2 ordinary explanations before deciding either is inadequate. You may search for dragons, but you'll first learn what a lizard is. The task had seemed simple on a French terrace. At York House, it had acquired standards, footnotes, and enough comparative anatomy to occupy months. Alex crossed out possible magical species and wrote natural history reading list above it. He numbered the first volume while the dragon accounts waited at the far end of the table, included but no longer permitted to lead. The first dragon appeared on page 87 of an expedition account published in 1819. Alex reached it after 40 pages of insects, river depths, and complaints about damp gunpowder. The engraved creature had a long body, heavy scales, and an open mouth from which the artist had added a curl that looked suspiciously like smoke. Alex placed his ruler beneath the passage and wrote possible fire-breathing reptile in the margin of his notebook. Dr. Cole, working at the opposite end of the schoolroom table, held out her hand without looking up from the essays she was marking. "Show me your ordinary explanations," she said. "I haven't written them yet." Alex passed her the notebook, though he kept one finger between the expedition account's pages. The witness described a lizard nearly 20 feet long, resistant to shot, with hot breath. Dr. Cole read the paragraph, then turned back 2 pages. The author didn't witness it. A guide repeated a hunter's story, and the author supplied the measurements afterwards. What else could produce this account? Alex looked towards the 5 headings established in the library. The exercise had seemed reasonable when it concerned other people's errors. Applied to his first promising creature, it felt designed to remove everything interesting before he could examine it. "A large monitor lizard," he said. "The length may include the tail, and the hunter may have exaggerated." "That's one explanation with 2 details." Dr. Cole returned the pencil to him. "You need another." Alex opened a modern reptile reference beside the older book. The engraving showed a forked tongue, but the written account mentioned neither tongue nor flame. Its supposed resistance to shot rested on one sentence saying the creature escaped after being fired upon. "The weapon may have missed," Alex admitted. "Or the powder may have been wet, since the author complained about that repeatedly." Dr. Cole tapped the curl emerging from the engraved jaws. "And the smoke?" "The illustrator invented it." Alex compared the picture with the text and found nothing supporting the feature that had caught his attention first. He crossed out his original note, then wrote large monitor lizard, size uncertain, account secondhand, engraving unreliable. "You may keep possible dragon as a hypothesis," Dr. Cole said. "But it belongs after the ordinary explanations, not before them." Alex added a final column to the page and wrote magical explanation only if required across its top. The dragon hadn't vanished. It had merely become responsible for surviving the same questions as everything else, which was proving much harder than breathing smoke in an engraving. 3 days later, Alex carried the modern reptile volume into luncheon and propped it beside his plate. He managed 2 spoonfuls of soup while comparing tooth shapes, then reached for his pencil instead of his bread. When Aunt Nell removed the book, his hand closed on empty air. "I'm using it," Alex said. He looked towards the sideboard where she'd placed it beyond his reach. "The author classified crocodiles by snout shape, and I need to compare his method with the expedition account." Nell folded her napkin beside her plate. "You also need to eat while the soup is warm. Mrs. Henshaw tells me you brought a book to breakfast, arrived late for writing, and stayed in the library after bedtime." "I didn't miss writing. I arrived 7 minutes late." Alex heard the weakness of the correction as Dr. Cole entered carrying the schoolroom timetable. "The books require proper attention." "So does Bramble," Nell replied. "And so do the children coming for tomorrow's shared lesson." Dr. Cole placed the timetable between them. Several afternoon periods had been marked in blue pencil. "You've tried to turn every free hour into reading time. I've restored outdoor lessons, music practice, and Wednesday's group session." Alex scanned the changes. "That removes 8 hours this week." "It returns 8 hours to the rest of your education," Dr. Cole said. 50 books in one field doesn't mean 50 books instead of everything else." The following afternoon, 2 local children arrived carrying collecting jars and an argument about whether beetles could recognize people. Alex met them on the south lawn with his notebook beneath one arm, hoping Dr. Cole had arranged practical natural history. She handed each child a wooden hoop and pointed towards a row of chalk marks laid across the grass. "This is a relay," she said. "No classification, no specimens, and no one is required to discuss reptiles." Alex looked at the hoops, then at the library windows. His unfinished volume remained visible on the table beyond the glass, its ribbon marking the chapter on desert lizards. One of the boys pushed a hoop towards him. "You can go first because your garden has the hill." "It isn't my garden," Alex said as he took the stick used to guide the hoop. "It belongs to the estate, and that hill gives the second runner an unfair advantage." The girl beside him grinned. "Then run faster." Alex sent the hoop rolling across the grass. It veered away from the chalk line within 6 feet, forcing him to chase it while the others shouted advice he hadn't requested. He recovered it near a flower bed, drove it back towards the course, and nearly lost it again when the ground sloped beneath his feet. By the time he returned, breathless and muddy at one knee, the other children were laughing at his attempt to argue that the hoop itself was poorly balanced. The books were still waiting behind the window, and the system had remained completely silent. The revised timetable held for 9 days before Alex found the bird. He discovered it during an authorized library period in a cracked account of an 18th-century voyage through islands north of Madagascar. The writer described a scarlet bird larger than a swan, nesting beside hot springs and returning unharmed after local hunters burned the reeds around it. Alex placed his ruler beneath the passage and read it twice. No preserved skin had reached Britain. The writer hadn't witnessed the burning, and the engraved plate had been produced in London from a verbal description. He opened his notebook and dutifully wrote mistranslation, mistaken identity, and exaggerated survival account beneath the ordinary explanations column. Dr. Cole stopped beside his chair. "You look remarkably pleased by evidence you've just declared unreliable." "The report is weak," Alex admitted. He turned the book so she could read the marked passage. "But the combination is unusual. Scarlet plumage, heat, fire, and survival all appear in the same account. Repeated details can come from one repeated story." Dr. Cole traced the citation at the bottom of the page. "What can you verify?" The estate librarian answered from the catalog desk before Alex could. "Possibly the later ownership history. The editor claims that a similar bird was brought to Europe 70 years afterwards." She pulled a reference volume from a shelf and checked its index. "The trail ends with the Harcourt collection." Alex left his chair and joined her at the desk. The collection had been dispersed decades ago, but one branch of the family still maintained a licensed private zoo in Kent. A recent society newsletter listed unusual parrots, large cats, reptiles, and several birds acquired through older family contacts. Aunt Nell read the resulting letter that evening before allowing Wainwright to post it. "You've asked to inspect the bird records, speak with the keeper, visit the aviaries, and handle suitable animals under supervision." She lowered the page. "Are you conducting research or applying for employment?" "I need observations that don't depend on an 18th-century traveler," Alex said. "Direct examination may reveal features missing from the written descriptions." Nell studied him long enough to make the unspoken purpose plainly visible. "You'll observe the animals as living creatures, not test equipment." Alex nodded and removed the sentence asking whether any specimen had unusual resistance to heat. It sounded less reasonable each time he read it. The reply arrived 4 days later. Lord Harcourt welcomed Alex's interest and invited the family to visit during the winter opening of his private collection. Alex entered the date beneath the old account and marked the evidence quality as poor. He then underlined the invitation twice, because poor evidence was still enough to justify a careful look. 22. The Private Zoo. The Harcourt collection began beyond a pair of iron gates and a low brick building that smelled of straw, fruit, and disinfectant. Alex climbed out of the Daimler with his notebook already open, then closed it when Aunt Nell gave him a look. Lord Harcourt came down the path beside a gray-haired keeper, smiling as though 6-year-old correspondents regularly requested access to his animal records. "Your letter caused more discussion than most requests from scientific societies," Lord Harcourt said as he shook Nell's hand. "Mr. Fowler feared you intended to measure every creature before luncheon." Alex glanced towards the nearest aviary, where scarlet wings moved behind the wire. "Only if the measurements are useful." Nell rested a hand on his shoulder. "Alex will ask before touching anything, and he'll accept the keeper's answer." Mr. Fowler nodded once. "Then we'll get along. The animals decide more than visitors do." Inside the birdhouse, a scarlet macaw stepped from its perch onto the keeper's leather glove. It watched Alex with one pale eye while Mr. Fowler explained the strength of its beak, the arrangement of its toes, and the danger of treating familiarity as permission. When the bird leaned towards him and the keeper agreed, Alex held out 2 fingers and stroked the feathers beside its neck. The macaw pressed into the touch, warm and undeniably alive. No text appeared across his vision. The serval in the next enclosure was hand-reared but less cooperative. It ignored Alex, paced once around Mr. Fowler's boots, then pressed its spotted shoulder against the keeper's leg. Alex waited until it approached him before brushing his knuckles over the short fur between its ears. The system remained silent, and the serval lost interest before he could feel disappointed properly. A black-throated monitor lizard required both of Mr. Fowler's arms. Its claws gripped the keeper's padded sleeve while its forked tongue tested the air, and Alex's memory supplied dragons despite every lesson Dr. Cole had taught him. He touched one cool scale near the shoulder. Nothing changed. In the small mammal house, a young tapir accepted apple from his palm and left a wet streak across his fingers. Nell laughed while Mr. Fowler passed him a cloth, but the system offered no sign that the animal was anything beyond what the records claimed. Alex wiped his hand and looked back along the path. 4 careful contacts had produced 4 ordinary animals in complete silence. Lord Harcourt noticed where his attention had gone. Not satisfied? They're remarkable, Alex said, choosing the honest answer. I'd hoped one might be remarkable in a way natural history hadn't recorded. Lord Harcourt's smile sharpened with interest. Then after luncheon, you should tell me exactly what you're hoping to find. I know people who obtain creatures that never appear in respectable catalogs. After luncheon, Lord Harcourt led them into a paneled study and opened a shallow drawer filled with calling cards. Alex sat forward while Aunt Nell remained beside him. He explained that he wasn't searching for an unfamiliar breed or an animal made impressive by size. He wanted a creature whose genuine abilities resisted ordinary explanation, particularly a bird associated with unusual heat. Lord Harcourt selected 3 cards and placed them on the desk. Respectable collections publish inventories and breeding records. The people who don't publish them sometimes have more interesting stock. He tapped one card bearing only a surname and a London telephone number. Bellamy brings animals to private clients. He's presenting several acquisitions in my West Pavilion this afternoon. The collection's veterinarian, Dr. Sayer, had entered to return a treatment ledger to Mr. Fowler. She stopped at the desk and looked at the cards before turning to Alex. When a dealer says, rare, it often means smuggled, frightened, and badly kept. It may also mean an ordinary animal has been altered to satisfy a buyer. Alex picked up Bellamy's card, then set it down when he noticed Nell watching his hand. Couldn't seeing the animals establish whether they're being mistreated? Dr. Sayer pulled out the empty chair opposite him. Observation can help, provided you understand that wealthy visitors are part of the market. Dealers notice who asks questions, who looks excited, and who might pay for the next animal. Lord Harcourt frowned at the card. I've never bought from Bellamy without veterinary inspection. That hasn't stopped him bringing unsuitable animals, Dr. Sayer replied. It tells him there's a chance of a sale. Nell's attention returned to Alex. You asked to observe living creatures rather than rely on old stories. That doesn't give you permission to reward whoever can frighten one into reach. I won't buy anything, Alex said. The promise came easily, but it didn't settle whether he should enter the pavilion at all. If Bellamy possessed a phoenix, refusing to look would preserve his principles while leaving the animal exactly where it was. Alex turned to Dr. Sayer. Will you come with us and decide whether any contact is safe for the animal? If you say no, I won't touch it. If the conditions are poor, I want them recorded. Dr. Sayer studied him before nodding. Those are terms I can accept. They crossed the courtyard shortly before 4. 2 motorcars stood outside the West Pavilion, and servants carried drinks towards a cluster of well-dressed guests. As Mr. Fowler opened the inner door, applause broke out from the room beyond. The applause came from 12 guests gathered around 2 wooden stands. Between them, a young macaque crouched in a narrow leather harness while Bellamy held its lead. A silver cup rested on the farther stand. The monkey stared at it, then pressed itself lower as the guests waited. Bellamy flicked the lead. Fetch, Caesar. The macaque flinched but didn't move. A second pull dragged it forward until its claws scraped across the polished board. Several guests laughed when it snatched the cup and dropped it before reaching the other stand. Dr. Sayer stepped past Lord Harcourt. That's enough. Its neck is rubbed raw beneath the collar. Bellamy placed one shoe against the fallen cup. A little redness is unavoidable during training. He's valuable because he performs. Alex could see the bare patch where the harness crossed the animal's shoulder. The macaque's breathing came quickly, and one hand kept opening and closing around empty air. He'd entered expecting concealed wonders. Instead, Bellamy had arranged pain as entertainment and trusted the audience to call it rarity. Take the harness off, Alex said. Bellamy smiled towards the guests as though Alex had joined the performance. You may handle him after the demonstration, my lord. He's remarkably affectionate once he understands who's in command. I don't want to handle him. Alex stepped between the stands, forcing Bellamy either to stop or drag the animal towards him. The visit is over. Aunt Nell moved to Alex's side. You heard him. Bellamy lowered his voice. I brought these animals because Lord Harcourt said you were searching for something exceptional. Caesar can be yours today. Purchasing him would place his care entirely in your hands. The offer found the weak point neatly. Alex could remove the collar, provide proper space, and keep the animal close enough to test whenever he wished. Paying Bellamy would also teach him that frightening an animal before wealthy guests produced a buyer. Alex looked at Dr. Sayer. Can he remain here for examination? If Lord Harcourt agrees, she said. He needs treatment, quiet, and better housing. I'll also record the condition he arrived in. Lord Harcourt's face had hardened. Mr. Fowler will take him to quarantine. Bellamy may discuss his license and records with me in private. Alex turned to Nell. May York House cover the veterinary care and transport? Yes, Nell said. Care only. Bellamy receives nothing from you. Bellamy opened his mouth, but Alex had already stepped away. Mr. Fowler wrapped the macaque in a blanket while Dr. Sayer loosened the harness. Alex waited until the animal stopped trembling, then left the pavilion without asking what Bellamy had brought in the remaining cages. Cold air met Alex outside, but he didn't walk towards the house. He stopped beside a stone bench and listened as the door closed behind them, cutting off Bellamy's protest. His notebook remained beneath his arm. Opening it felt uncomfortably close to continuing the visit. Aunt Nell sat beside him and waited until he looked at her. Do you regret leaving before you saw the other cages? Yes, Alex said. The answer came too quickly to disguise. Part of me still thinks one of them might contain what I'm searching for. Wanting that badly doesn't give you permission to ignore how it reached you. Nell kept her voice gentle, though the decision behind it was firm. You understood that before we entered. I understood it as a rule. Alex looked back at the pavilion. I hadn't understood how easy it would be to make an exception. Dr. Sayer joined them after several minutes, carrying the removed harness in a cloth sack. The macaque is settled in quarantine. Mr. Fowler's preparing food and water, and I'll examine the injuries properly once he's calmer. Alex opened his notebook at last. How do I prevent this happening again? You can't prevent every dishonest person from approaching you, Dr. Sayer said as she sat at the other end of the bench. You can make yourself a poor customer. Require records before viewing. Have a veterinarian inspect the animal first. Refuse private demonstrations, and don't pay merely because someone claims rescue is only possible through purchase. Alex wrote each condition in full. What counts as voluntary contact? The animal should be able to approach, move away, or refuse without being dragged, punished, or deprived of food, Dr. Sayer replied. Necessary veterinary restraint is different, but it shouldn't become a convenient way to place an animal in someone's hands. The system had never required any of that. Its condition was direct contact with a living magical creature. It hadn't mentioned calm handling, proper care, or whether the creature had any choice. When Alex first read the wording, that simplicity had seemed helpful. Lord Harcourt emerged from the pavilion with his mouth set in a hard line. Bellamy is leaving without his animals until their records and condition have been examined. I owe all of you an apology. Alex closed the notebook halfway. Will future visitors be checked before they bring animals here? They will now, Lord Harcourt said. Dr. Sayer will approve the records and accommodation before any invitation is issued. Alex reopened the notebook and added one final sentence beneath the new rules. No contact unless the animal can refuse. Nell read it over his shoulder. Keep that one. Alex underlined it once. The system could decide what counted as eligible. It wouldn't decide what he was willing to do. 23. Natural History. The 50th book ended with 6 pages of references and a warning against drawing conclusions from incomplete specimens. Alex read the final paragraph twice, entered the title and date in his natural history ledger, then closed the volume with both hands. The system offered no acknowledgement. Across the schoolroom table, Dr. Cole checked his numbered bibliography rather than trusting the satisfaction on his face. 50 complete books, she said. Not 50 opened books, 50 promising chapters, or 49 books in one catalog. Alex turned the ledger towards her. 50 complete books, with notes. Mr. Pembroke verified the archive volumes, and Mr. Fowler supplied the publication details for the zoological records. Dr. Cole closed the ledger and returned it to him. Then you're ready to present what you learned to the peer group on Thursday. They'll be allowed to ask questions. Alex looked towards the display boards propped beside the bookcase. He had planned sections on anatomy, classification, habitats, disputed sightings, and the limits of historical accounts. The private zoo visit had added another sheet headed animal welfare, with his underlined rule at the bottom: no contact unless the animal can refuse. Aunt Nell entered carrying an envelope from Dr. Sayer. She placed it beside the boards and drew out a brief report confirming that Caesar's injuries were healing and that Lord Harcourt had changed the collection's rules for visiting dealers. This may explain more than another page of notes, Nell said. You could include it with the mistakes you made. The presentation is about natural history, not Bellamy, Alex replied. He touched the edge of Dr. Sayer's report without lifting it. His conduct doesn't alter whether the animals were ordinary. Bellamy belongs in the section about your method, Nell said. You believed access to unusual animals would bring you closer to an answer. That belief helped put you in his audience. Alex wanted to object that Bellamy had already been dealing before the invitation arrived. The answer would be true and would avoid the point. He took a fresh card from the supply beside his ruler and wrote what I got wrong across the top. Dr. Cole watched him add 3 lines beneath it, treating poor descriptions as proof, preferring exciting explanations, and assuming that seeing an animal justified the conditions of the viewing. Will you tell the other children you found no magical species? She asked. Yes, Alex said, though the admission still pressed against months of work. He placed the card at the beginning of the presentation rather than the end. They should know what the evidence failed to show before I explain what it taught me. On Thursday afternoon, Alex stood beside the display boards while 4 children from the shared lesson settled around the schoolroom table. Dr. Cole took a chair near the windows but kept her notebook closed. Alex began with the card headed "What I Got Wrong" and explained each mistake before showing a single animal. A boy near the end of the table pointed to Alex's drawing of the scarlet bird. Why did you put that up if you don't think it was magical? The account describes a bird larger than a swan that remained unharmed when reeds burned around it, Alex said. Its size, coloration, and apparent resistance to heat make it relevant, although the source is secondhand and lacks a preserved specimen. The boy frowned. Did the person who wrote the book see it? No, he copied the story from an earlier traveler. So nobody you read actually saw the bird come out of the fire? Alex looked at the carefully lettered card. Not in any account I could verify. The older girl who had challenged him during the bridge exercise leaned forward. Then you've explained why the story is interesting. You haven't explained why we should believe it. Alex moved to the classification board, hoping the firmer material would restore order. He described feather structure, temperature regulation, and the way unrelated animals could develop similar features in similar environments. By the 3rd technical term, 2 children were watching politely rather than following him. The older girl raised her hand. What would you have to find before you called the bird magical? A biological adaptation that couldn't be accounted for through known anatomy, behavior, habitat, or mistaken observation, Alex replied. She waited. Can you say that without using words from the books? Heat climbed into Alex's face. He knew the definitions, the competing classifications, and which authors had corrected earlier errors. None of that had given the others a clear way to judge the claim. He glanced towards Dr. Cole, but she only nodded towards the children. Alex removed 3 prepared cards from the board and turned over a blank sheet. Across it, he wrote claim, evidence, and ordinary explanation. Let's try the bird again, he said. The claim is that it survived fire. What evidence do we actually have? A man said another man heard about it, the younger boy offered. And ordinary explanations? Alex asked. The bird might have flown away before the reeds burned, the older girl said. Or the fire didn't reach it. Alex wrote both answers beneath the 3rd heading. When they finished, the girl studied the page and nodded. So you haven't proved magical birds don't exist. You've proved this story can't prove that one does. Yes, Alex said, turning back to the first board. That's what I should have explained at the beginning. Dr. Cole waited until the questions had ended, then removed one final card from beneath her notebook. A dealer writes that he possesses a scarlet jungle bird which can survive direct flame. He offers a private demonstration tomorrow, but only if a buyer attends with sufficient funds. What do you do? Alex's first answer rose from habit. Attend with Dr. Sayer, observe the animal, and record whatever happened. He looked at the headings still written across the blank sheet and stopped before speaking. I ask for the animal's records, its place of origin, and an independent veterinary examination before anyone agrees to a viewing. The younger boy pointed towards the third heading. What's the ordinary explanation? It might be a known bird with dyed feathers, Alex said. The flame might never reach it. The demonstration could use chemicals, hidden barriers, or trained movement. The dealer might also be lying about what previous witnesses saw. The older girl folded her arms. What if he says someone else will buy it unless you decide immediately? Then I don't buy it. Alex's answer came more slowly than he wanted, because Caesar's raw shoulder remained too easy to picture. Urgency isn't evidence, and purchasing an injured animal can reward the person who injured it. The animal's welfare still has to be protected, but not by accepting the dealer's terms. Dr. Cole placed the card beside his abandoned technical notes. That answer uses natural history, evidence, and what you learned at Harcourt's collection. I'm satisfied that you've completed a recognized course of study. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 65. He kept his hands resting on the edge of the table while the children began gathering pencils and exercise books. 50 volumes had earned less than learning French and had produced no dragon, phoenix, or hidden species. The disappointment remained, but it no longer made the work feel empty. The older girl paused beside the display boards. I still don't believe the Firebird story. Neither do I, Alex said. She tapped the sheet divided into claim, evidence, and ordinary explanation. But now I'd know what to ask if somebody tried to sell me one. Alex looked over the discarded cards, the corrected explanations, and Dr. Sayer's report. He'd begun the task hoping books would tell him where magic was hiding. Instead, they had taught him how easily excitement, poor records, and a confident seller could manufacture it. Dr. Cole closed his natural history ledger and returned it to him. You didn't find the answer you wanted. No, Alex said as he accepted the book. I learned how much proof the answer will need. The schoolroom door closed behind the last child, and Alex set his natural history ledger beside the corrected presentation sheets. Before he could begin dismantling the boards, fresh text formed across his vision. Current task. Perform a professional quality stage illusion before an audience of at least 20. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex read it again while Dr. Cole collected the children's abandoned pencils. 50 books had led directly to false magic. The system apparently considered months of research an appropriate route to cards, coins, hidden threads, and an audience large enough to witness every mistake. Aunt Nell lifted the sheet headed claim, evidence, and ordinary explanation. Are you disappointed that it's over? That depends on what replaces it. Alex carried 2 display cards to the table and placed them in a neat pile while he considered what he could safely say. I want to learn how to perform a proper stage illusion before an audience. Dr. Cole paused with the pencil box in her hands. That's an unexpected choice. Stage effects can imitate things witnesses believe are impossible, Alex said. He kept his explanation truthful without mentioning the silent wording still visible to him. If I understand how illusions are constructed, I'll be better at recognizing fraud. I'd also like to become good enough that people can't see how it's done. Nell and Dr. Cole exchanged a glance. Alex recognized the look immediately. Adults used it when they had discussed him before he entered the room and were deciding how much to admit. You've already arranged something, he said. Nell placed the presentation sheet down and opened her handbag. After Lord Harcourt's collection, I decided your interest in hidden creatures needed a healthier companion. Dr. Cole agreed that learning how people manufacture wonders might be educational. She drew out a cream envelope and passed it across the table. The letterhead named Julian Marlowe, an illusionist Alex recognized from theater notices and televised charity performances. His secretary had confirmed an introductory lesson at York House on Monday afternoon. You hired a magician before I asked for one, Alex said. An illusionist, Nell corrected. A respected one. He teaches observation, patience, performance, and the useful habit of checking both hands. Alex unfolded the letter fully. Mr. Marlowe requested a quiet room, a plain table, a pack of cards, and one pupil willing to follow instructions without attempting to redesign the lesson. I'm searching for real magic, Alex said, although the objection had weakened before it left him. Nell rested her hand beside the envelope. Then learning how false magic works should make you harder to deceive. Alex looked from the task to Julian Marlowe's signature. The system wanted a professional performance, while Nell wanted something wholesome. For once, both demands could begin with the same lesson. Please tell Mr. Marlowe I'll be ready on Monday. Nell smiled. He asked me to tell you to wash your hands and bring a coin you won't mind dropping. 24. The magician Aunt Nell hired. By Monday afternoon, the natural history boards stood against the schoolroom wall. The central table held only a sealed pack of cards and the worn 10-pence piece Alex had chosen from Mrs. Henshaw's change jar. He'd washed his hands and dried between every finger because Aunt Nell had repeated Mr. Marlowe's instruction twice. His list of possible illusions remained in Nell's handbag until he could complete the lesson without trying to redesign it. Julian Marlowe arrived carrying a plain brown case. He wore a charcoal suit and polished shoes, and his hands looked ordinary enough to belong to a bank clerk. Alex recognized him from theater notices and televised charity performances, though Julian seemed more interested in the height of the table than in making an entrance. He greeted Nell and Dr. Cole, then offered Alex his hand. Julian turned Alex's palm upwards after the handshake and examined his fingers. Clean and dry. Small, naturally. We'll choose methods suited to you rather than pretending you've borrowed an adult's hands. Alex spread his fingers wider. I can practice until the size stops mattering. Practice matters. Anatomy remains stubborn. Julian released him and nodded towards the coin. May I? Alex passed it over, then glanced at the closed case. Before we start, have you ever seen someone perform something you couldn't explain? Aunt Nell's expression suggested that the question hadn't surprised her. Julian rolled the coin across his knuckles, caught it, and placed it flat on the table. Frequently, sometimes for several minutes. Alex watched the coin settle. And after that? I look again, ask better questions, and avoid announcing a miracle because I missed a movement. Julian's gaze settled on him. Your aunt says you're searching for real magic. Alex met his gaze rather than looking towards Nell. I'm learning how false magic works so I'm less likely to mistake one for the other. Good. Then your first difficulty is useful. Julian broke the seal on the cards, squared the deck against the tabletop, and returned it to the box without performing anything. You believe careful observation means watching everything. An audience can't watch everything. It watches what the performer makes important. He picked up the 10-pence piece. With both hands above the bare table, he placed the coin on his left palm and closed his fingers around it. His right hand passed over the fist once before both hands separated. Julian held both fists level with Alex's eyes. Don't explain the method. Just tell me which hand holds your coin. Alex leaned forward and studied the angle of every knuckle. He was certain the lesson had begun on ground he understood. The left fist sat slightly higher, its thumb pressed more firmly across the curled fingers. The right looked relaxed, which was probably the point. Alex considered the path the coin had taken, then indicated the left hand. Julian opened it. The palm was empty. He turned over his right fist and let the 10-pence piece drop onto the table with a metallic click. That's one. You closed the left hand before the right passed over it, Alex said. He picked up the coin and examined both sides, though he knew it hadn't been altered. The transfer only appeared to happen. That's a useful conclusion after the event. Julian held out his palm. Shall we try again? Alex returned the coin and moved his chair closer. This time he ignored Julian's face and watched the fingers. The coin rested on the right palm. The left hand approached, the right fingers curled, and Julian separated his hands without any hurried movement. Right, Alex said. You pretended to take it but retained it. Julian opened his right hand. Nothing lay inside. The coin appeared when he unfolded the left. Alex stared at it. You changed the method. Of course. That makes the comparison invalid. Julian's mouth curved faintly. An audience doesn't receive a controlled comparison. It receives whatever the performer chooses to show. Dr. Cole remained near the window with her notebook closed, but Alex could feel her attention. He resisted looking towards her. Once more. Julian placed the coin on his right palm. Alex stood this time, giving himself a clearer view from above. He watched the tendons shift beneath the skin, the position of each thumb, and the exact instant the hands crossed. Julian asked whether he was ready, and Alex answered without taking his eyes from the coin. The hands separated. Left, Alex said. Julian opened the left fist. Empty. The right contained the coin. Heat rose into Alex's face. I watched both hands. No, Julian said as he set the coin between them. You watched for movements you'd already decided were important. On the first attempt, you followed the hand I raised. On the second, you looked for retention because you just learned it existed. On the third, you became so determined not to watch my face that I only had to ask you a question at the proper moment. I still saw the transfer. You saw enough to construct one. Julian pushed the coin across the table. Knowing deception is possible doesn't make you immune to it. It often makes you easier to guide, because confidence narrows your attention. Alex closed his fingers around the coin. He disliked the lesson because he couldn't dismiss it. Julian had fooled him 3 times on a bare table while Alex knew a trick was being performed. Julian placed both hands flat before him. Now you're going to fool me. Alex positioned the 10-pence piece on his right palm. He copied the movement he'd just seen, curling his fingers as his left hand passed above them, but the coin struck the base of his thumb and slipped between his hands. It landed on the table, rolled towards Julian, and fell over with a final wobble. Julian caught it beneath one finger. You've shown me where the coin was, where you wanted it to go, and the exact moment the method failed. That's unusually generous. I understand the transfer, Alex said as he held out his hand. I need to correct the mechanics. You need to stop trying to imprison the coin. Julian placed the 10-pence piece against Alex's palm and closed the boy's fingers around it. Your hand looks as though it's holding a frightened beetle. Alex relaxed his grip. The coin dropped at once and struck the tabletop again. Julian opened his case and replaced it with a smaller penny. We'll begin with something suited to your hand. The performance has to be professional quality, Alex said. 20 witnesses waited inside the task's wording, although he couldn't explain why speed mattered. I can practice with the larger coin until I manage it. Professionals select workable methods. Julian guided the penny into position near the base of Alex's fingers. They don't choose the most awkward method and demand applause for surviving it. Alex pressed the coin between the muscles of his palm. His fingers immediately stiffened. Julian tapped his forefinger, then his little finger, correcting each one until the hand appeared almost natural. When Alex turned it over, the penny fell onto the cloth Julian had spread beneath them. 3 Mondays later, the cloth remained necessary. Alex completed the false transfer without dropping the penny, but Julian's eyes went directly to the concealed hand. You looked at it, Alex said. His fingers ached from holding the coin while trying to keep them loose. You knew because you were expecting the method. I knew because your right shoulder rose, your left hand became interesting, and you stopped breathing. Julian returned the penny to him. Do it again while telling Dr. Cole what you had for luncheon. Alex began the transfer. Roast chicken, potatoes, carrots, and apple tart. The coin shifted as he spoke, forcing his fingers into a cramped claw. Julian shook his head before Alex finished. An audience doesn't stop listening because your palm is busy. Alex flexed his sore hand. Another attempt. No. Julian gathered the practice cloth and folded it over the penny. A cramped hand learns tension. Rest tonight, practice 10 minutes tomorrow, and stop when the fingers tighten. I could do more than 10. You could also become very skilled at dropping coins. Julian handed him the folded cloth. Professional quality means you can repeat the effect while smiling, speaking, and appearing to do nothing. One lucky concealment won't satisfy me. Alex accepted the cloth. The system's task remained unchanged, and Julian had made clear that no audience would see the illusion until the secret movement became the least important part of it. After Julian left, Alex carried the folded cloth to the writing desk. His fingers still felt stiff, so he left the penny wrapped and opened the slim black notebook beneath his natural history ledger. The current page divided his search into family correspondence, charring cross-records, and animal reports subject to independent welfare checks. None had produced proof, but he wasn't prepared to abandon them because palming a penny was difficult. Aunt Nell stopped beside the desk before he could reach for his pencil. Julian said no more practice tonight. This isn't practice. Alex turned the notebook so she could see it. It's the real investigation. Nell read the headings without touching the page. So the lessons haven't redirected you. They've redirected 10 minutes a day. Alex drew a firm line beneath the animal welfare rule. Any future creature lead gets checked before I attend, and I won't purchase access from someone mistreating an animal. The rest still deserves proper examination. Nell pulled out the neighboring chair and sat beside him. I didn't expect a deck of cards to cure you. I hoped you might learn to enjoy a wonder without needing it to prove something. Alex looked at the folded cloth. He disliked dropping coins and being misdirected even more. Yet Julian had made him invent 3 wrong explanations while the answer moved openly between 2 hands. A witness could be made to remember certainty where none had existed, especially when the performer supplied the questions. I want him to continue, Alex said. Not because I've stopped looking for real magic. Because I haven't. Nell's eyebrows rose slightly. That sounded almost like gratitude. It was a retention decision. Alex allowed himself a small smile when she laughed. He understands false witnesses. That's useful. He closed the investigation notebook, unfolded the cloth, and left the penny in its center. On his practice card, he wrote 10 minutes beside Tuesday. Beneath it, he added speaking, eye contact, relaxed shoulders, and stop when the hand tightens. When Julian returned the following Monday, Alex handed him the card before touching the coin. Julian read the additions and gave a single approving nod. You've finally noticed that the trick isn't a secret movement. Alex kept his hands open on the table. The trick is deciding what everyone believes matters. Good. Julian placed the penny in his palm. Now learn to make that decision without looking pleased with yourself. Alex closed his fingers gently and looked at Julian rather than the hidden coin. Someday, if genuine magic placed an impossible object in his hand, the safest explanation might be the one an audience confidently supplied for itself. 25. A perfectly false miracle. The estate schoolroom had been cleared of desks and fitted with 3 rows of chairs, though several younger children had already dragged theirs out of line. Alex counted 26 people before Julian closed the side door. Parents, tutors, estate staff, and the children from Dr. Cole's shared lessons filled the room, with Aunt Nell seated beside Mrs. Henshaw in the front row. A narrow table stood beneath the windows, holding a green cloth, 2 oranges in a glass bowl, and the small wooden box Julian had forbidden Alex to touch until the proper moment. Behind the folding screen, Julian straightened Alex's cuff and checked that both sleeves moved freely. What do you want them to think when you walk out? That I know exactly what I'm doing, Alex said, then corrected himself when Julian's eyebrows rose. No, that I'm trying very hard to know what I'm doing. Julian gave the cuff one final tug. Good. Clever children are watched closely. Nervous children are helped. Let them help you. Alex rubbed his thumb across the penny concealed against his fingers. Pretending to be less capable felt uncomfortably close to inviting people to underestimate him. Julian had insisted that discomfort was the point. The first illusion wasn't the disappearance. It was the audience's decision about the boy performing it. Dr. Cole introduced him without mentioning the task or the weeks of cramped practice. Alex crossed the room, nearly caught his shoe on the edge of the carpet, and recovered with a quick glance at the floor. The stumble was real enough to warm his face, which made the small sympathetic laugh from the second row easier to accept. I thought I'd begin with something simple, Alex said. He showed the penny on his open palm, turning slowly so each row could see it. Mr. Marlowe says simple things are the safest, because when they go wrong, fewer people notice. That earned a larger laugh. Alex smiled with them, loosened his shoulders, and began the transfer. He let the penny click against his thumbnail, caught it awkwardly, and muttered, "That wasn't meant to happen," while every eye followed the hand he raised in mild embarrassment. His other hand completed the hidden movement without tightening. Alex closed his left fist around the coin everyone believed they had seen enter it. He hesitated before opening his fingers, as though uncertain whether the trick had worked. The palm was empty. A boy in the front row leaned so far forward that his chair creaked. His hand shot up with the fierce confidence of someone who had solved the whole performance, and Alex knew Julian's first decision had taken hold. "It's in your right hand," the boy announced. He pointed across the table with such certainty that several adults turned towards Alex's closed fist before Julian could have prompted them. Alex kept the fist raised and allowed surprise to reach his face. "That's a sensible answer. Will you come and make certain I don't move it?" The boy hurried forward, pleased to become part of the performance. Alex placed him beside the table and instructed him to watch the right hand. While the boy stared at it, Alex lifted the green cloth with his left, released the penny into a hidden fold, and spread the cloth flat again. He then opened both hands and turned them over slowly. The boy inspected Alex's palms. "You put it somewhere when you picked up the cloth." "Probably," Alex agreed. "You're becoming dangerous. I'll need something harder to hide." Dr. Cole understood the invitation and began unfastening her wristwatch. "You may borrow mine, but I expect it returned in the condition in which you received it." Alex accepted the watch with both hands. "That sounds like a contractual term." "It is," Dr. Cole said. "There are 26 witnesses." The room laughed, but Alex kept his attention on the boy. He laid the watch in the center of a white handkerchief and folded the corners over it, inviting his assistant to press one finger against the bundle. During the second fold, Alex's right fingers retained the weighted substitute while the real watch settled against his left palm. "You're holding something in that hand," the boy said, pointing at Alex's right again. "That's how you do it." Alex froze his right fist at shoulder height. "Then don't look away from it. Everyone else should watch as well, because he's already caught me once." Every face turned towards the accused hand. Alex's left rested beside the glass bowl as though he needed the table for balance. His fingertips found the prepared opening beneath the nearest orange, pressed Dr. Cole's watch through it, replaced the fitted plug, and turned the fruit until the unbroken skin faced the room. The movement took less time than drawing breath. Alex opened his right hand. The dull metal substitute lay across his palm, exactly where the boy had predicted. "I knew it," the boy said. "You did," Alex replied. He wrapped the substitute inside the handkerchief and placed the bundle in the wooden box. "So you'd better close this yourself." The boy shut the lid and held both hands over it. Alex stepped away, leaving the sealed box beneath his guard and the bowl of oranges apparently untouched. The audience had followed every instruction perfectly, including the one none of them had heard. Alex turned towards the bowl and invited the boy to touch either orange. When one finger settled on the fruit nearest the window, Alex lifted the other and passed it to Mrs. Henshaw. "Would you examine that for me?" Alex asked. "Please make certain it hasn't been cut, opened, or repaired by anyone with suspiciously neat fingers." Mrs. Henshaw rotated the orange beneath the light and pressed gently around its skin. "It appears to be an orange," she said. "I won't certify its private character." The laughter gave Alex time to collect the small knife from beneath the table. He placed the orange on a china plate and looked towards his assistant, who still guarded the wooden box with both hands. "Open the box," Alex said. "Take out the handkerchief, but don't unfold it yet." The boy raised the lid and reached inside. His confident expression faltered as he searched each corner, then lifted the box and peered beneath it. "It's empty." Dr. Cole leaned forward. "My watch had better not have become permanently invisible." Alex swallowed his satisfaction and turned the plate so the orange remained in full view. "Mrs. Henshaw, would you cut it? Mr. Marlowe says I shouldn't use sharp objects when 26 people are waiting for me to make a mistake." Mrs. Henshaw accepted the knife and sliced carefully through the peel. Juice spread across the plate. The blade struck something that wasn't fruit, and she stopped at once. Alex could hear chairs shifting as the audience leaned closer. A strip of dark leather showed between the opened halves. Mrs. Henshaw drew it free, followed by the watch face wrapped in a thin layer of clear protective film. Dr. Cole rose before Alex could invite her forward. "That is mine," she said, taking the watch and checking the engraved back. Her professional calm lasted until the second hand moved beneath the glass. "And it's still working." The room broke into applause. The children reacted first, clapping and calling questions, while the adults stared from the empty box to the cut orange as though one careful look might restore the missing explanation. Alex bowed without hurrying. He'd used ordinary objects, rehearsed movements, and 26 people's willingness to decide what mattered. Text appeared across his vision while the applause continued. "Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 70. Alex kept smiling for the audience. Perfectly false magic had earned the same reward as finding something real, and the system's judgment felt almost insulting. The applause had barely faded before 3 children crowded the table and demanded to know how Dr. Cole's watch had entered the orange. Alex kept his hands visible while Julian stepped beside him and closed the wooden box. You've already been given the answer, Julian said. You watched Alex from the moment he displayed the penny. Tell me what you saw. The boy who had guarded the box pointed towards Alex's right hand. He hid things there. I caught him. You caught what he wanted you to catch. Julian placed the empty box in the boy's hands. When you accused that hand, everyone watched it. When Alex asked you to guard the box, everyone trusted you to make the box important. When Mrs. Henshaw began cutting, nobody watched Alex at all. Mrs. Henshaw wiped orange juice from the knife before setting it down. I appear to have been an accomplice without receiving either instructions or wages. Alex looked across the room as the adults laughed. Julian's account reduced the performance to a sequence of choices, yet the audience still glanced at the ruined orange as though the watch might explain itself. Julian waited until the children had been led towards the refreshments, then retraced Alex's movements around the table. He touched the place where Dr. Cole had stood, the edge of the green cloth, and the position from which the boy had guarded the box. You didn't hide every movement. You made each movement belong to an explanation they'd already chosen. They supplied the method themselves, Alex said, even when it was wrong. And they'll remember being certain. Julian folded the cloth with careful, ordinary hands. That is more useful than making them forget. The system replaced the completion notice while Alex watched him. Current task. Earn a recognized junior black belt in a martial art. Reward. 10 integration points. Alex read the wording twice. A recognized grade meant an external instructor, formal standards, and however many years his body required. The system had followed weeks of sore fingers with a task that couldn't be solved behind a folding screen. Aunt Nell joined him beside the table. You look as though success has disappointed you. The performance didn't. Alex glanced towards Julian. I think I need to learn a martial art. Nell's eyes narrowed with familiar suspicion. You may think about it after the orange has been cleared away. Alex accepted that delay. Before leaving the schoolroom, he opened his practice notebook and added one final line beneath audience control. When something impossible happens, let witnesses choose the ordinary explanation. Julian read it over his shoulder. Keep that lesson. You may need it more than the penny. Alex closed the notebook. Stagecraft hadn't brought him closer to real magic, but it had given him a way to survive being seen when real magic finally arrived. 26. A schoolroom full of adults. By Monday morning, the folding screen had been removed, the chairs returned to storage, and every trace of orange juice scrubbed from the schoolroom table. Alex sat at his usual desk while Dr. Cole placed the week's timetable beside his exercise book. The black belt task remained unchanged across his vision, but the only mention of martial arts on the page was a note stating that Aunt Nell would consider suitable instructors after the household meeting. You may stop looking at that line, Dr. Cole said as she opened his mathematics folder. No one earns a black belt by staring at an appointment that hasn't been arranged. I was assessing the available time. You were trying to move Friday closer. Dr. Cole turned the folder towards him. Today is still Monday. At 9, a university mathematics lecturer arrived from York carrying a leather case filled with wooden solids. He set Alex a geometry proof involving a roof truss, then refused to accept the correct answer until Alex showed every step. Alex erased his first attempt, corrected an unsupported assumption, and worked through the argument while the lecturer waited without impatience. You recognized the load path, the man said. That isn't the same as proving it. Alex reached for the ruler again. I know. Then prove what you know. The lecturer departed at 10:30, passing Alex's music teacher in the entrance hall. A footman carried the violin case upstairs while Mrs. Henshaw sent tea to the departing guest and coffee to the arriving one. Nobody hurried Alex between subjects. The house absorbed the travel, preparation, and waiting so that he only had to move from desk to music stand. His history lesson had already been shifted to Thursday because he was expected in London on Wednesday. French would take place during the journey, provided his tutor didn't become carsick. Swimming had been moved an hour later to accommodate the mathematics lecturer's train. Every inconvenience could be lifted from Alex's path by an adult with a diary, a motorcar, or the authority to rearrange someone else's afternoon. At luncheon, Dr. Cole reviewed the morning while Alex separated peas from a piece of salmon. How many adults have taught you today? 3, including you. And how many children have you spoken to? Alex looked towards the empty chair opposite him. The boy from the performance spoke to me yesterday. Today, Dr. Cole said. He searched the morning again. The lecturer, music teacher, footman, Mrs. Henshaw, and Dr. Cole had all listened when he spoke. Each had corrected him carefully, answered questions fully, and waited while he thought. Not one had been his own age. None, Alex admitted. Dr. Cole closed the timetable. Then we've found a part of your education that this house is making too easy. Aunt Nell joined them before the luncheon plates had been cleared, carrying the timetable Dr. Cole had closed. She listened while Dr. Cole described the morning, then drew a pencil line through 2 private study periods without asking Alex's permission. The shared lesson will take place twice each week, Nell said. You'll also attend regular activities away from York House. At least one must involve children who aren't already brought here for your convenience. Alex set down his fork. That adds travel time, security preparation, and nearly 4 hours that could be used for lessons. It does, Nell said. You may choose from the available clubs, but you may not choose whether to attend any. He looked towards Dr. Cole, who offered no rescue. The tutors come here because it's efficient. I can learn more in an hour when the lesson isn't delayed by a classroom. Dr. Cole rested one hand on the timetable. You can learn more mathematics. That isn't the only thing you're meant to learn. Alex considered the choices Nell placed before him. Junior swimming sessions, a children's music group, a nature club, and several martial arts schools were all within reasonable traveling distance. The final category solved the active task as well as the club requirement. I'll try martial arts, he said. That combines physical training with outside contact. Nell's expression told him she'd noticed the calculation. You may try it. You'll also remain after today's shared lesson for half an hour without a planned activity. That isn't a club. No, Dr. Cole said. It's more difficult. The children finished their afternoon work at 3. Instead of collecting exercise books for the next subject, Dr. Cole opened the garden door and told them they could use the lawn until tea. Within minutes, 2 boys had placed jumpers on the grass as goals, while 3 other children argued over whether the cedar tree marked the edge of play. Alex remained beside the terrace steps. Nobody assigned teams, explained the rules, or told him where to stand. The game began around him with a shouted count, a badly kicked ball, and an immediate disagreement about whether someone had been out. A girl chased the ball towards the terrace and stopped when she saw him. You're in the way. Which side needs another player? Alex asked. They both started already. She picked up the ball and frowned as though his question had made the matter unnecessarily complicated. Just come on our side until someone complains. Alex followed her onto the grass. He'd spent the morning speaking confidently to adults who were paid to wait until he understood. Joining children required him to enter before the situation had been organized for him. The game ended when the ball struck a flower pot and knocked it from the terrace wall. Alex stopped beside the girl who had recruited him while Dr. Cole inspected the cracked pot and decided the geranium might survive. Grass stained both of Alex's knees, and one lace had come undone, but nobody had asked whether Lord York's team should be awarded the final goal. The girl pulled a folded envelope from her cardigan pocket. My birthday's on Saturday. Mum said I could invite everyone from lessons, but you have to tell us by Wednesday because she's ordering food. She pushed it into his hand before he could answer. There'll be games, and my cousin's bringing his record player. Alex looked down at the invitation. His name had been written in blue felt tip pen without a title, crest, or formal address. Thank you. I'll ask Aunt Nell. By 6 o'clock, the plain envelope lay in the center of a polished table while 3 adults discussed it as though it contained instructions for a royal tour. The security officer wanted to inspect the village hall, confirm every entrance, and place a second car nearby. Wainwright had begun a list of telephone calls, while Mrs. Henshaw was asking whether the host family understood that newspaper photographers might recognize Alex. Alex listened until the proposed arrangements no longer resembled a birthday party. She invited me to play games, not to arrive with an advance party. The security officer folded his hands. Your parents were killed in a public bombing, Alex. I can make the arrangements discreet, but I can't pretend the risk doesn't exist. Aunt Nell drew the invitation towards her. Then discretion is the requirement. 1 plainclothes officer inside, another outside, and George will drive us in an ordinary car. No uniforms, no motorcade, and no one asks the family to redesign their party. Wainwright crossed out half his list. I'll speak to the girl's mother myself. She need only know whom to call if the press appears. Mrs. Henshaw placed two possible gifts before Alex: a boxed drawing set and an elaborate model railway carriage from a London shop. You're choosing for a classmate, not demonstrating the purchasing power of the Fairfax trusts. Alex set the railway carriage aside and picked up the drawing set. It was the sort of present another child might bring without creating gratitude, embarrassment, or a conversation among parents. He opened a small card and wrote, "Happy Birthday," from Alex. The absence of his title left the line looking unfinished, but he sealed the envelope before anyone could improve it. At 5 o'clock on Saturday, the village hall floor was scattered with burst balloons and children trying to delay collection by hiding behind the curtains. Rachel found Alex beside the coat hooks and pushed a striped paper bag into his hands. "Mom says everyone has to take one. And thank you for the drawing set. My blue pencil was this short." Rachel held her fingers scarcely an inch apart, then exchanged the bag's yellow plastic spinning top for a red one. "You can have this color. You made mine spin longest." Alex turned the top between his fingers. A rough seam ran around its middle, and the point was already bent. "Thank you. I'll practice." Aunt Nell waited with the other parents rather than standing at the door, while the plainclothes officer discussed football near the tea urn. Outside, George had brought the ordinary rover. Alex climbed into the back seat with his paper bag on his knees and tried the top against the flat lid of the armrest. Nell watched it wobble into his cuff. "Did you enjoy yourself?" "I was put out of pass the parcel in the second round, lost musical statues, and was told I danced like a folding chair." Alex reset the top and flicked it again. "Yes." At York House, Mrs. Henshaw inspected the bag's contents on the sitting room table: 2 wrapped sweets, a whistle, a paper hat, and the red top. An impressive return on an afternoon's work. Alex looked for the system display. The balance remained at 70, and the current task still required a recognized junior black belt. The party had earned nothing measurable. He spun the top once more, caught it before it rolled off the table, and placed it carefully in his pocket. Dr. Cole arrived carrying the following week's timetable. She set it beside him and tapped Tuesday afternoon. The club's instructor is registered with a national association, and the junior grades are externally recognized. Your first class begins at 4:30. "What did you remove?" Alex asked. "Nothing." Aunt Nell drew the timetable closer. "Mathematics remains in the morning, the shared lesson stays on Wednesday, and you'll still have music, writing, and Saturday's nature club." Alex studied the single new entry. "A private lesson would let me progress faster." Dr. Cole folded her hands. "You aren't going for private progress. You're joining a class as a beginner." The red top pressed against Alex's leg when he shifted. He left the timetable as written. The black belt task had entered his week, but it hadn't been allowed to take possession of it. 27. White belts and bruised pride. At 4:30 on Tuesday, Alex entered the judo hall wearing a new white suit that felt stiff across the knees and a belt that refused to lie flat. The room smelled faintly of canvas mats and floor polish. 12 children were already kneeling along one edge while their parents settled on folding chairs behind a low barrier. George and the plainclothes officer remained near the entrance, but neither made any move to organize the room around him. The instructor checked Alex's name against a clipboard, then pointed to the empty place at the end of the beginner line. "Shoes off, belt retied, and sit there. We're starting in 2 minutes." Alex glanced at the colored belts farther along the line. Several of the beginners were younger or smaller than he was, and none appeared troubled by being placed at the end. "Dr. Cole said you'd been told about the recognized grading requirement." "I was." The instructor tightened Alex's knot with 2 brisk movements, then stepped back to inspect it. "You're still a beginner. Could you assess what I already understand and place me accordingly?" Alex asked. He had read the association's grading outline twice and understood the purpose of every technique listed for the first levels. The man looked at him without impatience. "Do you understand how to fall?" "In principle." "Then you don't understand it yet." The instructor pointed towards the line again. "Take your place." The first half of the class was spent learning to land without reaching for the floor. Alex disliked the exercise until the instructor pushed gently against his shoulder and his body tried to save itself with a straight arm. The man caught him before his hand struck the mat and moved the arm into the proper position. "An outstretched wrist takes all your weight," the instructor said. "Tuck your chin, round your back, and use the whole arm." Again. Alex repeated the movement. This time he struck the mat as shown and felt the impact spread across his back instead of driving through his wrist. It still hurt, but the pain was broad and manageable rather than sharp. During paired practice, the instructor placed him opposite a boy nearly a head shorter. Take the sleeve and lapel. Don't plan the throw before he moves. Feel where his weight goes. Alex set his grip carefully. The boy stepped forward, and Alex recognized the turn that should follow. He shifted to block it before the movement had properly begun. The boy stopped, changed direction, and pulled. Alex's feet crossed beneath him. A small hip fitted under his center of balance, the room tilted, and the mat struck his back with a flat thump that drove the breath from him. The boy released him at once and crouched nearby. Are you all right? You landed properly, mostly. Alex stared at the ceiling until air returned. Yes, I think so. The instructor crouched beside them. Good breakfall. Bad decision. You answered the throw you expected instead of the person in front of you. Heat rose into Alex's face as several children watched. No adult offered an explanation for him, and no title altered what had happened. He rolled onto one knee, stood, and retied his belt before taking the smaller boy's sleeve again. Again, Alex said. This time, he kept his attention on the boy rather than the movement he expected. The smaller boy threw Alex twice more before the instructor called them back into line. Alex landed properly on the second attempt, though his belt came loose and his shoulder struck harder than it should have. On the third, he planted his feet and tried to resist with strength. The instructor stopped them before either child completed the movement. You're turning practice into a contest, the man said as he separated their grips. Your partner is lending you his balance so you can learn. Don't punish him for succeeding. Alex released the sleeve at once and checked the boy's arm. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I know, you were trying not to lose. The instructor pointed towards the line. Retie your belt and bow out properly. Next time, remember that helping your partner learn is part of your own training. By the time George drove him home, a dull ache had spread across Alex's back and right hip. He used the journey to examine the problem. 2 classes each week would provide recognized instruction and peer practice, but private sessions could correct weaknesses faster. York House had space for maths, and money could bring an expert to the estate without interfering with mathematics or music. Wainwright met him in the entrance hall and noticed the guarded way Alex removed his coat. Was the lesson productive? You appear to have discovered several new ways of walking. A smaller boy threw me 3 times. Alex handed over the coat, then followed Wainwright towards the sitting room. I'd like you to find a senior instructor who can give private lessons here on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings. Wainwright stopped beside the open door. Did your present instructor recommend additional tuition? No, but he's teaching 12 children at once. Individual correction would be more efficient. That wasn't my question. Wainwright folded the coat over one arm and regarded him steadily. Do you want skill, Alex, or the appearance of being exceptional? The question stung more than the bruised hip. Private teaching isn't dishonest. Most of my academic lessons are private. No, and those lessons serve you very well. Wainwright's voice remained calm. They're also how every inconvenience is removed before you're required to share it with anyone else. A private master would spare you the line, the waiting, and perhaps the embarrassment of being thrown by a smaller child. Alex looked down at the white belt still tied around his waist. Hiring another adult would solve the pace of instruction. It would also restore the familiar arrangement in which lessons bent around him and other children became unnecessary. Don't contact anyone, he said after a moment. If the instructor later recommends extra practice, we can consider it then. Wainwright inclined his head. A sensible distinction. Mrs. Henshaw has put a cold cloth in the small sitting room, although she assures me it isn't intended as a reward. Alex touched the tender place at his hip and turned towards the stairs. Please don't look pleased. I wouldn't dream of it, Wainwright said, following with Alex's coat. His voice remained perfectly formal, which made the answer worse. The bruise on Alex's hip had turned purple by Wednesday morning. He noticed it when he dressed for riding and again when Bramble's saddle pressed against the tender place. After luncheon, his violin rested beneath his chin while the same ache returned whenever he shifted his weight. By the time Dr. Cole placed a page of unfinished history questions beside his mathematics book, Alex had identified 3 separate hours that might be converted into judo practice. He turned the timetable towards her and tapped Thursday afternoon. Writing could finish 30 minutes earlier. If music moved to Friday, I could practice breakfalls before dinner. Dr. Cole didn't look at the timetable. With whom? The carpets won't correct your position. Someone from the household could supervise. Someone unqualified could watch you repeat a movement incorrectly. She drew the paper back towards herself. You chose to remain in the class instead of building a private version of it at York House. That choice still applies when progress feels slow. Alex looked at the history questions. The Reform Act appeared particularly irrelevant to falling safely. I'm trying to improve. You're trying to make every part of the week serve one unfinished task. Dr. Cole placed his pencil across the first question. Today, you're studying parliamentary reform. Tomorrow, you'll ride. On Tuesday, you'll learn judo. The next class began with the same line, the same bow, and the same smaller boy taking hold of Alex's sleeve. This time Alex waited. The boy stepped across, turned his hips, and pulled. Alex felt the shift before he understood it. He tucked his chin, struck the mat correctly, and rose without trying to explain why he'd fallen. That was better, the boy said as they reset their grips. You didn't go stiff. I was considering it, Alex admitted. His shoulder still ached, but his wrist hadn't taken the impact. Don't. It makes you easier to throw. Weeks later, the instructor called Alex forward at the end of class. His knees were marked red from the mat, his schoolwork waited at York House, and he still had scales to practice before Saturday's music lesson. He demonstrated the required fall, hold, and simple throw, correcting his foot when it landed too far outside his partner's stance. The instructor signed Alex's grading record and handed it back with the folded belt. First junior grade. You've earned this. Alex accepted the belt with both hands. Its weight was slight, but nobody had purchased or arranged it for him. When may I attempt the following grade? When you're ready. The instructor looked towards the other children collecting shoes and coats. That won't be tonight, and asking each week won't bring it closer. The system remained unchanged. 70 integration points. 1 recognized junior black belt still required. Alex placed the new belt inside his bag beside his history book and went home to finish the questions Dr. Cole had refused to move. At the next Tuesday class, Alex tied his new belt beneath the instructor's inspection, then joined the line without asking when he might replace it. The smaller boy stood 2 places away and grinned when their names were called for foot sweep practice. You've moved up, the boy said as they bowed to each other. Now you can forget your feet in a better belt. Alex took the offered sleeve and settled his grip. I've been practicing remembering them. That sounds difficult. The boy shifted his stance and waited. Try not to fall over while throwing me. The first attempt proved his point. Alex placed his supporting foot correctly, turned his shoulders, and concentrated so hard on the sweeping leg that the rest of his body stopped moving. His partner remained upright while Alex leaned against him at an awkward angle. The instructor touched Alex's shoulder and pressed him gently back into position. A throw isn't a collection of separate instructions. Move the whole body together and respond to what your partner gives you. Alex reset his grip. Again, please. I'll try not to become part of his uniform this time. This time he watched his partner rather than the position he'd planned. The boy stepped, Alex turned with him, and the sweep took both feet cleanly enough that the boy landed with a sharp slap of arm against mat. Alex released him at once and offered a hand. Better, the boy said as Alex pulled him upright. Your feet attended the lesson. When class ended, Alex collected his bag and started towards the benches where George waited. Behind him, children began carrying practice pads towards the storage cupboard. The smaller boy caught his sleeve before he reached the edge of the mat. Aren't you helping? He asked. He nodded towards the remaining pads as though the obligation should have been obvious. Alex looked at the instructor, who was folding a canvas cover with 2 older pupils. No one had told him that clearing the hall belonged to the lesson. The instructor nodded towards the remaining pads. Everyone helps, even people with drivers waiting. Alex put down his bag and returned. He and the boy lifted one end of a thick pad, carried it across the hall, and had to stop twice when they tried to turn through the cupboard door at the same time. My name's Neil, the boy said as they shoved it into place. Mum says you live in that enormous house outside Helmsley. York House, Alex said. He pushed against the corner until the pad slid beneath the shelf. Neil wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Does it have enough room for you to practice moving your feet? Yes. Several rooms would be large enough. Good. You need it. Neil ducked when Alex nudged the pad against him, then laughed and caught the other end. Come 10 minutes early next week. We can practice before the line starts. Alex glanced towards George, who made no sign that the car's timetable mattered. The invitation offered no private instructor, special treatment, or quicker grading. It offered 10 minutes with another beginner who knew exactly how often Alex forgot his feet. All right, Alex said. I'll be here. He left the hall with a bruised hip, an unchanged task, and someone expecting him before the next class began. 28. The child who would not quit. Alex arrived at the judo hall 11 minutes early the following Tuesday. Neil was already barefoot on the mat, dragging a practice pad away from the cupboard. You said 10 minutes early, Neil said as Alex set down his bag. This is 11. You're showing off already. The clock in George's car disagrees with yours. Alex bowed onto the mat and rolled his shoulders. Show me what my feet have forgotten. They began with the foot sweep from the previous lesson. Neil stepped, Alex matched him, and the first attempt failed because Alex watched his own foot instead of the balance he was supposed to disturb. On the second, he moved too early. By the sixth, Neil landed cleanly and slapped the mat before Alex released his sleeve. That one counted, Alex said. Neil sat up and rubbed his shoulder. 1 out of 6 counts as needing 5 more. Their extra 10 minutes became part of Tuesday, but Tuesday remained one part of the week. Alex sat examinations, rode Bramble, adjusted to a change of music tutor, and worked through history questions that refused to become more interesting merely because he had other priorities. Christmas closed the judo hall, and a family holiday removed another Tuesday despite his suggestion that Dr. Cole locate a temporary club near their hotel. Aunt Nell folded the holiday timetable and placed it beyond his reach. You may spend 7 days without throwing anybody. Alex pointed to the blank mornings. I could practice footwork without throwing them. That would still help. You may also spend 7 days walking normally, Nell said. It will be a novelty for the rest of us. When the hall reopened, Neil complained that Alex had become slow during the holiday. Alex threw him on the third attempt and was informed that his landing face looked smug. Spring brought another grading, more school assessments, writing lessons, music practice, and a birthday cake with 8 candles. Neil's card showed a badly drawn figure upside down above the words, "Keep your chin tucked." Alex kept it inside his grading record. At the next assessment, the instructor watched Alex demonstrate the required falls, hold, and throw before signing another line in the record. He handed over the folded belt and waited while Alex accepted it with both hands. You're improving, the instructor said. Don't turn that into a request to grade again next month. Alex turned the record over in his hands. I was going to ask what I should correct. Neil leaned forward from the edge of the mat. Your impatience. You can start there. The instructor's mouth twitched. That may take longer than the throws. Alex accepted the judgment, tied the new belt under inspection, and checked the system only after collecting his shoes. 70 integration points. The task remained exactly as it had been. No message marked the examinations, holidays, birthday, or grades earned one at a time. George held the car door while Alex placed his judo bag beside his schoolbooks. Tuesday's work was finished. Wednesday already had plans of its own. 3 Tuesdays after the grading, Neil caught Alex's sleeve and turned beneath his arm during their early practice. Alex followed too late. His balance went, and his right hand struck the mat before the rest of him landed. Pain ran from his palm into his wrist. Alex held the arm against his chest, drew one careful breath, then pushed himself upright with the other hand. Neil crouched beside him instead of resetting his stance. You put your hand down. I noticed. Alex flexed his fingers and winced when the movement pulled through the joint. Throw me again. Neil stayed where he was. Does it hurt? Not enough to stop. Alex offered his left sleeve and tried to settle his breathing. We've only got 6 minutes. They managed 2 more entries before the instructor called everyone into line. Alex kept his right hand loose and told himself the discomfort would settle once the joint warmed. During grip practice, however, his fingers weakened whenever Neil pulled. Alex changed hands and shifted his stance, trying to make the adjustment appear deliberate. The instructor stopped beside them. Show me your wrist. It's only sore. Alex drew the hand closer to his body. I can still practice footwork. The instructor held out his hand and waited. Alex surrendered the wrist, but gentle pressure along the outside edge made him flinch before he could hide it. How long has it hurt? The instructor asked. Alex glanced towards the clock. Since the first throw. Neil frowned at him. Before the line started. The instructor released Alex's hand and pointed towards the benches. Sit off the mat. Alex kept his feet planted. I don't need it for footwork. You needed it badly enough to put it down 10 minutes ago. The instructor's voice remained quiet, though nearby pairs had stopped moving. You're finished until it's examined, and you won't return until you can grip and fall without guarding it. That could cost several weeks. Heat rose into Alex's face as he heard how childish the objection sounded. He still couldn't make himself withdraw it. It might cost more if you keep training on it. The instructor folded his arms. You called it soreness because you wanted permission to continue. Tell me the truth. Alex looked down at the swelling beginning beneath his cuff. It hurts when I grip, turn my palm, or put weight through it. I knew that before class. The instructor nodded towards the edge of the mat. Good. Now bow out properly. Neil carried Alex's bag while Alex bowed with his injured hand held against his side. The instructor telephoned York House and refused Alex's proposal to remain and watch. By the time George arrived, a cold pack covered the wrist and Alex had exhausted every argument that didn't require lying again. Neil sat beside him and looked at the belt knot beneath Alex's jacket. It won't disappear. I know. Alex kept his eyes on the knot anyway. You're staring at it as though it might. Neil nudged his shoulder. You lost the rest of today by pretending. Alex couldn't improve the arithmetic. He waited for George without arguing. The X-ray showed a small fracture near Alex's right wrist. The doctor fitted a stiff splint, wrote 6 weeks without judo across the medical note, and added that riding could resume only when the stable staff were satisfied he could manage safely with one hand. Alex read the restriction twice. Could it be reviewed in 3 weeks? The doctor returned the note to Aunt Nell. It can be reviewed whenever you like. The bone will still take the time it takes. By Friday, Alex had learned to write badly with his left hand and turn pages using the fingertips protruding from the splint. Dr. Cole kept mathematics, history, music theory, and shared lessons in place, but she allowed one afternoon for the magic correspondence he'd neglected during training. Among the replies lay a theater handbill for Edwin Lark, a celebrated mind reader who claimed that part of his performance couldn't be explained by stagecraft. Julian Marlowe examined the handbill when he arrived for Alex's scheduled lesson. He's very good. That isn't the same as being honest. Then we should see him. Alex held the paper down with his left elbow while turning it towards Aunt Nell. The claim is specific enough to test. Nell tapped the splint with one finger. One performance. You won't convert your recovery into 6 weeks of nightly investigations. The theater smelled of dust, warm velvet, and the oranges sold during the interval. From the 5th row, Alex watched Lark identify a woman's childhood nickname, describe a watch hidden inside a gentleman's pocket, and reproduce a drawing sealed inside an envelope. The methods weren't obvious. That made the performance useful rather than magical. Afterward, Julian took Alex and Nell backstage. Lark received them beside a mirror crowded with electric bulbs, and his stage smile became more confidential when he learned Alex's title. Mr. Marlowe calls everything technique, Lark said. Some gifts don't submit to his rules. Alex placed a blank card on the dressing table, then pushed a theater envelope beside it with his left hand. Please leave the room while Aunt Nell writes something. You may examine neither the card nor the envelope beforehand. Lark's smile held, but his eyes moved towards Julian. True perception depends upon rapport. A hostile test disrupts it. I'm not hostile, Alex said. I'm controlling the information. Julian folded his arms. That usually feels hostile to men selling mystery. Lark declined the test and began explaining that private consultations required preparation and a substantial fee. Alex listened until movement beneath the dressing table caught his eye. A stack of discarded audience questionnaires rested below the mirror. Names, companions, favorite memories, and reasons for attending had all been collected in the foyer before the performance. Alex left without accusing Lark publicly. The show had been excellent, and the claim attached to it hadn't survived one clean envelope. His wrist still hurt, the black belt task remained unfinished, and Tuesday would arrive without him. Magic could still be searched for while the rest of his life kept moving. 6 weeks after the theater visit, the doctor removed Alex's splint and turned his wrist through its full range. The joint felt weak, but it didn't hurt. The doctor released his hand and watched him flex his fingers. You may return to judo, provided your instructor knows about the fracture and you stop if it hurts. May I resume normal practice? Alex asked. You may resume careful practice. The doctor handed Aunt Nell the clearance note. Those aren't always the same thing. The instructor read the note beside the mat the following Tuesday, then sent Alex to the beginner end of the line. Alex opened his mouth, saw the man watching him, and bowed into place. Neil grinned from 2 positions away. Your feet have probably forgotten you. My wrist has written them a letter, Alex said. They should be expecting me. The warm-up showed what 6 weeks had taken. Alex kept his right arm close during the first backward fall, so the instructor made him repeat the movement until both arms struck the mat evenly and the wrist accepted the impact without pain. During paired practice, a new boy stiffened whenever Neil began a throw. He was broader than Neil and tried to save himself with strength, leaving him twisted halfway through each movement. When he landed badly, 2 children laughed before the instructor silenced them. The boy scrambled upright with a red face. He's smaller than me. Alex remembered Neil throwing him while everyone watched. He stepped forward before the instructor reassigned them. Neil threw me 3 times in my first lesson. Neil lifted a hand. It would have been 4, but the class ended. Alex offered the new boy his sleeve. Throw me. Don't rush, and don't try to prove anything. The boy hesitated, then took the grip and fitted his hip beneath Alex's balance. Alex followed the pull and landed with a clean slap of both arms. His wrist held. When he stood, the boy looked less embarrassed. That counted? The boy asked. It was a proper throw. Alex retied his belt and offered the sleeve again. Your size won't help until you stop fighting the lesson. After class, the instructor handed Alex a form-headed regional junior grading. A date 6 weeks away stood beside his name. You'll sit the junior black belt examination then, the instructor said. Assuming you train safely until it arrives. Alex read the date and placed the form inside his bag. I'll be ready. The instructor folded his arms. We'll see. That's what examinations are for. Neil called him towards the remaining practice pads. Alex joined him, using both hands to lift his end and feeling the strain in the healed wrist without mistaking it for injury. The examination had a date. It didn't need to become tomorrow. 29. Junior Black Belt. The regional grading occupied a school sports hall larger than Alex's usual judo hall, with 3 mats laid beneath basketball hoops and folding tables arranged for the examiners. His name appeared on the register as Alexander Fairfax, age 8, with his club number beneath it and nothing else. Aunt Nell took a seat among the other families while George returned to wait with the car. Neil nudged Alex as they tied their belts. No special chair, no private examiner, and they've spelt your name correctly, Neil said. You've been robbed of every advantage. Alex tightened his knot and stood. I brought one useful advantage. I've trained. The first hour tested falls, movement, basic holds, and controlled throws. Alex bowed, listened, and performed what was requested instead of anticipating the next instruction. He struck the mat evenly with both arms, rose without guarding his right wrist, and held each position until the examiner ordered him to release. By the throwing section, sweat had darkened the hair above his forehead, but the techniques still arrived in their proper order. Grip, step, turn, balance, finish. The examiner offered no praise and merely marked his sheet. After a short water break, the candidates returned for linked sequences. Each child had to fall, regain stance, accept a grip, counter, throw, and move into a controlled hold without losing pace or endangering a partner. Alex had practiced every part. He had also spent months choosing easier combinations whenever his wrist became tired, telling himself that clean individual movements proved the complete sequence was sound. Neil took the opposite grip. Ready? Yes. Alex drew one steady breath. Don't help me. The first sequence held together. On the second, Alex rose a fraction too slowly but recovered. During the third, fatigue tightened his forearm, and his body remembered the fracture before his mind could dismiss it. He kept his right hand close during the fall, came upright off balance, and entered the throw late. Neil's feet remained planted. Alex tried to rescue the movement by turning faster. Neil twisted free before the forced entry could pull them both down, and the examiner's voice cut across the mat. "Stop." The examiner pointed towards the waiting line. "You're using speed to hide a broken sequence. Sit out this rotation, then show it again from the beginning." Alex released Neil's sleeve, bowed, and moved to the edge of the mat. The weak sequence hadn't appeared by accident. He had carried it into the examination one avoided repetition at a time. From the bench, Alex watched the next pair complete the sequence he had spoiled. His first impulse was to rehearse it faster in his head, shaving time from the rise and driving through the turn before fatigue could interfere. That was the same answer that had already failed. He pressed both palms against his knees and forced himself to watch where each foot settled instead. Neil returned from the rotation and sat beside him. "You're planning how to make it quicker." "I'm identifying where I lost time." Alex kept his eyes on the mat. "You lost your feet, not time." Neil nudged Alex's shoulder with his own. "Do it slowly enough to notice them. Nobody here cares whether it looks grand." Across the hall, Aunt Nell sat with her hands folded over the program. She didn't signal or offer encouragement. Alex was grateful. This part had to remain between the children on the mat and the adults judging them. The examiner called his name and pointed Neil back into position. "Training pace. If the sequence breaks, don't force it. Begin again." Alex bowed and took the grip. Neil turned, and Alex accepted the throw instead of preparing his recovery too early. He struck the mat with both arms, drew his feet beneath him, and rose. The next grip arrived before he felt settled. His right forearm tightened, and the old temptation returned. "Reset, please." Alex released Neil's sleeve and stepped back. The examiner made a mark on his sheet. "Do so." They began again. Alex followed the pull, fell cleanly, and rose with his weight centered over both feet. When Neil attacked, Alex countered without dragging him offline, turned into the required throw, and waited long enough to confirm that Neil's balance had gone before completing it. Neil landed with a sharp slap. Alex moved into the hold, kept his weight controlled, and released at the examiner's command. The examiner studied them for several seconds before closing the folder. "Pass." Alex bowed, then looked up. "Even after the failed sequence?" "Because you corrected it safely," the examiner said. "A junior black belt isn't awarded for never making mistakes. It's awarded to someone trusted not to make a mistake worse." Neil grinned as they left the mat. "You passed by slowing down. Try not to take it personally." Alex's legs were shaking with fatigue, but he managed a proper bow before answering. "I'll object after I've had some water." The candidates returned to the mat after the final rotation and knelt in 2 straight lines. Alex's legs objected when he folded them beneath him, and his right forearm still carried the dull ache of hard use. He let both remain as they were. The examination had tested whether he could recognize a limit without surrendering to it, not whether he could leave the hall feeling untouched. The senior examiner called each successful candidate forward. When Alex's name came, he rose, bowed, and crossed the mat without looking towards the spectators. The examiner held out a signed certificate with the folded black belt resting across it. "You earned this through your conduct as much as your technique," the man said. "Remember that when someone younger believes the belt makes you important." Alex accepted both with 2 hands. "It means I'm responsible for what I do with it." "That will do." The examiner returned his bow and sent him back into line. The system changed as Alex knelt beside Neil. The plain display appeared without sound or ceremony. Task complete. Reward: 10 integration points. Integration points: 80. Those few words contained none of the missed Tuesdays, bruises, examinations, holidays, or 6 weeks spent in a splint. Alex looked down at the belt across his knees. The years hadn't disappeared merely because the system could record them in 3 short sentences. Neil leaned closer without leaving his place. "Has your face always done that when you're pleased?" "What does it do?" "It tries to look as though nothing has happened." Neil faced forward again. "You're terrible at it." On the drive home, Aunt Nell showed Alex a note from the estate office asking whether the local press should receive a photograph. Alex read it before folding it along the existing crease. "No announcement," he said. "I passed as one child in a club. I don't want a headline claiming Lord York conquered judo." Nell tucked the note back into her handbag. Then Lord York may remain unconquered, and Alex may have tea. Tea waited in the schoolroom rather than the drawing room. Wainwright, Mrs. Henshaw, Dr. Cole, and Neil stood around a small cake decorated with an icing belt that had been tied backwards. Nobody made a speech. Neil corrected the knot with the handle of a teaspoon while Mrs. Henshaw informed him that icing lacked respect for martial tradition. Alex placed the certificate beside his ordinary grading record. Aunt Nell kissed his hair, and the household applauded only long enough to make him blush. As Mrs. Henshaw began cutting the cake, fresh text settled across his vision. Current task: climb Ben Nevis. Reward: 10 integration points. Alex read the words once and let them fade. Neil was arguing that the largest slice belonged to the person who had corrected the icing, while Dr. Cole maintained that unauthorized repairs created no legal claim to cake. Ben Nevis could remain where it was for the length of tea. The following Tuesday, Alex's new belt was still stiff enough to resist the knot. He retied it twice beside the mat while Neil watched with unnecessary interest. "Has it made your fingers worse?" Neil asked. "You managed the old one without a committee." The old one had learned cooperation. Alex pulled the ends level and bowed onto the mat. "This one appears impressed with itself." The instructor gave Alex no place of honor. He sent him to carry practice pads from the cupboard, paired Neil with an older student, and pointed Alex towards the new boy who still stiffened before every fall. "You know what he's doing wrong," the instructor said. "Help him correct it without delivering a lecture." Alex accepted the restriction and knelt beside the boy. "Show me one backward fall." The boy lowered himself cautiously, tucked his chin too late, and struck the mat with his elbows close to his ribs. He sat up at once. "I know it was wrong. So did I, before I learned how to fix it." Alex lay back and demonstrated the movement slowly, letting his arms strike wide while keeping his head clear of the mat. "Don't try to stop yourself falling. Make the landing safe." The boy looked at Alex's black belt. "You don't get scared of it anymore." "I broke my wrist because I put my hand down, then made it worse by pretending I could continue." Alex sat up and offered both hands. "The belt didn't remove that mistake. It means I'm expected to remember it." They worked from a seated position before rising to a crouch. On the fourth attempt, the boy tucked his chin, spread the impact across both arms, and remained still instead of scrambling upright in embarrassment. "That one counted," Alex said. The boy grinned. "1 out of 4. Then you need 3 more." From across the mat, Neil called, "That's my line." "You weren't using it," Alex replied. After class, Alex carried his end of the pads without being asked. The instructor waited beside the cupboard until the last one was stacked, then glanced at the black belt. "That's what it's for," he said, not standing nearer the front. Alex bowed before collecting his shoes. At York House, mathematics corrections and an unfinished history essay waited beside his supper tray. Ben Nevis remained on the system's plain display whenever he checked, but he didn't open an atlas or ask George about Scotland. He sharpened a pencil, turned to Dr. Cole's first correction, and let the mountain wait while ordinary Wednesday prepared to arrive. 30. The mountain does not care. The black belt softened through the Tuesdays before Christmas, though it still needed a firm pull before the knot would sit properly. Alex wore it to practice, changed back into ordinary clothes, and returned to York House for mathematics, writing, music, and Dr. Cole's marked history essay. Christmas brought cousins, estate families, too much pudding, and an afternoon when the younger children turned the long gallery into a railway station. The system's instruction remained unchanged whenever Alex checked it, but he didn't mention Scotland or ask anyone to arrange a journey. By the second week of January, the decorations had gone and the schoolroom windows looked across bare lawns. Dr. Cole spread a relief map of Britain across the table and set Alex to identifying high ground, river basins, and the reasons towns had developed where they had. He answered without turning every question into a route calculation. Dr. Cole placed one finger on the map north of Glasgow. "You've studied buildings, estates, coasts, and ports in person. Which British landscape would you choose to examine next, if the purpose were understanding rather than collecting another destination?" Alex studied Scotland before touching the Western Highlands. Ben Nevis. "Not only the top. I'd like to see how the ground changes with height, how people manage the paths, and what a map fails to show when you're standing there." He kept his hand still instead of tracing a path towards the summit. Dr. Cole watched him for a moment. That sounds like field study. Your expression sounds like conquest. It could be a future family expedition, Alex said, leaving the word future firmly in place. We could learn about the area, walk lower routes first, and decide later whether the mountain itself is sensible. Aunt Nell might enjoy Scotland when nobody expects her to attend a committee. Aunt Nell entered with the Morning Post in time to hear him. She laid the letters beside Dr. Cole's books. I enjoy many places until somebody turns them into a program. Then it wouldn't begin as one, Alex said. Dr. Cole asked where I wanted to study. I answered. Dr. Cole wrote Ben Nevis beneath possible spring fieldwork, then closed the atlas before Alex could measure distances. Your next assignment is 1 page on what you'd need to learn before proposing the journey. No timetable, no equipment list, and no summit plan. Alex picked up his pencil. Ben Nevis had entered the schoolroom through an ordinary question, and it could remain on Dr. Cole's page while the rest of Thursday continued. The first Saturday training walk followed the estate's north boundary, where frozen ruts made Alex shorten his stride and the estate walking guide refused to count distance until he could keep the same pace uphill and down. Aunt Nell walked behind him with Wainwright while one of the keepers led them towards a low ridge. You're watching the gatepost, the guide said as Alex checked the next rise. Watch the ground beneath your feet. Mountains punish people who spend all day looking at the finish. Alex shifted his attention to the muddy track. This isn't a mountain. No, the guide replied. Which makes it an inexpensive place to learn. They had covered less than 2 miles when George's car appeared beyond the field gate. Thomas Calder climbed out, spoke to Wainwright, and looked towards Alex with a folded note in his hand. The main heating system has failed, Calder said. The family rooms are cooling, but the north service wing is worse. Alex glanced towards the ridge. The walk was in Dr. Cole's timetable, and stopping would leave the planned distance unfinished. Then he saw Mrs. Henshaw's name on Calder's note, followed by bedrooms and staff rooms below a safe temperature. We're going back, Alex said as he turned towards the car. The ridge will still be here. York House had lost its usual warmth by the time they reached the boiler room. 2 contractors knelt beside an opened pump housing while another carried tools through a passage smelling of oil and damp stone. Calder spread floor plans across a workbench and marked the sections still receiving heat. The replacement assembly can't arrive before Monday, one contractor said. We can keep one circuit moving, but not the whole house. Calder tapped the plans. Then we decide what remains open. Beatrice needs a room list, the kitchen needs revised mealtimes, and portable heaters must be signed out. Alex studied the colored lines. His schoolroom and bedroom sat on the surviving circuit, while several staff rooms didn't. Move my lessons to the morning room and close the family floor, he said. Use that heat for occupied bedrooms. Mrs. Henshaw arrived with 2 clipboards and fixed him with a firm look. You aren't assigning rooms alone. No, Alex said, but nobody should stay cold because my timetable is convenient. Calder slid 1 clipboard towards him. Then record who can move, who can't, and which duties still require access to the closed rooms. By Sunday afternoon, Alex had checked room lists, carried blankets, and watched Calder revise work rotas around the contractors. The unfinished ridge no longer bothered him. York House had required a different kind of preparation, and people indoors had needed decisions more than he needed another mile. On the 18th of March, 9 candles stood across a chocolate cake in the morning room. Alex blew them out while Aunt Nell, Dr. Cole, Wainwright, Mrs. Henshaw, and Neil applauded. Neil presented him with a compass and warned him that it pointed north rather than towards whatever Alex wanted most. After the plates had been cleared, Aunt Nell placed a green folder beside Alex's birthday cards. This isn't another present, it's the answer to your proposed family expedition. Alex opened it. The first page held no travel date. Instead, it listed a medical examination, fitted boots and clothing, progressively longer walks, a professional mountain guide, and written authority for the guide or Aunt Nell to cancel the attempt. He looked up from the final condition. Cancel before we travel, or turn us back during the climb. Either, Nell said, resting her hand on the folder. The doctor may refuse clearance. The guide may decide the conditions are unsafe. I may decide you're too tired, unwell, or determined to make a sensible choice. Alex tapped the page once. Would I be allowed to explain why I disagree? You may explain, Nell replied. You may not continue while the adults responsible for you are saying no. Dr. Cole drew the training sheet towards her. The walking distances increase only after you complete the previous one comfortably. They don't replace judo, riding, lessons, your shared sessions, or rest. That makes the schedule slower, Alex said. It makes it part of your life, Dr. Cole replied. You aren't preparing to become a person who climbs one mountain and then has nothing else to do. Alex turned to the equipment page. Every item had a reason beside it. He could have argued for a faster medical appointment, longer walks, or a private guide willing to accept his judgment. Money could arrange all three. It couldn't make the people accompanying him less responsible for what happened. He closed the folder and met Nell's eyes. If I ask you, the guide, and the staff to share the risk, I can't reserve the right to ignore you when the risk becomes inconvenient. Nell's shoulders eased. Does that mean you accept the conditions? I accept them, Alex said. I may ask why, but I'll stop first and argue somewhere safe. Neil reached across for another piece of cake. 9 has made you alarmingly reasonable. Alex moved the cake stand beyond his reach. It's also improved my authority over portions. The mountain remained in Scotland. Alex spent the rest of his birthday defending the final slice. By late May, Alex's walking boots had lost their stiffness, and the training distances no longer left him limping through Monday lessons. Judo, riding, history, and shared afternoons had continued around the walks until Dr. Cole signed the final training record without allowing him to call it complete. 2 days later, George drove the household party north through changing fields and long valleys towards Fort William. Ben Nevis appeared beyond the road beneath a low cover of cloud. Alex leaned towards the window, trying to connect the visible slopes with the maps he'd studied, but the upper mountain remained hidden. Aunt Nell noticed where he was looking. Disappointed? No, Alex said as he settled back against the seat. It's larger than the contour lines suggested. That may be the purpose of seeing it in person. Their guide met them that evening in the hotel's boot room. He inspected Alex's boots before asking him to put on every layer he intended to wear and empty his pack across a wooden bench. Waterproof clothing, gloves, food, water, spare socks, a whistle, and the small compass Neil had given him formed a careful row. Alex placed his notebook beside them. The guide picked it up. What's this for? Recording the route, ground conditions, and anything we learn. You'll learn more by watching where you put your feet, the guide said as he returned the notebook. Leave it here tomorrow. Alex looked towards Aunt Nell, but she offered no rescue. He slid the notebook into his traveling case. Very well. The guide checked the pack straps against Alex's shoulders, tightened one by less than an inch, and made him walk twice around the room. The forecast is acceptable, not guaranteed. We begin early, we keep an even pace, and we turn back when I say. Training gives you a chance to climb safely. It doesn't purchase the summit. I understand, Alex said. The mountain doesn't care how much preparation you've done, the guide replied. Neither should you, once conditions say stop. Alex adjusted the chest strap and felt the weight settle evenly. I'll stop first. Any disagreement can wait until we're somewhere safe. At supper, a folded route card rested in Alex's pocket while Aunt Nell, Wainwright, George, and the guide discussed breakfast and the morning start. Alex touched the card once, then left it folded. He served himself potatoes, listened to George's account of a sheep blocking the road, and allowed the summit to remain hidden until morning. 31. Ben Nevis. The guide knocked on Alex's hotel room door before dawn and found him dressed, booted, and sitting beside a breakfast tray he'd nearly finished. Aunt Nell stood by the window fastening her waterproof jacket, while Wainwright checked that the packed food matched the guide's list. Nobody permitted Alex to call the early start efficient. Drink the rest, the guide said, pointing to the cup beside Alex's porridge bowl. You won't improve it by staring. I'm not thirsty. You're drinking before you become thirsty. Alex emptied the cup and carried his pack downstairs. Outside, the upper mountain remained behind cloud, but the lower slopes were clear enough to show the path rising steadily away from the valley. George locked the car and joined them while the guide checked everyone's clothing once more before setting off. The first hour felt almost easy. Alex's boots held well, the cool air kept him comfortable, and months of estate walks had taught him to place each foot instead of watching the distant slope. He stayed behind the guide, with Aunt Nell following close enough to hear him if he spoke, and Wainwright and George maintaining the same steady pace behind her. Then the path steepened. Alex shortened his stride, but he still tried to match the guide's rhythm. His breathing grew louder, and the pack that had rested neatly against his shoulders in the hotel began pulling at every step. The guide stopped beside a broad stone and looked back. "You're climbing at my pace." "I'm keeping up." That wasn't praise. He waited until Alex reached him, then loosened one shoulder strap and settled the pack lower. "Walk at the pace you can maintain for hours, not the pace that proves you can follow me for 10 minutes. Alex wanted to say he understood endurance. Alexander Mercer had crossed building sites, climbed temporary stairs, and worked through long inspections without needing anyone to monitor his breathing. None of those memories strengthened 9-year-old legs. "I need to go more slowly," Alex admitted. Aunt Nell offered him the water bottle. "Then we go more slowly." They resumed with Alex setting the rhythm. At the next halt, the guide made him drink and eat half an oatcake even though he insisted he wasn't hungry. Alex obeyed, discovered his hands had begun trembling slightly, and finished the rest without argument. The cloud lowered as they climbed, swallowing the view behind them. Alex kept his eyes on the stones ahead and listened to his own breathing rather than the imagined distance to the summit. When his legs began to ache again, he spoke before anyone asked. "I need another stop." The guide nodded and led them towards a sheltered patch beside the path. "Good. That's how we keep going." The stop restored enough strength for Alex to feel hopeful, though not enough to make the next section easy. Above them, the path narrowed between loose stones before rising towards cloud that had thickened across the upper slope. The guide set off at Alex's slower pace, pausing whenever the ground required a longer step. Within 20 minutes, the world behind them had disappeared. Moisture gathered on Alex's jacket and darkened the stones beneath his boots. He could still see the guide clearly, but Wainwright and George faded into gray whenever the path bent more than a few yards away. Alex planted his right foot on a flat rock and pushed upward. His leg failed to straighten properly, forcing him to catch himself with both hands against the slope. The guide turned at once and held up one palm. "Stay there," he said. "Don't climb another step." "I slipped," Alex said as he regained his balance. The stone moved. "The stone didn't make your knee buckle." The guide came down to him and watched while Alex took 3 careful steps across the path. "Your legs are tiring, and the visibility's worsening. We may be finished for today." The words settled more heavily than the pack. Alex looked uphill, but cloud had removed any useful measure of distance. He could have argued that they were already near the upper path, that training had prepared him for fatigue, or that he'd recover after another rest. None of those answers would make the ground clearer. The guide led them to a broad cairn and unfolded his map inside the shelter of his jacket. He checked the compass, studied the cloud moving across the slope, then spoke quietly with Aunt Nell. Wainwright and George joined them close enough that nobody had to raise a voice. "I'm satisfied with the route for the moment," the guide said. "The wind's steady, we've got enough daylight, and I can maintain our position. Alex must eat, rest, and walk cleanly before we continue. If the cloud thickens further or his legs fail again, we turn back immediately." Aunt Nell crouched beside Alex rather than answering at once. "Tell me how tired you are, not how much you want the summit." "My legs are shaking when I step high," Alex admitted. "I'm tired, but I'm not dizzy or cold." Wainwright studied him before looking to the guide. "I agree only under your conditions." "So do I," George said. "No debate if you call it." Nell held Alex's gaze for another moment. "Then we continue while it remains safe." Alex ate the food placed in his hand and waited until the trembling eased. Only after the guide watched him cross the path without stumbling did the party turn uphill again. The path steepened after the cairn, forcing Alex to lift each foot onto stones that seemed designed for longer legs. The guide chose the smallest steps and waited above difficult sections, but Alex still needed Aunt Nell's hand when one ledge rose almost to his knee. He accepted it without pretending he'd only wanted balance. Cloud pressed close around them, reducing Ben Nevis to wet rock, the scrape of boots, and the people within a few yards of him. Alex stopped measuring progress by distance. He followed the guide's red gaiters, counted 10 steady breaths before each drink, and told Nell when the ache in his thighs changed from discomfort to weakness. At last the slope eased. A low stone shelter emerged through the gray, followed by a cairn and the dark outline of the summit marker. Alex looked past them for another rise, unwilling to mistake a pause for the end. The guide turned and smiled. That's it, you've climbed Ben Nevis. Alex took the final steps beside Aunt Nell. She didn't release his hand until both his boots stood on level ground, and by then Wainwright and George had reached them. There was no grand view, only cloud moving across broken stone and damp gathering on their jackets. The lack of spectacle didn't diminish the weight in Alex's chest. The familiar text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward. 10 integration points. Integration points. 90. It changed at once. Current task. Represent the title at a National Remembrance Service. Reward. 5 integration points. Aunt Nell touched his cheek with a gloved hand. Was it worth waiting for? Alex looked at her, then at Wainwright, George, and the guide who had controlled every decision the mountain required. Yes, I'm glad I didn't come alone. George set his compact camera on a flat stone and started the timer. They gathered around the summit marker, with Alex between Nell and the guide while Wainwright stood close behind him. George hurried into place just before the shutter clicked, and the resulting photograph would contain no view at all, only 5 wet, tired people grinning into cloud. The guide allowed them 10 minutes before ordering food, water, and warmer gloves. When they started down, Alex expected gravity to help. His first long step sent a jolt through both thighs, and his right boot slid across loose stone until the guide caught his shoulder. Small steps, the guide said. The summit isn't the end of the climb. Alex steadied himself and looked down the path disappearing beneath the cloud. The new task could wait. Every person in the photograph still had to reach the valley. The descent demanded more attention than the climb. Alex kept his steps short, planted each boot before shifting his weight, and accepted the guide's hand across 2 stretches of loose stone. When the cloud finally thinned, Fort William appeared far below, close enough to recognize and much too distant to offer comfort. At the next halt, Alex lowered himself onto a rock and discovered that standing again required both hands on his knees. George offered an arm without comment. Alex took it. Still glad you came? George asked as he steadied him. Yes, Alex said once his legs had stopped objecting. Ask me again after I've reached a chair. They returned to the hotel in the late afternoon with wet jackets, sore feet, and no dignity left for the stairs. Aunt Nell ordered tea in the sitting room while Alex removed his boots under the guide's supervision. A red patch had formed beside one heel, but the skin remained unbroken. The guide pressed the edge gently. That's why we deal with it now rather than pretending it'll disappear. Alex accepted the dressing and clean socks. I'm beginning to suspect mountaineering consists largely of eating, drinking, and admitting things hurt. It also involves coming back, the guide replied. People forget that part when they're talking about summits. At supper, nobody allowed Alex to turn the climb into a formal review. George described the summit photograph, Wainwright admitted that his knees disliked the descent, and Nell raised her glass to the guide for returning with the same number of people he'd taken up. Alex ate 2 helpings and left the new task untouched beneath the ordinary pleasure of everyone being safely together. The journey south brought sleep, stiff legs, and a stop where Alex walked around the car park because sitting had become worse than movement. Summer then closed around York House with lessons, riding, judo, estate visits, and several afternoons when Neil insisted that a compass was no help during cricket. The remembrance task remained private. Alex neither sought a ceremony nor asked when one might occur. In September, Wainwright entered the morning room carrying a cream envelope marked with the royal crest. Aunt Nell opened it at the writing desk while Alex finished correcting a page of fractions. Her eyes moved down the letter before lifting to him. The palace has asked whether you'll represent the title at the National Remembrance Service in December. Alex set down his pencil. The waiting task now possessed a date, a place, and people whose losses had begun on the same street as his own. Yes, he said, please tell them I'll attend. Nell kept the letter in her hand. We'll discuss what the service requires before anything is agreed beyond that. Alex nodded. Of course. Ben Nevis had taught him that accepting the destination didn't mean ignoring the people responsible for getting him there. 32. 6 names at the memorial. The palace planning packet reached York House in October, thick enough to require its own leather folder. It contained the service order, seating plans, security notes, press arrangements, and 2 pages of remarks prepared for Alex to deliver. He read the first paragraph twice before placing it flat on the morning room table. The words described him as the hopeful answer to a national tragedy, a child whose survival proved that violence hadn't prevailed. Aunt Nell watched him from the opposite side of the table. "You've found something you dislike." "I disappear into the speech," Alex said. "Not physically. Everyone else does." He turned the page towards her and put one finger beneath the sentence about courage. "Mummy and Daddy become the people whose deaths made my survival inspiring. The others aren't named at all." The palace secretary seated beside Wainwright adjusted his spectacles. "The draft is intended to give the public a clear point of connection. Your presence will naturally attract attention, my lord. That doesn't mean the service should reward it." Alex pushed the folder back across the polished table. "I'll represent the title, but I won't tell 6 families that the hopeful ending was the child who came home when their people didn't." Silence held long enough for the clock on the mantel to mark several seconds. Nell picked up the draft and read the disputed paragraph, while Wainwright remained still beside the tea tray. The secretary's expression became more cautious than offended, which Alex took as permission to continue. "I need the names of everyone who died," Alex said. "Not a casualty list. I want their ages, their work, who was waiting for them, and something ordinary they were known for. The families should approve anything used." "Some may prefer privacy," Nell said. Her tone supported him without allowing grief to become another source he could simply requisition. "You'll accept that if they refuse?" "Of course." Alex looked towards the secretary. "Please ask them what they want remembered. If they only permit a name, I'll speak the name. If they want nothing said beyond the service rule, I'll respect that too." The secretary gathered the abandoned speech but left the service order before Alex. "And what do you propose to say about yourself?" Alex considered the task waiting privately beneath the meeting. Representing the title required him to stand where he'd been asked, not turn survival into ownership of the day. "That I'm here on behalf of the title my father held," he said. "Then I'll speak the 6 names and listen to their families." Nell closed the folder. "That sounds like a better beginning." By December, the prepared speech had been replaced by 6 approved cards. The Abbey's side chapel smelled of stone, candle wax, and damp wool as Alex stood between Aunt Nell and the senior police chaplain. The bereaved families gathered around the memorial table, and Alex kept looking at them rather than the printed order of service in his hands. Mrs. Lennox, whose husband had been the constable nearest the blast, touched the card bearing his name. "David wasn't fearless," she said. "He complained whenever his feet were cold." Alex met her eyes. "Then I won't call him fearless." "Good." Her mouth trembled before she managed a brief smile. "Say he always carried 2 pencils because children lose theirs." When the organ quietened, Alex followed the chaplain into the nave. Police uniforms filled one side of the front rows, while the civilian families sat opposite them beneath the colors of their local boroughs. He laid the Earl of York's wreath where instructed, stepped onto the low platform, and adjusted the microphone instead of allowing the attendant to lift him. "My father was Richard Edmund Fairfax," Alex said. "He checked every door twice before traveling and still forgot where he'd put his gloves. My mother was Helena Fairfax. She read children's books slowly, even when she knew every word." He moved down the approved cards without hurrying. Police Constable David Lennox carried 2 pencils because children lose theirs. Marion Lowe opened her flower shop before sunrise and sang while she worked. Gordon Pike drove the early bus and waited when he saw someone running. Nadia Rahman was training as a nurse and wrote home every Sunday. The 6 names remained in the silence after he finished. Alex stepped away from the microphone before the applause could begin, and none came. That felt right. At the reception, he stood beside Nell while relatives approached in their own time. Marion Lowe's sister corrected the name of a rose Alex had mentioned from the family notes. Gordon Pike's son told him his father had waited for passengers because he enjoyed making the timetable late. Alex asked one question at a time and didn't offer his own grief unless they asked. When the last family moved towards the chapel doors, familiar text appeared across his vision. "Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 95. It changed immediately. Current task. Raise £1 million for charity. Reward. 5 integration points." Alex let the new task remain where it was. Mrs. Lennox was still beside him, explaining why David's second pencil had always been green, and listening to her was the only duty that mattered. An equerry approached while Alex returned his empty glass to a tray. "Her Majesty would like a word, Lord York." He indicated a small room beside the reception hall, where the door stood open and Aunt Nell remained within sight. Alex followed him inside and stopped before the Queen. He remembered the bows Dr. Cole had made him practice, but the movement felt different with the bereaved families only yards away. The Queen spared him from wondering how long to hold it by speaking at once. "You gave the names time," she said. "People are often hurried through ceremonies meant to remember them. They deserved more than a list, ma'am." Alex kept his hands still at his sides. "Their families decided what I could say." "Yes, I was told you insisted on that." Her expression softened as she studied him. "I knew your parents. Your father disliked easy praise and became very serious whenever he thought a duty had been neglected. Your mother noticed the person left standing alone at the edge of a room. You have something of both in you." The words reached past the photographs, letters, and approved notes through which Alex had assembled Richard and Helena. He hadn't expected the sovereign to hold her own memories of them, still less to offer those memories without turning them into public tribute. "Thank you, ma'am," Alex said. "I'm still learning who they were. We all continue learning that about people after they're gone." The Queen glanced towards the doorway, where Nell waited beside the equerry. "How is your aunt? Reports describe arrangements very well and are rather poor at telling me whether Eleanor is happy." Alex looked at Nell before answering. She watched him closely, ready to step in if the meeting became too much, but she wasn't trying to hear every word. "She worries about me, argues with me, and makes certain I still have lessons when I've found something more interesting. I think she's happy when I let her do her job." A small smile touched the Queen's face. "Then you might permit that occasionally. It would be a kindness to both of you." Movement beyond the open door caught Alex's attention. One family had paused near the memorial display instead of leaving with the others. The Queen followed his gaze and didn't prolong the conversation. "You have someone waiting," she said. "Go back to them." Alex bowed again, joined Nell at the doorway, and crossed the reception hall without looking to see who had noticed. The few private minutes mattered, but they weren't the purpose of the day. That remained with the families beside the 6 names. The task followed Alex home from London, but he left it beneath the ordinary return to York House. Christmas came with paper chains in the schoolroom, Edward's uneven biscuits, and a tree whose lower branches carried decorations made by children from the estate school. On Christmas morning, Alex opened presents beside Aunt Nell, Wainwright, and Mrs. Henshaw without mentioning charities, committees, or a figure large enough to dominate every conversation. Nell caught him studying the fire after luncheon and rested her hand against his shoulder. "You're allowed to have a quiet day, darling. The country won't fail because you don't improve it before bedtime." "I know." Alex looked towards the card Mrs. Henshaw had placed on the mantel beside the older family photographs. "I think the memorial was enough work for 1 month." January returned Dr. Cole's timetable to the schoolroom and brought a thick bundle of post to the morning room. Wainwright sorted invitations from estate correspondence, then placed a handwritten envelope beside Alex's arithmetic book. "This arrived through the hospital secretary. The writer says she cared for you after the bombing." Alex opened it carefully. The nurse remembered a frightened 3-year-old with an injured arm, a determined aunt sleeping in a chair, and a household that sent shortbread shaped like damaged stars. Her letter didn't ask for money. Instead, it described the ward as it stood 6 years later. Several monitors were shared between rooms. Parents slept upright beside injured children because the family room held only 2 beds. Children discharged after serious injuries waited weeks for rehabilitation appointments, while physiotherapists worked in a converted storage room with equipment older than some of the nurses. Alex lowered the page. £1 million had sounded like a sum to be reached. The letter gave it wheels, beds, treatment rooms, and parents with somewhere to sleep. Nell read the final paragraph over his shoulder. "She hasn't asked you to fund any of this." "No." Alex folded the letter along its existing crease instead of reaching for a fresh sheet of plans. "She's told me what's missing." "And before you promise anything?" "We visit." Alex met her eyes. "We ask the doctors, nurses, families, and rehabilitation staff what would help. Then Sir Peter and the trustees can tell me what the trust may support and how a public appeal would have to work." Nell's expression eased. "After lessons have resumed properly." "After lessons," Alex agreed. Wainwright returned the hospital envelope to him. "Shall I ask the secretary for a suitable date?" "Yes, please." Alex placed the letter inside his schoolbook, where it would wait until the day's work was finished. The £1,000,000 remained an impossible number, but it was no longer an empty one. 33. A hospital wing in winter. The hospital visit was fixed for the last Thursday in January, after Alex had completed mathematics and copied Dr. Cole's corrections into his exercise book. She handed him a notebook before he left the schoolroom. "Write down what people tell you, not what you expect them to need," she said. "You may ask questions, but you're not conducting an inspection." "I understand," Alex replied. The distinction remained uncomfortably close to several inspections he'd conducted in another life. The nurse who had written to him met Alex and Aunt Nell at the children's entrance. Silver showed at her temples, but her smile carried recognition. "You were much smaller the last time I saw you," she said. "You also tried to bite a thermometer." Alex glanced at Nell. "That detail wasn't in the letter." "I was preserving your dignity," the nurse replied. Her mouth twitched before she led them through the ward doors. A junior nurse was moving a monitor from one room to another while the mother beside the second bed watched each connection. Alex stopped without needing the shortage explained. "We manage safely," the nurse said, lowering her voice. "But moving equipment takes time, and frightened parents notice every minute." The family room held 2 narrow beds and 3 upright chairs. A father slept in one with his coat folded behind his head. Nell's hand settled on Alex's shoulder, and he remembered the letter's description of her sleeping beside him 6 years earlier. Alex kept his pencil ready. "How many families need this room?" 4 or 5 on a quiet night, the nurse said. "More when things go badly." The rehabilitation department occupied a converted storeroom. A physiotherapist guided a girl between worn parallel bars while another child waited beside foam blocks repaired with tape. "We need treatment space, adjustable equipment, and enough appointments that children don't wait weeks after discharge," she said. Alex opened Dr. Cole's notebook. What would change the most lives first? The consultant beside her answered carefully. "A properly equipped monitoring bay, more beds for parents, and a rehabilitation suite designed for children. We don't need a monument to your survival, Lord York. We need rooms that still work at 2 in the morning." Alex wrote the sentence down exactly. "Then please help us cost those things properly. I don't want the appeal promising anything the hospital can't staff or maintain." The consultant's expression eased. Nell squeezed Alex's shoulder but didn't praise him in front of the ward. By the time they returned to the entrance, £1,000,000 had become beds, monitors, treatment rooms, and trained hands. Raising it would be harder than writing a check, which made it feel like work worth beginning. 2 days later, Sir Peter Harrowby spread the first appeal proofs across the library table at Fairfax House. Thomas Calder stood beside him with the hospital costings, while a publicity advisor arranged 3 photographs beneath the gold heading, "The child who survived builds a future." Alex studied the family portrait taken before the bombing, a newspaper photograph of him leaving hospital, and a formal picture from York House. The accompanying text gave more space to his injuries than to the monitoring bay, family rooms, or rehabilitation suite. "No," Alex said. He turned the cover face down. "That makes the hospital another chapter in my biography." The advisor kept her voice measured. "Your story is why national newspapers will carry the appeal, Lord York. People remember the little boy in the wheelchair. Recognition brings donations." Aunt Nell rested both hands on the back of his chair. "She's right about the attention, darling. We can dislike that and still use it to help children who need the money." Alex turned towards her. He'd expected Nell to object before he did. "The consultant asked for rooms that work at 2 in the morning, not a monument to me. If we lead with those photographs, every patient becomes part of my recovery story." Nell's expression tightened. "I'm not suggesting we publish your medical notes. Refusing to mention why you care may look false, and it may cost the appeal support." Sir Peter placed a blank sheet over the proof. "Then we need a boundary. What may be used?" Alex looked down at Dr. Cole's notebook. Its pages held the nurse's figures, the physiotherapist's priorities, and the consultant's warning. He wanted to remove himself entirely, but the public already knew the connection. "One current photograph," he said. "No hospital pictures, no photographs of Mummy and Daddy, and no language calling me a miracle. I'll write a short introduction explaining that I was treated there and why I returned." Nell drew out the chair beside him. "And after that?" "The doctors explain the medical work. Nurses explain the equipment. Parents and former patients may speak only if they choose, with approval over every word and picture." Alex pushed the costings towards the center of the table. The appeal should show what each sum provides and who will maintain it. Thomas Calder tapped the heading with his pencil. Then this goes. Sir Peter removed the cover from the packet. We'll build the campaign around the hospital's work, with Lord York as its patron rather than its exhibit. Alex glanced at Nell. She looked relieved rather than victorious. He turned Dr. Cole's notebook to a clean page and wrote campaign boundaries across the top. The revised proofs reached York House on Tuesday afternoon while Alex was finishing French verbs in the schoolroom. Wainwright placed them beside his exercise book, then added a typed sheet headed Local Campaign Support. Thomas Calder's office had assigned correspondence, small events, and donor follow-up to the York House household. Alex read the line twice. That seems practical. The staff know the estate and the surrounding towns. Wainwright remained beside the table. Which members of staff did you intend to assign? Alex looked up. He hadn't intended anyone in particular. The phrase had seemed to describe an available part of the house, like the motor pool or London office. Mrs. Henshaw entered carrying a bundle of index cards tied with string. She set them over the offending line. Several people have offered to help, but the household doesn't produce spare hours whenever a committee requires them. I wasn't ordering anyone, Alex said. I thought volunteers might prefer not to be named publicly. Anyone may keep their name out of the newspapers, Mrs. Henshaw replied. The working records will still show who accepted each responsibility. Otherwise the labor vanishes while the appeal receives the praise. She untied the cards and spread them across the table. George Hale had offered to approach county motoring clubs and transport firms. Edward Sutton knew 2 amateur dramatic societies willing to discuss benefit performances. 3 kitchen staff would help at local events, provided hours, menus, and expenses were agreed before anyone promised refreshments. Alex moved the typed sheet aside. Did Mr. Calder's office ask what they could do? No, Wainwright said. It assumed. I returned the plan this morning. The correction stung because Alex had made the same assumption. He drew out a clean page and ruled 5 columns with his pencil. Name, responsibility, time allowed, expenses, and follow-up date. Nobody joins unless they volunteer directly. Mrs. Henshaw approves the rota so ordinary duties don't fall on someone else. Mrs. Henshaw examined the headings. Add who may make decisions. A volunteer shouldn't have to chase 3 trustees over the price of a village hall. Alex added a 6th column. Wainwright brought the correspondence ledger from his office and opened it beside the cards. Together they entered each offer, 1 person and 1 promise at a time. When the first page was full, Wainwright turned it towards Alex. Donors will require answers and thanks. That work can't be delegated out of sight. Alex picked up his pencil again. Put my name beside the weekly letters. The £1,000,000 no longer looked like one number. It had become promises that needed names, dates, replies, and someone willing to remember what came next. The appeal opened in the hospital lecture room beneath 3 display boards showing the proposed monitoring bay, family rooms, and rehabilitation suite. Alex's single photograph stood near the door beside a short paragraph explaining that he'd once been treated on the ward. The larger panels belonged to the doctors, nurses, and families who had agreed to speak. The consultant finished describing the rehabilitation plans and drew back a cloth covering the opening total. Pledges of £284,600 had been confirmed before the public launch. Applause filled the room, but Alex saw the distance to 1 million more clearly than the raised hands. A reporter near the aisle stood when questions began. Lord York, your family could cover the remaining cost. Will you guarantee the appeal reaches its target? Sir Peter shifted beside the platform, ready to answer, but Alex stepped towards the microphone. No, he said, I can't promise money the trustees haven't approved, and the hospital shouldn't build its plans around a child's promise. We've raised £284,600. We still have to persuade people to provide the rest. The nurse who had written to him smiled from the front row. The reporter sat, and the next question went to the physiotherapist about waiting times rather than Alex's inheritance. Dr. Cole placed a sheet of percentages over the campaign report the next morning. Yesterday you launched an appeal. Today you have mathematics. Alex looked at the opening total printed beneath her hand. 28.46%. You may write the working before displaying satisfaction. She tapped the first question with her pencil. The hospital will remain in need after luncheon. The week kept its ordinary shape. At judo, Alex corrected his balance while a smaller boy repeatedly put him on the mat. During riding, he followed the instructor's route instead of asking Wainwright for updated pledges from the gate telephone. Only after lessons did the correspondence ledger open on the library table. Wainwright placed 2 letters beside it. One contained £5 from a retired nurse. The other declined a meeting on behalf of a manufacturing company. "Do I answer both?" Alex asked. "You asked both of them to make a choice," Wainwright said. "Courtesy doesn't depend upon which choice pleased you." Alex wrote the nurse's thank you letter first, then signed the refusal acknowledgement without trying to argue past it. A fresh appeal letter waited beside his blotter when he finished. The system remained silent. Money didn't move because a target deserved it. Each pound still required someone else to say yes. 34, £1 million. Alex's 10th birthday began without photographers, an appeal banner, or a collection bowl. Aunt Nell had refused all 3 suggestions from the campaign office, then ordered the morning room doors closed until breakfast was finished. Presents waited beside his plate, while the latest campaign report remained beneath Wainwright's hand. Alex glanced towards it after opening Dr. Cole's gift, a fountain pen fitted for his smaller hand. "Has the total changed?" Aunt Nell pushed the toast rack towards him. "You may ask tomorrow. Today you're 10, and everyone here is allowed to care about that without purchasing admission." Wainwright brought over a narrow parcel wrapped in brown paper. "The correspondence ledger is also closed until morning. Mrs. Henshaw has threatened to remove any appeal letters found near the cake." Mrs. Henshaw set down Alex's egg. "I said I'd remove the person who put them there. Paper is easier to manage." The parcel contained a magnifying glass for his natural history desk. Lessons were cancelled, luncheon included every household member who could leave their duties, and nobody asked him to make a speech. When the cake arrived, Edward Sutton had placed 10 candles in 2 straight rows, an arrangement that lasted until Aunt Nell accused him of organizing a parade ground. The appeal waited, as promised. 3 weeks later, it filled the reception rooms at Fairfax House with hospital plans, reporters, former patients, and guests who watched Alex before deciding whom else to notice. The confirmed total stood at £826,400. Each place setting explained what different sums would provide, but several guests still offered compliments rather than questions about the ward. A newspaper proprietor caught Alex beside the rehabilitation display and extended a hand. "A remarkable campaign, Lord York. You've given the evening its face." Alex shook his hand, then turned towards the physiotherapist beside him. "Have you met Miss Rowe? She designed the new suite. She can tell you why the floor surfaces matter more than my face." Miss Rowe's surprise became professional concentration as she opened the plans. Within moments, the proprietor was asking about adjustable bars and discharge delays. Alex moved on before the conversation could return to him. Near the platform, Sir Peter waited with Thomas Calder and a broad-shouldered man wearing a gold-edged donor badge. Sir Peter drew Alex aside. "Mr. Alistair Vane has asked for a private word before dinner. He believes he can bring the appeal very close to its target." Alex looked towards the nurses gathered beneath their display boards, then followed Sir Peter into the adjoining room. Whatever Mr. Vane wanted, the hospital's work would remain outside when the door closed behind them. The reception became a low murmur beyond the paneled wall. Mr. Vane waited beside a small table with Sir Peter and Thomas Calder, one hand resting on a folder embossed with his company's name. He opened it to reveal a typed pledge for £250,000 and a drawing of the proposed hospital entrance. "That would carry you safely beyond the target," Mr. Vane said. His finger settled beneath the lettering across the drawing. "The Elizabeth Vane Children's Wing. My daughter died when she was 7. I've funded pediatric work ever since." Alex looked from the pledge to the name. The amount filled the entire gap and left money beyond it. Months of letters, events, refusals, and follow-up could end with one signature. "The entrance wall already has a memorial," Alex said. "Former patients and families chose it." Mr. Vane nodded without embarrassment. "The children's tiled panel. It can be moved into the family room, where people will still see it. My foundation requires principal naming recognition for a gift of this size." Thomas Calder folded his hands behind his back. "The hospital hasn't agreed to move anything. Mr. Vane asked to speak with you before the proposal went to its board." Alex studied the drawing again. The colored panel designed by former patients had disappeared completely beneath polished stone and gold lettering. Somewhere outside, those same families stood beside display boards, helping persuade strangers that the ward belonged to more than the child whose title attracted newspapers. Could Elizabeth's name go on one of the family rooms? Alex asked. Or on the donor board with an explanation of what her gift provided? Mr. Vane's expression tightened. My trustees won't release £250,000 for a room plaque or a line among dozens. I'm offering to complete your appeal tonight. Sir Peter rested 2 fingers on the pledge. Alex, refusing may leave the campaign short for months. The hospital could begin planning immediately with this guarantee. That was the sensible argument, and Alex felt its weight. He'd spent another life judging projects by whether funding existed when work needed to begin. Yet the campaign had promised the families that their memorial wouldn't become negotiable when a richer name arrived. Then we remained short, Alex said. He pushed the drawing back across the table. Mr. Vane, I'm sorry about your daughter, and I'd be grateful for any gift that doesn't require the hospital to break its word. I won't support this one. Silence held for several seconds. Mr. Vane closed the folder carefully. You understand that I may withdraw the offer entirely? Yes, Alex said. That has to remain your choice. Sir Peter opened the door, and the noise of the gala returned. Beyond it waited hundreds of smaller choices, none large enough to rescue the campaign alone. By the time Alex returned to the reception rooms, Mr. Vane's donor badge had disappeared from the entrance table. The orchestra had begun again, and guests were moving towards coffee as though £250,000 hadn't just left the building. Aunt Nell met him beside the rehabilitation display. Sir Peter told me what you decided, she said. I'm frightened you may have made tonight much harder, but I'm not angry. Alex looked towards the families gathered beneath the children's tiled design. Would you have accepted it? No. Nell straightened his collar with careful fingers. I might have taken longer to say so. Thomas Calder summoned them to the campaign table shortly before 10. Pledge cards, sealed envelopes, and telephone slips covered the cloth, while Wainwright checked each donor's name against the correspondence ledger. The total board still showed £972,615. Calder placed a signed form beside the adding machine. The Regional Builders Association has confirmed £20,000. They want no naming rights, but they've asked to be included in the tender briefing. That's reasonable, Alex said. He watched Calder enter the figure and replace the total with £992,615. The remaining gap was small enough to measure and too large to ignore. The nurse who had first written to Alex approached carrying a thick envelope. These came through the former patients group, she said. Some families pledged £50, some £500, and several held collections at work. They asked us to submit them together. Wainwright opened the envelope and passed each card to Calder. Alex read the amounts as they were checked, added, and marked confirmed. No card demanded a doorway, a portrait, or a displaced memorial. Calder pressed the final key and studied the paper strip. £8,750. That takes us to £1,001,365. Applause began around the campaign table and spread through the room as the new figure was carried to the platform. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 100. He read it once, then looked back at the cards. More envelopes were still being opened. By the time Sir Peter announced the confirmed total, it had reached £1,018,735. The consultant stepped to the microphone beside him. That funds the monitoring bay, family accommodation, and rehabilitation work we described. It also gives us a reserve against costs changing before completion. Alex joined the applause. Behind her, the 3 hospital plans remained on display, surrounded by dozens of names recorded in Calder's ledger. The appeal had crossed its target without belonging to him or to any single donor. The applause hadn't finished when new text replaced the completed notice across Alex's vision. Current task. Purchase a recognized painting for no less than £1 million. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex stared at it while the consultant thanked the nurses and families who had carried the appeal beyond its target. £1 million for hospital rooms had required months of persuasion. The system now wanted him to spend £1 million on a single painting for the same 5 points. Aunt Nell touched his sleeve. You've gone very still. I was considering how strangely money can be valued, Alex said. He turned towards the campaign table, where Wainwright was gathering pledge cards into labeled trays. But it can wait. The gala ended with coats, handshakes, and promises requiring confirmation. Alex remained beside the hospital staff until the last family had left, then carried unopened envelopes into the smaller library. Wainwright placed the correspondence ledger before him and sorted the work into donations, refusals, questions, and requests for receipts. You aren't expected to answer all of these tonight, Wainwright said. Success doesn't cancel bedtime. Then we'll record them tonight and answer them tomorrow. Alex opened the ledger to the first empty line. Nobody should wait a week for thanks because the total has reached the newspapers. Spring examinations reclaimed him before the appeal office did. Dr. Cole gave him no marks for calculating donation percentages when the question asked about fractions, and his French examiner showed no interest in the hospital total when Alex misplaced 2 verbs. The new task remained untouched while lessons, writing, and correspondence filled his days. Several weeks later, Dr. Cole entered the schoolroom carrying an insurance schedule and 3 catalogs. Thomas Calder followed with a folder marked Fairfax Collection, Provenance Review, and set it beside Alex's history book. The insurers are reviewing the family paintings, Dr. Cole said. Mr. Calder has discovered that several records are incomplete, so art history is joining your timetable. Alex looked at the photographed portraits, landscapes, condition notes, and chains of ownership. Is this an examination subject? It is now, Dr. Cole replied. You'll learn periods, artists, provenance, condition, and why an expensive signature isn't the same as an authentic painting. Calder opened the first catalog to a landscape whose attribution had changed twice. You may also learn why trustees dislike buying art from enthusiastic 10-year-olds. Alex rested one hand on the page. The system's demand had acquired an ordinary doorway, but Dr. Cole controlled the timetable and Calder controlled the money. Where do we begin? With looking properly, Dr. Cole said, placing a magnifying glass beside the catalog. Buying comes much later. 35. The Auctioneer's Problem. Looking properly began in a private viewing room at the auction house, where Mrs. Lydia Fenwick covered the estimates before Alex could read them. 2 paintings stood beneath lamps, while Dr. Cole, Thomas Calder, and Aunt Nell waited behind the rope. Mrs. Fenwick handed him a magnifying glass and a condition report. Choose the one the Fairfax collection should preserve. Price comes after judgment. Alex approached the larger canvas first. The fashionable portrait carried a famous name, but the woman's face looked oddly flat beneath the varnish. Under magnification, fine cracks stopped around one eye, and the report listed heavy overpainting, a replaced stretcher, and 14 years without an identified owner. The signature may be genuine, Alex said, but too much of the surface has been rebuilt, and the ownership gap begins just before the war. Mrs. Fenwick nodded. That doesn't make it worthless. It makes certainty expensive. She led him to Winter Wharf, a river scene by Thomas Kersey. Tell me what you'd become responsible for if you bought this one. The canvas showed warehouses, barges, and laborers unloading timber beneath a pale sky. Alex worked down the report before studying the catalog description. The painting had been exhibited in 1888, sold through a recorded dealer, and remained with one family for 90 years. A repaired tear marked one corner, the varnish had darkened, and the frame needed strengthening before transport. Conservation, secure hanging, insurance, and environmental checks, he said. Possibly a museum loan later. Calder tapped the estimate against his palm. And the purchase price? Only the first cost. Alex stepped back to see the whole composition. The workers remained small within the docks, but each had a task, a tool, and a place in the scene. I'd choose this even if the portrait were more expensive. Mrs. Fenwick uncovered the estimate. 650,000 to 800,000 pounds appeared beneath it, while the portrait's estimate exceeded $1 million. Winter Wharf wouldn't complete the task unless the bidding rose much higher. Alex felt the easier answer waiting and let it go. Aunt Nell studied him. You're certain? Yes. Alex returned the magnifying glass to its case. I want the painting with records we can defend and work worth preserving. I don't want a costly signature attached to doubts. Calder closed the provenance folder. Then I'll ask Sir Peter and the trustees for bidding authority up to the independent valuation. Not whatever figure an enthusiastic 10-year-old invents in the room. Alex nodded. That seems fair. Dr. Cole gathered the catalogs and gave him a measured look. Good. Tomorrow's lesson is why an auctioneer may still make all of you regret coming. The auctioneer introduced the river painting with a brief account of its exhibition history, then opened the bidding at £500,000. Alex sat between Aunt Nell and Thomas Calder with the numbered paddle resting across his knees. Mrs. Fenwick occupied the seat behind them, close enough to answer a question but too far away to make the decision for him. Bids came first from a woman near the aisle and a telephone representative against the wall. Alex entered at 600,000. Calder marked each increase on the catalog while the auctioneer carried the room through £25,000 steps. At 800,000, the woman lowered her card. The telephone bidder continued twice more before asking for time to consult whoever waited at the other end of the line. Aunt Nell leaned closer while the auctioneer searched the room. You're still beneath the authorized ceiling, but that doesn't mean you're obliged to reach it. I know, Alex said. He kept his attention on the telephone representative, whose hand covered the receiver while she listened. The condition report hasn't changed because someone else wants it. The representative offered 900,000. Alex raised his paddle for 925. She listened again, shook her head, and replaced the receiver. The auctioneer looked across the room, invited another bid, then returned his attention to Alex. £925,000 with Lord York, he said. At 925,000, are we all done? The painting was already his unless someone intervened. Alex looked at Calder's catalog. The independent valuation allowed more, although every sensible rule of auction buying said that a purchaser should pay no more than necessary. The task required something else, and the painting remained the same defensible choice at either figure. Alex raised his paddle again. £1 million. The auctioneer's hand stopped above the rostrum. A few heads turned, followed by enough rustling catalogs to make the room feel suddenly less discreet. My lord, the auctioneer said carefully, your bid of £925,000 is presently the highest. No competing bid has been made. I understand, Alex replied. I'm increasing it to 1 million. Calder lowered his pencil. The figure remains within the trustee's authority, though I should record that nobody advised you to bid against yourself. Please record that, Alex said. Mrs. Fenwick bent forward behind them. You chose the painting before seeing its price, which was good judgment. Paying an additional £75,000 without opposition is something else entirely. Alex looked towards the river workers beneath the auction room lights. It's still within the independent valuation, and I'm prepared to accept the responsibility that comes with it. The auctioneer studied him for another moment, then faced the room. £1 million, bid by Lord York. At £1 million, then. His hammer remained raised while the room waited to discover whether anyone intended to save Alex from himself. The hammer struck before anyone offered rescue. Sold for £1 million to Lord York. Applause would have been easier. Instead, the room answered with a small release of breath, several turned heads, and the dry scratch of Calder writing the final figure into his catalog. Alex lowered the paddle across his knees while the auctioneer moved on to the next lot with professional speed. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 105. The notice vanished before the next painting reached the rostrum. 5 points for £75,000 nobody had required him to spend. Alex watched an assistant remove Winter Wharf from the display wall and understood that the system had measured only the price. It hadn't cared whether the painting was genuine, damaged, stolen, vulgar, or worth preserving. Calder closed his pencil inside the catalog. The trustees will honor the bid, since it remained within the approved valuation. They may also request that you explain why restraint ceased at £925,000. I can explain it, Alex said. Aunt Nell gave him a sideways look. You can't explain the real reason. No. Alex kept his voice low as the next bidding began. I'll have to explain the decision I actually made. Mrs. Fenwick leaned forward from the row behind them. Then begin with the fact that you bought a sound painting, not that you paid soundly for it. The auction house completed the paperwork in a quiet office after the sale. Calder checked the buyer's premium, insurance date, transport arrangements, and tax before allowing Alex near the signature page. The final amount exceeded the hammer price, although the system showed no interest in fees. Calder turned the contract towards him. Ownership transfers after cleared payment. Until then, you've made a binding commitment rather than acquired a painting. Alex signed where indicated, his fountain pen looking too small beside the figures. What happens before it reaches York House? Mrs. Fenwick opened the conservation file. The frame is stabilized, the surface is examined under proper light, and the existing repair is photographed. Then we decide where it can hang without sunlight, damp, or a fireplace damaging it. Aunt Nell rested both hands on the back of Alex's chair. And where were you imagining it would go? The West Gallery, Alex said. Near the estate maps, where people might stop and look at the work in the scene rather than only the name beneath it. Calder gathered the signed pages. That answer may improve the trustee's mood. It won't improve mine, Nell said, though her fingers brushed Alex's shoulder. I admire the choice. I remain appalled by the method. Alex looked through the office doorway towards the painting waiting under supervision. It wasn't a trophy and couldn't be treated as one. He had paid too much on purpose, but the responsibility he'd bought with it would last far longer than 5 points. The new task appeared while Alex sat at the schoolroom table 3 days later, copying the auction costs into a stewardship exercise Dr. Cole had prepared. Current task. Make a genuine friend who does not know your title. Reward. 10 integration points. His pencil stopped beside the buyer's premium. The wording removed every method he could control. He could arrange introductions, invite children to York House, and provide enough entertainment to make anyone agreeable for an afternoon. None of that would make the result genuine, and anyone arriving through the household would know exactly who he was. Dr. Cole looked up from the conservation report. You found something more troubling than the final invoice. I was thinking about friendship, Alex said. The answer was true, though it concealed why the subject had arrived so abruptly. Can it still be genuine if adults arrange the meeting? It can, Dr. Cole replied. Adults arrange schools, clubs, lessons, and holidays. They can't arrange whether 2 people like each other. Alex lowered his gaze to the page. Knowing my title changes how children behave. Sometimes. Aunt Nell entered carrying a folder and took the chair beside him. Not always favorably. Rachel told you that you danced like a folding chair. She'd already invited me before discovering that. Which may explain her courage. Nell set the folder between them. Its cover read North Shore Youth Sailing Course, Summer 1990. Miriam and I were going to discuss this after your examinations. Alex opened it. The program ran for 12 days beside the coast and included small boat instruction, swimming tests, shared dormitories, equipment care, meal duties, and weather cancellations. Nothing mentioned titles, private tutors, or personal servants. Dr. Cole rested one finger beside the daily timetable. You need more sustained time with children your own age. Not another afternoon visit where the household prepares everything and everyone goes home before disagreement becomes inconvenient. Security won't approve a dormitory without alterations. They already have conditions, Nell said. 2 officers nearby, neither presented as your staff. The organizers will know who you are because they're responsible for you. The other pupils don't need to. Alex turned to the enrollment page. Could I use Mercer? No, Nell said at once. You may omit the title, but you won't enroll under a false identity. Alexander Fairfax will be recognized. Possibly, Dr. Cole said. You'll have to live with uncertainty rather than redesign the course around preventing it. Alex looked again at the task, then closed the folder before the urge to request the full roster became a plan. No changes to the other pupils? None, Nell said, and no selecting a promising candidate in advance. I wasn't going to interview them. Dr. Cole's expression remained unconvinced. You were thinking about criteria. Alex placed both hands on the sailing folder. The course already existed for reasons unrelated to the system, and attending it wouldn't guarantee anything beyond wet clothes, shared chores, and children who might dislike him. All right, I'll go as Alexander Fairfax, without the title, and let the course remain as planned. Nell smiled, though relief showed beneath it. That's all we're asking. The task remained unchanged. For once, Alex couldn't complete it by working harder, spending more, or finding the correct expert. He would have to meet someone who was free to choose him back. 36. Nobody calls him Lord. Alex placed 6 pairs of socks in the open holdall, checked them against the course list, and added a 7th. 12 days beside the North Sea seemed an unreasonable length of time to rely upon the arithmetic of laundry. His waterproofs, swimming costume, deck shoes, towels, wash bag, notebooks, and pencils already occupied the sections he'd assigned them. Aunt Nell stood at the foot of his bed with the packing list folded in one hand. The organizers asked for ordinary luggage, not a mobile stores department. It's one holdall. It contains enough spare cord to restrain a small yacht. Alex removed the coil from the side pocket, considered defending it, then placed it on the bed. Beneath the packing list lay his magic investigation notebook and 3 unanswered reports. One concerned a dog in Somerset said to vanish through walls. Another described a luminous bird seen above a reservoir. He had marked both for follow-up before the sailing course appeared. He gathered the papers, carried them to his desk, and locked them in the lower drawer with the notebook. Those can wait. Nell watched him pocket the key. You're certain? The course is supposed to give me a chance to meet people normally. Alex returned to the holdall and closed the zip. Questioning them about impossible animals wouldn't help. Downstairs, Wainwright accepted the bag while George waited beside an unmarked estate car. No crest appeared on its doors, and nobody wore household livery. 2 protection officers had already traveled ahead, posing as an ordinary holidaying couple. Another would remain near the harbor without approaching Alex unless something went wrong. Wainwright handed him a plain envelope containing emergency numbers. The course director knows who you are. The other pupils don't. You'll answer to Alexander Fairfax, and you'll telephone York House on the scheduled evenings. I remember. Mrs. Henshaw adjusted the collar of his sailing jacket. You'll make your own bed, carry your own dishes, and wear whatever they issue you without sending it back for alterations. I know how to make a bed. You know how to assist someone who makes one properly. By the time the car reached North Shore, Alex had decided not to argue with that distinction. The dormitory smelled of soap, damp canvas, and unfamiliar boys. Metal bunks lined the walls, each paired with a numbered locker and a folded blanket. A freckled boy looked over Alex's labeled kit, polished shoes, and carefully packed clothes. Did your mum prepare you for military service? My aunt helped with the list, Alex said. The boy grinned. I'm Sam. You sound like a newsreader. Alex Fairfax. Sam pointed towards the remaining bunks. Then hurry, Fairfax. The one by the window's leaking. Alex examined the damp patch beneath the window, then moved his holdall to the nearest dry bunk. Before he could unpack, an instructor entered carrying a clipboard and told the 8 boys to choose beds, make them properly, and divide the first evening's chores among themselves. The window frame needs reporting, Alex said. He pressed 2 fingers against the wet sill and looked over the room. Until it's repaired, nobody should sleep beneath it. We can allocate the other bunks by height, put the taller boys on top, and rotate the undesirable one after each night. A broad-shouldered boy named Connor dropped his bag onto a lower bunk. Or we could choose where we want. That leaves 1 person with the leak for 12 nights. Not if it stops raining. Alex began matching names to bunks on the back of his packing list. He placed the 2 shortest boys on lower beds, moved Sam away from the door because he'd arrived without slippers, and proposed a rota for sweeping, washing basins, carrying supper dishes, and drying wet sailing gear. Sam watched him draw 4 columns. Have you always got a pencil ready? Usually. That wasn't admiration. Connor leaned over Alex's shoulder. You've put yourself on sweeping. I'm good at it. You've also given yourself the bunk by the radiator. It's the best place for monitoring the drying rack. Connor took the paper, crossed out Alex's name, and wrote it beneath window. Congratulations. You can monitor the leak. The others laughed. Alex reached for the list, but Connor held it above his head. Snatching it back would turn a foolish arrangement into a fight, while appealing to the instructor would prove he couldn't manage 1 room without adult authority. He let his hand fall. Fine, Alex said, but the wet bedding needs replacing before lights out. The instructor returned after supper and approved the boys' rota without changing a single assignment. Alex spent 20 minutes carrying enamel plates to the kitchen, then stood beside Sam at a deep sink while greasy water soaked the front of his issued shirt. You're drying too slowly, Alex said as another plate joined the pile. If you start with the larger ones, they'll drain while you do the cups. Sam put down the tea towel. I know how to dry a plate. The pile's getting unstable. And you've spent all afternoon telling everyone where to sleep, what to carry, and how to wash things. Alex glanced at the leaning stack. I was right about most of it. Sam picked up the largest plate and dried it with deliberate care. Being right isn't the same as being bearable. The words landed harder because Sam didn't sound angry. Alex took the next plate from the water and set it down without offering another instruction. When they returned upstairs, his blanket beneath the leaking window was already damp at one corner. By the third morning, Alex had learned that a sailing dinghy ignored good intentions with complete fairness. Their boat moved cleanly away from the jetty under Sam's hand on the tiller, with Connor managing the mainsheet and Alex assigned to the jib. The instructor's launch kept several lengths away while the 4 training boats worked between 2 orange buoys. Ease it a little, Sam said as the bow turned across the wind. Not all the way. Alex let the jib sheet run through his gloves. The sail loosened, filled again, and pulled the boat onto its new course. He could see 3 improvements at once. Connor was sitting too far aft, Sam had begun the turn late, and the loose rope beside Alex's shoe would become a problem if anyone needed to move quickly. He opened his mouth, remembered the washing up sink, and closed it again. A sharp crack came from above them. The mainsail dropped halfway down the mast as the halyard slipped loose, spilling canvas across Connor's shoulder. He ducked, released the sheet, and the dinghy swung broadside to the wind. Water slapped over the lower edge and spread around their boots. The sail's down, Connor said, struggling beneath the wet cloth. I noticed, Sam replied. He pushed the tiller over, but without the mainsail the boat answered slowly. Alex, keep the jib pulling. Connor, get clear of that canvas. Lewis, bail. Alex looked towards the mast. He understood how to recover the halyard, flatten the sail, and bring the bow into a safer angle. Taking charge would be faster than waiting for Sam to discover the same sequence. Sam met his eyes. Can you hold the jib steady? Alex tightened his grip. Yes. Then do that. I'll get us pointed away from the other boat. The nearest dinghy crossed less than 10 yards ahead. Alex adjusted the sheet by inches, watching the small forward sail catch enough wind to give Sam steerage. The urge to call each movement rose again when the bow wandered, but Sam corrected it without help. Now pull, Sam said. Alex hauled the sheet hand over hand. The jib filled hard, the bow moved, and the distance between the boats widened. Connor freed himself, Lewis emptied another scoop of water, and Sam brought them into the shelter of the buoy while the instructor's launch approached. Once the halyard had been secured and the sail raised again, Connor rubbed his wet shoulder. Fairfax didn't give a single speech. I was busy, Alex said. Sam grinned from the stern. You did exactly what I asked. It was almost restful. The remark drew laughter rather than irritation. Alex looked down at the jib sheet held neatly across his gloves. Nobody had needed him to command the boat. They'd needed him to trust the person who already was. On the final evening, the boys sat at a scarred table in the common room, writing addresses beneath the instructor's supervision. Connor copied 3 names onto the back of a course photograph. Lewis promised to send everyone the results of his swimming test, although nobody had asked. Sam pushed a postcard towards Alex. Put yours there, he said. Unless your aunt keeps you locked in a tower when you're not sailing. Alex wrote Alexander Fairfax and the York House postal address without the title. The estate name would mean little beyond North Yorkshire, though Wainwright would certainly inspect the first envelope before allowing it upstairs. Sam studied the neat handwriting. You even write like a newsreader. Newsreaders don't usually write where people can see them. That's exactly what a newsreader would say. The following morning, they carried their own holdalls to the waiting cars. Alex recognized a protection officer reading a newspaper beside the harbor wall, but the man didn't look up. Sam's parents arrived in a blue estate car with a dented rear door. His mother hugged him before asking whether he'd changed his socks without being threatened. Mostly, Sam said. He glanced towards Alex. Fairfax had 7 pairs. He could have supplied the whole dormitory. Alex's car waited farther along the lane, plain and unmarked. Before he could offer the careful farewell he'd been considering, Sam held out his hand. Right back, Sam said. Not one of those letters that sounds like the council sent it. I don't write like the council. You made a rota for the wash basins. Alex shook his hand. I'll try to sound less official. York House received him with unpacking, laundry, a medical check of 2 bruised shins, and Mrs. Henshaw's discovery that he'd returned with 1 sock belonging to Connor. On Monday, Dr. Cole restored mathematics and history to their proper places. His investigation notebook waited in the locked drawer exactly where he'd left it. Alex opened it after lessons. The report about the vanishing dog remained clipped to the first unanswered page. He reached for his pencil, then noticed an envelope beside the blotter. The address leaned downhill in blue ink. Sam's letter contained 6 lines, 1 complaint about Connor, and an invitation to visit during the holidays and help repair his grandfather's small sailing boat. It asked nothing about strange animals, unexplained lights, or local rumors. Alex closed the investigation notebook without adding Sam's home to any search list. He wrote his reply on ordinary paper, crossed out, "Dear Samuel," and began again. "Sam," he wrote, "I'd like to help with the boat." 37. A friend before the truth. Sam's grandfather's boat rested upside down on 2 wooden trestles behind a narrow brick house in Leeds. The hole was small enough for 2 boys and old enough that several layers of blue paint showed where Sam had already attacked it with coarse sandpaper. Alex changed into the clothes Mrs. Henshaw had called suitable for honest damage, accepted a second sanding block, and crouched beside the keel. "You're holding it like a surgical instrument," Sam said. He dragged his own block along the wood, leaving a pale strip through the peeling paint. "Press harder." Alex increased the pressure. The block caught against a rough edge and slipped from his hand, striking the paving beside his shoe. Sam laughed. "Excellent. You're nearly ordinary. I wasn't aware ordinary people drop tools deliberately." "They don't. That's why you're only nearly there." Alex retrieved the block and began again. He could have asked George to arrange proper scrapers, dust masks, and a covered work area. He could have replaced the cracked rubbing strake, bought new fittings, or sent the entire boat to a professional yard. Instead, Sam's grandfather had supplied 2 sanding blocks, a wire brush, and instructions not to remove any part they couldn't put back. They worked along opposite sides until blue dust covered their sleeves. Sam spoke about returning to school, a new mathematics teacher, and his mother's insistence that 11 was too young to survive entirely on crisps. Alex answered questions about lessons at home without mentioning Dr. Cole's academic reports or the tutors who traveled to York House. "Doesn't it get lonely?" Sam asked. He paused beside a patch of cracked paint and ran 1 finger across it. "Being taught on your own?" "Sometimes." Alex brushed dust from the wood. "I have group lessons and clubs, but most mornings are adults telling me things." "That sounds dreadful." "It can be useful." That wasn't a denial. Alex smiled and worked the sandpaper into the curve beneath the bow. "No, it wasn't." Sam shifted his block to the next section. "I'm worried about secondary school. My dad says everyone is, but he says it like that makes it less worrying." Alex considered offering a plan, then stopped himself. "What part worries you?" "Getting lost. Looking stupid. Having nobody to sit with." Sam glanced across the hull. "You don't ever look frightened." "I do." Alex pressed the sandpaper flat and drew it carefully towards him. "I'm frightened of places where I don't know the rules, and of people deciding things about me before I can speak." Sam nodded as though the answer required no explanation. "That's fairly normal, then." Alex looked at the half-sanded boat between them. For once, normal felt like something he'd been given rather than something he had to imitate. Sam's grandfather appeared at the back door carrying 2 glasses of orange squash and a plate of biscuits. He set them on the garden table, inspected the pale strips showing through the old paint, and nodded once. "You've done enough sanding for today," he said. "Any more and you'll both lose interest before we reach the primer." Sam dropped his block into the bucket beside the trestles. "Alex doesn't lose interest. He reorganizes it." "That's not the same thing," Alex said, though he followed Sam to the table and wiped his hands on the cloth provided. Sam chose the biscuit with the most chocolate and pushed the plate across. "Do you think we'll still write when school starts?" The question arrived without ceremony. Alex had been considering whether the cracked wood near the stern required filling or replacement, and for a moment his mind continued along that easier line. "I expect so," he said, "unless you decide my letters sound too official." "They do sound official." Sam bit into the biscuit. "But I can train you." Alex reached for his glass. "That sounds more difficult than secondary school." It probably is. Sam leaned back in the garden chair, leaving blue dust across his shirt. You can visit again when we paint it. Granddad says I'm not allowed to choose the color by myself because I suggested red with yellow flames. That seems a sensible restriction. I knew you'd agree with him. Sam pointed the remains of his biscuit at Alex. You're still coming. Alex looked towards the half-sanded boat. The answer required no plan, security meeting, or useful purpose beyond returning because Sam expected him to. Yes, he said, I'm still coming. Text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward. 10 integration points. Integration points. 115. Alex kept his hand steady around the glass. 115 points. He had passed the fusion cost by 15, yet the only living creatures within reach were ordinary garden birds and the neighbor's elderly cat. Enough points didn't matter without something magical to touch. The display changed. Current task. Expose a fraudulent occultist without humiliating the victims. Reward. 5 integration points. Are you listening? Sam asked. Alex focused on him again. You want red paint without the flames. I said blue. Sam frowned. You went strange for a moment. I was thinking about the boat. You were staring through me. Alex set down the glass. The new task could wait. It had no place besides squash, biscuits, and a friend expecting a truthful answer. I'm sorry, he said. I was somewhere else. Blue would suit it. Sam studied him, then pushed the last biscuit across the table. You can have that one as a penalty. Alex accepted it. Your system of justice is unusually generous. It depends on the biscuit. George had just opened the rear door of the estate car when a camera shutter snapped beyond the garden wall. Alex turned towards the sound. A man stood beside a parked hatchback with a long lens raised above the gate, his attention fixed on Alex rather than the old boat or the house behind it. The photographer called across the pavement. Lord York, is this how you spend your holidays? Sam stopped halfway down the path. The biscuit tin he was carrying tilted against his chest. Lord what? George stepped between Alex and the gate while the protection officer from the front seat crossed the pavement. The photographer took 2 more pictures before lowering the camera and retreating towards his car. Alexander Fairfax, the Earl of York, he called. Didn't he tell you? Sam looked past George. His confusion lasted only a moment before anger tightened his face. You said your name was Alex Fairfax. It is, Alex said. The answer sounded defensive as soon as it left him. You let me make jokes about your handwriting and your clothes. Sam set the biscuit tin on the garden table harder than necessary. You came here and listened to me worry about school while knowing I didn't even know who you were. Alex could have explained the security advice, the course arrangements, and the danger of press attention. Every point was true, but none answered the hurt in Sam's voice. I should have told you after the sailing course, Alex said. He remained beside the car instead of moving closer without permission. I was afraid you'd stop treating me normally. So you decided for me? Yes. Alex forced himself not to soften it. Security was part of why I didn't tell you at first, but it isn't a complete excuse. I wanted to keep what we had, and I kept the truth from you to make that easier for me. Sam folded his arms. Blue paint dust marked both sleeves. Were you ever going to tell me? I kept choosing later. Alex glanced towards the gate, where the protection officer was speaking into a radio. That was cowardly. I'm sorry. You could have bought this whole street. The remark struck close to the instinct Alex had already been resisting. I could offer you things now and make the apology worse. Sam stared at him. Don't send me a boat. I won't. Or money. I won't do that either. Sam's grandfather came to stand behind him, one hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Sam didn't step away, but he didn't invite Alex back towards the boat. I need to think, Sam said. Alex nodded. All right. Another camera flashed from the far end of the street. George opened the car door again, and this time Alex got inside without trying to secure an answer before leaving. 3 weeks passed before Sam telephoned York House. By then the photographs had moved from front pages to inside columns, and the security officers outside the Patel house had been withdrawn. Alex still looked towards the telephone whenever it rang, then pretended he hadn't. Wainwright found him in the schoolroom halfway through Latin translation. A Mr. Samuel Patel is calling for you, Alex. He has declined to leave a message. Alex crossed to the telephone table and lifted the receiver. Hello? Sam's voice sounded cautious rather than angry. Granddad says the boat needs painting before it gets damp again. I remember. I'm doing it on Saturday. Sam paused long enough for Alex to hear voices and a radio in the background. You can come, but I've got rules. Alex sat on the edge of the chair. All right. No reporters. No photographers hiding down the road. Nobody pretending to read a newspaper while watching us. I can't promise nobody will try to follow me, Alex said. I can promise security won't come into the garden, and we'll leave if the press arrives. Sam continued before Alex could offer more. You tell me things that affect me. Not everything private, but things like people following you or checking my family. I should have done that before. And I'm still calling you Alex. I'd prefer that. Sam's voice eased slightly. Good. Granddad bought blue paint. He says flames are still forbidden. On Saturday, Alex arrived in the same unmarked estate car and carried his own old clothes through the side gate. George remained 2 streets away, while one protection officer waited inside a nearby cafe with instructions not to approach unless required. Sam inspected the empty pavement before handing Alex a brush. You really are an Earl? He asked. Yes. Do people bow? Some do. Most people at home tell me to wipe my shoes. Sam considered that, then opened the paint tin with a screwdriver. That sounds less impressive. They worked from opposite ends of the hull. The new blue paint covered the sanded wood in slow, uneven strokes, and Sam corrected Alex twice for leaving drips without treating the mistakes as evidence of betrayal. When they finished one side, Sam leaned his brush across the tin. I'm still cross. I know. I might be cross for a while. Alex nodded. You're allowed. Sam studied him, then pushed the smaller brush across. Do the bit under the bow. You missed it. Alex crouched beside the trestle and painted where Sam pointed. The task about the fraudulent occultist remained waiting, along with every unanswered report at York House. For that afternoon, he left them there. 38. The Phoenix with Dyed Feathers. Several ordinary school weeks passed after Alex returned to paint Sam's grandfather's boat. Latin continued to resist shortcuts, judo left fresh bruises along his forearms, and Sam's letters began arriving with complaints about secondary school lunches and teachers who believed every exercise required 3 pages of working. Between lessons, Alex reviewed reports of impossible animals, miraculous healers, and private collectors who hinted at creatures they wouldn't describe in writing. Every promising claim collapsed under photographs, veterinary records, or a request for money before inspection. The newest letter arrived on thick cream paper and asked for a private audience at York House. Its author, Bernard Cresswell, described himself as an importer of rare birds and claimed to possess a phoenix whose failing health required the protection of a wealthy patron. Alex read the final sentence twice. Enough points waited behind his eyes. One living magical creature, one moment of direct contact, and years of searching could finally produce something real. Aunt Nell lowered the letter after reading it. You're not meeting him alone. I wasn't going to. You were already deciding which room would keep the bird calm. That's separate from security. It's precisely why security is necessary. Nell placed the letter beside his breakfast plate. Dr. Pritchard attends. The animal remains in its carrier until she approves, and Mr. Cresswell brings every import document he claims to possess. 2 days later, Cresswell arrived at York House in a hired van with a tall wooden crate secured behind the front seats. He wore a camel coat despite the mild afternoon and spoke in a confidential murmur that seemed designed to make every sentence sound valuable. You'll understand discretion, my lord, he said as the crate was carried into an unused stable room. Certain creatures attract the wrong sort of official interest. Dr. Pritchard set her veterinary case on the work table. Birds generally attract official interest when they're imported without papers. Cresswell's smile thinned. This isn't an ordinary bird. Alex stood beside Aunt Nell while the crate door was unfastened. A harsh smell reached him before the bird appeared, part damp straw and part chemicals. Inside, a large macaw crouched on a filthy perch. Its wing feathers had been stained scarlet and gold, but blue showed near the roots and along the damaged tips. Bare skin surrounded one leg where a metal tether had rubbed it raw. Cresswell spread both hands. The colors fade when the creature is distressed. Dr. Pritchard stepped between him and the crate. Those feathers have been dyed. Alex's hope vanished so quickly that anger rushed into the space it left. He moved closer, then stopped when the bird snapped its beak in fear. "How long has it been kept like this?" he asked. Cresswell glanced towards the door. "You're making a mistake." Alex looked at the injured leg, the fouled water dish, and the trembling bird that had been turned into someone else's miracle. "No," he said, "you did." Cresswell moved towards the crate. "The bird is my property. I'll take it elsewhere." The macaw struck the rear boards as he approached, beating one damaged wing before losing its footing. Dr. Pritchard caught the crate door and held it open without reaching inside. "Stay back. You're frightening her." Alex's anger demanded police, newspapers, and Cresswell's name printed beneath photographs of the injured bird. The thought lasted until the macaw dragged itself upright and pressed its breast against the corner. Public punishment could wait. The bird couldn't. He turned to Aunt Nell. "We need him prevented from removing her." "We need lawful authority," Nell corrected. She looked towards the security officer by the stable door. "Ask Wainwright to telephone Sir Peter Harrowby, the police, and the animal welfare inspector. Mr. Cresswell may wait here or in the estate office, but he isn't to approach the crate." Cresswell's face reddened. "You can't detain me because a child dislikes my business." "No," Nell said. "We can ask you to remain while serious concerns about an injured imported animal are reported. You may leave whenever you choose, but the police will receive your name, vehicle details, and address before you reach the gates." Dr. Pritchard opened her case and prepared a syringe while Alex fetched a clean towel from the shelf. At her instruction, he held it across the lower opening, creating a barrier that narrowed the bird's view without trapping its head. She spoke softly to the macaw, waited until its beak stopped striking at shadows, then secured it with practiced hands. "The leg wound is infected," she said. "She's underweight, dehydrated, and several flight feathers have been cut. I need photographs before treatment, then she needs my surgery." Alex carried the camera case to the work table and recorded each injury as Dr. Pritchard named it. He photographed the stained feathers, empty food dish, fouled water, tether, crate floor, and rubbed skin around the bird's leg. The work steadied him because every image served the animal rather than his disappointment. Sir Peter's voice came through the stable telephone 20 minutes later. Nell listened, asked 2 precise questions, then held out a prepared transfer form. "Sign the bird into our care voluntarily," she told Cresswell. "York House will meet the veterinary costs without prejudice to any later claim. Refuse, and the welfare inspector and police can decide whether she leaves with you." Cresswell read the page, glancing twice towards the stable entrance where a uniformed constable now waited. "I was misled by my supplier." "You dyed her yourself," Dr. Pritchard said. She held up a scarlet-stained swab sealed inside a specimen tube. "The color is still coming off." His shoulders lowered. He signed. Alex watched Dr. Pritchard sell the sedated macaw into a padded travel carrier. Only when the latch closed securely did he look back at Cresswell. "Keep every ledger, letter, receipt, and customer name," Alex said. "You're going to explain who paid you, what you promised them, and who taught you to call this bird a phoenix." Cresswell's records filled 2 leather cases and a cardboard file box that smelled faintly of damp. By early evening, Wainwright had arranged them across the estate office table beneath the supervision of the constable. Receipts, bank slips, advertisements, and handwritten letters lay in uneven piles while Cresswell sat near the window with Sir Peter Harrowby beside him. Alex opened the first customer ledger. The entries began with names and amounts, but the notes in the final column made his fingers tighten against the page. Cure for wife. Contact with deceased son. Protection from cancer. One woman had paid £600 for a feather said to preserve a dying husband's life. "You sold feathers from that macaw as medicine," Alex said. Cresswell shifted in his chair. "I never used the word medicine. I said they carried renewing properties." Sir Peter removed his spectacles and polished them slowly. "That distinction may interest your solicitor. It won't comfort the families." Aunt Nell sat beside Alex and turned over a bundle of letters tied with green string. The top envelope contained a widow's careful account of dreams she believed came from her husband. Beneath it, Cresswell had written "suitable for consultation" and underlined the words twice. "These people weren't collectors," Nell said. "They were grieving." They came to me, Cresswell replied. I didn't force them. Alex looked at the ledger again. He understood the hunger that had brought them. He'd crossed counties for weak reports, employed specialists to test impossible claims, and felt hope rise at the sight of a wooden crate because he wanted magic badly enough to imagine the boards might conceal it. Wealth, staff, and Aunt Nell's safeguards had protected him from losing more than time and expectation. Most of the names before him hadn't possessed those protections. He lifted one receipt. Mrs. Alice Morden paid you £1,200 for a private viewing. She wanted proof that death wasn't final. And you showed her a frightened bird covered in dye. Cresswell's mouth tightened. People see what they need to see. The answer struck too close to Julian's lessons about attention and belief. Alex had treated false leads as obstacles in his own search. He hadn't considered that every wealthy buyer who paid for mystery helped make deception profitable enough to spread towards people who couldn't afford the loss. He closed the ledger. No newspaper statement yet. Cresswell stared at him. You're protecting me? No. Alex pushed the customer list towards Sir Peter. We're protecting them. Contact every person privately. Tell them the Phoenix was false. Arrange repayment where the money can be recovered, and don't release a single name. Nell rested her hand beside the ledger. And your future searches? Alex looked at the promises written beside the payments. No reward for claims alone. No secrecy that prevents independent inspection. No payment until welfare and evidence are checked. The rules wouldn't stop people wanting miracles. They would stop his own wanting from helping men like Cresswell sell them. Near the back of Cresswell's second ledger, Alex found 6 payments marked with the same initials, EB. The amounts varied, but each entry included a referral fee and a note directing the customer to private consultations in Harrogate. One receipt had been folded around a printed card embossed with a silver eye. Aunt Nell read the card over his shoulder. Elias Bellamy, spiritual consultant, trance medium, and interpreter of uncommon manifestations. Sir Peter took it from her and examined the reverse. Appointments by recommendation only. That usually means the client must arrive frightened before the price is disclosed. Cresswell stared at the carpet. Bellamy sent people who wanted physical proof. I sent him people who wanted messages. Alex unfolded a letter clipped behind the receipt. The writer thanked Cresswell for confirming that the Phoenix had accepted her daughter's spirit and promised to attend Mr. Bellamy's next sitting. Her careful handwriting shook along the final lines. She hadn't bought a feather because she was foolish. She'd bought one because grief had made certainty worth almost any price. How does Bellamy learn about them? Alex asked. Cresswell rubbed both hands over his face. Clients complete a history before the sitting. Names, dates, family matters, anything they hope to discuss. His secretary says it helps the spirits find the correct person. It helps Bellamy find the correct answers, Nell said. She drew the letter away before Alex could reread it. We aren't confronting him tonight. He'll destroy his records if Cresswell warns him. And you'll alert him if Lord York arrives demanding an explanation. Nell held his gaze. You've already been photographed outside one ordinary friendship. I won't have grieving families followed by reporters because you've made yourself the center of this. Alex disliked the decision because it was sound. His title opened doors, but it also brought attention through them. A public challenge might expose Bellamy while turning every client into a headline and every private loss into evidence for strangers to inspect. Sir Peter placed the card beside the customer ledger. We need someone who can observe without being recognized, preserve evidence, and speak to witnesses without promising them a miracle. Wainwright, who had been sorting correspondence at the far end of the table, paused over an envelope. Daniel Crowther may be suitable. He handled sensitive fraud inquiries before leaving the Metropolitan Police, and he has no known weakness for flattering employers. Will he believe in magic? Alex asked. Wainwright gave him a level look. I should hope not without evidence. Alex looked at the silver eye printed on Bellamy's card, then closed the ledger over it. Ask Mr. Crowther to review the file before anyone contacts Bellamy. No press, no approach from me, and no victim's name leaves this room. Nell nodded once. That's an investigation I'll approve. The occultist remained untouched, but he no longer stood behind Cresswell's frightened customers. He had a name, an address, and soon, Alex hoped, a professional watching him. 39. A kinder exposure. Daniel Crowther read every page of Cresswell's files before agreeing to meet Alex. He arrived at York House 2 mornings later carrying a battered briefcase and none of the careful deference Alex usually received from strangers. After examining the referral cards, intake forms, and 6 matching payments, he asked whether Elias Bellamy knew Cresswell had spoken. "He doesn't," Alex said. "The police warned Cresswell against contacting anyone connected to the case." Crowther closed the final ledger. "Good. Then we'll attend Bellamy's next public sitting before he changes his methods. You won't confront him, announce your title, or improvise because you notice something interesting." Alex glanced towards Aunt Nell. "You've discussed me." "We've observed you," Nell said. "That required less time." Bellamy's evening séance occupied an upstairs room above a Harrogate antiques shop. Nell attended as a widowed cousin hoping for news of an uncle, while Sir Peter posed as the family friend who'd encouraged her. Alex wore an ordinary grey jumper and sat beside them as Nell's nephew. Crowther entered separately, chose a chair near the back, and never once looked in their direction. A young woman collected the invitation cards and checked each name against a list. Alex watched her fold Nell's completed history form beneath a blotter, then carry the bundle through a curtained doorway behind Bellamy's chair. The lamps were lowered. Bellamy entered in a dark suit, welcomed grief as proof that love survived death, and asked everyone to join hands. His voice softened until the room became quiet enough for Alex to hear a faint scrape inside the wall. A woman near the window gasped when a child's voice whispered her name. Alex kept hold of Nell's hand and studied the picture rail. One section had been drilled with holes no larger than pinpricks. A covered wire ran down behind the curtain towards the adjoining room. Bellamy tilted his head. "I'm being shown a silver locket and the letter M." The woman began crying. "My daughter was Margaret." Before the sitting, Alex had seen her tell the assistant that name while completing the form. Another voice came through the wall, lower this time, carrying details about a railway accident. Bellamy repeated each phrase half a breath after it sounded, disguising the delay beneath theatrical pauses. Alex shifted his chair and saw movement through a gap below the curtained doorway. A shoe, a trailing cable, and the edge of the intake forms passed across the light. Nell tightened her fingers around his before he could turn farther. Bellamy's gaze moved towards them. "There's a gentleman here for Eleanor." Alex felt Nell's hand go cold. Bellamy described an elderly man with a silver watch and a fondness for roses. Nell answered with a careful shake of her head, forcing him to retreat into vaguer claims while Crowther continued writing at the back. When the sitting ended, the grieving clients were offered tea downstairs. Crowther left first, and Sir Peter waited until Bellamy disappeared behind the curtained doorway before guiding Nell and Alex towards the proprietor's office. The antiques shop owner, Mrs. Fenwick, listened with growing disbelief as Crowther laid 3 intake forms across her desk. He had recovered them from a wastebasket after watching Bellamy's assistant carry copied notes into the adjoining room. Beside them, he placed a small battery-powered transmitter and photographs of the drilled picture rail. Mrs. Fenwick touched the transmitter without lifting it. "He told me the room required alterations for atmosphere." "He required holes for sound," Crowther said. The voices came from the room next door. His assistant read from these forms while he repeated the details to the audience. Alex opened his mouth, but Nell's hand settled lightly against his sleeve. This wasn't the moment to accuse Bellamy in front of the people drinking tea below. He closed the forms instead, hiding the names. Sir Peter drew a prepared card from his pocket. "A police officer is waiting outside. We'd like you to keep Mr. Bellamy occupied while the equipment and records are secured. Please don't announce why. Several clients are still in the building." Mrs. Fenwick looked towards the ceiling as another chair scraped overhead. "He's used my premises to cheat bereaved people." "Yes," Alex said, "but they shouldn't have to learn that while strangers watch them react." Her anger held, though its direction changed. She rose, locked the office behind them, and led Crowther towards the narrow back staircase. Bellamy was removing a panel from the adjoining room wall when they entered. His assistant stood beside an open case filled with wires, cassette tapes, and copied questionnaires. He froze at the sight of Crowther, then glanced towards the window. Crowther moved between him and the only exit. "Leave everything where it is." Bellamy recovered enough to smile. "This is theatrical equipment. Every spiritual consultant uses presentation." Alex stepped beside Nell, keeping his voice low. "Then you won't object to the police recording exactly how the presentation worked." The uniformed officer entered behind Sir Peter. Bellamy's smile disappeared. Downstairs, Nell asked Mrs. Fenwick to close the shop and send each client home without explanation beyond an unexpected legal matter. Sir Peter collected their contact details under seal. No reporter was called, and no victim saw Bellamy taken into the office to answer questions. Only after the last client had left did Alex turn to Crowther. "We contact them privately." Crowther closed the evidence case. One at a time, with proof ready and no audience. Mrs. Alice Morton arrived at Sir Peter's Harrogate office the following afternoon carrying Bellamy's letter in a handbag held tightly against her coat. Crowther had invited her as a possible witness and promised privacy, but she stopped when she saw Alex seated beside Aunt Nell. "You're Lord York," she said. Her eyes moved towards the closed door. "Is this going to be in the newspapers?" "No," Alex replied. He remained seated so she wouldn't feel surrounded. "Your name won't be released by us. We asked you here because Mr. Bellamy obtained information from you dishonestly." Mrs. Morton lowered herself into the chair opposite them. Crowther placed her original intake form on the desk, followed by the copy recovered from the adjoining room. Notes had been added beside several answers in another hand. "Daughter, Margaret, railway accident, silver locket, roses from garden." "That's private," Mrs. Morton said. She reached towards the copy but stopped before touching it. "His secretary said the form would help Margaret find me." Crowther turned on the recovered cassette recorder. A woman's voice read the notes in a hurried whisper. Bellamy's voice followed through the wall, repeating each detail after a pause. Crowther stopped the tape before the recording reached Mrs. Morton's reaction. "He knew because I told them," she said. Aunt Nell moved a box of tissues within reach without pressing one into her hand. "You told them because they claimed it would help you speak to your daughter." Mrs. Morton looked at Alex. "I heard Margaret's voice." "It was Bellamy's assistant," Alex said quietly. "We found the microphone, the wires, and the scripts. The voice came through holes drilled into the room." Her face tightened. "Then everyone who heard me believed I was a fool." "No one from the sitting knows why the police were called," Alex said. "They were sent home before Bellamy was questioned. You don't have to make a public statement, and you won't be asked to face him." Mrs. Morton studied the copied form again. After a long silence, she drew it towards her. "I'll tell Mr. Crowther what happened. Privately. I want my statement used if it stops him doing this to someone else." Crowther opened his notebook but waited until she nodded before uncapping his pen. Text appeared across Alex's vision while Mrs. Morton began describing her first appointment. "Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 120. The notice vanished and was replaced at once. "Current task. Commission a professional investigation into unexplained events. Reward. 5 integration points." Alex kept his attention on Mrs. Morton. She had agreed to become a witness, not another part of his search. The new task could wait until Bellamy's victims had been heard. 3 days later, the estate office table had disappeared beneath envelopes, copied receipts, and a list of Bellamy's clients arranged by date rather than social standing. Alex worked through the letters beside Aunt Nell, signing only those that returned money or offered a private appointment. Sir Peter handled the legal language. Crowther checked every factual claim before it left the room. Alex set down his pen when he reached Mrs. Morton's name. She paid twice. Bellamy charged for the sitting and then for a private message he claimed Margaret wanted delivered. Sir Peter examined the receipt. Both payments will be returned from the recovered funds. York House needn't cover the shortfall. They shouldn't wait for the case to finish. They may have to, Sir Peter said. Returning money before ownership is settled can create difficulties for the prosecution. Alex looked towards the ledger, where other amounts waited beside people who had paid from pensions, savings, and household accounts. Then write that we're preserving their claims and will help them make the application. Aunt Nell drew the next envelope towards her. That's reasonable. It's also enough for today. You've missed tea twice this week and moved your French lesson to accommodate witness statements. The statements couldn't wait. Yesterday's couldn't, Nell said. Today's letters could have waited until after French. Crowther closed the file he'd been checking. This case also began because you were reading evidence that should have been screened by someone trained to recognize patterns, preserve records, and decide when police involvement becomes necessary. Alex heard the direction of the conversation before either adult stated it. You think I need an investigator? I think you already have investigations, Crowther said. What you lack is one method applied to all of them. At present, every promising claim becomes a new arrangement, a new advisor, and a new argument about whether you should attend personally. Aunt Nell rested her hand over the unfinished letters. That isn't a criticism of wanting answers. It's a refusal to let the search consume every lesson, friendship, and ordinary week whenever a convincing envelope arrives. Alex looked down at Bellamy's copied questionnaires. Cresswell had harmed an animal because Alex had chased the promise of a phoenix. Bellamy had exploited grief because no one had compared his referrals, forms, equipment, and payments until Crowther did. What would the commission cover? Alex asked. Crowther opened his notebook. Fraud screening, witness interviews, document checks, evidence preservation, and unexplained cases that survive those tests. The investigator reports findings, not conclusions chosen in advance. Alex considered the waiting client letters before nodding. We finish the victim follow-up first. Then we interview professionals. Sir Peter turned to a clean page in his legal pad, with written terms and the right to refuse unsafe instructions. Yes, Alex said, especially that. 40. Mr. Crowther's file. The last reimbursement letter left York House on a wet Monday morning. By Tuesday, Sir Peter had converted the estate office into an interview room, with written terms placed beside a water jug and every candidate given the same folder of anonymized cases. The first detective skimmed Cresswell's ledger and leaned towards Alex. You're looking for witches, ghosts, that sort of thing. I've handled stranger cases than the police would admit. Alex glanced at the unopened witness statements beneath the man's hand. What would you examine first? Anyone with a reputation for peculiar practices. Rural healers, traveling people, foreign societies. You have the resources to cast a wide net. Sir Peter ended the interview before the man could explain which innocent people he intended to frighten. The second candidate promised discreet surveillance and suggested placing reporters near suspected occultists to encourage mistakes. Aunt Nell's expression hardened before Alex refused him. By Thursday afternoon, the unused cups had become a measure of failure. Every candidate seemed eager either to confirm magic because Lord York wanted it found or to sell him expensive searches that could never reach a clear conclusion. Daniel Crowther entered without carrying the folder he'd been sent. He placed his battered briefcase beside the chair and remained standing until Nell invited him to sit. I've already read these cases, he said. Cresswell was an animal fraud. Bellamy used prior information, concealed equipment, and grief. Neither explains anything beyond human dishonesty. That's why they were exposed, Alex replied. I'm interested in the cases that survive proper examination. Crowther's gaze settled on him. You're interested in proving magic exists. Alex felt Sir Peter and Nell waiting, denying it would insult everyone in the room. Yes. Then I'm the wrong investigator if you want agreement purchased in advance. Crowther opened his briefcase and removed a thin file. I'll test claims, preserve evidence, and report what happened. I won't call an event magical because the ordinary explanation hasn't appeared quickly enough. Alex drew the file towards him. Inside lay Crowther's notes on the proposed commission, with several clauses crossed through and rewritten by hand. Crowther kept one finger on the cover. Before you read that, answer something. What result will you accept if every witness is mistaken, every photograph is flawed, and every unexplained event eventually proves ordinary? Alex looked at the closed case files along the wall. He wanted to say that they wouldn't all prove ordinary. That answer would make an investigation pointless before it began. I'll accept what the evidence supports, he said. But I'll expect you to keep looking until the evidence is good enough to support an answer. Crowther released the file. That's a commission I might consider. Crowther's proposed terms filled 3 pages, each clause written plainly enough that Alex couldn't hide behind legal language. The investigator would obey the law, refuse trespass, and obtain permission before entering private property. Witnesses would be interviewed without threats, deception, or press involvement unless a criminal investigation required otherwise. Alex turned the first page. You've forbidden payments to witnesses. I've forbidden payments for claims, Crowther said. Travel costs and lost wages are reasonable. Offering a reward for supernatural evidence teaches people what story you want to hear. Sir Peter drew the document closer and read the amended line. That distinction should remain. Any expenses will require receipts and a written reason. Crowther nodded, then tapped the next paragraph. Suspected fraud goes to the proper authority. We preserve the evidence and protect the complainant, but we don't conduct private punishments. Alex remembered Elias Bellamy smiling beside the hidden equipment. Public punishment would have been satisfying for several minutes and damaging for far longer. Agreed. The animal welfare section required veterinary advice before any creature was purchased, transported, handled, or used to test a claim. Alex read it twice before signing his initials beside the clause. Aunt Nell watched him set down the pen. That one wasn't difficult. No. Alex turned to Crowther. If someone claims an animal is unusual, we don't let curiosity become an excuse for harming it. Good, Crowther said. Now personal safety. That section proved less comfortable. Alex couldn't visit suspected frauds, unexplained sites, or witnesses without Crowther's approval and an adult escort. He couldn't arrange secret meetings, conceal correspondence from Nell, or ask household staff to collect evidence outside their duties. I may recognize something you don't, Alex said. Then you tell me, Crowther replied. You don't prove your usefulness by becoming bait. Alex looked towards Nell. She didn't soften the rule for him. After a moment, he initialed the paragraph. The final page divided the investigation into separate files. Witness names, locations, financial records, photographs, and physical evidence would be stored independently. No person outside the authorized circle would receive a complete picture, and even Alex would see sensitive identities only when necessary. That includes protecting people from me, Alex said. Crowther's expression remained steady. It includes protecting the investigation from anyone's impatience. Sir Peter placed the formal commission beside the terms. Alex read the fee schedule, reporting structure, and right of refusal, then signed Alexander James Fairfax in the space marked client. Crowther added his own signature beneath it and closed the folder. You've hired an investigator, not a believer. Alex passed him the completed commission. That's what I need. Crowther didn't treat the signatures as sufficient. He opened the first compartmented folder, wrote the date and time across the cover, then asked Sir Peter to witness the entry. The small ceremony made the commission feel more real than the fee schedule had. This is the formal opening of the investigation, Crowther said. The first review will cover existing reports only. No approaches to witnesses until I've separated rumor, fraud, mistake, and anything that remains unexplained. Sir Peter signed beneath the entry. You'll report to me on expenditure and legal exposure. Substantive findings come to the agreed circle. Crowther slid the file towards Alex without releasing it. And you'll receive scheduled reports. You won't telephone between them because you've remembered another story about a haunted lane. I don't telephone about haunted lanes. Aunt Nell lifted her eyebrows. You sent 3 letters about one. They concerned inconsistent road records. They concerned a road locals called Haunted, she replied. Crowther let go of the folder. Then we understand each other. Text appeared across Alex's vision before he could answer. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 125. The completion felt almost too neat. Crowther had taken responsibility for a search Alex had pursued through archives, animals, performers, and frauds for years. Yet the system had waited for this precise moment, when the work became professional enough to continue without consuming every spare hour of Alex's life. The notice vanished. Current task. Preserve objective evidence of genuine magic that survives an attempt to erase or alter it. Reward. 10 integration points. Alex read the wording twice while Crowther began listing the materials he would remove under receipt. Genuine magic was no longer implied. The task named it directly, then added an attempt to destroy the proof. His first instinct was to design safeguards at once. Duplicate photographs, sealed records, separate clocks, independent witnesses. The thought moved ahead of the obvious problem. He couldn't arrange for someone to erase evidence without first finding genuine magic, and trying to provoke such an attempt would manufacture the danger around everyone in the room. Aunt Nell touched the blank appointment diary beside him. What happens now? Alex looked away from the fading text. Mr. Crowther begins. I go back to French before Dr. Cole sends a search party. Crowther paused over the evidence receipt. That's unexpectedly sensible. It may be temporary, Alex said. Nell closed the remaining folders before he could reopen one. Then we should take advantage of it. Crowther packed the first sealed file into his briefcase and locked both clasps. Alex watched it leave his reach without asking when the first lead would arrive. The new task could only be completed by evidence strong enough to attract resistance. Until such evidence existed, impatience would create nothing except another fraud. Crowther's first report arrived 3 weeks later, exactly when the appointment diary said it would. By then Alex had completed 2 French essays, attended 4 judo practices, answered Sam's letter about a disastrous attempt to repair the blue boat, and spent an afternoon helping Aunt Nell choose Christmas presents for the household children. The investigation continued without requiring him to watch it move. Crowther entered the estate office carrying one slim folder rather than the stack Alex had imagined. He placed it between Sir Peter and Aunt Nell, then waited while Alex finished copying the last line of a Latin exercise Dr. Cole had refused to postpone. Alex blotted the page and closed the book. "You could have brought more than one file." "I did," Crowther said. "The rest stayed locked in my office because they contain nothing you need to see." Aunt Nell moved the Latin book aside and drew the folder towards the center of the desk. "What survived your first review?" "Very little." Crowther opened the cover. Most reports collapsed under ordinary checks. Mistaken dates, newspaper stories repeated as personal experience, unlicensed animal dealers, and people hoping Lord York will fund their hobbies. Alex kept his hands folded while Crowther removed 3 sheets. The first was a property transfer from the 1960s. The second came from a county welfare office. The third listed payments made by an animal rescue charity to an elderly woman named Edith Pritchard. Crowther tapped the addresses. Mrs. Pritchard has lived at 4 properties over 30 years. 2 don't appear in current postal records. 1 exists in the land registry but has no recorded access road. The 4th was condemned 6 months before a welfare officer visited her there. Sir Peter adjusted his spectacles. "Clerical errors can accumulate." "They can," Crowther agreed. "That's why this isn't a conclusion. It's a pattern worth testing." Alex studied the welfare report. Mrs. Pritchard had been described as elderly in 1968 and again in 1987, with no recorded date of birth. She repeatedly referred injured animals to suppliers that couldn't be found in ordinary trade directories. "She may know hidden places," Alex said carefully. Crowther's gaze sharpened. "She may know people who use false addresses. We'll establish which." Aunt Nell rested one finger beside the name. "And nobody visits her until the background work is complete." "No one from this house," Crowther confirmed. "I'll approach through the charity and give her every opportunity to refuse." Alex wanted the address, the route, and the earliest possible meeting. Instead, he slid the report back across the desk. "When is the next scheduled review?" Crowther closed the folder. 10 days. The delay felt unreasonable, which was probably why it belonged there. Alex reopened his Latin book as Crowther carried the first credible lead away. 41. The squib in the ledger. Crowther returned the first compartmented folder to his briefcase and opened a thinner file marked only with a number. "There's one person I haven't eliminated," he said. "Not a witness. An intermediary." Alex leaned closer across the estate office table. 3 weeks of patient review had reduced impossible animals, vanishing roads, haunted buildings, and miraculous cures to mistakes, fraud, and stories improved through repetition. The surviving name appeared in welfare records, old tenancy files, and 2 property disputes separated by nearly 20 years. Mrs. Agnes Pritchard, Crowther continued. She received small payments for introducing people to specialist suppliers. Those suppliers have no registered businesses, and several addresses don't exist on the streets where they're recorded. Sir Peter adjusted his spectacles. "That suggests false invoicing." "It usually would." Crowther placed 2 copied forms side by side. Except different councils accepted these addresses, and 1 inspector recorded visiting a shop at one of them. 6 months later, he denied the street contained any shops at all. Alex read the handwritten note twice. The pattern caught at memories he had kept private for 7 years. People born into magical families without magic of their own. People who could still see what ordinary muggles could not. A squib might survive between worlds by carrying messages, arranging purchases, or directing customers towards doors they would never find alone. "Has Mrs. Pritchard been approached?" Alex asked. "No." Crowther's gaze sharpened. "You agreed that witnesses wouldn't be contacted until I approved the method." "I remember." Aunt Nell watched him over the rim of her teacup. You also remember that you aren't attending the first interview. Alex kept his attention on the copied records. What happens next? Crowther tapped a home office stamp on the latest correspondence. My request crossed an old security reference. A reviewer is coming on Thursday to establish why we're examining restricted welfare records. I'll deal with him, then decide whether Mrs. Pritchard can be approached safely. Thursday was Alex's writing afternoon. Crowther knew that, and Nell had already accepted the arrangement with an approving nod. Alex should have done the same. Instead, after the meeting, he carried the empty tea tray as far as the corridor and found Wainwright reviewing the household diary. Could writing be moved to Friday? Alex asked. Dr. Cole wants me available for a records discussion on Thursday. Wainwright looked up. Does she? Alex felt the pause he had created and disliked how easily the next words arrived. She said the timetable could accommodate it. That wasn't permission, but it sounded close enough. Wainwright penciled the change into the diary and noted the revised instruction beside George Hale's transport schedule. By the time Alex reached the schoolroom, Thursday afternoon belonged to him. When Thursday arrived, he sat in the estate office beside a closed ledger he had no legitimate reason to be reading. Crowther had gone to examine another file before the home office reviewer arrived, and Aunt Nell believed Alex was finishing history notes before his delayed writing lesson. The lie had produced exactly the access he wanted and none of the satisfaction. A telephone rang in the outer office. Wainwright answered it, listened for several moments, then crossed the room with an oddly distant expression. Lady Eleanor is required in the West office, Alex. There's a call concerning the hospital appeal accounts. Aunt Nell looked up from Crowther's correspondence. Thomas Calder handles those accounts. They've asked for you specifically, Wainwright replied. He sounded certain without sounding entirely like himself. Nell gathered her papers. Stay here until I return. Mr. Crowther should be back before the reviewer begins. Alex nodded, and the ease of it made his stomach tighten. 5 minutes later, Wainwright admitted a narrow-faced man in a dark overcoat. The visitor's credentials bore the proper crest, departmental wording, and enough official stamps to discourage casual doubt. He placed them in Wainwright's hand without removing his gloves. Graham Vale, he said. Protective Security Liaison, Home Office. I'm reviewing an irregular records request connected to his lordship's household. Wainwright studied the card, blinked once, and returned it. Of course, Mr. Vale. Lord York has asked to remain present. Alex hadn't asked him directly, but the correction died before reaching his mouth. Vale's gaze settled on him with polite professional interest. You're younger than I expected, Vale said. I'm often younger than officials expect. Alex gestured towards the chair opposite. Mr. Crowther will return shortly. Vale sat without waiting for Wainwright to offer refreshments. I'd prefer to establish the basic facts before involving your investigator. Security reviews become muddled when too many interpretations arrive at once. Wainwright glanced towards the door. His face relaxed. Lady Eleanor wished the first questions handled privately. That was false. Alex knew it was false, yet Wainwright delivered it with the calm assurance he used for household instructions received that morning. Arthur, Alex said, please ask Mrs. Henshaw to send tea. Wainwright inclined his head and left, closing the door behind him. Vale removed his gloves finger by finger. Your people have requested files concerning addresses that don't appear on ordinary maps, suppliers without ordinary registrations, and individuals who claim access to places others can't see. His tone remained mild. Why? Alex held the man's gaze. Because I think some places are hidden rather than imaginary. Vale's expression changed by less than a smile. And who taught you to think that? Alex chose the safest truth he could offer. No one taught me. I've spent years comparing reports that don't agree with ordinary maps or records. Vale folded his gloves on the table. And Mrs. Pritchard? The name confirmed that the security review had reached Crowther's private file. Alex kept both hands still beside the ledger. Mr. Crowther found her name. I haven't met her. Yet you believe she can enter places other people can't see. I believe the records deserve examination. Alex watched the man's face for recognition, irritation, or relief. Vale gave him nothing. Does the Home Office know why those addresses disappear? Vale reached inside his overcoat. Pain pressed behind Alex's right eye. He opened them to find his cheek against the leather blotter and one arm folded beneath his chest. Afternoon light had shifted across the office carpet. The chair opposite stood empty, and the ledger remained closed beneath his hand. Aunt Nell hurried through the door with Wainwright behind her. "Alex, what happened?" He pushed himself upright. The movement sent a hard ache across his forehead. "I fell asleep." "You don't fall asleep over estate ledgers." Nell crossed to him and pressed her palm against his brow. "Where's the home office man?" Alex stared at the unused chair. "He didn't come. The appointment must have been cancelled." Crowther entered before Nell could answer, carrying his file and looking towards the mantel clock. Cancelled by whom? No one could tell him. They moved to the security room, where a technician fed the estate office recording into the monitor. Alex watched himself enter at 2:14 and sit beside the ledger. The picture rolled normally, broke into a band of static, then returned with him slumped over the desk at 3:12. "A damaged section," the technician said. "The tape's worn, or the camera lost signal." Crowther didn't look at the screen. He checked the time written in the gate ledger, then compared it with the telephone log Wainwright had brought. Vale arrived at 2:26. The gate officer remembers admitting him at 3:10. Wainwright frowned. "That can't be correct. Lady Eleanor left the room before he arrived." "I left at 2:20, Nell said. "The hospital accounts office says no one telephoned me." Alex pressed 2 fingers against his temple. He remembered Vale removing his gloves. He remembered the questions about hidden places and Mrs. Pritchard. Beyond that lay a clean, impossible absence. Crowther closed the gate ledger. "We're missing 40 minutes, and everyone remembers them differently." Wainwright remained beside the security desk, staring at the telephone log as though another entry might appear if he gave it enough time. "I remember Lady Eleanor telling me to leave Alex with Mr. Vale," he said. "She said the first questions were to be handled privately." Aunt Nell turned from the monitor. "I gave no such instruction. I wouldn't have left him alone with an unknown official." "I know that." Wainwright pressed 2 fingers against his forehead. "Yet I can remember you saying it. I can hear your voice, and I remember deciding that it was unusual but properly authorized." Alex looked towards the frozen picture of himself slumped across the desk. His own false certainty had lasted only seconds after waking, but Wainwright's memory had arrived complete with tone, reason, and obedience. Someone hadn't merely removed 40 minutes. They had placed convenient explanations around the gap. Crowther pulled a clean evidence sheet from his folder. "Nobody touches the primary tape again. The machine, cassette, telephone log, gate book, visitor card, and every written note from today are to remain where they are until they've been photographed and sealed." The technician glanced at the recorder. "I can make a working copy now." "You can make nothing until I've recorded the cassette's condition and watched you remove it." Crowther turned to Wainwright. "What other security systems were operating?" "The main cameras, gatehouse recording, telephone exchange log, and alarm register." Wainwright hesitated. "There's also the older estate recorder." Crowther's pen stopped. "What older recorder?" Wainwright looked towards Alex, then back to Crowther. "After the bombing, Sir Peter wanted an independent record of access to the estate office. The system was never removed when the main cameras were installed. It takes 1 frame every few seconds and records to a separate machine in the former accounts room." "Does it share wiring with this equipment?" "No. Different circuit, different camera, different room." Crowther closed the evidence sheet over his pen. "Who knows it exists?" "Sir Peter, Mr. Calder, Mrs. Henshaw, Lady Eleanor, and the senior security staff. It hasn't been part of the visitor briefing for years." Aunt Nell reached for Alex's shoulder but stopped before touching him. "Then we preserve that recording too." Crowther pointed to the door. "Arthur, nobody telephones ahead. Take me there now. Mrs. Henshaw can secure this room, and Alex stays with Lady Eleanor." Alex pushed back from the desk. "I should see what's on it." Crowther faced him. "You arranged to be here after agreeing you wouldn't attend. That decision put you alone with this man. You'll see nothing until I know what the recording contains and whether watching it can harm you further." Alex couldn't argue with the empty place in his memory or with the fear Nell was trying not to show. He sat down again while Crowther and Wainwright left to find whatever Graham Vale had failed to erase. 42. The missing 40 minutes. Crowther returned 23 minutes later carrying a gray metal cassette box by its handle. Wainwright followed with the recorder cradled against his chest, its power lead looped over one arm. Neither man had telephoned ahead. "The former accounts room is locked," Crowther said. "Mrs. Henshaw is standing outside it, and the security officer who opened the door has written down everyone who entered." Alex rose from the security room chair. Aunt Nell's hand closed around his wrist before he could step towards the equipment. Crowther noticed. "The secondary tape hasn't been altered. I watched Arthur remove it, sealed it, and brought the entire machine here. You may view it, but we stop if you become unwell." "I'm already missing 40 minutes, Alex said. "Not looking won't give them back." Nell's grip tightened, then eased. "You sit beside me." The technician connected the older recorder to a spare monitor. Its picture appeared in uneven black and white frames, each separated by a brief jump. At 2:27, Graham Vale entered the estate office. Wainwright admitted him, spoke for less than a minute, and left. Vale sat opposite Alex. The next frames caught their conversation in broken movements, with Vale leaning forward, Alex answering, and Vale's gloved hands resting beside the ledger. Then Vale reached inside his overcoat. He drew a narrow wand. Alex stopped breathing. The next image almost vanished beneath a white flare. When the room returned, Alex sat slackly in his chair, his face emptied of suspicion. Vale stood over him with the wand still raised. "That's what hurt," Alex said. His own voice sounded distant. On the screen, Vale spoke. The recorder held no sound, but Alex watched himself nod, open Crowther's file, and pass papers across the desk with slow, obedient care. Vale removed several sheets, checked the ledger, and placed the remainder back in a different order. Nell's fingers closed around Alex's hand. "He made you help him." Alex watched his recorded self smile faintly at something Vale said. The expression was calm, trusting, and entirely wrong. Vale crossed to the primary security cabinet. He opened it with a key taken from Wainwright's desk, removed the recording cassette, and worked over it with his wand. A second flash filled the old camera's view. He returned the damaged tape, replaced the key, then came back to Alex. The final clear frame showed the wand pointed directly at Alex's face. After another burst of white, Vale lowered Alex across the desk, arranged one arm beneath him, and left. No one spoke until the empty office appeared on the monitor. Crowther reached forward and stopped the tape. "That," he said, "is why the other recording failed." Alex stared at the frozen image of himself lying where Vale had placed him. The missing time was no longer an unexplained gap. Someone had entered his home, opened his mind, and tidied the evidence before walking away. Crowther rewound the tape to the moment before Vale raised the wand. Alex watched the visitor's hand disappear inside the overcoat again, watched his own face remain alert, and waited for some sign that he'd understood the danger. There was none. The flash came, and the boy on the screen softened into obedience. "Stop it," Aunt Nell said. Crowther pressed the control at once. The picture froze with Vale standing over Alex and the wand held between them. Alex kept looking. "Play the part where I give him the file again." "No." Nell reached across him and switched off the monitor herself. The screen collapsed to a gray point before going dark. "You've seen what he did. You don't need to watch him do it twice. I need to know what I told him." "You can't hear the recording," Crowther said. He remained beside the machine rather than returning to his chair. "We can establish which papers he examined and what he removed. Watching your face won't restore the conversation." Alex looked at the blank screen. The system had been present throughout those 40 minutes. It had watched him obey, hand over evidence, and sit quietly while a stranger altered the room around him. No warning had appeared. No defense had activated. Now that the danger had passed, it offered nothing at all. "Can memories be put back?" Nell asked. Her voice remained controlled, but her hand still rested on the power switch. Alex knew that magic had damaged and restored memories before, but admitting that knowledge would raise questions he couldn't answer. He looked down at their joined hands. "I don't know. I hope so. I intend to find out." Crowther studied him. "You're certain this wasn't ordinary hypnosis or a drug?" He pointed a wand at me, changed my behavior immediately, interfered with a recording without touching the controls, and left me believing he'd never arrived. Alex heard the anger in his own voice, but it felt smaller than the cold space behind it. "No ordinary method explains all of that." Nell turned towards him. "An unknown man walked into this house because you arranged to be here. He sent me away, made Arthur help him, and did something to your mind while every protection around you behaved as though it was reasonable. I know. No, Alex. Her voice shook at last. You know that you found proof of magic. I know that I left my child alone with the man who hurt him. The words stopped his reply. He'd expected fury over the lie, the moved writing lesson, and the broken rules. He hadn't expected her to make his violation part of her own failure. Alex reached for her hand. He changed the instructions before you knew there was anything to stop. Nell gripped his fingers with both of hers. That doesn't make me less frightened. Crowther quietly removed the cassette from the recorder and placed it inside the metal box. Fear can wait until this is secured, he said. But none of us is pretending it isn't here. Crowther carried the metal cassette box into the former accounts room and set it on the cleared table. 2 security technicians waited beside a copying machine, while Wainwright placed the gate book, telephone log, and visitor card in separate document sleeves. Alex stayed beside Aunt Nell as Crowther broke the fresh seal and removed the original tape. 1 verified copy stays at York House, Crowther said. 1 goes into independent Crown custody. The original remains sealed unless both custodians authorize access. Alex watched the first blank cassette turn behind its clear plastic window. And the gate records? Photographed, witnessed, and sealed with the timing analysis. Crowther pointed to the wall clock, then to the technician's written comparison. Vale entered at 2:27. The altered system records him leaving at 2:39. The secondary tape places him in the office until 3:07. The telephone diversion and Arthur's false instruction fit inside the same period. Wainwright signed beneath the technician's certification. The visitor card is also false. The departmental number connects to a home office switchboard, but not to any protective security liaison called Graham Vale. The telephone on the side desk rang. Crowther answered, gave his name, and listened without speaking for nearly a minute. His expression hardened before he reached for a pencil. What have they found? Nell asked when he replaced the receiver. CLS checked the identity through channels the ordinary home office directory doesn't cover. Crowther wrote beneath Vale's name and turned the sheet towards them. No Graham Vale holds that office, has held it, or was authorized to visit York House. The credentials were manufactured around genuine departmental forms. Alex looked from the false name to the sealed tape. Vale had altered memories, removed papers, damaged the obvious recording, and left behind an official identity designed to survive casual inspection. Yet the second machine had kept turning in another room. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 10 integration points. Integration points. 135. The reward felt obscene beside the evidence box. He'd wanted proof of genuine magic for years, but the proof had arrived as a record of his own helplessness. New words replaced the completion notice. Current task. Keep that evidence restricted to the Crown-authorized investigation circle for 6 months. Reward. 5 integration points. Crowther closed the cassette box and pressed a numbered seal across its clasp. Until we know who sent him and what they can do, nobody outside a named circle hears about the wand, the tape, or the missing time. Alex read the task once more, then let the words fade. For once, the system wasn't asking him to create a reason for restraint. The man on the recording had already supplied it. Crowther placed a fresh sheet beside the sealed cassette box and wrote 4 headings across the top: names, access, copies, disclosure. Beneath the first, he listed Aunt Nell, Wainwright, himself, and 2 designated CLS officers whose names would be entered after secure confirmation. No secretaries, technicians, trustees, or household security unless a specific action requires them, Crowther said. They may know that a restricted incident occurred. They won't know what the recording shows. Sir Peter's name was absent. So were Mrs. Henshaw's, Dr. Cole's, and Sam's. Alex understood the reason, but understanding didn't make the circle feel less brutally small. Aunt Nell read the page before signing. What happens when someone asks why Alex's movements have changed? We give the ordinary truth, Crowther replied. A false government visitor defeated household procedure and assaulted him. The method remains restricted. Wainwright added his signature beneath hers. Every request concerning Mrs. Pritchard, unexplained addresses, or unusual suppliers will come to Mr. Crowther. Alex won't receive correspondence, visitors, or telephone calls connected with the inquiry. Alex looked at him. You've decided that already? No, Wainwright said. I'm stating the condition under which I'm prepared to continue helping with this investigation. The quiet firmness landed harder than an order. Alex had altered the diary, misused Dr. Cole's name, and placed Wainwright directly in Vale's path. He couldn't defend that by pointing to what Vale had done afterwards. Crowther turned the paper towards Alex. No first contact, no private interviews, no testing strangers to see whether they recognize magical terms. Leads come to me, and I decide who approaches them. Alex's first instinct was to argue that Crowther couldn't recognize every magical danger. The recording had already answered him. Knowledge hadn't protected Alex when Vale drew the wand. It had merely made him interesting enough to erase. I agree, Alex said. I won't make first contact again. Nell studied him rather than the document. Not until you find a clever interpretation? No. Alex met her eyes. Not through someone else while I wait nearby, not by letter, and not by arranging to be accidentally present. Some of the strain left her face. She signed beside the disclosure rules, then passed him the pen. Alex wrote his name at the bottom. The 40 minutes remained empty inside his mind, beyond planning, money, or determination. He couldn't recover them tonight. He could stop the same hunger for answers from placing anyone else beneath a wand. Crowther sanded the signatures, folded the sheet into a numbered envelope, and sealed it. From this moment, he said, the evidence belongs to the authorized circle. Alex watched the wax cool beneath the stamp. For the next 6 months, silence wasn't surrender. It was the first protection they could trust. 43. No more questions. By the following morning, Alex had turned the estate office table into a security review. 5 sheets lay beneath brass paperweights, each headed in his careful hand. Visitors, instructions, records, isolation, and recovery. The Christmas garland above the mantel looked absurdly cheerful over a diagram showing how Graham Vale had reached him. Crowther stood opposite with his coat over one arm. You were told to rest. I slept 7 hours. Alex slid the first sheet towards him. No unscheduled visitor enters on credentials alone. The gate officer telephones a number already held in our records, and a second person confirms the appointment from the household diary. Wainwright read the next page without sitting. You've also forbidden verbal changes to your movements, unless they're confirmed in writing and witnessed. Alex tapped the line beneath it. Vale used Aunt Nell's voice without her permission. From now on, any instruction that separates me from the person accompanying me requires a challenge phrase. Aunt Nell remained beside the window, both hands around an untouched cup. A phrase known to whom? To you, Arthur, Crowther, and me. We change it every morning and seal the previous one with the daily logs. Alex moved another sheet into the center. The gatebook, telephone record, visitor card, and security tapes are copied separately. One set stays here. One goes outside York House. Crowther picked up the page marked recovery. And this? If anyone loses time, remembers an instruction no one else gave, or wakes in the wrong place, we stop treating memory as evidence. Alex kept his voice level, though the blank 40 minutes pressed behind every sentence. We secure the room, write separate accounts, check every recording, and call you before anyone discusses what they think happened. Wainwright lowered the papers. This is a sensible incident procedure. The rest is beginning to resemble a siege manual. A siege has an enemy outside. Alex pulled the final sheet free. Vale walked through the front door because every person he met believed the next step was reasonable. We need overlapping records wherever I can be isolated. Nell's gaze moved to the floor plan beneath the heading. Red circles marked the estate office, schoolroom, library, morning room, and family corridor. Alex, what do those circles mean? Additional cameras, he said. Independent wiring, separate recorders, and no shared cabinet. If someone alters one system, another keeps running. The room fell quiet. Alex looked down at the plan and added one more circle beside the nursery stairs. The pencil point broke against the paper, but he reached for the sharpener before anyone could tell him he'd gone far enough. Aunt Nell took it before he could reach it. She drew the floor plan towards herself and placed one finger over the circle beside the nursery stairs. The gate, offices, external doors, and security rooms may have whatever sensible protection Crowther recommends. We aren't putting cameras in every room where this family eats, reads, argues, or sleeps. A camera can't be persuaded to remember something false, Alex said as he selected another pencil. People can. Wainwright's expression tightened. The staff won't answer challenge questions whenever they carry in a tray or pass you in a corridor. Mr. Vale abused our trust. We won't repair that by treating everyone who serves this house as a possible imitation. Alex looked down at the red circles. Each marked a place where he might be separated from witnesses. Removing one felt like choosing a blind spot, yet he could hear what the plan demanded from everyone else. York House would become a building where affection required verification. Julian Marlowe arrived for the scheduled lesson before the argument settled. Nell told him only that an official visitor had defeated household procedure and obtained private access to Alex. Julian listened, opened his brown case, and placed a 10-pence piece beside a video camera. Julian tapped the camera. Turn it on and frame both my hands. Alex adjusted the tripod until Julian's wrists and the tabletop filled the monitor. Julian lifted the coin with his right fingers, showed it to the lens, and apparently dropped it into his left fist. Both hands remained visible. When he opened the fist, the coin had vanished. He reached forward and removed it from beneath the camera's lens cap. Alex stared at the monitor. The recording should show the transfer. It shows what you expected to be the transfer. Julian replayed the few seconds, then stopped before the coin changed hands. You decided the important action began after the camera had a clear view. I made the real move while you were adjusting the frame. Nell rested her palm on Alex's plan. More cameras won't help if everyone assumes they see the important part. Obvious surveillance can become part of the method, Julian said. A professional learns where people feel safest, then works just outside whatever they've agreed to watch. Alex replayed the demonstration. The coin was already gone before Julian's hands entered the frame. He erased the circles from the morning room and nursery passage, then left those covering entrances, offices, and record stores. We protect the roots and the evidence, he said. We don't record the family living between them. Aunt Nell returned the sharpener. That is a security plan I'll sign. Crowther returned the following afternoon with 4 plain folders and no names written on their covers. He placed them across the estate office table where Alex's erased camera circles had been the day before, then locked the door himself. The search continues, Crowther said, but nobody outside this room will know what the search is for. Alex opened the first folder. It contained a typed brief requesting documented British folklore involving people, buildings, or settlements that ordinary witnesses repeatedly failed to locate. There was no mention of wizards, squibs, hidden streets, or Mrs. Pritchard. A folklorist will receive that, Crowther said. He'll believe he's helping to classify persistent regional stories. He won't know who commissioned the work. The second folder concerned unusual animal imports, suppliers without commercial premises, and veterinary reports involving misidentified species. The third asked a property researcher to examine addresses that vanished between directories, deeds, postal records, and local authority files. The fourth authorized a society intermediary to locate private clubs, charitable circles, and old families associated with unexplained traditions. Alex turned the final page. None of them has enough information to recognize a pattern. That's the intention. Crowther rested both hands on the table. One person may find a false address. Another may find an animal dealer who never uses a telephone. A third may hear of a family that avoids photographs. They report to me, and I decide whether the fragments belong together. And when one of them finds someone genuine, you won't telephone, write, visit, invite, observe from a nearby car, or arrange to cross their path by accident. Alex looked up. You've made that unnecessarily comprehensive. I've met you. Crowther slid a 5th sheet from beneath the folders. It listed the authorized route for every report. Intermediary to Crowther, Crowther to the restricted circle, then a decision made without Alex present. You'll receive conclusions. You won't receive addresses or names until contact is considered safe. The restriction tightened something in Alex's chest. A genuine lead might exist for days inside Crowther's locked case while Alex waited to be told whether he was allowed to know it. Yet the memory of Vale's wand remained clearer than anything Vale had taken away. Aunt Nell read each folder before signing the authorization. No one investigator can expose Alex's purpose, and Alex can't expose himself by becoming impatient. I can still assess the evidence, Alex said. Crowther passed him the pen. You may assess whatever survives professional checking. You're finished asking strangers magical questions. Alex signed beneath Nell's name. The 4 folders disappeared into Crowther's case, carrying his search beyond York House without carrying him with it. By Christmas Eve, York House had stopped sounding like a secured residence and begun sounding like a home filled beyond its usual capacity. Staff children raced along the service corridor until Mrs. Henshaw redirected them towards the nursery with a plate of biscuits. George Hale's married daughter arrived carrying a sleeping baby. Edward Sutton brought his mother and was immediately ordered to stop hovering over her chair, and 3 extra tables had been joined in the servants' hall for supper. Sam stood beside Alex beneath the library tree, turning a small brass compass over in his hand. "It's better than the one Connor dropped in the harbor." "That isn't a difficult standard," Alex said as Sam tested the lid. "This one is waterproof, although I'd prefer you didn't prove it in the soup." Across the room, Aunt Nell was helping 2 younger children hang paper stars on branches they could reach. Wainwright had surrendered his usual dark jacket for a paper crown made by Mrs. Henshaw's niece, though his expression suggested the surrender remained under protest. Wrapped parcels covered the carpet, and the long table near the windows held far more food than the household could reasonably finish. Crowther arrived during tea with a thin envelope tucked inside his coat. Alex saw it at once. His attention moved from Sam's compass to the investigator's hand, and the old urge to clear a desk, close a door, and examine every line returned before Crowther had crossed half the room. Crowther noticed. "The first intermediary has reported." Aunt Nell looked towards Alex but didn't speak. The choice remained his. "What did he find?" Alex asked. Crowther opened the envelope and removed a single typed page. "A secret coven meeting twice a month in a locked room above a bookshop in Ripon. Members use assumed names, admit no men, and claim to preserve old knowledge suppressed by established institutions." Sam lowered the compass. "That sounds promising." Crowther's mouth moved faintly. "They're a women's reading group. The assumed names are favorite novelists. The locked door keeps the landlord from interrupting, and the suppressed knowledge is largely Victorian fiction." Alex pictured 4 specialists working through concealed fragments while the first important result produced tea, novels, and an irritated landlord. A laugh escaped him before he could hold it back. Sam joined in, and even Aunt Nell covered a smile with her cup. Crowther offered Alex the page. Alex looked at it, then at the crowded room and the empty place waiting for him beside Sam. "Put it in the file," he said. "I'll read it after Christmas." He returned to the table while Wainwright began cutting the pudding. The investigation could continue without consuming every hour around it. 44. The people who ask for him. By the second week of January, Crowther's compartmented search had produced 6 reports, 3 appointments, and 1 dead raven delivered in a hatbox. Alex stood at the estate office table while Crowther removed the lid. The bird lay on folded newspaper, its feathers glossy beneath the electric light. A typed card identified it as possible evidence of ritual transformation. "It's a raven," Alex said. "Very good," Crowther replied. The folklorist required 2 pages to reach the same conclusion. Aunt Nell remained near the fire with her correspondence. "Why was it sent here?" "It wasn't. It was sent to an intermediary's office. I brought it because Lord York has spent 3 days asking whether the network has found anything worth seeing." Alex looked at the bird again. "I meant documents." That wasn't specified. The raven proved to be the least troublesome result. The following afternoon, an animal dealer arrived at a rented veterinary examination room outside Thirsk with a reinforced crate in the confidence of a man expecting to rewrite natural history. Alex watched through a one-way observation panel with Nell and Crowther while Dr. Pritchard opened the crate. A large condor unfolded itself inside, struck the bars with one irritated wing, and snapped its beak at the dealer's sleeve. The dealer retreated. "There, you see the temperament." Dr. Pritchard examined the bird without touching it. "I see a distressed Indian condor held without suitable space. It was sold to me as a thunderbird." "By whom?" "A gentleman in Portsmouth." Crowther made a note. "Name?" The dealer hesitated. He preferred not to give one. Alex pressed 2 fingers against the glass. The enormous bird was remarkable, but it was neither magical nor safely kept. "Make sure it goes somewhere licensed," he said. "And check every other animal he owns." 2 days later, an antiques man presented 3 mirrors that allegedly cursed anyone reflected in them. One had damaged silvering, another distorted faces because the glass had warped, and the third made Alex's nose appear twice its proper width. "Sam," invited to witness the safest examination, leaned sideways until his reflection stretched across the frame. That one's definitely evil. It's Venetian, the antiques man said stiffly. That doesn't improve my nose. The final report came from the society intermediary, who had identified 14 women repeatedly described in private conversation as witches. Crowther laid their names across the table. Alex read the shared professional address. They're all dentists. An unusually secretive profession, Crowther said. They also possess drills, masks, and access to sedatives. Aunt Nell covered her smile with one hand. Alex looked across the useless reports and felt his frustration loosen. The search had found no wizard, but no fraudster had learned what York House truly wanted. For now, that counted as progress. Crowther returned to York House 2 weeks later without a hatbox, bird, mirror, or supposed witch. He carried a single buff folder beneath his coat and waited until Wainwright had closed the estate office door before placing it on the table. Alex looked at the folder but didn't reach for it. Another ordinary animal? No animal at all. Crowther sat opposite him and opened the cover. The property researcher traced 3 suppliers named in veterinary and import records. 2 proved to be dissolved companies. The third has no registered premises, telephone, tax history, or identifiable proprietor. That's what we asked him to find. It is. Crowther turned over a typed statement. Yesterday afternoon, an unknown man approached him outside the records office in Leeds and advised him to stop asking about businesses that weren't his concern. Aunt Nell's hand tightened around the chair back. Threatened him? Warned him. Calm voice, ordinary clothes, no name given. The man knew which supplier he'd been investigating and which train he intended to take home. Alex read the statement without touching it. The researcher had noticed no one following him. He remembered leaving the building, crossing the road, and hearing the warning beside a newspaper stand. Unlike Alex after Vale's visit, he retained every minute before and after the encounter. Did the man touch him? Alex asked. No. Did he produce anything from his coat? Not according to the statement. Was the researcher questioned about who employed him? Crowther shook his head. The warning concerned the inquiry, not its source. Compartmentalization held. He believes he was investigating commercial fraud for an insurance client. Relief came mixed with frustration. Someone had noticed the search, but they'd noticed only one narrow piece of it. No trail led from the supplier to Harry Potter, Hogwarts, the Ministry, or a 10-year-old boy at York House who knew those names belonged together. Aunt Nell pulled the folder towards herself. The researcher stops now. Alex looked up. That supplier may be genuine. And the person who warned him may be dangerous, she replied. Crowther's arrangement protected you by ensuring nobody saw the full pattern. It must protect the people doing the work as well. Crowther closed the folder after she finished reading. I've withdrawn him and paid the agreed fee. Another intermediary will review the records later without approaching the supplier. Alex wanted the name, the address, and the original files. He asked for none of them. Keep the statement with the investigation records, but separate from the preserved tape. Crowther slipped the folder back beneath his coat. Already done. The first promising lead had arrived not as proof, but as someone quietly telling them to stop. The CLS officer arrived 3 days after Crowther withdrew the property researcher. He carried a slim leather case, presented credentials that Wainwright checked by telephone, and waited in the morning room until Aunt Nell had confirmed the appointment from the household diary. Every safeguard Alex had written after Graham Vale's visit was followed without complaint. The officer began with Aunt Nell while Alex remained in the library under Crowther's supervision. 40 minutes later, Wainwright was called in alone. Crowther followed him. Nobody emerged looking reassured, and none of them discussed the questions before Alex's turn came. The officer had moved to the estate office. He sat at the cleared table with the preserved tape's custody record before him, though the recording itself remained locked elsewhere. Lord York, I'm going to ask only about what you personally remember. Alex took the chair opposite. That excludes most of the important period. It does. The officer opened his notebook. When did Graham Vale first mention Mrs. Agnes Pritchard? Alex described the conversation in order, stopping where memory stopped. He explained Vale's questions, the pain behind his right eye, and waking later with a false account of the visit already settled in his mind. The officer's pen paused. Did you see an object in his hand? Not in my surviving memory. The secondary recording shows 1. I asked what you remember. Alex met his gaze. Then no. The distinction continued through every question. What had Vale said? What had Alex believed afterward? Which details came from Wainwright, Crowther, the logs, or the recording rather than his own recollection? The officer accepted each boundary without trying to fill it for him. Alex waited until the notebook closed. Has CLS seen this before? I'm not authorized to discuss other investigations. Does the Crown employ anyone born into the hidden community? I'm not authorized to discuss sources. Do you know what Vale did to us? The officer placed his pencil beside the notebook. I know that a protected child was isolated through altered instructions, that several adults carried memories inconsistent with objective records, and that evidence was deliberately interfered with. That wasn't my question. No, the officer said. It was the answer I'm permitted to give. Alex disliked him less for saying it plainly. He still learned nothing about Muggle-born contacts, previous memory charms, or how long the Crown had suspected a concealed government operating inside Britain. Yet when the officer resealed his case, Alex noticed that the custody record remained on York House paper. The evidence had been reviewed, but it hadn't been taken. The CLS officer left York House before luncheon, carrying his own notes and nothing from the evidence room. Alex watched the official car disappear beyond the gates from the schoolroom window, then returned to a page of French verbs Dr. Cole had placed beneath his hand. You've read the same line 4 times, she said. I was considering the interview. You were conjugating recevoir. Those activities aren't mutually exclusive. Dr. Cole drew the exercise book back towards herself. There when one of them produces 3 incorrect endings. Ordinary life resumed with irritating efficiency. Alex completed French, spent an hour with Julian practicing a false transfer he could perform only when he stopped watching his own fingers, and lost 2 games of drafts to Sam on Saturday afternoon. Crowther continued to deliver sealed summaries through the authorized route, but no names or addresses reached Alex, and the preserved recording remained locked under its existing custody rules. Sam moved one of his pieces across the library table and captured 2 of Alex's. You're thinking about the secret investigators again. They aren't secret investigators. They arrive through the guarded entrance, carry locked cases, and make you stare at walls during games. That describes several solicitors. Sam studied the board. Your solicitors don't usually investigate witches. Neither do these people, apparently. They investigate dentists. Sam laughed and reached for another biscuit. Alex looked towards the library doors as Wainwright entered carrying a silver salver. A cream envelope rested upon it, addressed by hand to Lord York and marked with the royal cipher. Aunt Nell opened it first, as household security now required for unexpected personal correspondence. She read the single sheet, then passed it to Alex without comment. The Queen requested a private audience with Alex and Lady Eleanor after the 6-month security review concerning the York House breach had been completed. No subject was stated. The note merely added that Her Majesty wished to hear Alex's account personally once the formal safeguards had run their course. Sam leaned sideways, though not far enough to read. Is the Queen asking you to tea? Possibly, Alex said as he folded the note along its original crease. She may also be asking why a government official walked into this house, altered several people's memories, and left with 40 minutes of mine. Aunt Nell sat beside him. She isn't asking you to solve that today. Alex looked towards the locked correspondence box on Wainwright's desk. The audience would come only after the restriction period ended. Until then, neither royal interest nor his own impatience changed the rules. He placed the note inside the box himself, turned the key, and returned to the draft board. Sam pointed at the pieces. You're still losing. Alex examined the position. That problem, at least, I'm allowed to investigate personally. 45. 6 months of silence. Crowther returned to the estate office carrying 2 locked cases and a ledger thick enough to require both hands. He waited while Wainwright checked the room, closed the door, and signed the entry sheet before setting anything on the table. Aunt Nell took the chair beside Alex, while the Queen's letter remained secured in the correspondence box behind them. We begin with the original recording, Crowther said. He placed the smaller case beneath the electric lamp and compared the numbered seal with the first entry in the ledger. Same container, same seal, no opening since the CLS review. Wainwright leaned closer without touching it. The number agrees with my copy. Crowther marked the check, then opened the second case. It contained duplicate recordings, written statements, access sheets, intermediary instructions, and the sealed summaries produced by the compartmented search. He didn't pass them across casually. Each item came out only after its reference number had been read aloud and matched against the ledger. Alex followed the audit line by line. How many people heard the recording? Only those named in the authorized circle. Crowther turned to the access page. You, Lady Eleanor, Mr. Wainwright, myself, and the designated CLS officers. Every viewing was witnessed and recorded. And the researchers? They received narrow questions through intermediaries. The animal specialist was asked to examine unusual creatures. The property researcher traced suppliers. The folklorist assessed claims and traditions. Crowther met Alex's gaze. None was told why the questions mattered, who commissioned them, or that a recording existed. Aunt Nell checked the written instructions herself. No names from York House? None. No address, title, family connection, or reference to a child. Crowther placed the final access sheet before her. The warning in Leeds came closest to the inquiry, and even then the researcher believed he was working on commercial fraud. Alex read every signature before passing the sheet to Wainwright. The restraint had cost them leads, speed, and any chance of following the hidden supplier directly. It had also prevented the inquiry from exposing the people inside York House or sending another unprotected researcher towards someone capable of altering memory. Wainwright signed the final verification. Aunt Nell added her name beneath his, then passed the pen to Alex. He wrote carefully in the space reserved for the subject of the investigation. Crowther checked the last page and closed the ledger. Every copy is accounted for. Every access was authorized. The restriction period is complete. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 140. Alex looked at the sealed case. They hadn't found an answer during those months, but they had kept their word while searching for one. Crowther left the completed ledger closed and drew a cream envelope from the inner pocket of his coat. The flap carried a plain wax seal and no departmental name, only a reference number matching the CLS officer's acknowledgement in the custody file. He placed it before Aunt Nell rather than Alex. This arrived through the authorized route, Crowther said. It's addressed to you as Lord York's guardian. I confirmed the reference before bringing it here, but I haven't opened it. Aunt Nell examined the seal, then broke it with the silver letter knife. The paper inside was thicker than ordinary government correspondence and carried a short typed statement beneath the royal cipher. She read the first paragraph without speaking, her expression tightening before she passed the page to Alex. The language remained careful. CLS confirmed that its review had identified an event beyond ordinary explanation. The recording showed an unknown object producing a visible effect, followed by altered behavior, inconsistent recollection, and deliberate interference with security evidence. The intrusion was therefore being treated as an assault upon a protected child and a breach of Crown security. Alex read the phrase unknown object twice. They won't call it a wand. They won't give a formal name to something they can't yet define, Crowther replied. That doesn't mean they failed to understand what the recording showed. Wainwright moved closer to read over Alex's shoulder. His face hardened at the words protected child, although his voice remained controlled. Does this classification give CLS authority over the evidence? No. Crowther turned the statement and indicated the final paragraph. Custody remains unchanged. The original recording stays at York House. Any further examination requires the existing witnesses and a fresh entry in the ledger. Aunt Nell took the paper back. And the copies already made? They remain sealed under the same restrictions. CLS hasn't requested another. Alex looked towards the smaller case beneath the lamp. The Crown had accepted that someone had entered York House, harmed him, altered the adults responsible for his safety, and attacked the household's records. Yet it hadn't demanded possession of the evidence proving it. Why leave the original here? He asked. Crowther rested both hands on the table. Because the arrangement protected it. York House controls the original. CLS holds its own record of what was reviewed. Neither side can quietly alter the account without the other noticing. That sounds like mutual suspicion. Aunt Nell folded the statement along its original crease. It sounds like nobody being asked to trust blindly. Alex considered the sealed case and the signed ledger. File the confirmation with the custody papers, not with the search reports. Crowther nodded. That is also the CLS instruction. Wainwright unlocked the case while Aunt Nell watched. Crowther placed the statement inside without disturbing the recording, closed the lid, and fixed a fresh numbered seal across it under 4 pairs of eyes. Once the new seal had been entered in the ledger, Crowther carried the case back to the evidence room with Wainwright beside him as witness. Alex remained at the estate office table with Aunt Nell and the Queen's note between them. The palace had already begun arranging the audience through the proper offices. There was nothing to accept in the manner of an ordinary invitation, only details to confirm. Aunt Nell read the note again before folding it along its original crease. "We'll attend when summoned." Alex watched her place it beside the correspondence box. "You make that sound like there was never a choice." There wasn't, not in any practical sense. Nell rested one hand on the table. "Her Majesty has asked to hear your account personally. We don't ignore that because the subject is uncomfortable. I wasn't suggesting we should." "No, but you may be tempted to treat the audience as another investigation." Her gaze settled on him with quiet firmness. "It isn't an opportunity to question the crown until it produces every answer you want." Alex looked towards the locked evidence room door. "What am I permitted to ask?" "You may answer honestly. You may ask for clarification. You may say when you don't know something." Nell drew the note closer again. "You may also disagree respectfully if anyone proposes something you believe is wrong." "Even the Queen?" "Especially then, if the matter concerns your safety, your household, or your future." Nell's expression softened, though her voice remained steady. Loyalty isn't the same as surrendering judgment. The distinction mattered more now that CLS had formally accepted that the breach lay beyond ordinary explanation. The Crown had taken the danger seriously when no other authority available to Alex would admit that such danger existed. Gratitude could become obedience too easily if he wasn't careful. "I won't offer the recording," Alex said, "or the names in Crowther's reports." "You won't need to offer anything that wasn't requested," Nell replied. "And if the subject turns to evidence, Arthur, Crowther, and the custody rules already exist for a reason." Wainwright returned with Crowther and found them beside the folded note. He checked the household diary before speaking. "The private secretary's office will send the final arrangements through the usual channel. Lady Eleanor and Lord York are expected together." Alex glanced at Nell. "Then we go together." "We do," she said. "And you remember that being heard by the Queen doesn't make you responsible for solving what her government hasn't yet solved." Crowther collected the remaining papers from the table. "That may be the most difficult instruction issued in this room." Alex looked at the sealed correspondence box, then at the closed evidence ledger. "I'll try not to interrogate the sovereign." Wainwright opened the diary and made the provisional entry. "That wording is less reassuring than you appear to think." The new task remained at the edge of Alex's vision when he left the estate office. Current task: meet the Queen in private audience. Reward: 5 integration points. The wording required no interpretation. The palace had already begun arranging the audience, Aunt Nell would accompany him, and no research program could bring the appointment forward. Alex closed the schoolroom door behind him and found Dr. Cole waiting beside a page of French translation he'd abandoned before Crowther's audit. She tapped the empty chair. "I'm told matters of national security have concluded for the morning." Only the paperwork concluded. Alex sat and drew the exercise book towards himself. "The unanswered questions remain." "They usually do." Dr. Cole placed her finger beneath the sentence he'd left unfinished. "Translate the paragraph without turning it into a discussion of constitutional authority." Alex read the passage and reached the final line before the telephone rang in the adjoining study. Wainwright answered it, his voice too low for the words to carry. Alex's attention shifted towards the half-open door until Dr. Cole covered the French text with one hand. "The palace won't withdraw the Queen because you finish a lesson," she said. "I was listening for practical details. You were avoiding an irregular verb." The accusation was accurate enough to be irritating. Alex returned to the page and completed the translation before Wainwright entered carrying the household diary. "The private secretary's office has confirmed the audience," Wainwright said. "The car will leave after breakfast tomorrow. Lady Eleanor will attend with you." Alex glanced at the task, then at Dr. Cole's waiting pencil. "Thank you. Are there special preparations?" "Appropriate clothes, punctual departure, and no attempt to carry an investigation file into the royal presence. I hadn't proposed one. Wainwright's expression remained grave. You hadn't yet been given the opportunity. At luncheon, Aunt Nell discussed the journey only long enough to confirm that Alex understood the arrangements. She then asked Sam's opinion of the stage trick Julian had assigned for their next visit and refused to let the conversation return to CLS, wands, or the missing 40 minutes. Judo followed in the afternoon. Alex bowed to his instructor, stepped onto the mat, and spent 40 minutes being reminded that anticipation without balance merely helped an opponent throw him faster. By the time he returned upstairs, his uniform clung damply between his shoulders and the coming audience felt less like an operation than something waiting beyond breakfast. The Queen might finally name what had happened to him. Alex could do nothing to hasten that answer, so he finished his French corrections before supper and left the evidence room locked. 46. Tea with the Queen. The car passed through the palace gates shortly after 10, carrying Alex and Aunt Nell into a courtyard where every movement had already been expected. An equerry received them beneath the covered entrance, addressed Alex without fuss, and led them through rooms that felt quieter than their size should have allowed. No files accompanied them. Wainwright had inspected Alex's pockets before departure with enough solemnity to suggest he expected a concealed evidence ledger. Alex had prepared for a private audience, not the small table laid beside a window overlooking the garden. A silver teapot stood between 3 cups, with thin sandwiches and cakes arranged on china that looked too delicate to trust near a 10-year-old. The Queen entered through the adjoining door and offered Nell her hand before turning to Alex. "Lord York, I'm glad you came." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Alex bowed as he'd been taught, then waited until she indicated the chairs. "This needn't feel like an examination," the Queen said as she poured the tea herself. "I thought we might speak more easily without a desk between us." Alex accepted milk but refused sugar. Aunt Nell took the chair beside him, close enough that their sleeves nearly touched. The Queen set down the pot. "Your father disliked tea this week." Alex looked at the pale liquid in his cup. "Did he say so?" "Repeatedly, though never to the person who made it." A small smile touched her face. "Your mother always noticed and exchanged his cup when she could. She claimed it prevented constitutional difficulty." The memory belonged to people Alex knew through letters, photographs, and other people's grief. Hearing it here made Richard and Helena feel briefly present in a room they had once entered without him. The Queen's expression grew more serious. "I've read the restricted account, but official summaries have a habit of making distress sound tidy. I'd like to know what you personally remember of the missing period." Alex placed his cup carefully upon its saucer. "Very little, ma'am. I remember Graham Vale arriving. Then I remember being told he hadn't come at all. And between those memories? Nothing I can trust." She allowed the answer to stand. "What does the recording prove that your memory cannot?" Alex felt Nell's quiet attention beside him. This was the distinction Crowther had taught him to preserve. "It proves Vale was in the room," Alex said. "It proves he used an object that produced a visible effect. After that, my behavior changed. The adults responsible for me remembered permission that hadn't been given, and the security evidence was interfered with." The Queen folded her hands around her cup. "And what do you believe happened?" Alex met her gaze. "I believe he altered our memories. The recording proves the attack. The name for how he did it is still an inference." The Queen regarded him for several moments before reaching for the teapot. "Your caution does you credit. It also places us in an unusual position, because the Crown has records that support parts of your conclusion without explaining all of it." Alex kept his hands still beside the saucer. Aunt Nell didn't move, but her shoulder remained close enough to remind him that he wasn't alone. The Queen added a little tea to her cup. "There have been reports, collected over generations, concerning a population hidden within this country. Its members appear to possess abilities unknown to ordinary science. They maintain their own institutions and communicate with the government only when they consider it necessary." Alex resisted the urge to ask for every file at once. "How old are the records?" "Some are centuries old. Others are recent enough to trouble the people responsible for keeping them." The Queen set down the pot. "They're incomplete by design. Names change, offices disappear, and explanations are often supplied after an incident rather than before it." "Supplied by whom?" "By people claiming authority over the hidden community." Her expression remained composed, though the answer carried no comfort. They report selectively. On occasion, they have also altered the memories of witnesses. Aunt Nell's fingers tightened around her cup. Without consent? Yes. The single word settled heavily across the small table. Alex looked at the pale tea he hadn't touched. Fiction had given him names for ministries, charms, and hidden streets, but none of that had been earned by the evidence before him. I know stories that describe something similar, he said carefully. A concealed magical society with its own government, schools, laws, and methods for modifying memory. The Queen watched him without surprise. Do you believe those stories are accurate? Some details may be. Alex chose each word before allowing it out. But I can't treat a novel as an intelligence report. It tells me what questions to ask, not which answers are true here. Aunt Nell glanced at him, and the quiet approval in her face steadied him. The Queen leaned back slightly. Then tell me what you can support. The recording supports the existence of an object that produced an unexplained effect. The testimony and logs support coordinated interference with memory and security. Alex paused. The Crown's records support a hidden population with authorities capable of similar acts. Beyond that, I have hypotheses. Such as? That Graham Vale belonged to them. That he was acting to protect secrecy rather than to rob or kill me. Alex met her gaze. And that calling their society magical may be correct, but it still isn't proved by the evidence I've seen. The Queen's expression softened by a fraction. You've been waiting years to prove magic exists. Yes, ma'am. Yet you won't claim certainty now that doing so might benefit you. Alex looked towards Aunt Nell before answering. Wanting something to be true is the poorest reason to lower the standard of proof. The Queen lowered her cup. Then I must ask whether you're prepared to abandon the search until the Crown understands whom it is dealing with. Alex had expected restrictions. The request to stop entirely still tightened his shoulders. Aunt Nell remained beside him, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her sleeve, but she left the answer to him. No, ma'am, Alex said. I'm prepared to stop making direct approaches. I won't write to suspected contacts, visit hidden addresses, arrange meetings, or allow anyone to bring an unknown person into York House without proper checks. The Queen watched him steadily. That isn't an agreement to stop. No. Alex placed both hands beside his saucer. Graham Vale found us while we knew almost nothing. Ending the inquiry wouldn't make his society harmless or prevent another visit. It would only leave us unprepared. Aunt Nell turned slightly towards him. Explain the safeguards you would accept. Crowther could continue through screened intermediaries, Alex said. Researchers would still receive only narrow questions. Any credible result would go to Crowther and the authorized Crown officers before I saw names, addresses, or identifying details. I wouldn't take part in first contact unless Aunt Nell, Crowther, and the security officers all agreed that it could be done safely. The Queen looked to Nell. Would that satisfy you? It would satisfy me as a beginning, Nell replied. She set her cup carefully on its saucer. I won't agree to any arrangement that turns Alex into Crown property, removes decisions from his household, or allows officials to question him privately because the danger is unusual. That isn't what I intend. The Queen's answer came without offense. The Crown has a duty to protect a child whose title, circumstances, and recent assault create risks beyond those faced by an ordinary household. That duty does not replace yours. Nell's posture eased by a small degree. Then we understand one another. The Queen reached to the side table and opened a slim folder. She kept it before her rather than passing it across. I propose limited protective wardship for extraordinary threats. CLS may coordinate Crown resources when the hidden community, unexplained interference, or another attempt upon your memory is involved. Lady Eleanor remains your guardian and the authority over your daily life. No officer may remove you, question you alone, change your household arrangements, or take evidence from York House without the agreed witnesses and her knowledge. Alex looked at Nell. She read the Queen's face, then the open folder, before giving him one deliberate nod. I accept those terms, Alex said, provided any report concerning me is also available to Aunt Nell. It will be, the Queen replied. She closed the folder. Then we have an agreement. Plain text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 145. The completion notice faded before Alex had finished absorbing the agreement. New text replaced it with the same plain certainty. Current task. Employ a person no respectable household would consider. Reward. 5 integration points. He kept his face composed while the Queen returned to the tea. The wording offered no name, qualification, or reason why such a person should enter his household. It had also arrived at the exact moment the Crown agreed to supervise his search, which made coincidence an unsafe assumption. The audience ended without further ceremony. The Queen spoke briefly to Aunt Nell about Helena, then told Alex that disagreement hadn't diminished her concern for him. He thanked her, bowed, and followed the equerry back through the quiet rooms without mentioning the new problem waiting across his vision. At Fairfax House, Crowther was already in the morning room with Wainwright and a sealed gray file laid untouched upon the table. A CLS courier had delivered it while Alex and Nell were at the palace. The outer cover carried a Crown clearance number and instructions limiting access to the authorized circle. Crowther waited until Nell had removed her gloves. This arrived under the arrangement you've just accepted. I haven't opened it. Then open it, Alex said, taking the chair beside Nell rather than reaching for the file himself. Crowther checked the seal against the courier's receipt, entered the number in his notebook, and broke it with a paper knife. Inside lay several thin reports, copied identification records, and a photograph clipped face down. He read in silence, turning each page with increasing care. Wainwright watched him. Useful? Possibly. Crowther lifted the first summary. Barnaby Grigg. No stable address. Several names in lodging house records, none supported for long. Occasional porter, messenger, finder of uncommon goods, and suspected intermediary in transactions nobody wished to describe clearly. That sounds criminal, Nell said. Sometimes. Crowther turned another page. He's been arrested twice and charged neither time. His records contain gaps that don't match prison, hospital, military service, or travel. Witnesses place him entering buildings that other investigators couldn't locate afterwards. Alex looked at the unopened photograph. Does he know hidden London? One source claims he does. Another says he can identify people who never appear in ordinary directories. Crowther closed the file before Alex could ask for more. You won't receive his address, lodging place, or regular haunts. The restriction pressed directly against the new task. May I meet him? Not by approaching him, Crowther replied. If the information survives verification, CLS will arrange controlled contact. Until then, you do nothing. Aunt Nell rested one hand on the sealed photograph. And even then, employing him will require more than Alex deciding that disreputable means useful. Alex looked from her hand to the task still waiting before his eyes. Then Crowther verifies him, and the household decides whether he comes through the door. 47. A real wand. Crowther brought Barnaby Grigg to Fairfax House shortly before noon, using the side entrance reserved for deliveries and staff appointments rather than the front steps. Alex waited in the small morning room with Aunt Nell, Wainwright, and Julian Marlowe while a security officer checked the corridor outside. Barnaby entered with Crowther's coat wrapped around his shoulders and one shoe cut open along the side. He was thinner than Alex had expected, with rain-dark hair, several days of beard, and the restless eyes of a man who measured every room by its exits. He stopped just inside the door and looked behind it before studying each person in turn. That him? Barnaby asked, nodding towards Alex. Crowther closed the door without locking it. Lord York, yes. Barnaby's gaze moved over Alex's tailored clothes, then towards Nell. You said he wanted proof. I said he wished to speak with someone who might possess unusual knowledge, Crowther replied. You supplied the word proof. Because unusual knowledge doesn't buy dinner. Barnaby shifted his weight and winced when the damaged shoe pressed against his foot. Nor somewhere people won't think to look. Aunt Nell indicated the nearest chair. Sit before you fall. Barnaby didn't move. What happens after I sit? You'll be offered food, she said. Then we'll discuss what you're willing to demonstrate and what you expect in return. His expression remained guarded, but hunger won. He lowered himself into the chair with the wall behind him. Wainwright brought in a tray containing sandwiches, tea, and a covered bowl of stew. Barnaby reached for the bread first and ate half a sandwich before anyone spoke again. Alex kept his questions narrow. Crowther says you can prove that magic exists. Barnaby swallowed and drank tea directly after it. I can prove wizards exist. What do you want? A room where nobody asks for papers. Meals. A bath, perhaps. Barnaby glanced down at his injured foot. Somewhere respectable people won't search. For how long? Nell asked. Until the people looking for me stop. That isn't a period anyone can put into an agreement, Wainwright said. Barnaby tore another sandwich in half. Then don't make it an agreement. Let me lie low, and I'll show the boy his magic. Alex noticed the possessive phrasing and disliked it, though not enough to reject the offer. 3 separate spells. Deliberate effects that Mr. Marlowe and Mr. Crowther may examine. Barnaby looked towards Julian. Magician? Stage magician, Julian said. I expose dishonest ones more often than I perform now. You'll keep your hands off my wand. Gladly. Barnaby finished the sandwich and wiped his fingers on the napkin with more care than Alex had expected. 3 spells, then. Afterward, I get food and a bed. No questions about where I learned, who's after me, or how to reach our streets. Alex glanced at Nell before answering. She gave no approval, but neither did she stop him. Proof first, Alex said. Then we decide whether this house can safely shelter you. Barnaby's mouth tightened. That's not what I offered. It's the most I'll promise before I know whether you're genuine. For several seconds, Barnaby watched him across the untouched teapot. Then he reached for the remaining half sandwich. Prepare a room, he said. I'll finish eating. Crowther chose the small drawing room beside the servants' corridor because it had 2 doors, no concealed cabinets, and windows overlooking an enclosed courtyard. He and Julian inspected it together while Barnaby remained outside with Wainwright. The furniture was moved against the walls. Julian checked beneath the carpet edges, along the picture rail, inside the fireplace, and behind the curtains. Crowther examined both adjoining rooms and posted security officers beyond them, visible through the open doors. Mrs. Henshaw supplied 3 objects at Alex's request. A brass candlestick, a white linen handkerchief, and a porcelain saucer she cracked herself with the handle of a kitchen knife. The sound made Alex flinch despite knowing it was coming. Barnaby entered last. He had eaten all the food and taken enough tea to restore some color to his face, but his suspicion hadn't softened. He walked around the room, looked beneath the table, and tested both doors before choosing a place with the wall behind him. No recording, he said. Crowther held up empty hands. There is no camera or audio equipment in the room. No one behind the curtains. Julian pulled each curtain fully open. No one. Barnaby pointed towards the security officers visible in the corridor. They stay outside. Nell looked to Crowther, who nodded. The officers stepped farther back while keeping both exits in sight. You may stop at any time, Nell said. Whatever decision follows, nobody will take your wand or prevent you from leaving. Barnaby gave her a skeptical look. People always say that before they've seen one. Alex heard the experience beneath the remark. We'll say it afterward as well. Barnaby took a narrow wand from inside his coat. The dark wood was scratched, worn smooth near the handle, and unimpressive enough that Alex might have mistaken it for a broken tool if not for the way Barnaby held it. Alex's attention narrowed until the room seemed arranged around that single piece of wood. The task remained at the edge of his vision. Current task. Witness undeniable magic performed deliberately. Reward. 5 integration points. Julian stepped to one side. I won't ask to inspect your sleeves. You've already refused that condition, and we've examined the room and the objects. Please keep both hands visible where possible. Barnaby raised the wand. You'll examine each thing after? Yes, Crowther said. And then the boy decides? Lord York decides with his guardian and household, Wainwright corrected. Barnaby gave Alex a brief, irritated glance. Fine. 3 spells. Then I want an answer. He turned towards the table. Alex became aware that Nell's hand had settled lightly against his shoulder. He didn't move away from it. Years of investigation, failed animals, false prophets, hidden addresses, and missing memory had brought him to a shabby wizard with a bandaged foot and stew on his borrowed coat. Barnaby pointed his wand at the brass candlestick. Wingardium Leviosa. The candlestick rose from the table without a jerk or visible support. Alex watched the empty space beneath it. No thread caught the light. No rod extended from Barnaby's sleeve. The candlestick climbed to the height of Alex's eyes, rotated once, then traveled across the room before settling upon the mantel. Crowther immediately crossed to the table and passed his hand through the space it had occupied. Julian crouched to examine the floorboards and looked towards the ceiling. No visible apparatus, Crowther said. No useful sightline for thread work, Julian added. His usual amusement had disappeared. Continue. Barnaby touched the wand to the folded handkerchief. The cloth twisted inward as though drawn through itself. Its edges thickened, color spread across the white linen, and within seconds a small wooden box stood where the handkerchief had been. Mrs. Henshaw approached only after Barnaby lowered the wand. She opened the brass clasp, inspected the bare interior, and turned the box over in her hands. "May I mark it?" Crowther asked. Barnaby shrugged. Crowther drew a pencil line across one corner. Barnaby tapped the lid. The box softened, collapsed, and became a handkerchief again. The pencil mark vanished with the wood. Julian lifted the cloth by two corners and examined both sides. The material isn't folded around anything. It's linen again. Barnaby drew the cracked saucer nearer with his free hand. He placed both pieces together, although the break remained uneven. Reparo. A brief flicker of light ran across the porcelain. The pieces joined, and the dark crack disappeared. Mrs. Henshaw took the saucer before anyone else could. She ran her thumb across the surface, then held it beneath the window. "I broke it myself." Julian tapped the repaired edge with one fingernail. The clear porcelain note sounded through the room. He set it down carefully. "I could reproduce the first effect with preparation, thread, and control of the audience. I could create a substitution resembling the second if I controlled the objects. I couldn't reproduce all three after inspecting the room, handling the materials, and watching from this distance." Crowther looked towards Alex. The effects were deliberate, distinct, and witnessed. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 155. His breath left slowly. He had spent years preparing himself for this moment, yet the proof arrived without grandeur. 3 quiet spells, a scratched wand, and a man waiting to learn whether he would sleep indoors. New text replaced the completion notice. Current task. Employ a person no respectable household would consider. Reward. 5 integration points. Alex kept his face still. Barnaby remained before him, poor, hunted, disreputable, and close enough to make the system's intention obvious. Pursuing it now would turn shelter into leverage. Barnaby lowered his wand but didn't put it away. "Well?" Alex looked at the repaired saucer, then met his eyes. "You proved it." "That wasn't the whole bargain." "No," Alex agreed. "It wasn't." They returned to the morning room, though Barnaby chose the chair nearest the door and kept his wand inside his coat rather than surrendering it. Wainwright ordered another tray without being asked, while Mrs. Henshaw sent a maid to telephone Dr. Meredith. Barnaby watched each arrangement with increasing unease. "I asked for food and somewhere to lie low. Not a committee." "You're injured," Nell said. "A doctor will examine your foot. That isn't negotiable if you intend to stay beneath this roof." "I didn't agree to questions." "Dr. Meredith will ask where it hurts and whether you've been feverish. You may decline anything unrelated to treatment." Barnaby looked towards Alex. "And him?" Alex sat opposite rather than beside Nell, making certain Barnaby had a clear path between the chairs. "No questions about magical streets, the ministry, your past, or whoever is searching for you." "Not tonight." "Not tonight," Barnaby repeated. "I won't promise never to ask. I will promise that shelter doesn't purchase answers." Some of the tension left Barnaby's shoulders, though he concealed it by reaching for the fresh bread. "How long?" 3 nights initially, Nell said. "Long enough for your foot to be treated and for Crowther to determine whether keeping you here creates an immediate danger to the household." Barnaby stopped eating. "You'll investigate me." "Crowther already has," Alex said. "That's how he found you." "That isn't comforting." "It wasn't intended to be." Alex leaned forward slightly. "You may have a room, meals, clean clothing, medical treatment, and protection while we assess the risk. You remain free to leave. We won't take your wand or report you to anyone without cause." Barnaby's eyes narrowed. "And what work do you expect?" "None," Alex said. The answer unsettled him more than a demand might have done. Nobody feeds a grown man for nothing. "We're sheltering an injured guest who supplied the proof he promised," Nell said. "That settles today's exchange." Mrs. Henshaw entered with a folded dressing gown over one arm. "The bath is being prepared." Dr. Meredith will arrive within the hour, and the West guest room is ready. Barnaby looked at the dressing gown as though it might conceal a contract. Guest room? It has a bed, Mrs. Henshaw said. You may test that personally. I don't need anything grand. You aren't receiving anything grand. You're receiving clean sheets. Wainwright opened the door and indicated the corridor. Barnaby remained seated long enough to finish the bread, then rose carefully. At the threshold, he looked back at Alex. 3 nights. 3 nights before we review the arrangement, Alex confirmed. Barnaby nodded once. I can make myself useful. That isn't required. No, Barnaby said, glancing at the household around him. But it's usually how people become difficult to throw out. He followed Mrs. Henshaw towards the bath with Wainwright walking several paces behind. Alex remained beside the repaired saucer while the new task waited at the edge of his vision. He had finally found a real wizard. By Barnaby's own account, keeping him might prove considerably harder than finding him had been. 48. Temporary livery. Dr. Meredith arrived before Barnaby had finished bathing. Alex waited with Aunt Nell in the West guest room while Mrs. Henshaw arranged a straight-backed chair near the fire and spread a clean towel across the footstool. Crowther stood beside the window with Barnaby's thin file closed beneath one hand. The bed had already been turned down, and a tray containing soup, bread, and tea waited upon the small table. Barnaby entered wearing the dressing gown Mrs. Henshaw had provided, his damp hair combed back with his fingers. He stopped when he saw the doctor's leather case. I said I'd take a bath. Nobody mentioned cutting. Dr. Meredith removed his spectacles and polished them. I have no intention of cutting anything unless your foot gives me an excellent reason. Barnaby looked towards the open door, then lowered himself into the chair. He kept his injured foot tucked beneath the other leg until Mrs. Henshaw placed the stool before him. Up, she said. The carpet won't be improved by blood. Barnaby obeyed with visible reluctance. Dr. Meredith cut away the dirty wrapping and exposed a swollen heel, torn skin along the side of the foot, and a deeper split beneath the smallest toe. Alex kept his face still while the doctor cleaned the wound. Barnaby's fingers tightened around the chair arms, but he made no sound. Crowther opened the file. Who caused the injury? A door. Did the door have an owner? Most do. Crowther didn't smile. Are the people searching for you likely to come here? Barnaby watched Dr. Meredith apply antiseptic. Not unless they know I'm here. Who knows? You. Him. Barnaby nodded towards Alex. Whatever servants saw me arrive. Household staff, Mrs. Henshaw corrected. And they don't discuss guests. Barnaby gave her a doubtful glance. Guests don't usually come through delivery entrances with one shoe cut open. Dr. Meredith began wrapping the foot in clean gauze. This guest requires 2 days without unnecessary walking, dry dressings, proper food, and no alcohol while the wound closes. Barnaby's attention shifted to the tray. That all goes on an account, does it? No, Mrs. Henshaw said. The room, then. Bathwater. Doctor. No. Barnaby studied her as though waiting for the condition she hadn't yet admitted. Mrs. Henshaw folded the stained towel inward. You were promised 3 nights as a guest. Food, sheets, treatment, and clean clothing are part of that promise. They aren't wages paid early, and they won't be deducted from anything later. Barnaby's guarded expression tightened. Nobody gives all that away. Alex met his eyes. We aren't giving you employment yet. We're keeping the agreement we already made. Crowther turned to a fresh page in his notebook. Which means you owe us honest answers about immediate danger, not your life story. Barnaby looked from the bandaged foot to the untouched soup. At last, he reached for the bread. Ask the immediate questions, then. By the 3rd morning, Barnaby had stopped asking whether the meals would be charged against him. He still ate quickly, but no longer as though someone might remove the plate. His injured foot rested on a cushioned stool beside the West guest room fire, wrapped in clean bandages and covered by a woolen sock Mrs. Henshaw had found in the household stores. A second-hand suit lay folded across the chair, altered overnight by one of the maids because Barnaby's own clothes had required more repair than washing. Alex found him examining the breakfast tray with professional suspicion. There's more toast beneath the cloth, Alex said. I know. Barnaby lifted the cover and took another slice. I was checking whether they'd replaced it. Why would they replace it? Barnaby spread butter to the edges with careful strokes. Because respectable houses do things before you know they need doing. It's unnatural. Alex sat opposite him. Your 3 nights end today. Barnaby paused with the toast halfway to his mouth. Do they? That was the arrangement. I remember the arrangement. He bit into the toast and looked towards the fire. I don't remember agreeing to leave at breakfast. Alex had expected bargaining, perhaps a request for another day while his foot healed. Barnaby instead drank his tea and reached for the marmalade. Mrs. Henshaw entered with fresh towels over one arm. Dr. Meredith says you may walk short distances today, provided you wear the proper shoe. Barnaby glanced at the repaired shoe beside the bed. And after that? After that, you may walk farther tomorrow. I meant where. Mrs. Henshaw replaced the towels in the washstand cupboard. That depends upon whether you intend to become troublesome. Barnaby considered this. How troublesome? Enough that Mr. Crowther must remove you. That sounds tiring for everyone. It would be. Barnaby settled deeper into the chair. Then I'll avoid it. Alex looked from him to Mrs. Henshaw. You realize he's saying he intends to stay. I had noticed, she said. Barnaby lifted his cup. The sheets are clean, nobody steals my boots, and breakfast arrives whether I'm awake or not. Muggles live absurdly well. This is not how all Muggles live, Alex said. No, but it's how these ones live. Barnaby glanced around the guest room, taking in the fire, carpet, hot water jug, and untouched second pillow. I've decided I approve. Aunt Nell appeared in the doorway behind Mrs. Henshaw. Approval isn't permission. Barnaby gave her a wary look. Are you throwing me out? Not while your foot still requires treatment, Nell said. After that, we'll discuss what happens next. Barnaby nodded as though she had confirmed a much longer arrangement. Good. I'll need another shirt. Mrs. Henshaw's mouth tightened, though Alex caught the smallest movement at one corner. You'll receive 1 shirt. Do not mistake laundry for surrender. Barnaby returned to his breakfast. Alex watched him butter the last piece of toast and understood that the inconvenient guest had solved the problem in the simplest way available. He had found somewhere better than the street and decided not to leave. Barnaby remained after his foot healed enough for Dr. Meredith to stop calling each morning. He migrated from the guest room to the servants' hall at mealtimes, learned which cupboard held the better tea, and discovered that Mrs. Henshaw would tolerate him near the kitchen so long as he didn't interfere. Nobody had granted him permanent residence, but removing him would now require a decision more deliberate than allowing him another plate. Alex found him one afternoon beside the morning room fire, polishing the repaired shoe with supplies borrowed from Wainwright. You can't remain a guest indefinitely. Barnaby rubbed polish into the cracked leather. I've managed it quite well so far. Guests are invited. I was invited for 3 nights. Nobody said the invitation spoiled afterward. Alex sat opposite him and considered the problem. Making Barnaby a footman would satisfy the system, but Barnaby had shown no desire to carry trays, answer bells, or become part of a formal household staff. He did possess one ability nobody else at Fairfax House could offer. I want something magical, Alex said. Barnaby stopped polishing. You've got me. I meant something I could keep. That sounds less flattering. A phoenix. Barnaby laughed so sharply that polish nearly fell from the cloth. No. A dragon, then. Dreaming. Alex folded his hands. A unicorn? Not unless you want to be stabbed. I thought unicorns were gentle. They're gentle when they like you. When they don't, you get trampled and stabbed. Alex revised the request. I'll give you gold or gemstones. You buy me a magical creature. Barnaby's amusement vanished. What sort? Any living magical creature that can be kept safely and humanely. Barnaby stared at him. You're asking me to walk into places respectable wizards avoid, find somebody willing to sell to me, judge whether the creature's genuine, and bring it back without being robbed, arrested, cursed, or eaten. Yes. And you'll pay the purchase price? Agreed in advance. Expenses? Reasonable ones, with receipts where possible. Barnaby looked offended. Receipts. Or an account detailed enough for Wainwright to understand. Barnaby placed the shoe on the hearthrug. Wait, you're employing me? Alex heard the task waiting behind the question. Yes. Employing me to buy you things? Magical things, yes. Barnaby leaned back and examined him as though the proposal might contain a concealed trap. Like a what's it? A purchasing agent? If you like. Room included? Yes. Meals? Yes. Clothes? Suitable ones. Barnaby glanced towards the door, beyond which Fairfax House continued operating with clean sheets, hot water, and meals delivered at predictable hours. I'll need money before I go. You'll receive a budget after Wainwright and Aunt Nell approve the terms. Barnaby picked up the shoe again. Then you'd better ask them before they realize I've already accepted. Aunt Nell listened to Alex's explanation in the morning room while Barnaby sat nearest the door with his repaired shoe planted squarely on the carpet. Wainwright stood beside the writing desk, Mrs. Henshaw had brought the folded clothes, and Crowther watched Barnaby as though expecting him to disappear between one sentence and the next. So, Nell said, you wish to employ Mr. Grigg to buy magical things. Living things as well, Alex said. Barnaby lifted one hand. Within reason. You refused a phoenix, a dragon, and a unicorn, Alex reminded him. I refused being burned, eaten, trampled, and stabbed. That is reason. Mrs. Henshaw set the bundle on the table. 2 dark suits, several shirts, stockings, and a plain gray coat had been folded with exact care. Barnaby stared at them longer than he had stared at the written proposal Alex had brought. Wainwright cleared his throat. What would you call this position? Barnaby looked towards Alex. You said purchasing agent. For magical goods, Alex added. Crowther's expression remained doubtful. And what prevents you from taking the money and vanishing? Barnaby glanced at the clothes, then towards the door that led deeper into Fairfax House. Hot water. Breakfast. A bed nobody's died in recently. Mrs. Henshaw's brows rose. That last assumption is optimistic in a house this age. Barnaby considered the point. A bed nobody's died in recently enough to matter. Alex pressed his lips together before the smile escaped. Even Crowther looked briefly defeated. Aunt Nell leaned back in her chair. Do you understand that employment means work, not merely remaining until someone loses patience? I can find things, Barnaby said. Things wizards don't advertise. Things respectable shops pretend they've never heard of. I can tell rubbish from something worth buying more often than not. More often than not? Wainwright repeated. Nobody honest would promise better. That answer pleased Alex more than certainty would have. He took the prepared envelope from the desk and placed it before Barnaby. Weekly wages. Your room and meals remain. Money for purchases will be separate. Barnaby touched the envelope but didn't open it. And the clothes? Yours while you work here, Mrs. Henshaw said. Though I'll reconsider the coat if you sleep in it. I don't sleep in good coats. You won't sleep in this one either. Barnaby looked around the room, perhaps waiting for someone to withdraw the offer. Nobody did. Fine, he said, I'll be your magical purchasing agent. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 160. The notice faded. Current task. Persuade a genuine wizard to obtain any living magical creature. Reward. 5 integration points. Barnaby opened the envelope, counted the notes once, then looked up. How much were you planning to spend on this creature? Alex kept his face still. We'll discuss that tomorrow. Barnaby tucked the envelope inside his new coat. Good. I've always preferred employment with prospects. 49. Any living creature. Barnaby arrived in the morning room wearing the gray coat Mrs. Henshaw had given him, with his wage envelope no longer bulging from the inner pocket. He took the chair nearest the door, accepted tea from Wainwright, and looked across the breakfast table at Alex. Well? Barnaby asked. How much? Alex had spent part of the night reconsidering the question. A phoenix remained his first choice, but Barnaby had already rejected fire, dragons, unicorn horns, trampling, and being eaten with enough conviction to make repetition pointless. For the right creature, Alex said, a great deal. Barnaby spooned sugar into his tea. That isn't a number. 10,000 pounds. The spoon stopped against the cup. Barnaby looked at Wainwright, perhaps expecting correction, but the butler continued arranging the post beside Aunt Nell's plate. That's Muggle money, Barnaby said. It can be converted. Not by walking into Gringotts with a sack and saying you're Lord whoever. Lord York, Alex said. That will help enormously when they ask why a Muggle child wants a dangerous beast. Aunt Nell unfolded her napkin. Perhaps we could begin with what Alex thinks he's buying. Alex had made a list. He opened the notebook beside his plate. A demiguise. Barnaby stared at him. Protected, expensive, and almost impossible to find because it's invisible. An alchemy. It changes size, bites, and likes silver. You'd lose the dining service before luncheon. A thunderbird. Barnaby gave a short laugh. You're in the wrong country, and I'm not crossing an ocean to steal one from people who can summon storms. A graffern. No. A mooncalf? Possible to see, not possible for me to carry through London under my coat. A bowtruckle? Barnaby's expression became thoughtful for half a second, then closed again. Usually belongs to a tree someone values. They stab fingers when annoyed. Alex turned the page. A kneazle. That's a cat with opinions and better judgment than most wizards. Someone might sell one, but not to me cheaply. A fooper? You'd need silencing charms unless everyone in this house wants to go mad. Mrs. Henshaw entered with a fresh rack of toast and caught the end of the answer. We do not. Alex lowered the notebook. Every creature he remembered became illegal, unavailable, murderous, foreign, protected, or inconvenient before Barnaby had finished his tea. Barnaby reached for toast and spread it thickly with marmalade. You know the names, he said. You don't know the market. That, Alex admitted, is why I hired you. Alex closed the notebook and pushed it aside. The names had been useful only as proof that he'd been asking the wrong question. Barnaby understood what could be found, bought, hidden, and carried through London. Alex understood only what he wanted. Then don't choose from my list, Alex said. Bring me any living magical creature. Barnaby stopped with the toast near his mouth. Any? Any creature that is genuinely magical and alive. That could mean something the size of your hand, with no useful magic anyone can see. That's acceptable. It could be ugly. I don't care. It could bite, steal, scratch the furniture, foul the carpet, or make a noise that keeps everyone awake. Mrs. Henshaw set the toast rack down more firmly than necessary. Some of us care. Alex glanced towards her. We'll find somewhere suitable for it. You'll find somewhere suitable after we know what it is, she said. Nothing unidentified is going into a bedroom. Barnaby ate the toast while considering him. And the person selling it may be someone you wouldn't invite through the front door. We hired you, Alex said. Barnaby pointed the toast at him. Exactly. Aunt Nell covered a smile with her teacup. Wainwright remained beside the sideboard, but Alex could tell from the stillness of his face that he was listening closely. Barnaby wiped marmalade from his thumb. Your £10,000 won't help much if I carry it into the wrong part of magical London. Too many notes, too many questions, and nobody sensible wants to explain where Muggle money came from. What would help? Alex asked. Gold. Proper gold, not plated rubbish. Sovereigns, small bars, jewelry I can break down if I have to. Good stones are useful too, provided they're real and not so famous that every fence in Britain recognizes them. Alex looked towards Wainwright. Can we arrange that? We can arrange ordinary bullion and loose stones through reputable dealers, Wainwright said. We will not dismantle family jewelry for an unrecorded purchase. I don't need the crown jewels, Barnaby said. Gold spends anywhere once people stop asking whose face is stamped on it. Alex leaned forward. How much? Barnaby's eyes narrowed. Enough that I can buy the creature, pay the man who knows the man, and leave before someone decides I'm carrying more than I deserve. That still isn't a number. No, Barnaby said, it's the beginning of one. Wainwright returned before luncheon with a small leather case and placed it on the morning room table. Barnaby had moved from the chair nearest the door to the one nearest the fire, but he came upright when the brass catches clicked open. Inside lay 4 canvas rolls of gold sovereigns, 2 small bullion bars wrapped in tissue, and a shallow velvet tray holding loose stones in labeled paper packets. Barnaby reached towards the nearest roll, then stopped before touching it. How much? He asked. £5,000 in gold, Wainwright said. A further 5,000 in stones, valued this morning. The receipts remain with me. Barnaby opened one packet and tipped a sapphire into his palm. He held it towards the window, turned it once, then dropped it back into the paper. Too nice for a quick sale. They're investment stones, Alex said. Not heirlooms. That doesn't stop someone asking where I stole them. Aunt Nell stood beside the mantel with both hands resting on the top of her cane. Will this be enough? Barnaby examined a sovereign, bit it, and received a look from Wainwright that made him remove it from his mouth. Enough to start asking. Maybe enough to buy something nobody else wants. Alex looked at the gold. £10,000 had bought paintings, equipment, holidays, and whole years of ordinary comfort in his previous life. Here, it might buy one small animal from a man hiding behind an unmarked door. What about travel? Alex asked. Barnaby slid 2 rolls of sovereigns towards the case's inner pocket. Train, cab, food, bribes, and somewhere to sleep if I miss the last way back. I'll take pounds for the Muggle parts. Wainwright placed a separate envelope beside the case. You'll account for what you can. I'll account for what I remember. Aunt Nell's gaze stayed on Barnaby. Where are you going? London. You're already in London. Other London. That isn't an answer. Barnaby closed the case and fastened both catches. It's the answer that keeps his name out of it. Nobody needs to know Lord York wants a magical creature. They need to know Barnaby Grigg has gold and poor judgment. Alex met his eyes. Can you do it? Barnaby lifted the case. Its weight pulled his shoulder down, but his grin showed more nerves than humor. I know where people sell things they shouldn't have. Finding one that's still alive is the difficult part. Barnaby kept hold of the leather case while Wainwright brought his old satchel from the hall. Mrs. Henshaw had already packed a clean shirt, spare stockings, a shaving kit, and enough sandwiches to suggest she expected magical London to contain no trustworthy food. You'll ruin my reputation, Barnaby said as she pushed the wrapped parcel into the satchel. People might think someone expects me back. Mrs. Henshaw tightened the strap. Then disappoint them by returning. Alex stood beside the table, watching Barnaby divide the money. Muggle notes went into an inner pocket. 2 rolls of sovereigns disappeared beneath the spare shirt. The bullion bars remained in the leather case with most of the stones, while 1 packet of smaller gems went into a tobacco tin Barnaby claimed nobody respectable would steal. How long will it take? Alex asked. Barnaby closed the tin. Could be tonight, could be a week. A week? If I find the wrong seller first, longer. Aunt Nell's expression sharpened. You won't vanish without sending word. I'll send word if I can. Magical post doesn't always go where you ask, and I'm not giving an owl this address. Crowther entered from the corridor carrying a folded card. He handed it to Barnaby without ceremony. Telephone number for a solicitor's office in London. Ask for Mr. Price. You needn't explain magic. Say you've been delayed on Lord York's business. Barnaby read the card, then tucked it behind the tobacco tin. And what will Mr. Price do? Begin making enough noise that anyone holding you decides you're troublesome. Barnaby gave him a cautious nod. Useful sort of man. Alex looked at the case, the satchel, and the patched wand hidden beneath Barnaby's coat. For years, every route towards magic had ended in fraud, locked doors, or missing time. Now the only person who could cross that boundary was preparing to walk out carrying Alex's money. Will you take the job? Alex asked. Barnaby rested one hand on the leather case. Any living magical creature. No promises about size, usefulness, looks, manners, or whether it likes you. I understand. No, you don't. Barnaby lifted the satchel onto his shoulder. But I'll go. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 160. The notice vanished and another replaced it. Current task. Pay the agreed price after receiving something disappointing. Reward. 5 integration points. Barnaby opened the door, then glanced back. I'll bring you something alive if the money holds and my luck doesn't run out. 50. While Barnaby went shopping. Barnaby left Fairfax House shortly after 9, carrying the leather case in one hand and his old satchel over the opposite shoulder. Alex walked with him as far as the front steps, where a hired cab waited beside the curb with its engine running. How long? Alex asked. Barnaby settled his hat against the cold. Until I'm back. That isn't a time. It's the only honest one. Barnaby shifted the leather case closer to his leg. Nocturne alley deals finish when the seller, the buyer, and the exits all agree. Sometimes that takes an hour. Sometimes one of them becomes difficult. Alex wanted to ask what difficult meant, but Barnaby had already opened the cab door. "I'll bring something alive if the money and my luck hold," Barnaby said. "You keep the house standing until then." He climbed inside with both bags, gave the driver an address too quietly for Alex to hear, and pulled the door shut. The cab joined the morning traffic and disappeared beyond the square. Alex remained on the step until Wainwright closed the front door against the cold. Breakfast had been cleared while they were outside. Mrs. Henshaw had already sent Barnaby's used cup to the kitchen, and Aunt Nell sat in the morning room answering correspondence as though nobody had just vanished into a hidden part of London with enough portable wealth to purchase a house. Alex took the chair nearest the window. Nell glanced up from her letter. "Watching the street won't bring him back faster." "I'm not watching the street. You've looked at it 4 times since sitting down." Alex turned away from the glass and reached for the Post. Most of it was ordinary estate business. A roof repair estimate, 2 charity invitations, and a letter from Sam describing an argument at school over whether a model ship counted as finished if it still lacked sails. Alex opened that one first. By 11, he had written Sam a reply, approved the roof inspection, and completed half a page of French translation. The work should have occupied him. Instead, every car slowing outside Fairfax house lifted his attention from the desk. Dr. Cole noticed on the 3rd occasion. "That motorcar belongs to the neighbors." "I know. You identified it remarkably quickly for someone concentrating on irregular verbs." Alex looked back at the exercise book. "Barnaby might return by cab." "He might," Dr. Cole said. "Until he does, the verbs remain irregular." Alex bent over the page again. The house continued around him with doors opening, trays moving, and telephones ringing for matters that had nothing to do with magic. He worked because there was nothing else he could do, and worried because Barnaby had taken the one path Alex couldn't follow. The telephone rang halfway through the next exercise. Alex's pencil stopped above the page. Dr. Cole continued reading the passage as though the bell hadn't carried through the closed schoolroom door. Somewhere in the hall, Wainwright answered it, his voice too low for the words to reach them. Alex looked towards the door. Dr. Cole placed one finger beneath the unfinished sentence. "Translate the final clause. He may be calling for me. If he is, Mr. Wainwright knows where you are." The murmur in the hall ended. A receiver settled into its cradle, followed by footsteps moving away from the schoolroom rather than towards it. Alex looked down at the French and discovered that he'd lost the beginning of the sentence. Dr. Cole waited while he read it again. "You've spent years wanting someone to enter magical London on your behalf. Did you imagine the difficult part would end when he left?" "I imagined he'd come back. He's been gone for 3 hours. 3 hours is long enough to buy many things. It's also long enough to eat Mrs. Henshaw's sandwiches." Alex translated the clause, made 2 careless errors, and corrected them before Dr. Cole could point them out. She assigned the next paragraph without comment. Her refusal to discuss Barnaby was more effective than reassurance because it left Alex with nothing to argue against. At luncheon, the empty place near the sideboard drew his attention before the food did. Barnaby had never sat at the family table, but Alex had grown used to seeing him enter with Wainwright, complain about proper cutlery, or appear in the doorway when Mrs. Henshaw sent him to collect something. Aunt Nell noticed the glance and buttered a piece of bread. "Arthur has been told to pass on any message. Beatrice has been told to keep Barnaby's supper. Nobody else needs instructions. I wasn't going to give any." "You asked whether the telephone worked twice before noon." The first time was a reasonable question. The second time involved lifting the receiver to check for a dialing tone. Alex lowered his spoon. Something could have failed. Then the exchange, Arthur, and half of Belgravia would have noticed without your assistance. Nell's expression softened, but she didn't surrender the point. "Barnaby accepted a job, Alex. We aren't turning every corridor into a lookout post until he completes it." Mrs. Henshaw entered with the pudding and set the dish beside Wainwright. "The kitchen agrees. Anyone waiting beside the front door will be given polishing cloths." Alex looked towards the hall, then accepted his serving. Fairfax House continued through luncheon, post, lessons, deliveries, and staff changing shifts. Barnaby remained absent from all of it, and Alex had no choice but to let the house carry on. Barnaby's supper remained beneath a china cover until 10, when Mrs. Henshaw carried it back to the kitchen without comment. By breakfast the following morning, his chair near the fire was still empty, and the folded newspaper Wainwright had placed beside it remained untouched. Crowther arrived before Alex finished his toast. He brought no file, only a damp overcoat and the dissatisfied expression of a man whose inquiries had reached locked doors. "I've checked Mr. Price's office, the railway stations Barnaby might use, the cab companies willing to remember yesterday, and the lodging houses connected with his known names," Crowther said. "Nobody has heard from him." Alex set down his knife. "Could he have left London?" "He could have done almost anything after entering a street I can't see." Crowther accepted coffee from Wainwright but didn't sit. "That's the problem. I can follow Barnaby Grigg through ordinary London. I can't follow a wizard once ordinary London stops applying. He said he knew the exits. He also said they sometimes disagreed with the buyer." Aunt Nell looked from Crowther to Alex. "What can sensibly be done now?" Crowther placed Mr. Price's card on the table. "We keep the solicitor ready, check hospitals and police stations under Barnaby's usual names, and wait for contact. Sending men into Charing Cross to question people about hidden streets would attract attention without finding him." Alex pushed his plate away. The possible explanations had multiplied through the night. Barnaby might have been robbed for the gold, arrested while carrying it, cursed by a dealer, or injured somewhere no Muggle ambulance could reach. The ugliest possibility required no magic at all. £10,000 was more money than Barnaby had probably seen together in his life. He might simply have decided that clean sheets and regular wages were worth less than disappearing rich. Wainwright noticed Alex's untouched breakfast. "You should eat before Dr. Cole arrives." "I'm not hungry." "That won't improve Mr. Grigg's chances." Alex reached for the toast because the answer was correct and irritated him for being so. "Do you think he took it?" Crowther considered before replying. "I think Barnaby knows how to vanish. I also think he packed the sandwiches Mrs. Henshaw gave him and kept Mr. Price's number. Men planning never to return don't usually bother preserving the route home." It wasn't proof, but it was the nearest thing Crowther could offer. Alex ate while the household made its careful checks, and every reasonable possibility remained beyond his reach. The message arrived shortly after 4, passed through Mr. Price's office by a caller who refused to leave a name. Wainwright found Alex in the library with an open history book before him and carried a single sheet of notepaper across the room. Crowther followed close behind, already fastening his coat as though the few words might require immediate action. "Mr. Price's clerk took this down exactly," Wainwright said. He placed the paper beside Alex's hand. "Barnaby Grigg is alive. He has completed his business and is returning. No assistance is required." Alex read it twice. "That's all?" "That's all the caller would say. There's nothing about the creature." Crowther drew the note towards him and studied the clerk's handwriting. "Nothing about where Barnaby is, what route he's using, or when he expects to arrive." The caller rang from a public telephone and ended the call before Mr. Price could ask questions. Alex looked towards the windows. Afternoon light had already begun fading from the square. Completed his business means he bought something. "It may mean that," Crowther said. "It may also mean he finished asking and is coming home empty-handed." The task remained unchanged. Alex couldn't tell whether that supported either possibility. Aunt Nell entered while Wainwright was arranging for the message to be copied into Crowther's file. Alex handed her the original. "He's alive," she said after reading it. Relief loosened her face before caution returned. "That is enough for today." It should have been. Alex finished the history chapter, ate supper, and allowed Mrs. Henshaw to remove Barnaby's untouched place setting without asking whether she expected to replace it later. At 10:30, he went upstairs when told. At 11, he was still awake. He lay on his side facing the bedroom door, listening past the small sounds of Fairfax House settling for the night. Pipes clicked behind the wall. A door closed somewhere below. Each motorcar passing through the square slowed his breathing until its engine continued beyond the house. Aunt Nell opened his door without turning on the main light. She wore her dressing gown and carried a book she'd evidently stopped reading when she noticed the line beneath his door. "You're waiting for the front door," she said. Alex pushed himself upright against the pillows. "He said he was coming back." "He is, unless something changes." "That's the part one don't like." Alex looked down at the blanket gathered in his hands. "I thought I was waiting for the creature. I'm not. I want Barnaby to come through the door first." Nell crossed the room and sat beside him. She didn't promise that Barnaby was safe, or that the next sound would be his key in the lock. She simply remained there while Alex listened, no longer pretending that magic was the only thing missing from the house. 51. Pocket under the sofa. The front door opened at 20 minutes past 6 the following morning. Alex woke at the sound of voices below, followed by Wainwright saying something too quietly to understand. He threw back the covers, pulled on his dressing gown, and reached the upper landing before Aunt Nell emerged from her room across the passage. "Alex," she said, catching his shoulder as he started towards the stairs. "Slippers. He's back. So he may be, but that doesn't make the floor warmer." Alex shoved his feet into the slippers she brought from beside his bed and hurried downstairs with Nell close behind him. The entrance hall lamps were still lit against the winter darkness. Wainwright stood beside the open door while Crowther, apparently summoned from the sitting room where he'd spent part of the night, watched a figure stumble across the threshold. Barnaby looked as though London had rolled him through several alleys before permitting him home. Dirt marked one cheek, his grey coat had lost 2 buttons, and one trouser knee was torn. He carried the old satchel over his shoulder and gripped a battered wooden crate against his chest. The leather case was nowhere in sight. Alex stopped 3 steps above the hall. "You found one." Barnaby looked up, exhausted eyes narrowing beneath the brim of his crooked hat. "Good morning to you as well." Wainwright closed the door and turned the lock. "Are you injured?" "Only in places I already disliked." Barnaby lowered the crate carefully onto the tiled floor. Something inside shifted with a dull scrape, followed by a rapid series of snuffling sounds. "I'd appreciate breakfast before anyone asks me to describe the journey." Mrs. Henshaw appeared from the service passage in a wrapper and practical shoes. Her gaze traveled from Barnaby's torn clothing to the crate, then settled on the muddy marks already spreading across her floor. "You may have breakfast after you've taken off that coat," she said. "Whatever you've brought may remain inside its box until the household is dressed and I've found something washable to put beneath it." Barnaby glanced at the crate as it rocked once beneath his hand. "That last part may prove optimistic." Alex came down the remaining stairs. No feathers protruded through the slats. There was no glow, smoke, scale, or hint of anything magnificent, only a shabby box with 3 air holes and a bent brass latch. "What is it?" he asked. Barnaby's tired face creased into a grin. "Something alive, just as ordered." An hour later, the crate rested on an old waterproof sheet in the morning room. Barnaby had washed, changed into a clean shirt and spare trousers, and eaten enough breakfast for Mrs. Henshaw to stop watching his fork. His bruised face remained gray with tiredness, but his hands were steady as he crouched beside the bent brass latch. Alex stood opposite him with Aunt Nell, Wainwright, Crowther, and Mrs. Henshaw gathered well beyond the sheet. He had tried to lower his expectations. The effort had failed. The box might contain folded wings, a sleeping serpent, or some tiny creature whose ordinary appearance concealed impossible power. Barnaby glanced around the room. Nobody grabs it. Nobody blocks the door. If it runs, let it run until I say otherwise. "What does it eat?" Alex asked. "Anything sensible, if hungry enough. Anything valuable, whether hungry or not." Before Alex could demand a clearer answer, Barnaby lifted the latch and eased the lid upwards. A black, pointed snout appeared beneath it. 2 bright eyes inspected the room, followed by a small head and a body covered in thick, dark fur. For one suspended moment, the creature resembled an oddly shaped mole. Then it launched itself through the opening. Barnaby caught the lid before it struck the floor. The creature landed on the sheet, rose onto its hind legs, and turned towards Crowther. Its attention fixed on the silver chain crossing his waistcoat. Crowther stepped back. Barnaby. Too late. The creature darted forward, climbed Crowther's trouser leg with astonishing speed, and snatched the watch from his pocket before anyone managed another word. Crowther caught only empty air. The animal dropped to the carpet, tucked the watch into a pouch beneath its belly, and fled through the open morning room door. Mrs. Henshaw moved first. "That thing has Mr. Crowther's watch." "It's a Niffler," Barnaby said, as though this explained both the theft and the choice. Alex stared after it. A Niffler. Not a phoenix, demiguise, Occamy, Botruckle, or even a Kneazle. 7 years of searching had produced a furry pickpocket small enough to vanish beneath an armchair. "You brought me a niffler," he said. Barnaby looked towards Nell. He winked, pressed one finger to his lips before she could speak, and grinned with tired satisfaction. The gesture told Alex nothing, but Nell's sudden struggle not to smile made the disappointment sharper. From the corridor came a metallic clatter, followed by Wainwright's controlled voice. "It has found the umbrella stand." Barnaby rose with a wince. "And now you've seen the slow version." Wainwright returned carrying the umbrella stand while Crowther followed with one hand closed around his recovered watch. The niffler was nowhere between them. "It surrendered the watch after finding the sovereign compartment in my wallet," Crowther said. "I regard that as an exchange rather than a recovery." Barnaby lowered himself into an armchair and pressed one hand against his bruised ribs. "You'll learn to keep dull coins loose and good ones somewhere it can't reach." Alex remained standing. How much did it cost? Aunt Nell looked towards him, but Alex kept his attention on Barnaby. The disappointment hadn't vanished. A niffler was real, magical, and alive, yet it wasn't remotely close to what 7 years of searching had taught him to imagine. None of that changed the bargain. Barnaby drew a folded sheet from his shirt pocket and flattened it across the table. The dealer wanted the whole leather case once he saw the stones. I talked him down, then paid extra when he decided the crate wasn't included. The page held cramped figures beside items written in Barnaby's uneven hand. Purchase price. Dealer's introduction. 2 nights lodging. Food for the creature. Replacement latch. Cab fare abandoned after someone began following him. A final entry simply read passage. Crowther tapped that line. What passage? The sort you pay for and don't describe afterwards. Barnaby met his gaze without humor. The dealer changed the collection point twice. Someone tried to buy the niffler from me after I'd paid, someone else offered to take the crate off my hands, and a ministry man inspected the street while I was still inside it. I waited until they'd all become interested in one another, then left by a cellar route that charged by the person, the box, and how badly you wanted, no questions. Alex read the total. It consumed almost everything Barnaby had taken, followed by the success fee they had agreed before he left. "Arthur, please arrange the payment now," Alex said. "Every listed expense and Barnaby's full fee." Barnaby's eyes narrowed. "You haven't checked whether it bites, breeds, obeys, or belongs to somebody murderous." "I asked for any living magical creature. You obtained one and brought it home." Alex slid the account towards Wainwright. "The result being disappointing doesn't alter the price." Wainwright gathered the page. "I'll have Mr. Price confirm the disbursement and release the fee this morning." Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 5 integration points. Integration points. 165. The notice vanished, replaced by another. Current task. Touch a living magical creature willingly. Reward. 5 integration points. From beneath the sofa came a pleased snuffle and the unmistakable clink of stolen silver. Mrs. Henshaw crossed the room before Alex could move towards the sound. She stopped beside the sofa and held out one hand without looking away from Barnaby. "How do we persuade it to return what it has taken?" "Food sometimes works," Barnaby said. "Gold works better." "That answer will become expensive." A dark snout appeared beneath the sofa's fringe. The niffler pushed Crowther's silver pencil case onto the carpet, inspected it with both forepaws, then dragged it backwards before Mrs. Henshaw could reach down. Something else clinked beneath the furniture. Crowther checked his pockets. "That wasn't mine." Wainwright touched his waistcoat and found his watch chain hanging loose. Mrs. Henshaw examined the ring of keys at her belt, while Aunt Nell removed a small brooch and placed it on the mantel before the creature noticed. Alex searched his own pockets and found nothing bright enough to tempt it. Barnaby watched the precautions with tired amusement. It can smell treasure, valuables, and anything people are particularly anxious not to lose. You'll need locked cupboards and plain buttons. You chose this creature deliberately, Nell said. Barnaby glanced at Alex before answering. I chose one small enough to carry, clever enough to hide, and unlikely to burn the house down. It doesn't breathe fire, poison wells, eat people, or grow larger than the room. For Nocturne Alley, that counts as responsible shopping. Alex looked towards the narrow gap beneath the sofa. The explanation didn't make the niffler magnificent, but it changed the shape of Barnaby's choice. He hadn't bought the cheapest creature available. He had brought home one a 10-year-old might conceal, transport, and survive. The Niffler emerged far enough to seize a teaspoon that had rolled from the breakfast tray. Mrs. Henshaw caught the handle first. A brief tug followed before she released it rather than pull the creature into the open. The spoon vanished beneath the sofa. She straightened with offended dignity. It seems determined to live in everyone else's pockets. Aunt Nell's mouth curved. Then perhaps pocket will do until Alex chooses something better. Pocket, Alex repeated. The snuffling beneath the sofa paused, as though the creature had heard him. Alex lowered himself carefully to the carpet and rested on one knee. He extended an empty hand beneath the fringe, keeping his fingers still. Hello, Pocket. Two bright eyes watched him from the darkness. Alex moved his hand an inch closer. Pocket flattened against the skirting board and retreated beyond his reach, clutching the stolen spoon against its chest. 52. The First Fusion. Alex withdrew his hand before Pocket could press any farther against the skirting board. The Niffler remained beneath the sofa, forepaws wrapped around the stolen teaspoon, watching him as though patience might be another kind of trap. Barnaby eased himself down onto the carpet several feet away and leaned against an armchair. Good. Don't reach again. I barely moved. You moved towards him. He moved away. Barnaby rubbed one bruised side. That means you stop. Alex settled cross-legged beside the sofa. 7 years of work had placed a living magical creature within arm's reach, yet haste had already driven it deeper into hiding. The active task required willing contact. Catching Pocket, cornering him, or pulling him out by the teaspoon wouldn't satisfy the wording, and Alex found that he didn't want it to. Mrs. Henshaw returned with a saucer containing apple slices, bread, and a small piece of boiled egg. She placed it near Alex's knee. Barnaby says those are sensible. He also said gold was better, Alex replied. Gold isn't food. Pocket's snout appeared beneath the fringe. He sniffed towards the saucer, then vanished when Alex turned his head too quickly. Barnaby lifted one finger. Keep your eyes on the carpet. Let him inspect you without being inspected back. Alex obeyed. The morning room continued around him while he waited. Wainwright removed the breakfast silver one piece at a time. Crowther recovered his pencil case and departed to make telephone calls. Aunt Nell took the chair nearest Alex with her book unopened in her lap. Every few minutes, Pocket crept forward, snatched a piece of food, and retreated beneath the sofa to eat it. After the third apple slice, Alex whispered, He's coming farther. He's measuring whether you've learned, Barnaby said. Don't make him repeat the lesson. The sovereign came from Wainwright, who placed it in Alex's palm before removing his own watch entirely. Alex laid the coin on the carpet rather than holding it out. Pocket emerged until his shoulders cleared the fringe, nose working rapidly, but stopped when Alex shifted his weight. Still, Barnaby warned. Alex froze. His ankle had begun to ache beneath him, and one hand was going numb against the carpet. Pocket edged closer, seized the sovereign, and fled beneath the sofa with a triumphant snuffle. Alex released the breath he'd been holding. Barnaby smiled faintly. Now he knows you possess treasure and can be robbed safely. That's the beginning of trust. Barnaby let Pocket remain beneath the sofa with his prize. He waited until the scratching and pleased little snuffles settled before looking towards Wainwright. Have you another sovereign? Wainwright regarded him with restrained disbelief. How many does the household intend to surrender before luncheon? One more should do it, Barnaby said. Unless his lordship twitches. Alex didn't answer. His left foot had gone numb, his back ached from sitting upright, and Pocket had already proved how quickly one careless movement could undo half an hour's patience. Wainwright crossed to the writing desk, opened a locked drawer, and returned with another gold coin pinched between two fingers. Barnaby took it first and rubbed it against his sleeve. Hold out your hand, palm up. Keep it low, and don't close your fingers when he takes it. Alex rested his wrist on his knee and placed the sovereign in the center of his open palm. The coin caught the morning light. Beneath the sofa, the snuffling stopped. A black nose appeared below the fringe. Pocket stared at the gold, then at Alex's face. He edged forward until his head and shoulders emerged, but his hindquarters remained safely hidden. Don't look straight at him, Barnaby murmured. He knows you're watching. You don't need to prove it. Alex lowered his gaze to the coin. Pocket crept onto the rug, paused beside Alex's slipper, and tested the wool with his nose. The small touch sent tension through Alex's leg, but he kept still. Pocket climbed onto his shin, forepaws gripping the cloth of his trousers, then scrambled into his lap with surprising weight. Aunt Nell drew a quiet breath from the chair. Alex heard it, but Pocket didn't retreat. The Niffler stretched towards the sovereign, one paw braced against Alex's wrist. "Let him take it," Barnaby said. Pocket seized the coin. Instead of fleeing, he sat back in Alex's lap and turned it between his paws. Alex moved his free hand slowly, stopping whenever the creature's head lifted. His fingertips reached the thick fur between Pocket's shoulders. The coat was warmer and coarser than he'd imagined. Pocket stiffened, then resumed examining the sovereign. Alex laid his palm gently against the Niffler's back. Text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 5 integration points. Integration points: 170. Pocket remained in his lap, alive, intent upon the gold, and apparently unharmed. A second display formed beneath the first. Eligible magical creature detected, Niffler. Fusion available. Cost: 100 integration points. Confirm fusion? Alex kept his hand still against Pocket's back. 7 years of searching had ended in a question only he could see, and the answer waited for his conscious choice. The question remained across Alex's vision while Pocket turned the sovereign between his paws. 100 points had once seemed impossible. He had spent 7 years gathering them 5 and 10 at a time, for recovery, study, training, friendship, responsibility, and choices the system had judged without explanation. Spending most of them now should have felt like surrendering something precious. Instead, Alex looked down at the living creature beneath his hand. Pocket hadn't been bred for him, chosen by him, or brought into the house because anyone understood what the system could do. He had approached because Alex had waited. Nothing in the offer suggested that Pocket would lose anything, but Alex wouldn't trust an implication where life was concerned. "Barnaby," he said carefully, keeping his palm against Pocket's back, "would you know if something were hurting him?" Barnaby's tired amusement vanished. He leaned forward, studying Pocket's eyes, breathing, and grip on the coin. "I'd know if he became frightened, weak, or wrong." "Why?" "I want to be certain he's comfortable." "He's sitting on you while stealing your gold," Barnaby said. "That's close to perfect health for a Niffler." Aunt Nell lowered her book. "Alex, what are you about to do?" He couldn't answer honestly. He could only make the decision with everyone he trusted close enough to stop him if the visible result turned dangerous. "Something I've waited a long time to try," Alex said. "Please don't pull Pocket away unless he's distressed." Nell's expression sharpened. "That isn't a reassuring instruction. It's the most honest one I can give." Alex returned his attention to the waiting text and chose yes. Heat entered through his palm. It didn't burn. It spread through his hand, arm, and chest with steady pressure, filling places that had never felt empty until something reached them. His breath caught. The carpet, furniture, coins, watches, silver fittings, and every loose object in the room became distinct around him, not as images but as exact presences. He knew the sovereign in Pocket's paws by weight and substance. He sensed the silver teaspoon beneath the sofa and Crowther's watch inside his waistcoat pocket. Beyond them lay hundreds of valuables throughout Fairfax House, each carrying a quiet certainty of material and worth. Something larger settled beneath that awareness, deep and stable. Magic had never belonged inside him before. Now it did. Alex swayed. Aunt Nell caught his shoulder, while Barnaby's hand hovered near Pocket without touching him. "Alex," Nell said, "tell me what happened." Pocket sneezed, tucked the sovereign into his pouch, and began nosing Alex's sleeve for another. He remained warm, alert, and entirely himself. The display changed. Fusion complete. Integration points: 70. Alex drew a shaking breath and looked at Pocket. "He's all right." Barnaby watched the Niffler attempt to climb into Alex's coat. "He appears disappointed you've only got one pocket." Pocket's search of Alex's coat ended when he found the brass button at the cuff. He worried it between his paws while Alex stared at the new awareness filling the room. The sovereign inside Pocket's pouch felt as distinct as the coin had in Alex's hand. Alex touched the loose button and acted on instinct. It vanished. Barnaby lurched forward. Where did that go? Alex knew exactly where it rested, suspended in a private space that had no visible shape or distance. He called it back, and the button dropped into his palm, cool and intact. Barnaby seized Alex's wrist, then released it when Pocket hissed. Do that again. Alex stored the button and returned it. Barnaby's mouth opened, but no words emerged. He reached towards Alex without touching him, eyes narrowed in concentration. You've got magic, he whispered. Barely any, perhaps, but it's there. I didn't have it before. Near squib, Barnaby said quickly. Relief overtook astonishment across his bruised face. That must be it. Almost no spark at all. Then the niffler stirred what was sleeping. I didn't give magic to a muggle. You were a wizard child already. Mostly. Crowther looked towards Aunt Nell. She rose from her chair with the expression that usually ended meetings. Barnaby, take Pocket to the adjoining room, she said. Please remain close. Barnaby gathered Pocket, who objected until permitted to keep the sovereign. Once the door closed, Nell turned back to Alex. Wainwright, Mrs. Henshaw, and Crowther remained with her. You knew this might happen, Nell said. No. Alex closed his fingers around the brass button. I hoped something would happen. When I touched Pocket, magic woke inside me. Mrs. Henshaw sat down rather suddenly. Crowther's attention fixed on the button. This must be reported through the Crown Circle immediately. I know, Alex said. The Queen needs to be told. Nell crouched before him. 7 years, Alex. Every book, animal, fraud, and dangerous question. Were you searching because you expected this? Alex shook his head. The truth he could safely give felt younger than the plans built around it, but it had begun in a child's grief. At first I wanted magic because I thought it might bring Mummy and Daddy back. Then I learned it couldn't. His throat tightened. After that, I still wanted it because I thought having something wonderful might make missing them hurt less. Nell drew him against her before he could look away. Pocket scratched at the adjoining door while Alex held the brass button in one hand and his hand with the other. Across his vision, new text appeared. Current task. Enter the leaky cauldron. Reward. 10 integration points. 53. A special letter. Aunt Nell had barely released Alex when something struck the morning room window with a heavy tap. Everyone turned. A large tawny owl clung to the outer sill, beating its wings against the glass while a thick cream envelope swung from one leg. Pocket scratched more urgently at the adjoining door. Barnaby opened it a cautious few inches, and the niffler squeezed through before him, still carrying the sovereign in his pouch. Barnaby stared at the window. That's not mine. Crowther moved towards the curtains, but Barnaby caught his sleeve. Don't frighten it. Owls remember faces, and they've got unpleasant ways of expressing disapproval. Wainwright approached instead and opened the window. The owl stepped inside with the confidence of an expected guest, leaving pale marks on the polished sill. It extended one leg towards Alex and waited. The envelope was too heavy for ordinary post. Green ink crossed the front in a precise hand. Alexander James Fairfax. 12th Earl of York. The Morning Room. Fairfax House. Belgravia. London. Alex read the address twice. It hadn't been sent to York House, forwarded by a secretary, or delivered through any public service. Whoever had written it knew where he was sitting. Aunt Nell came to stand beside him. Barnaby, is this how your people normally deliver letters? When they know where someone is. Barnaby looked from the envelope to Alex with growing alarm. Sometimes when they shouldn't. The owl gave an impatient click of its beak. Alex reached towards the leather cord around its leg, then stopped. After 7 years spent pursuing magic, caution had become too familiar to ignore merely because magic had finally come to him. Will removing it hurt her? He asked. Barnaby shook his head. Undo the loop. Don't tug the feathers. Alex followed the instruction. The cord slipped free, and the envelope settled into his hands with a solid weight. The owl remained on the sill, watching him as though delivery wasn't complete until the letter had been acknowledged. Crowther leaned close enough to read the address without touching it. This household's location was restricted after Barnaby returned. So was my existence, Barnaby muttered. That didn't last either. Aunt Nell took the envelope before Alex could break the seal. She examined the green ink, the thick paper, and the purple wax stamped with a shield bearing a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. No one opens a letter that arrives by unexplained bird until we've established whether it's safe, she said. Alex looked at the crest beneath her thumb. His newly awakened magic had changed everything before breakfast, and now the invitation he'd waited for since 1983 rested unopened between them. Aunt Nell carried the envelope to the writing desk without breaking the seal. Wainwright closed the window behind the owl, then drew the curtains far enough to prevent anyone outside from observing the room. Mrs. Henshaw entered after his quiet summons and found Pocket standing on his hind legs against Alex's knee, reaching towards the purple wax. "Not this one," Alex said, lifting the envelope beyond the Niffler's paws. Pocket gave an offended snuffle and began investigating his trouser pocket instead. Barnaby examined the seal without touching it. "That's Hogwarts. School crest, proper parchment, green writing. I've seen letters before." Aunt Nell looked at him. "Can the paper be cursed?" "Anything can be cursed if someone works hard enough." Barnaby saw her expression and added quickly, "School letters generally aren't. Bad for admissions." Crowther remained beside the door while Wainwright brought a silver letter opener. Aunt Nell refused it and handed Alex a plain wooden knife from the breakfast tray instead. "No metal, no unnecessary handling, and you open it away from your face." Alex accepted the precautions because arguing would only delay him. He set the envelope flat, slipped the wooden edge beneath the fold, and worked it carefully along the paper. The wax cracked with a soft snap. Nothing flashed, smoked, moved, or attempted to remove anyone's memory. Inside lay several sheets of thick parchment. Alex drew out the first and unfolded it with hands that had begun to tremble despite every effort to keep them steady. A formal crest stood at the top. Beneath it, the first line named Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "What does it say?" Aunt Nell asked. Alex read silently once before trusting his voice. "It says I've been offered a place at Hogwarts. The term begins on the 1st of September." Mrs. Henshaw moved closer, one hand still holding the household keys at her waist. "Offered on what grounds?" "Because he's magical," Barnaby said. His astonishment had returned, but now it carried something close to awe. "The school knows." Alex continued down the page. The letter named the headmaster, gave a deadline for reply, and referred to an enclosed list of required books, clothing, equipment, and a wand. That final word held him longer than the rest. "A wand," he repeated quietly. Pocket climbed onto the chair beside him and pressed both forepaws against the parchment, apparently deciding that anything receiving so much attention must possess value. Alex lifted the page before he could crease it. Aunt Nell rested her hand against Alex's shoulder. "Then we'll read every sheet before anybody answers." Alex nodded, unable to look away from the crest. 7 years after waking in a world where Hogwarts was real but closed to him, the school had finally written back. He laid the acceptance letter beside the equipment list and read both again from the beginning. The words didn't change. He was expected at Hogwarts on the 1st of September, with robes, books, a cauldron, a telescope, brass scales, and a wand he didn't yet possess. 7 years of research, false leads, frauds, and sealed reports had been answered by a school list that assumed families already knew where to buy dragonhide gloves. Mrs. Henshaw adjusted her spectacles and studied the second sheet over his shoulder. "It says students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Nothing about a Niffler." Pocket had found the cracked wax seal and was attempting to prise it from the envelope. Barnaby rescued it before he swallowed any parchment. "That's because students aren't supposed to keep Nifflers. They'd empty the dormitories before breakfast." Aunt Nell remained beside Alex's chair, but her attention had moved from the crest to Barnaby. "Who takes children to this school?" "The train does." "That wasn't my question." Barnaby shifted Pocket into the crook of one arm. "Parents usually get them to King's Cross. After that, the school handles things." Crowther folded his arms. "The same school governed by a society whose officials entered this household under false names and removed 40 minutes from several people's memories." The warmth in Alex's chest tightened. Hogwarts had filled his childhood imagination with candles, moving stairs, libraries, and magic learned openly. The Ministry had given him Graham Vale, pain behind one eye, missing time, and evidence locked in crown files. Barnaby looked towards the floor. "Hogwarts isn't the Ministry." "No," Aunt Nell said. "But it belongs to the same hidden world, and this letter tells me where Alex is expected to appear, not who accepts responsibility for his safety." Alex read the headmaster's name again, then the deputy headmistress's signature. The invitation he'd wanted since waking in 1983 was real, but so were the adults surrounding him, asking questions he might once have dismissed as delays. "We don't refuse," he said, keeping one hand on the parchment when Nell looked down at him. But we don't answer blindly either. Wainwright drew the household correspondence pad towards him. Then we require the school's legal status, safeguarding arrangements, curriculum, medical provision, term dates, transport procedures, and authorized contact during emergencies. Barnaby stared. It's Hogwarts. That is a name, Wainwright said. Mr. Crowther has taught us to ask for rather more. Alex looked down at the green ink once more. He had wanted this letter for nearly all the life he remembered living in this world. Wanting it didn't mean going alone. Wainwright finished the list of questions and placed the pen beside the correspondence pad. The Hogwarts letter remained open before Alex, its green ink bright against the cream parchment. Beyond the windows, the owl had vanished as completely as though an ordinary London street had never existed below it. Pocket climbed from the chair onto Alex's lap and settled there with the cracked wax seal held between his forepaws. When Alex tried to retrieve it, the Niffler tucked the prize against his chest and pressed closer. His warm weight and steady breathing made the morning feel real in a way the school crest still didn't. Barnaby watched them from across the desk. He's taken to you quickly. He approached before, Alex said. Not like that. Barnaby nodded towards Pocket, who had begun rubbing his snout against Alex's waistcoat. He's decided you belong together. Alex stroked the thick fur between Pocket's shoulders. The contact no longer brought heat, visions, or sudden abilities. It was simply a small creature choosing to remain with him, alive and unharmed after awakening the magic Hogwarts had somehow recognized. Aunt Nell gathered the equipment list and acceptance letter into a careful stack. We'll send a provisional reply. You intend to accept, subject to proper arrangements and answers. I do, Alex said. The certainty came easily, but it no longer felt like the desperate bargain of a grieving child. I want to go. Mrs. Henshaw rested one hand on the back of his chair. Then we'll make certain you go with enough shirts, regardless of what this list claims. Barnaby glanced at the parchment. They wear robes. They may wear both. Crowther took the correspondence pad from Wainwright and read the questions. The Crown Circle should receive copies before anything leaves the house. Aunt Nell nodded. Her Majesty will be informed today. Alex looked around the room. Nell stood beside him. Wainwright guarded the practical details. Mrs. Henshaw had already begun worrying about clothing. Crowther treated a school letter as evidence, and Barnaby held knowledge none of them could obtain elsewhere. 7 years earlier, Alex had believed magic would begin his real life. Instead, those years had given him a family, a friend, duties, skills, griefs, and a home worth returning to. Text remained at the edge of his vision. Current task. Enter the leaky cauldron. Reward. 10 integration points. Alex rested one hand on the Hogwarts letter and the other on Pocket's back. The hidden world had finally opened its door, but he wouldn't cross the threshold alone. End of Book 1.